Chapter 1. The most basic partner blind box. On a sweltering summer evening, beads of sweat cascaded down, and even the exhaled breath felt faintly scorching. Within the bustling underground black market, the pungent odor of Orsish sweat permeated the air. Upon observing the serpentine queue ahead, Demao scratched his head and glanced at Rongyi beside him, uncertainly seeking confirmation. "Boss, are you truly, genuinely determined to purchase a partner blind box here? Just look at that shell beside us. Half of them are gray blue shells. With such abominable odds, are you absolutely certain you want to buy one?" Cough, cough, cough. The man's complexion was pallid. His strikingly handsome face appeared particularly frail when juxtaposed against the robust Orsish figures surrounding him. Rongyi, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, coughed for a while, casting a sidelong glance at a few figures that had stealthily followed them for some time in the distance, and nodded by. The partner blind boxes were categorized from high to low quality, ranging from A to F, denoted by colors: red A, orange B, yellow C, green D, cyan E, and blue F. The underground establishment, they found themselves in specialized and luck-based partner blind boxes. In simple terms, one could randomly draw a partner blind box within the AF range for a mere 50 star coins. There was no skill involved, it was purely a matter of fortune. Some individuals, blessed with good luck, would draw a grade green box, which would contain a petite and charming female. If fortune favored them even more, the female might possess the intellect of a 2 to 3-year-old child, making her easy to care for. Conversely, those with poor luck might draw a grade blue box, yielding an unattractive female, perhaps even one with missing limbs. Encountering such a low-quality female meant that not only could one not expect effective communication, but she might perish before even reaching home. Although the majority of the blind boxes drawn were E or F grade, resulting in subpar females, the business thrived nonetheless. After all, those who had purchased partner blind boxes were well aware that acquiring an F grade box on the market would cost at least 50 star coins, while here, with a stroke of luck, one might very well draw a female of quality above F grade. Moreover, even if one ended up with the lowest quality F grade female, 50 star coins were hardly a loss. Thus, commoners with a penchant for gambling frequented this place, hoping to chance upon good fortune. The allure was simply too great. Furthermore, just a week prior, this underground establishment had unveiled a grade female, nearly inciting envy among the orcs present at the time. The orc who drew the grade female resold her for a staggering 1 million star coins, immediately vacating the impoverished district, thereby achieving a monumental leap in his life. 50 star coins. A mere flip resulted in 1 million star coins. What astounding luck that must have been! It was precisely because of this incident that more orcs flocked to the establishment, each hoping to tempt fate once more. Seeing that their leader remained steadfast at the end of the line, showing no signs of reconsideration, Demao fell into deep contemplation. The leader's metamorphosis period was imminent. During the metamorphosis phase, orcs often experienced a phenomenon known as heat. If an orc did not have a partner to alleviate their desires during this period, they would struggle to successfully complete the metamorphosis. In severe cases, the inability to expel the primal instincts could cause their bloodline to swell, leading to death. Their leader possessed the rare biochemical dragon gene, making his metamorphosis even more ferocious than that of ordinary orcs. Considering this, he had no choice but to acquire a female to aid him through this transformative phase. However, the leader was not inclined to undergo this period through intimate means. Thus, after numerous tests and experiments, they discovered that as long as the female's blood reached a certain concentration, it could effectively soothe the orc's agitated genes. While this method lacked the directness of intimate interaction, it could significantly alleviate the pain experienced during metamorphosis. Therefore, the grade of the female was inconsequential as long as she was alive. That sufficed. According to their plan, once the female was brought home, they would care for her meticulously, extracting a fixed amount of blood at regular intervals until the desired concentration was achieved. Yet, he never anticipated that the leader would choose to buy a female from such a place. It must be noted that although they were ferocious strays, they were not lacking in funds. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the leader desired an grade viviparous female, they could procure one and deliver it to his bedside. But the leader simply refused to play by the rules. Within the expansive sales hall, the orcs continued to form in shaped line. Though they occasionally cursed the crowding, their gazes were invariably drawn to the massive square box machine at the front of the hall. Each time an orc successfully scanned their payment code with their star brain terminal beside the box machine, it would rumble ominously before slowly dispensing a square glass box nearly 2 meters tall. The glass boxes varied in color: blue, cyan, and green, each hue representing the quality of the contents within. Whenever a grade green glass box was released, the orcs in line would erupt into excited screams, their faces flushed with envy. However, if a blue-grade glass box emerged, the orcs would collectively sigh as if struck by thunder, with some even approaching the orc who claimed the box to offer a sympathetic pat on the shoulder, whispering a few words of commiseration. Soon, it was Rongye's turn. He scanned the payment code with his star brain terminal, pressed the button in front of him, and once again the box machine emitted a series of thunderous rumbles. After a brief clattering, a pure black glass box was ejected from the machine's maw. In that moment, the orcs who had been chatting in line fell silent, their gazes instinctively converging upon the black glass box, their eyes wide with astonishment. Oh! Black! Black? How could it possibly be black? Ha ha ha! This is the first time I've ever encountered a black one. Ha ha! A towering orc was the first to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Instantly, the entire marketplace seemed to have hit the unfreeze button, and all the orcs still in line began to guffaw uproariously. Ha 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 ha! I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing myself to death. I thought I was unlucky enough to have drawn 3 grades, but I never imagined. Ha 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 ha! That's black, right? Ha ha! The color of that box is black, right? Ha 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 ha! I always thought that was a hoax. I had no idea there really was a black box. Ha 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 ha! Why is it a black box? Is there a color like that in the grading system? A noticeably underage orc whispered to the nearest companion, his face betraying clear confusion. That's a dead box. Ha ha ha! The questioned orc laughed uncontrollably. Do you know what a dead box is? It means ha ha ha! It means you not only wasted your money, but you also have to ha ha ha! You have to handle the burial. Oh dear, I can't breathe from laughing so hard. Ha ha! The entire marketplace erupted in a cacophony of laughter, interspersed with the occasional orcish howl. Rong Yi and his companions. Chapter 2. Which era have I transcended to? In the underground base, the spacious hall was adorned with an array of intricately crafted firearms. Should a firearms expert witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for most of the weaponry here was highly sought after in the black market, often elusive and exorbitantly priced. A careful inspection would reveal that the so-called classified hand-drawn schematics of firearm internal structures were carelessly strewn about. In the back garden, De Mao, clad in a dusty yellow vest, pointed at a 5-meter-deep pit he had dug with a shovel, exclaiming with gusto, "Boss, the pit is ready. Just waiting to be filled. Boss, I've prepared the chrysanthemums too. This bouquet cost me 5-star coins." Mao entered from the other side of the courtyard, cradling a nearly wilted bunch of chrysanthemums, his face etched with worry. Alas, what a loss this was! Not only had they failed to procure a young female, but they had also squandered 55-star coins, which pained him deeply. Rongyi looked up, his expression solemn, and pressed the button on the black box. Almost as if in unison, De Mao and Mao stepped beside Rongyi, eager to witness this historic moment. Due to their severely deficient genes, their metamorphosis periods were still far off, making this their very first encounter with the concept of a female partner. Initially, I had hoped to seize the opportunity presented by the esteemed leader to acquire a female specimen, allowing me to gain valuable insights into the care of such beings. However, I never anticipated that the leader's luck would be so woefully unfortunate, as he procured a deceased female instead. Setting aside the fact that the blood of a deceased specimen holds no utility whatsoever, it is likely that the corpse within this box has been overtaken by decomposition. This, quite frankly, is utterly absurd. In the garden, 3 orcs stood in a daze before the black glass box that was in the process of being opened, rendered speechless. As the layers of the glass box began to peel away, visibility improved incrementally with each layer removed. This process was designed to last a full minute, as the creator believed that only such a slow and torturous unveiling would imbue the occasion with a sense of ritual significance. Furthermore, Given the female's prolonged confinement in darkness, this gradual illumination would allow her to acclimate to the external light. This experience could certainly be described as remarkably considerate. Yet for a deceased female, this ceremonial aspect would only serve to further torment the trio awaiting her burial. Will she decompose? Suddenly, as the blind box required more time to open, Mao blurted out this seemingly random question. Mao paused in surprise, seemingly oblivious to this concern, but almost simultaneously, his expression shifted to one of dismay. We have no way of knowing when she passed or how long she has been inside. What if she has decomposed to the point of being as unmanageable as a block of tofu? Mao found himself glancing at the pit he had dug, contemplating the possibility of simply burying the glass box along with its contents. Alas, he regretted not digging the hole a bit deeper. Mao, contemplating the implications of that scenario, thought, what if it becomes even more revolting? Let me clarify. If she is as putrid as a piece of stinky tofu, I shall not lend a hand. Ahem. After all, she is the leader's female, and it wouldn't be appropriate for us to handle her. Mao offered a sheepish grin, subtly taking a step back. Mao blinked, remaining silent, but after a brief pause, he too quietly shifted half a step backwards. Meanwhile, Rong Yi, standing between them, remained silent, fixated on the black glass box that was gradually unveiling itself. His pallid visage bore no trace of emotion. Yet as the glass layers thinned, his initially indifferent gaze transformed into one of astonishment, soon followed by profound confusion. What is happening? Why is there a sound emanating from within the glass box? Just as the box was on the verge of shedding its final layer, it emitted a sudden stuttering noise, followed by the glass panel becoming completely stuck halfway through its unveiling. The three orcs exchanged glances of disbelief. Mao awkwardly scratched his head. Why don't we just bury her right away? After all, she has already been exposed to the air. We could inter the whole box together while it may decompose more slowly. It is certainly preferable to sealing it away indefinitely, right? One cannot help but remark on the leader's lamentable luck. Not only did he purchase a box containing a corpse, but now the act of burial has become fraught with complications. His fortune is simply beyond reproach. Suddenly, a delicate, pale hand emerged from the partially open glass box. Following closely, another hand appeared as well. The three orcs stood in stunned silence, with Mao's mouth agape in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared into the crevice of the box. An hour earlier, trapped within the confines of the box, Chu Xian was taken aback as a beam of sunlight suddenly pierced through the darkness above her. Although momentarily bewildered, she quickly sprang into action, using a nimble leap to climb toward the fissure. As a time traveler, she possessed exceptional abilities and had previously undertaken numerous missions across various epochs: Shang Dynasty, Qin Dynasty, the Three Kingdoms, Tang Dynasty, Song Dynasty, Qing Dynasty. She had traversed them all, flawlessly executing each task. This time, she had received a new mission to document the cultural innovations and reforms of the Republic of China. However, for reasons unknown, she regained consciousness to find herself ensconced in a pitch-black square chamber. Though it was called a room, there appeared to be neither doors nor windows. Despite being a sealed space, she had been there for nearly half an hour without any issues in breathing. Just as she pondered her predicament, the darkened chamber began to tremble violently. Gradually, the surroundings brightened layer by layer until it finally became stuck. Fortunately, the ceiling of the box was not too high, and with a deft jump, she was able to reach the gap at the top. Utilizing her considerable upper body strength, she gracefully clambered out of the box. However, what in the world are these three beings that resemble humans yet are distinctly different? If one were to call them human. Two of the men bore unmistakable animal-like fur on their faces, and one even sported an unexpectedly long tail. The man closest to her, though lacking a tail, possessed eyes that were clearly not human, and the skin on his arms resembled that of a crocodile, adorned with silvery patterns. The man was remarkably handsome, his exquisite features capable of eclipsing any AI-generated model. Yet his complexion was exceedingly pale, and his slender frame stood in stark contrast to the two towering figures beside him. He appeared almost like a fragile beauty fallen from grace, leaving Chu Xian, accustomed to handsome men, momentarily entranced. However, this did nothing to alter the fact that he was not human. So, to which era has she truly traversed? Could it be that these three individuals are in fact monsters? And what on earth is this technologically advanced environment with its electronic displays? Did such things exist in ancient times? Chapter 3: The little female is simply too adorable. Chuxian blinked her eyes, momentarily stunned in the gap, her pair of dark eyes scanning her surroundings back and forth. Tio Ronya and his companions. Chuxian's dazed expression was misinterpreted as a result of insufficient strength, causing her to get stuck halfway in the crevice. The way she scrutinized them with her gaze was akin to an innocent creature just emerging from the gene chamber. Ah, is she not just too cute? From the moment Chuxian crawled out of the box, Ronya, standing at the front, was astonished, his eyes fixed intently on the little female as he quietly observed every change in her expression. With each glance, the surprise in his beastly gaze deepened. An A-class female. He could hardly believe it. Yet, it appeared that her physique was rather frail, as she struggled to even climb out of the box, indicating her weak constitution. Weak constitution, indeed. When he thought of their shared lineage and mutual frailty, a hint of tenderness crept into Ronya's eyes as he looked at Chuxian. Why is she alive? Perhaps startled by the scene before him. Ermao cautiously pointed towards Chuxian, his face etched with fear as he turned to Damao. Damao, however, was filled with sheer joy. An A-class female? She is actually an A-class female? My heavens! It is known that A-class females can fetch at least 10 million star coins in the market. And if one encounters an exceptionally high-quality specimen, it could even surpass the 1 billion mark. Yet now, their leader managed to acquire her for merely 50 star coins. Wasn't he supposed to have bad luck? Damao quickly stepped forward, sizing up Chuxian earnestly. She possessed exquisite features, more beautiful than those live-born females seen on television. Her skin was fair, resembling polished jade, devoid of any unsightly beast patterns. Her limbs appeared intact. Although her lower half remained hidden in the box, one could assume her feet were also whole and healthy, given her ability to leap out. Her large, sparkling eyes were full of life, and her thick, lustrous hair indicated that she was indeed very healthy. Yes, she is undoubtedly of A-class quality. Moreover, she is of the A variety. In the garden, unlike Damao's awe or Ermao's stunned silence, Ronya, after a brief moment of observing Chuxian stuck in the box, regained his composure and prepared to step forward to lift her out. Be careful, boss. Don't frighten the little female. Damao quickly cautioned upon seeing Ronya's intention to embrace her from the box. She must have just emerged from the gene chamber. And everything outside is still unfamiliar to her. Boss, be gentle, take it slow. She is still just a cub. Upon hearing Damao's words, Ronya, who initially thought the act of lifting was quite simple, suddenly found himself at a loss. It seems he suddenly forgot how to lift someone. Chuxian, pressed against the glass box, was filled with astonishment. Little, female, gene chamber? Unfamiliar with the outside world? She is merely a cub right now? The terms used here didn't even refer to her as person, but rather cub? Overwhelmed by these key phrases bombarding her mind, Chuxian blinked her eyes, left utterly speechless. Regaining his composure, Ronya relaxed his aura and moved his arms, ensuring he wouldn't exert too much force before reaching out with somewhat stiff hands to gently embrace Chuxian, who was stuck in the glass box. His embrace was awkward, as he feared inadvertently harming the delicate little female. Fortunately, she was quite compliant. Sensing his kindness, she did not struggle when held in his arms. Instead, she nestled comfortably against him, perfectly still, cradled in his arms. Chuxian calmly surveyed her surroundings once more. As Ronya carried her from the garden into the grand house, she rapidly took in the decor while her eyes widened in shock at the various high-tech devices in sight. Wow, what is that thing playing? A television? A movie? But why is it a holographic, three-dimensional image? It was as if real people stood before her, their expressions and movements so lifelike. Yet, as the man holding her walked past, the three-dimensional people seemed to shatter like broken waves, only to revert to their original forms, continuing their dialogue as they embraced another holographic person. So, this is a holographic drama? And the scenery in this room? She had sensed it earlier in the garden. The sunlight streaming from above was not genuine sunlight at all, and the greenery and wildflowers on the mottled stone walls were purely digital projections. So realistic that the level of advanced technology behind it was astonishing. She had thought that was the pinnacle, but what about the farthest wall in this room? The vividly realistic, moving celestial bodies adorning it made her feel as though she was immersed in a vast cosmic sea. The breathtaking scene before her rendering her unable to blink. Chu Xian was utterly captivated, and why goodness, where on earth has she crossed into? Such stunning high technology is impossible even in her current era. After being gently placed on the sofa by the man, Chu Xian remained lost in the high-tech environment surrounding her. Her dazed and obedient demeanor nearly melted Rongye's heart. This little female was not only beautiful and charming, surpassing even S-class females in looks, but she also appeared remarkably intelligent, showing keen interest in everything around her. Although he had never raised a female before, parenting shows had mentioned that such curiosity is a sign of high intelligence. As his gaze fell once more on the little female sitting on the sofa, staring vacantly at the distant holographic display, a rare expression of joy filled Rongye's eyes. He had to admit, cradling the little female had felt truly special, warm and soft. It was like holding a bundle of cotton, especially as she nestled so obediently in his embrace, a seemingly ordinary action that inexplicably filled his heart with sweetness. So, is this how it feels to hold a little female? Ermao, walking alongside, watched the affectionate interaction between the two with envy, practically drooling as he followed Rongye's every step, eager for a chance to touch the little female. This little female is just too adorable, isn't she? Chapter 4. This little female is incredibly clever. The beasts have sharp vision, and upon seeing the soft, fair face of Chu Xian devoid of any beast markings, only covered with a layer of soft, transparent fluff, Ermao could not help but raise his hand to gently stroke her. Smack! Ermao's hand was suddenly swatted away, and before he could react, he found himself staring into the wide, fierce eyes of Chu Xian. In that moment, he was completely frozen. Ermao? Ermao! Did she just hit me? Rongye and Da Mao, who had witnessed the entire event, were equally dumbfounded. Ermao, with a look of disbelief on his face, slowly turned to Rongye, his eyes filled with incredulity. Boss, did she just hit me? Did he just get swatted by a little female? Is she not just the cutest thing ever? This little female is incredibly clever. Da Mao, standing nearby, was equally stupefied. This is not just clever. It's downright beyond clever. The females within the blind boxes are merely products freshly cultivated from the genetic laboratory. They complete their initial adaptation to this world within glass enclosures that possess photosynthetic properties. Although their bodies appear adult, in terms of intelligence and behavior, they resemble newborn infants. Many of these females, upon emerging from their confines, either weep uncontrollably or remain utterly unresponsive. However, the exquisite little female before us exhibits an entirely different reaction. Not only does she display an extraordinary curiosity about her surroundings, but she also instinctively slaps away anyone who attempts to touch her, signaling her disapproval. On the sofa, the man who had just received a sharp slap on the back of his hand from her does not exhibit anger. Rather, he gazes at her with wide, heart-filled eyes, even expressing amazement at her cleverness. This leaves Chu Xian with a palpable sense of helplessness in the face of such perceived ignorance. Chu Xian, concerned that this intellectually challenged creature might reach out to her again, instinctively moves closer to Rongye, who had just held her. It seems this individual, referred to as the boss, is the one in charge here. She approaches him deliberately, seeking his protection as a deterrent to others. A strategy that appears sound. After all, the professor has frequently mentioned that, with her adorably soft demeanor, as long as her true nature remains concealed, her acting skills could easily conquer anyone, especially when she presents herself as a fragile and pitiable figure, evoking a strong instinct to protect among those who encounter her. Of course, this only applies to those unfamiliar with her. Those who know her well tend to keep a rational distance. With this thought, Chu Xian does not hesitate to inch closer to Rongye, embodying a fearful demeanor that seeks refuge. Her subtle movements do not go unnoticed by Rongye and his companions, whose astonishment intensifies, particularly Rongye, who, despite maintaining silence throughout, cannot hide his astonished gaze fixed on Chu Xian. The little female is actually approaching him of her own volition? Is she seeking his protection? In front of the sofa, Damao contemplates thoughtfully, gradually concluding that this little female exhibits a remarkably high level of intelligence. Furthermore, it appears she has clearly identified the boss as her protector, thus rejecting any attempts at contact from others. She truly this astute. Does her intelligence surpass that of S-grade viviparous females? Ermao's eyes brim with curiosity. Well, that is something that must be tested to ascertain. S-grade viviparous females rank as the highest quality among females, easily outclassing A-grade females by a significant margin. However, the intelligence displayed by this little female has far exceeded their expectations, prompting Ermao to wish to understand the extent of the difference, even if he is aware of the inevitable gap between her and S-grade females. Ermao nods in agreement, pausing momentarily as if recalling something. Before turning back to Rongya, "Boss, this little female is just too adorable. Could you refrain from harming her? Otherwise, should I fetch you a sturdier one? After all, it's just blood, and this little darling is far too petite. How much blood could she possibly have? It would be wiser to procure a plump, low-grade female instead." "Indeed, boss, this little female is so charming. How could you bear to harm her?" Damao concurs, his expression grave. "Just look at her. She's so delicate that it would be all too easy for her to perish. What a pity that would be. She is, after all, an A-grade female. Grades aside, even if she were merely B, C, or D grade, it would be unthinkable to let her come to harm. Precisely. She is simply too precious." Listening to the two creatures beside her, Chu Xian is utterly perplexed. "Huh? What do you mean by harming her? Why would they want to harm her? What are they planning to do?" Through the subsequent 2 days of interaction, Chu Xian finally comprehends the nature of her new environment. It turns out that due to changes in the Earth's atmosphere, humanity had become nearly extinct around 8,000 years ago. With the emergence of orc genes, a new era began, marking the start of a historical record known as Star Calendar. The present world exists in the year 8020 of this calendar. Within a futuristic era dominated by beastly civilizations, in this age, humanity has vanished and even Earth, along with the solar system, no longer exists, replaced by a multi-planetary era referred to as the Pandora star system. The inhabitants of this star system are collectively known as beasts. Here, females are categorized as females, further divided based on their mode of birth into viviparous females and genetic females. Viviparous females, as the term suggests, are those birthed after months of gestation within a female beast's womb. They exhibit normal intelligence and appearance, but their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Typically, from the moment of their birth, they are betrothed to one or several noble-blooded beasts. For viviparous females, their lives are characterized by being cherished and adored by beasts, akin to flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, with the greatest purpose of their existence being the propagation of more viviparous offspring. Of course, viviparous females are also categorized based on the proportion of human blood they possess, which is a subject for another discussion. On the other hand, genetic females are cultivated through test tubes and nutrient solutions in genetic laboratories. Upon completion of their development, they are released to the market in adult form, classified into 6 tiers: A, B, C, D, E, and F, with A being the highest quality and F the lowest. However, even A-grade genetic females do not possess particularly high intelligence. Records indicate that the most intelligent A-grade female only reaches the cognitive level of a 12-year-old child. Moreover, genetic females typically do not live long, with 15 years and 8 months being the longest recorded lifespan, achieved by an exceptionally well-cared for A-grade female. As for those of lower tiers, comparisons are hardly valid, especially among F-grade females, who often exhibit severely poor genetic quality. Some may be physically impaired, while others may have grotesque features. This tier of females is generally frail and sickly, often unable to survive more than a week after being brought home. Females of this caliber serve merely as receptacles for beasts' desires, discarded once their utility has been exhausted, or even outright killed. Chapter 5. It seems his little darling is quite independent. Meanwhile, in the spacious living room, Rongya, busy assembling components of a device, occasionally glances toward the sofa to confirm that his little female is still engaged in her video game. Satisfied that she remains occupied, he resumes his work. "What is the little darling playing?" Ermao inquires, intrigued. Damao casts a glance at the sofa. The little darling has just emerged from the genetic lab and is intrigued by everything around her. Thus, this moment presents an optimal opportunity for learning. Although there is a plethora of early childhood educational materials available on the Starbrain, their quality varies significantly. Consequently, the boss had specifically hacked into the Walder aristocratic education system last night to download the most suitable cognitive games for newly born females. Ermao, realizing this, suddenly appears despondent. I had anticipated taking the little darling to the genetic lab today for an intelligence test. I was so excited last night, only to find myself summoned to the mechanical room to assist the boss this morning. Damao, taken aback, turns to Ermao, his expression one of incredulity. Test? Are you suggesting we reveal to everyone that the boss has extracted an A-grade female from an F-grade blind box? Ermao, momentarily at a loss for words, queries, what's wrong with that? Damao sighs in exasperation as if a sudden realization dawns on him. Do you not recall why the boss suddenly went to the blind box store the other day? Why? You fool! Did you not notice someone following us 2 days ago? Damao wore an expression of exasperation, as if lamenting the lack of ambition in others. A few individuals had been stealthily trailing them for several blocks. Clearly intent on confronting the boss, Ermao exclaimed, What? The boss's identity must not be revealed here. Those individuals must have caught wind of something to suddenly fixate on us. The boss abruptly diverted to the underground black market, recognizing its bustling foot traffic as a convenient escape route. More importantly, given the boss's stature, purchasing females in such a venue served as a ruse to mislead their pursuers. After all, with the boss's prominence, many would be eager to offer premium females without hesitation. How could they possibly resort to spending a mere 50-star coins at a blind box store? As anticipated, once the boss opened the black blind box, the group quietly vanished. To ensure safety, the boss continued the charade, bringing the black blind box back to their base, embodying the guise of a desperate gambler unwilling to relinquish even the blind box in defeat. Ermao, filled with indignation, retorted, No wonder. I wondered why the boss would suddenly think of buying a female, especially from such a place. It turns out we were being followed? Damn it. How could he not have noticed? Damao regarded him with a look of disdain, as if to say, the boss wishes to avoid any trouble here. The sudden trip to the blind box store was to sidestep complications. And delaying the examination for our little darling is also to avert issues. An A-grade female can fetch millions in the market. What's more, a beautiful and intelligent one like our little darling could easily command a price in the hundreds of millions. If others discover we possess an A-grade female, wouldn't that be courting disaster? While they are not averse to trouble, it would inevitably lead to a slew of complications. More importantly, what if it frightens our little darling? The newly emerged female from the gene lab is at her most vulnerable. Any sudden violence or chaos might send her into a frenzy. Have you not noticed how we are currently hoarding knives and guns in the machinery room? The boss is entirely unwilling to frighten our little darling. After being lectured by Damao, Ermao shrank back. So when can we take an IQ test for our little darling? It's inconvenient here. Must we return to Varna planet to do it? Otherwise, do you think we can leave our little darling to play games alone while we stay here dealing with parts? We are in a rush to deliver. If we handle these matters swiftly, we can leave this place immediately. Faced with his dim-witted brother, Damao felt a profound sense of defeat, realizing the futility of his efforts to educate Ermao. Enlightened by the scolding, Ermao exclaimed, Oh, I see. Let us hurry and finish up. Quick, quick, quick. No one can stop us from testing our little darling's IQ. While Ermao chattered incessantly, Rongye's attention was entirely captivated by a slender figure on the sofa outside the glass room. His beast-like eyes filled with curiosity. Over the past few days, he had diligently studied the nuances of caring for a young female and found certain aspects peculiar. For instance, online sources suggested that young females are generally very clingy to their owners. Yet their little darling had not exhibited any such behavior, not even casting a glance in his direction. It seemed alarmingly scant. Take the present moment, for instance. Ever since their little darling began playing games with the star brain, she had not lifted her gaze, let alone cried out for him. Rongyi couldn't help but furrow his brow. It appeared that their little darling was quite independent. Was this common among A-grade females? Moreover, the fact that their little darling had yet to utter a sound was his greatest concern. Although she had just emerged from the gene lab and was still unable to speak, the complete absence of any vocalization left him feeling as if a heavy stone hung in his heart. Their little darling was frail. She had initially been unable to leave the blind box, and it was imperative that she did not succumb to any other ailments. Given this consideration, even though he longed to accompany her, he had to suppress his anxiety and focus on efficiently resolving his tasks. Once they successfully completed the delivery, he would immediately take their little darling back to Varna Planet for a thorough health examination. Chapter 6. The young female is a precious existence on the sofa. Completely oblivious to the agitation felt by Rongyi and his companions in the machinery room, Chu Mian swiftly utilized their visual blind spots to browse various information about this world. With so many unknowns, she had to start by reviewing the data on females within this realm. After an extensive perusal, Chu Mian began to grasp just how rare and precious her existence was in this world. Simultaneously, she understood that Rong Yi and his companions regarded her as an A-grade female. In truth, having interacted with them over the past couple of days, she had sensed their attentive care. However, the thought of the man named Rong Yi harboring certain intentions towards her left her feeling somewhat displeased. How could she, the little tyrant, be reduced to a tool for the beastmen to navigate their transformation phase? It seemed they were growing impatient. Yet, considering the way they had been accommodating and attentive over the past few days, she wasn't in a rush to resolve matters with them. After all, from the information she had gathered, the females in this world lacked autonomy, existing solely as fragile vines dependent on beastmen. Their only value being reproduction. As an outsider, before she had fully grasped her own means of survival, it would be prudent to keep these three around for the time being. The morning swiftly passed, and just as Chu Mian was nearing a comprehensive understanding of the dynamics between females and beastmen in this world, the glass door behind her was gently pushed open. Almost immediately upon hearing the sound, Chu Mian adeptly cleared her browsing history on the star brain using the methods she had previously discovered and quickly switched to her puzzle, simple-minded, game interface, a look of concentration gracing her delicate features. "Is it difficult?" a gentle voice inquired from behind her. Chu Mian subtly shifted her gaze but remained motionless on the sofa, as if she had not comprehended the words of the person behind her. A large hand took the star brain from her grasp, and Rongyi crouched beside the sofa, diligently rearranging the cartoon boxes on the game interface. "Look, is this one blocked? So we need to move this red box first. Then open this one, and finally shift this blue box to the right." His voice was melodious, a clear and deep timbre imbued with a gentle care, especially as he leaned against the edge of the sofa, drawing nearer without encroaching on her personal space, which prompted Chu Mian to steal several glances at him. "Boss, I've already informed He-san to collect the goods," Demao said, shaking his star brain. Freshly off a call, as he approached Rongyi, while carrying a large metallic suitcase towards the distant grand table, Mao followed suit, emerging from the machinery room to place his own metallic suitcase atop the table. Ordinarily, this was their temporary base, and outsiders were generally not permitted entry. However, with the presence of a young female, they were uneasy bringing her along to make a delivery, thus breaking the rules to allow the receiving party to conduct business at their base. Rongyi, who was patiently guiding Chu Mian through the puzzle game, glanced up at the sound, nodded, and then returned to his explanation. The game on the star brain soon reached its conclusion. Although Rongyi wished to continue playing another round, he suppressed that desire, gently patting Chu Mian on the head. "Be good and play by yourself. I'll go prepare lunch." Young females are precious beings, as parenting programs have stated, requiring at least 3 nutritious meals each day. Depending on family circumstances, they would either provide the young female with fresh, delectable meals or resort to cheaper, convenient nutrient solutions. Naturally, their little darling deserved the best care, and fresh, appetizing meals must be on the menu. The only concern was, the 3 men rarely had any particular preferences regarding food. Sometimes, to complete a task, they would eat anything, even tree bark or insects, let alone the inexpensive and unpalatable nutrient solutions. Over the past couple of days, the situation surrounding meals had been rather complicated. With this thought in mind, Rongyi glanced at the wall clock, intending to rise and retrieve the special food boxes from the refrigerator meant for their little darling to prepare lunch. However, Demao and Mao were quicker, standing in front of the refrigerator, launching into another round of noisy discussion. "Beef. Let us give the little darling beef. It's high in protein, perfect for her growth." Mao chimed in enthusiastically. "Yes, yes, for growth." Demao continued with a serious demeanor. "And shrimp. She ate 3 yesterday." Mao nodded vigorously, his beast-like eyes sparkling. "Yes, yes, 3. How about trying tomato-flavored meatball soup today? I've heard young females love tomatoes." Yes, young females love it," Mao exclaimed excitedly, his tail wagging joyfully behind him, and potato fries. Yesterday, the boss mentioned that many young females have a penchant for indulging in potato sticks as snacks. The little darling is far too slender. We must ensure she gains a bit more weight. Ermao wholeheartedly agreed, nodding incessantly, exclaiming, "Absolutely. We must fatten her up. And what about pea cakes?" A parenting show stated that each meal should contain at least 10 different colors to be deemed abundant. Let me do the math. We only have 5 colors here. This simply won't do. How about pasta? Pasta is quite beneficial for digestion. The little darling is sure to enjoy it. Ermao, whose arms were already overflowing with food containers, chimed in, "Perfect. She will definitely love it." Curled up on the sofa, Chu Xian listened to the entire exchange. Do these two fools really think of her as a pig? The three quickly made their way to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Of course, among the trio, Rongye took on the role of the head chef, while Damao and Ermao assisted by extinguishing fires, discarding burnt food, and handing over fresh fruits and vegetables, acting as taste testers. And so forth in the living room. As the sounds of culinary chaos erupted from the kitchen, Chu Xian, nestled on the sofa, reluctantly poked her head out, her expression filled with concern as she gazed toward the kitchen. Observing the 3 men who had descended into utter disarray, Chu Xian couldn't help but twitch her mouth, already contemplating the best escape route should the kitchen truly explode. Suddenly, a moderate explosion rang out from the direction of the front door. Moments later, the metal door crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Chu Xian, still secretly monitoring the 3 men in the kitchen from her perch on the sofa, turned her head at the sound. Her expression one of confusion. Chapter 7. Danger approaches in her line of sight. Something emitting smoke was hurled from the entrance and rolled onto the floor, followed closely by a second and third. Chu Xian's eyes widened, and after a brief moment of shock, she sprang off the sofa, covering her mouth and nose as she dashed toward her bedroom. "Quick, throw in more. Keep tossing them. We cannot afford to give them any chance to retaliate." At the entrance, a tall orc, donned in an oxygen mask, continued to hurl smoke bombs from his waist while commanding his 4 companions trailing behind him. "Rest assured, boss, there are 3 of them, and we are 5. Besides, we are taking them by surprise. They will have no defenses." Another orc, also wearing an oxygen mask, carefully surveyed the surroundings, his voice filled with reassurance. "They cannot possibly be prepared, but we must not let our guard down. We only have this one opportunity. There must be no errors. Heaven knows how long he has waited for this moment." Thus, upon learning the exact location of this underground base, he wasted no time executing his long-planned scheme. "Boss, are you not overestimating your opponents while underestimating us? We are all veterans who have graced the mercenary rankings. How can a mere trio stand against 5 of us?" "Exactly. Look at how we entered. Throwing smoke bombs left and right. No matter how strong they are, they cannot withstand the fog. You can trust us, boss." Seemingly convinced by his subordinate's reasoning, the figure referred to as boss, He Saner, glanced at the smoke bombs scattered across the floor and began to question whether he had been too paranoid. All right, just be cautious. That Ermao is no simple character. After all, he is the most capable subordinate of the mechanical master. This is not mere concern." His words were abruptly cut off as He Saner peered through the visor of his oxygen mask at the haphazardly laid out equipment schematics on the table. And he immediately felt a surge of excitement. "My goodness, I was right to gamble on this. The invaluable weapon designs of the mechanical master are indeed hidden within this underground base. And not just one set." He Saner was so exhilarated that he slightly lost his composure, his hands trembling as he hurriedly gathered the scattered hand-drawn blueprints on the large table. "Is this it?" Stealing a glance at the blueprints He Saner had yet to fully collect. An orc behind him wore an expression of disbelief. "Is this it? Just this?" The boss said they were after particularly precious equipment designs, yet they are just carelessly strewn across the table? He even brought along specialized tools for breaking into safes for this mission. Does this mean he came for nothing? Perhaps reminded by the orc's words, He Saner, who was busy collecting the blueprints, suddenly froze, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. Indeed, if they could casually leave such precious schematics lying around on the table, it indicated that these designs were of little significance to them. Otherwise, they would have secured them in a safe long ago. With this line of thought, the items stored in safes must be even more valuable. Perhaps they are even one-of-a-kind weapons of mass destruction. With this realization, Haysener suppressed his excitement and decided to control the situation first, then searched the room thoroughly. It could only be blamed on Ermau's obstinacy. He had expressed a desire to collaborate with the other party more than once, yet Ermau had always rebuffed him. It's well known that every weapon designed by the mechanical master is a hot commodity in the underground black market. Selling just one blueprint could fetch billions of star coins. They could have easily collaborated for mutual profit, but due to Ermau's stubbornness, Haysener found himself unable to reap such rewards. However, despite his frustration with Ermau's lack of understanding, he never displayed a hint of it outwardly, rather prioritizing Ermau's interests. After all, many were eager to collaborate with Ermau. He had always sought a way to completely win over Ermau, yet unfortunately, Ermau was too shrewd. Even as a long-term partner, he had never revealed even a hint of the mechanical master's information. He was, quite simply, impenetrable. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, Ermau had voluntarily disclosed the precise location of the underground base this time, leaving him overjoyed upon receiving the message. He firmly believed that with a well-planned ambush, today, Ermau would surely become his golden goose. In the living room, Ermau, whose hands were locked in smart handcuffs, filled the room with his furious outbursts. Damn it! Haysener, don't think I don't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask. How blind was I to mistake you for someone else? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. What's with this underhanded ambush? Haysener was someone he had vigorously recommended to the boss. Their collaboration had been quite fruitful over the years. The other party had occasionally sent him some scarce high-quality resources to pass on to the boss, which was why he suggested Haysener come to this temporary base, believing him to be reliable and not cause any trouble while also introducing him to the boss. Little did he know that Haysener would plot against them, leaving him utterly ashamed to face the boss. Dumau, on the other hand, cast a glance at the equipment sketches in Haysener's hands and quickly pieced together the visitor's intentions. A smirk forming on his face. Well done, Haysener, daring enough to attempt a double-cross? Seemingly unfazed by having his identity exposed, Haysener shot a glance at Dumau and Ermau, then turned his attention to Rongya, who was also shackled. He slowly approached Rongya, crouching down to scrutinize his face for a considerable time, expressing his astonishment. Teske, who would have thought the renowned mechanical master would be so young? What a pity. Tsk, he's actually a sickly one. During his sudden ambush, he had heard Ermau refer to the man in front of him as boss more than once, even protecting him at all costs, leading him to deduce the man's identity. Indeed, who but the mechanical master could make someone like Ermau willingly call him boss and shield him? Haysener, despite being a rather straightforward individual, couldn't help but admire the striking beauty of the man before him. Teske, with a face so exquisite, his brothers would likely be enamored for quite some time. Rongya met his gaze steadily, allowing his hands, bound by electronic shackles, to remain still as he slowly spoke. The ones tailing me were sent by you? No wonder his movements had been compromised. He had found it strange that only his partners knew of his whereabouts on Blue Star, yet he had been targeted the moment he disembarked from the starship. Clearly, there was an internal issue. Chapter 8. A glimpse of a beautiful young female caught off guard by the sudden inquiry. Haysener momentarily froze, then expressed indignation. Humph, those fools are utterly useless. They were clearly following you. Yet they allowed themselves to be played like puppets and left automatically. What a bunch of idiots. With that, Haysener donned an expression of camaraderie. Honestly, I never wanted things to escalate to this point. It was just that meeting you once was more difficult than climbing to the heavens. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. In hindsight, our cooperation seems like a perfect match. You are unwell, so you can focus on research while I handle external collaborations. Together, we would be invincible. What do you say? Care to consider it? Initially, the intention was merely to control Ermau as leverage against the master of machines. Unexpectedly, this turn of events led to a direct encounter with the master himself. Haysener could hardly contain his excitement. To have direct control over the master of machines, how could he ever worry about not expanding his power in the future? Damn it! Is it really your people? Ermau, overhearing this, couldn't help but curse. Haysener, is this your attitude towards cooperation? You resort to such despicable tactics when collaborating with others. Don't say I didn't warn you. You didn't come here to discuss cooperation. Did you? You intend for my boss to become your subordinate, right? How dare you think you're worthy? You wouldn't even be fit to carry my boss's shoes. Caught off guard by the betrayal from someone familiar, and even more so by its success, Ermau's fur bristled in anger. If it weren't for the excessive inhalation of the sedative smoke that left him weak, those mere handcuffs would mean nothing to him. Ignoring the ranting Ermau beside him, Haisanyi kept his focus on the figure before him, Ronya. With a smile, he retrieved a small syringe from his pocket. At that moment, Ermau's face changed drastically. Haisanyi, what are you doing? Demao, witnessing the scene, also turned pale. Haisanyi, what do you mean? Hee, don't be so tense. Haisanyi replied leisurely as he removed the cap from the syringe. In that instant, the syringe revealed a glowing green liquid. Capturing everyone's attention, Haisanyi flicked the syringe lightly and began to boast. This is a remarkable item, the latest MX7. A hot commodity that cannot even be purchased on the black market. Originally, it was meant for Ermau. But now, he chuckled sinisterly, you should know that its addictive potential is a staggering 100. Even the proudest individuals, once injected, will beg like dogs for another dose. Once he administers a dose of MX7 to the man before him, the latter will instantly become his obedient dog. That point, acquiring any prototype of advanced weaponry would be a piece of cake. Damn it. You son of a bitch, Haisanyi, I swear I will kill you. Ermau shouted. Haisanyi, if you have any grievances, direct them at me. If you dare lay a finger on my boss, I will haunt you even in death. Now even Demao was furious, his fur standing on end. Heh, it seems I have struck a chord with your reactions, Haisanyi remarked, directing his gaze back to Ronya, hoping to catch a glimpse of fear or dread on his face. Yet, to his surprise, Ronya's attention was not on him at all. He was scanning the room, seemingly searching for something, as if Haisanyi's words had fallen on deaf ears. After a brief moment of shock, Haisanyi couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. It seemed that this individual before him truly wouldn't shed tears until seeing the coffin. Having never experienced the potency of MX7, he was oblivious to its true power. With that thought, Haisanyi wasted no more time and prepared to inject Ronya. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the door on the opposite side of the living room. In that instant, everyone in the room turned their heads toward the source of the sound, including Haisanyi, who instinctively glanced over. What was happening? Were there others here? All eyes fell upon a half-open bedroom door. When they finally discerned the figure that appeared seemingly out of nowhere, everyone in the living room was left stunned. A female? The nearest beastman to the bedroom door gaped in shock, rendered speechless by the unexpected sight. Oh my God, she is an A-class female? Is she S-class? An A-class female can't possibly be this beautiful. How could she be S-class? S-class females are viviparous. Do you understand how difficult that is? My heavens, I have never seen such a stunning genetic female. She's simply too beautiful. Perhaps sensing that only Chuxian was present, and given that females in this world symbolize fragility, several beastmen instinctively lowered their weapons, with two of them even hastily returning their firearms to their holsters to avoid frightening Chuxian. Cough, cough. Standing at the doorway, Chuxian sniffed the lingering, acrid scent in the air and began to cough violently in an instant. Her pale face flushed red, and tears filled her dark eyes, exuding an aura of delicate vulnerability that rendered everyone in the room breathless. Damn it! What is this awful smell? It's making my throat itch. Haisanyi hurriedly pushed aside his subordinate blocking his path, his gaze transfixed on Chuxian at the doorway, his beastly eyes brimming with fervor as he rushed towards her. So stunning, truly breathtaking. With her silky, lustrous black hair, her porcelain-like skin, and those long, slender legs exposed beneath her adorable nightgown, she surpassed even the most beautiful female celebrities on television. Little female, what is your name? Haisanyi asked, utterly taken aback at encountering such an exquisite little female in this underground base. He shed his previous malice, squatting down before Chuxian with a friendly smile, his voice soft and almost flattering. Cough, cough. Chuxian continued to splutter, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at Haisanyi as she weakly extended her delicate hands toward him. Damn it, she felt like she was going to choke to death. She had to eliminate this ugly creature before her. Chapter 9. Is this how you speak to your savior? Seeing Chuxian reaching out for an embrace, Haisanyi's beastly eyes lit up with ecstasy. The moment he laid eyes on the little female, he was smitten and had been pondering how to ensure that this already adopted little female would not resist him. Yet, unexpectedly, she was the one initiating the request for a hug. Haisanyi had no intention of refusing. Upon hearing her soft, innocent voice, he quickly stowed the syringe in his gun holster and reached out to embrace her. Haisanyi, do not touch her, Rongya, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, his dark golden beastly eyes glinting with murderous intent in a blind spot unseen by the others. A layer of dragon scale-like luster rapidly emerged on the skin of his inner arm. Just as Haisanyi was about to embrace Chu Xian, he halted, turning to face Rongya with a bemused smile. Rongya, you should focus on yourself. Rest assured, I will cherish your little female. If you dare lay a finger on her, I will make you wish you were never born, Rongya coldly warned. Ha 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 ha. It's as if I've heard the most absurd joke. Haisanyi laughed heartily, his eyes filled with incredulous derision. Rongya, are you mistaken? I was gracious enough to call you a genius, but without that courtesy, you're just a sickly wretch. How can you threaten me when you can barely protect yourself? To dare threaten him over a mere finger on the little female. How absurd. Haisanyi's beastly pupils suddenly shifted mischievously. Or are you deliberately provoking me, hoping to showcase how to properly cherish this little female? Upon hearing this, Rongya's eyes narrowed sharply, his golden gaze brimming with ferocity. Let me guess, you haven't touched this little female yet, have you? Haisanyi's eyes remained fervent as he surveyed the fair-skinned little female before him. He was all too aware of the pleasures involved. If Rongya had truly tasted this little female, how could her flawless skin still be intact? Surely, it would be marred with countless bruises, rendering her incapable of even getting out of bed with that thought. Haisanyi couldn't help but chuckle gleefully. I truly didn't expect such a delightful surprise awaiting me here. The little female before him was undoubtedly of A-class quality, an exceptional gift for someone like him who had just disposed of numerous E-class females. How could he possibly let her slip away? Casting a glance at Rongya, Haisanyi's gaze returned to the entrancing Chu Xian, brimming with fervent obsession. Little treasure, do not fear, I will treat you well from now on. Anything you desire, I shall provide, cough cough. Is that true? Before the bedroom door, a young female, her eyes still glistening with tears, tilted her head in confusion at her grandmother's voice. At that moment, Rongyi, seated in front of the distant sofa, froze in astonishment, abruptly lifting his gaze towards Chu Mian. Perhaps due to his overwhelming shock, Rongya's hands, which had managed to free themselves from the electronic handcuffs binding him, suddenly became stiff. Waves of disbelief rippled through his dark golden beast-like eyes. And even his breath caught for a moment. What was happening? His little female could actually speak. And her enunciation was so remarkably clear. This revelation stunned not only Rongyi but also Demao and Ermao, who had been cursing nearby, leaving the three of them momentarily dumbfounded as they stared at the girl standing before the bedroom door, too frightened to even blink, upon hearing the little female respond to him. Hei Sanner was thoroughly exhilarated, nodding vigorously that of course. What a remarkable A-level female. She could understand his words and even replied promptly. Compared to the E-level females he had dispatched, this was an entirely different experience. He was utterly thrilled. Hei Sanner quickly nodded again, exclaiming, of course it's true. Whatever you desire, I'll procure it for you. Is that all right? Good heavens, did A-level females possess such a melodious voice? It was soft and tender. As if a tiny hook were tugging at his heartstrings, a glimmer of dark light flickered in Chu Mian's eyes as her deep, inky gaze slowly blinked, confirming. Anything is possible? Of course, as long as you like it. Anything is possible. Seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself, Hei Sanner wore a lecherous grin. It appeared that Rongyi had not possessed the little female for long, as their relationship remained unstable. Otherwise, how could she have so boldly questioned him? This clearly indicated that the little female was willing to accompany him. Then, still responding slowly, the girl nodded in agreement, but when she raised her eyes to regard Hei Sanner, a handgun had mysteriously appeared in her delicate, pale hand. At the entrance of the bedroom, the cold muzzle of the gun was aimed squarely at Hei Sanner's forehead. The girl's expression transformed from one of confusion to a triumphant smile. Her tone now bright and lively. How wonderful! Bang! Bang 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 bang! witnessing the once intrusive beast man who had threatened them, now lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The vast living room fell into an eerie silence. Demao and Airmao stared wide-eyed at Chu Mian, shock evident on their faces, as if questioning, is this fierce little female truly from their family? What the hell? Can someone explain why they had always perceived this seemingly frail little female as incapable? Yet she had just so decisively and effortlessly eliminated He Sanner and his group. Moreover, her marksmanship was so remarkably precise. Every shot had struck true, taking down her targets in a single move. Demao blinked, his mind struggling to grasp the situation. You just... Hearing his voice, Chu Mian cast him a disdainful glance, her expression as cold as ice, a useless sponge. Demao. Fine. He wouldn't ask anything more. Beside him, Airmao was visibly dissatisfied, his eyes filled with disapproval. Hey, little cutie, how can you speak so harshly? How are we useless? Yes, he admitted they had underestimated the situation, caught off guard by the sudden intrusion of He Sanner and his smoke bombs. But in truth, those smoke bombs hadn't affected them significantly. They merely needed half a minute to recover. That was why they had been cursing earlier, hoping to buy time to regain their strength. Besides, they were not acting mindlessly. Given the unexpected nature of He Sanner's arrival, they couldn't ascertain how many people he had brought or what weapons he possessed. The boss, concerned about the timid little female, had signaled for them to comply and wait until they better understood the situation before responding. Otherwise, how could mere electronic handcuffs possibly restrain them? 3 useless individuals. The girl's scornful voice echoed once more. Airmao. Fine. He wouldn't question anything either. In that moment, both Demao and Airmao's gazes inevitably fell upon Rongyi, silently accusing him with their eyes. The little female is so fierce. Aren't you going to do something about it? Seemingly oblivious to their resentful stares, Rongyi slowly rose from his place before the sofa, the electronic handcuffs falling away, ignoring the still body of He Sanner. He gradually bent down before Chu Mian, his brow furrowing slightly. Killing was wrong. Females were inherently beings that required protection, deserving of abundant food, elegant music, and noble manners befitting a princess, rather than stealthily seizing weapons and ruthlessly firing upon others. Rongyi felt an unsettling dissonance, yet he couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. The little female was the one he had personally unwrapped from a blind box, so he was certain he was her first master. However, during their 2 days together, he had never shown her any violent tendencies, and even the weapons had been handled in a glass room. Moreover, in consideration of her education, he had even hacked into the educational system overnight to acquire noble education materials. The games he had provided her that morning were adorable and engaging, with vibrant colors and delightful animal voices. They were undeniably designed for nurturing young minds. So, how had the little female turned out so differently? And how could she even handle a handgun? Her aim was astonishingly precise. This made no sense. An array of questions swirled in his mind, leaving Rongyi momentarily at a loss for direction. Yet, it was abundantly clear that he needed to educate the little female before him, guiding her with gentleness and love. After all, she was merely a few days old, even if her nature seemed to stray. He believed that with proper guidance and affection, he could help her return to the right path. With this thought in mind, Rongyi recalled the lessons he had received and began to recite them verbatim. His tone devoid of warmth. They were living beings, and even if they made mistakes, it was not his place to resolve their issues. We should take them to the police station and let the officers handle them. Are you teaching me how to act? The girl interrupted coldly, her expression impassive. Rongyi, is that how you speak to your savior? The girl shot him a sidelong glance, her brows narrowing slightly. Rongyi, 3 useless individuals. The girl's soft voice dripped with sarcasm. Rongyi, Chapter 10. The little cutie is truly so indifferent. In the vast underground base, at the dining hall, 3 burly men, led by Rongyi, sat on one side of the long table, silently observing the little female leisurely enjoying her steak across from them. The complexity in their eyes and the peculiarity on their faces spoke volumes about their astonishment. The 3 men found themselves uncharacteristically silent. After all, who could believe that the seemingly delicate little female, now savoring her steak, had just a moment ago blown the heads off 5 beast men? It was utterly absurd. After a brief pause, Airmao scratched his head cautiously to little cutie. Since they had only recently purchased the little female, Their boss had yet to name her, so the three of them temporarily referred to her as Little Cutie. As soon as Little Cutie escaped his lips, Chu Mian cast a sharp glance at Air Mao. Chu Mian? Huh? What Mian? Air Mao stammered, a bit confused. Damao quickly chimed in. All right, Miss Chu Mian, suppressing their astonishment. As if realizing for the first time that the little female had already been named, Damao exchanged a bewildered glance with his boss and then turned to Chu Mian with a careful compliment. Miss Chu Mian, your name is truly beautiful, Mitchum. While slicing into her delicious tender steak, Chu Mian responded with a nasal tone, barely lifting her eyes. Damao, the little cutie is really so indifferent. Hearing Chu Mian at least acknowledge Damao, Air Mao, not wanting to be outdone, quickly added, Miss Chu Mian, your voice is delightful, soft and sweet, like a feather brushing the heart. It tickles the senses upon hearing this. Chu Mian paused, then shot a glance at Air Mao, momentarily speechless. Being looked at by Chu Mian filled Air Mao with excitement. The little female had acknowledged Damao, yet she had specifically turned her gaze to him. This meant that he was more important than Damao. Otherwise, why would she look at him and not Damao? At this moment, Mao provocatively cast a glance at Damao beside him, and then silently mimicked a cold snort, his expression brimming with pride. Damao was momentarily taken aback by the look, and after a brief pause, he roughly deduced that his foolish younger brother's insatiable desire for competition was at play. He rolled his eyes in response and bared his teeth in a silent intimidation towards Mao. Where on earth did these two fools come from? Not missing the silent exchange between Damao and Mao. Chu Xian, with an indifferent expression, suddenly inquired of Rongya, who was seated across from her. Rongya, though reluctant to admit it, he found himself unable to refute. Damao, oh dear, has the little darling looked down upon us again? Mao, who's the fool? Who's the little darling referring to? Realizing that his childish antics had been witnessed by the little female, Damao's face turned slightly awkward. After clearing his throat a few times, he hastily shifted the topic, delicately asking, Miss Chu Xian, your handling of their actions just now was quite adept. But it seems we haven't taught you these things, have we? With the same confusion as Rongya, Damao wore a puzzled expression. The little Chu Xian before them was clearly something he had watched emerge from a blind box, and logically, she should have been a blank slate. So, how did she possess such lethal marksmanship just now? This was truly too bizarre. Is there a problem? Chu Xian elegantly forked a small piece of steak into her mouth, her brows slightly raised. No, Damao quickly waved his hand. Just a bit curious. Joking aside, given the icy demeanor of the person before him, he dared not voice any issues. Chu Xian slowly chewed her steak. Perhaps I am simply gifted. I grasp things at a glance. Damao felt a bit embarrassed. At a glance, really? This reasoning seemed rather strained after all. That was a handgun. The safety, the trigger pull, the enhancement of arm strength, the control of hand force. These all required practice. Not to mention, little Chu Xian's shooting style was characterized by a steady, precise shot to the head. Recalling the moment little Chu Xian made her move, he was still in shock. It was no wonder that the group known as Heisener had been utterly annihilated without so much as a chance to resist. Who had ever seen a delicate female exhibit such decisive prowess? If anyone else were in that position, they would have been wiped out too. Little Chu Xian, your excuse is far too flimsy. How could one simply know it at a glance? Unlike Damao's tactful approach, Mao bluntly countered, do you think I am as foolish as you? Chu Xian shot him a cold glance, her tone devoid of warmth. Mao, how am I foolish again, Damao? Why you sui? Rongya, can these two fools please stop talking? The restaurant was once again enveloped in an awkward silence. Damao and Mao, warned by Rongya's glare to remain silent, could only sit upright at their seats, stealing glances at Chu Xian across the table while cautiously eyeing their boss beside them, their eyes filled with anticipation. Well, since Chu Xian isn't calling them useless or fools, and now they were ordered by their boss to refrain from speaking. They were eager to see what compliments their aloof and proud little Chu Xian might receive from their boss. With this thought, when Damao and Mao looked at Rongya again, their gazes were tinged with a newfound amusement. I wonder what the boss will ask little Chu Xian. Will he also be called a fool? Or perhaps something even worse? How exciting. At the long dining table, Rongya quietly scrutinized Chu Xian seated opposite him, his beast-like eyes shimmering with curiosity. Chu Xian, meanwhile, kept her gaze lowered, her long, delicate eyelashes casting a soft shadow on her fair face as she continued to elegantly slice her steak on the white porcelain plate, moving with the grace of a princess born into nobility. Suddenly, Rongya moved. A long, slender finger reached out toward Chu Xian without warning. In that instant, a glint of cold light flickered in the girl's dark eyes, and the knife she had been using to cut her steak swiftly spun in her hand. Her petite figure seemed to erupt with unexpected power, leaping across the table like a ferocious beast. The air froze once more. Perhaps having never witnessed such a shocking scene, Damao and Ermao were both left dumbfounded. The girl leapt onto the table, now half kneeling before Rongya, one hand resting on his shoulder while the other pressed the knife firmly against his throat, exuding the unmistakable threat that any movement on his part would result in the blade plunging mercilessly into him. Damao. Ermao. Chapter 11. To bring me home is to. At the dining table, Rongya remained frozen in the act of extending his hand, not moving an inch. After a few moments of silence, he slowly lowered his gaze to the small knife resting against his neck, his dark golden beast-like eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. I merely wish to point out that you have grease on your lips. The man's voice was crisp and calm, devoid of any trace of anger despite the knife's threat. Chu Xian's expression momentarily faltered, and upon raising her eyes, she found both Damao and Ermao nodding vigorously, urgently gesturing towards the left corner of her mouth, as if to say, "You really do have grease there." Chu Xian suddenly understood. In the next moment, the small knife in her hand withdrew from Rongya's neck. Oh? The girl wore a nonchalant expression, her eyes narrowing slightly as her tone brimmed with the haughty condescension of a queen. Then you can wipe it for me, Damao, Ermao. What is with this condescending tone of command? Yet why did they not mind at all? Instead, they felt a sense of disappointment at not being able to serve her. They both longed to wipe the corner of little Chu Xian's mouth. Her skin was so soft and fair, it must feel delightful to touch. Since bringing little Chu Xian home, they hadn't even had the chance to hold her, let alone touch her. Their boss had always been a proud person. There was no way he would agree to such a command. In an instant, both of them shot envious glances at Rongya, their expressions suggesting, as soon as he refuses, we would gladly volunteer. Rongya cast a cold glance at the two, ignoring them. In the blink of an eye, he slowly raised his hand to gently brush against the girl's lips. His rough thumb tenderly caressed her delicate mouth, feeling the silk-like softness of her skin, warm and inviting. In that moment, a fleeting shadow passed through Rongya's dark golden eyes. Why have you been speaking while keeping it hidden? Rongya gently inquired. Previously, he had been unaware that the person before him could speak and had such logical thinking, which left them guessing about many things. Now, it had become much easier. Yet, he couldn't fathom why he sensed an unusually high level of vigilance from her, which was not a good sign. To guard against you. Allowing the man to wipe her mouth gently, Chu Xian spoke candidly. Indeed, it seemed that Rongya had not anticipated such a straightforward response, leaving him momentarily stunned. Guard against? Why would you need to guard against us? We have been nothing but friendly. In the past few days, although the girl had remained silent, whenever they noticed her expressing any reluctance, they would immediately adjust their actions accordingly. Especially during meals. If she frowned, that dish would not appear at the next meal. As for clothing, they had purchased numerous outfits for her, allowing her to choose freely, never forcing her to wear cute dresses simply because they liked them. And personal space. Since she was quite independent and preferred not to have anyone watching her while she slept, they had even prepared a separate room for her to rest. In summary, they had been utterly compliant with her wishes. How could she perceive them as anything but kind? So where did this guarding come from? Rongya questioned, his expression filled with confusion. Why? Chu Xian tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at him, her gaze seemingly asking. What do you think? Rongya furrowed his brows. Is it because of me? Chu Xian's lips curled in a cold smile, and the next moment, she stretched her delicate white hands towards Rongya's chin, her exquisitely beautiful face gradually magnifying before his eyes. Her skin was as white as jade, her refined features captivating at first glance, especially those ink-colored, starry eyes, which seemed to contain an entire pristine galaxy. Even someone like Rongya, who had encountered all manner of beautiful women, found himself momentarily entranced by the purity of her gaze. At the long table, the girl lowered her head slightly, her hands gently cradling the man's face, her actions intimate yet teasing, as if they were lovers flirting. "Did you not say it yourselves?" Her soft, mellifluous voice flowed slowly, seductive like a thorn hidden beneath a vibrant red rose. "The reason you brought me home was to make me serve you until death, right?" Rongye. Da Mao. Mao. Rongye had never felt such remorse before, regret washing over him to the extent that a rare, shameful flush graced his typically pallid complexion. Accustomed to wielding control over situations, he now found himself engulfed in a disconcerting panic, a sensation entirely foreign to him. Yet, inexplicably, he was at a loss for words. He recalled that on the day he brought the girl home, the Mao and Mao had presumed he would harm her, and they had indeed voiced their concerns, clamoring for him to relinquish her to them to avoid any potential disaster. At that time, he had dismissed their incessant chatter as bothersome and had chosen not to engage with them. Little did he anticipate that their words had been absorbed by the very person before him, creating an irreparable rift from the outset. This truly felt like a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Coughing lightly, Rongye could not suppress the urge, the redness on his face becoming even more pronounced. His eyes reflecting the depths of his embarrassment. It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Unwilling to release her hold on his cheeks, Chu Mian blinked her pure, untainted eyes and drew even closer, her delicate features adorned with an abundance of confusion. The sweet fragrance of the girl enveloped them, gently and forcefully invading Rongye's senses, abruptly alleviating his previously scratchy throat. Suppressing the rapid thumping of his heart, Rongye maintained a serious demeanor and affirmed, "Yes, it was indeed a misunderstanding." The girl widened her eyes in surprise, her expression shifting to one of realization, and then obediently nodded, elongating her tone. "So it was a misunderstanding." Observing the evident wavering on Chu Mian's face, Rongye furrowed his brow and continued to elucidate, insisting that those words had merely been in jest, urging her not to. "Do you think I am as foolish as those two?" she interjected suddenly, her expression darkening and her previously soft and warm tone turning icy. Rongye was taken aback. "Well, I suppose I knew this would be difficult to clarify." De Mao and Mao chimed in. "Must you always involve us? We've been quite docile and have refrained from speaking." The girl released her grip from Rongye's face, lowering her gaze to thoughtfully count on her fingers. "Using me first, that is one. Having ill intentions towards me, that is two. In the face of your malice, I, against all odds, repaid your grievances with kindness. Not only did I refrain from striking when Black San and his gang attacked, but I also helped you deal with them, that is three. Tell me, do you not owe me a great deal now?" After spending these past few days together, she had discerned that the person before her was not inherently benevolent. Yet he upheld a certain moral code towards his friends. Thus, she did not expect the first 2 points to evoke any guilt in him. However, the last point was a genuine act of life-saving grace, and she was determined to see some reaction from him. It was precisely this understanding that led her to make a swift choice when Black Sands Group approached with malicious intent. Rather than being taken away by total strangers, she preferred to remain among Rongye and his slightly familiar companions. Moreover, it was crucial that Rongye was frail, while De Mao and Mao were rather dim-witted, making them easier to manage. Without a moment's hesitation, Rongye agreed. Chapter 12. "She truly is a kind-hearted little darling." Chu Mian nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. From this day forth, I shall be your benefactor. You must protect me at all times, ensuring I am never hungry, thirsty, cold, or frozen. You must procure whatever I desire, even if I ask for the stars from the sky. You must fetch them for me. In summary, whatever I say, you must comply." How does that sound? Quite simple, is it not? Not too much to ask. In truth, her demands were not excessively high. All they required was a peaceful coexistence and a long-term source of sustenance. After all, in this world, as a delicate and beautiful female, she had no rights to venture out and work, let alone be self-sufficient. Oh, she truly is a kind-hearted little darling. De Mao. How is this simple? Mao? Is this not excessive? Deal that I in stark contrast to De Mao and Mao's reactions. Rongye's face radiated seriousness as he extended his arms to lift Chu Mian from the table and gently placed her on the vacant seat beside him. He then moved the plate of steak from across the table in front of her, softly reminding her, "But first, You must eat your lunch. Eating cold steak will not be good for your stomach. It mattered not that the young female harbored some reservations about him. They had ample time ahead, and he would patiently help her lower her guard. It also did not concern him that the young female's temperament was somewhat off-kilter. He would nurture her back to her kind and gentle nature. As a genetically engineered beast man, he had endured immense suffering due to his identity from a young age. He would never allow this young female to experience such hardships again. On the contrary, he would provide her with the best of everything, ultimately proving to the world that genetically engineered beastmen were no lesser than those born naturally. Since their sincere communication, the dynamics between Rong Yi and Chu Mian had markedly improved. Rong Ye's group no longer treated Chu Mian as a child to be amused. Instead, she began to express her true self around the three beasts. Particularly when speaking, she no longer limited herself to mere monosyllabic utterances. Though her voice remained soft and tender, her tone had shifted. "Hey, where is my water?" This was the most genuine expression of the young girl, exuding authority. "Here, here." Ermao eagerly handed over the water cup. Having checked its temperature carefully with the palm of his hairless hand to ensure it was not too hot for her. "Humph," she grunted in response, her demeanor reminiscent of a formidable leader as she slowly tilted her head back to take a sip. Then extended the cup towards them without lifting her gaze, perfectly embodying the essence of an aloof queen. Ermao wagged his tail excitedly and quickly reached out to catch it, grinning as he added, "Little Chu Mian, I am Ermao." Initially, he thought it quite rude for little Chu Mian to address their leader by name, but now, it seemed she deemed them unworthy of names altogether, only referring to them as hey. "Hey, hey, wine, wine, wine. We want names too. Where's the cake?" The girl drawled lazily. Ermao froze momentarily. "Okay, I'll go get it, but Demao has not returned yet. I reminded him to buy it when he left. He will surely remember and be back soon." "You don't know how to make a cake?" Well, if I could, why would I need to go out to buy one? I can't even cook rice properly." "Useless," she scoffed disdainfully to Ermao. "All right, then let's not remember his name for now. What about Rongyi?" Like a regal queen, the girl began to inquire about the whereabouts of those in the room. Among the three beasts, Rongyi was the one she found most appealing. Not only did his looks captivate her, but his intelligence was also commendable. However, since she woke up that morning, she had not seen him and wondered where he had gone. "He hasn't gone to see a doctor, has he?" Ermao hesitated before responding. "The boss took Demao to make a trade. Although Black Sand is dead, their batch of goods remains, so the boss took Demao to find a new buyer for it." "Trade?" Chu Mian's interest peaked instantly. "Yes, they finally brought that batch of machinery through customs. We can't let it go to waste, can we? So the boss sought out a major buyer to sell it. Since there's no rush to conduct a physical examination for little Chu Mian anymore, they are free to do as they please without interrupting the main tasks. Moreover, with Black Sand deceased, their connections on Brew Star have been severed, and the boss naturally had to select someone to re-establish that line. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out with Demao. Where are they trading? Why not at the base?" Chu Mian asked eagerly. "Least let me witness a gang trade. In the underground black market. That's south the most suitable place for trading, considering its chaotic mix of various forces. We can't hold it at the base. What if another group like Black Sand shows up?" "I see," Chu Mian responded, her expression one of realization. After a pause, she sat upright on the sofa and declared, "All right, let us go take a look. A chaotic mix of forces, difficult to investigate. Huh. What? Where are we going?" Ermao gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. "The underground black market. Right now," Chu Mian exclaimed, rising from the sofa, stretching her arms in delight. She had been cooped up in this underground base for days, nearly suffocating from the confinement. Now that she finally found a reason to venture outside and explore this future beast world. To personally experience this unknown realm, to encounter the beasts and the monsters. No, she meant beastmen. Just the thought of it sent her spirit soaring. Ermao shook his head vigorously. "No, no, no, that is not possible. You can't go to such a place. You mustn't go there. Such places are exceedingly perilous, where lives can be claimed at any moment. If my memory serves me right, I believe I saved your life just yesterday? Was it 1 life, 2, or perhaps 3? The girl raised an eyebrow, her expression a blend of pride and defiance. "Ermao, I find it utterly irrefutable. But it simply cannot be. No way. Ermao's face contorted in distress. His features scrunched up in anxiety. That place is truly dangerous. This situation is entirely different from yesterday. Yesterday, the incident occurred at our base, our territory. But those who frequent the underground black market are an entirely different breed. Not to mention their dubious backgrounds and the complex crowd. That place is a labyrinthine maze, utterly beyond our control. No, absolutely not. If he dares to bring Xiaochu Mian to a place like the underground black market, the boss will surely eliminate him. Oh, I see. Xiaochu Mian drawled, a glimmer of understanding flickering in her, before she nodded in agreement. All right then, let us not go. It seems unexpected that the little female would so readily concede. Ermao, who had prepared to continue his lecture, was momentarily taken aback, rendered utterly bewildered. Oh? It appears that his little female is not entirely unreasonable after all. Look, he merely explained a smidgen, and she obediently complied. Ah, this is a sight that should be shown to the boss. Even Ermao has his moments of triumph. Ah ha ha ha. Unable to suppress his smugness, Ermao exclaimed, Yes, indeed. That place is genuinely dangerous. I am not merely being alarmist. If you ask me, we should head to the amusement park instead. It's far more entertaining, with swings and a Ferris wheel. Bang! Ermao's boisterous voice was abruptly cut off as he fell heavily to the ground, his robust body causing the floor to tremble slightly. In the expansive living room, the girl mercilessly kicked Ermao, who had been knocked unconscious by her surprise attack, several times. Once she confirmed that he was indeed unconscious. She rubbed her somewhat numb elbow, wearing an expression of delicate innocence. What I mean is, you shall not go. It is not that I am unwilling to go. Chapter 13. How many people have they called? Underground black market. In a certain abandoned factory, the spacious lower levels were filled with dozens of men, either standing or seated, all eyeing the two individuals before them with great suspicion. Opposite them stood only Rongya and Damao. Observing the tense demeanor of the crowd, Damao suppressed the impulse to roll his eyes and asked, Young heir, just how many men did you call to protect you? There must be 4 or 5 dozen here, right? Is all this really necessary? Aren't you tired? I still need to rush back to buy a cake for Xiaochu Mian. Ah, Damao brother, you cannot blame me. Everyone knows that He-san was killed by your lot. I just couldn't be too careful. In the distance, protected by his multitude of underlings, young heir wore a peculiar grin. As he spoke, his gaze fell again on Rongya, his expression somewhat strange, as if he did not comprehend why Damao would bring along someone so frail in such a serious situation. The delicate arms and legs of this sickly figure seemed utterly inconsequential. Moreover, this frail person occasionally coughed, which irritated him. All right, hurry it up. I have important matters to attend to later, so don't waste time. Damao said, his irritation palpable. The cakes from that bakery were hot commodities, and Ermao had specifically instructed him to buy them quickly, lest they sell out. Okay. Yang Er quickly agreed, his face beaming like a blooming flower. Unable to contain his joy, He-san was one of the most significant middlemen in the criminal underworld. Their group could typically only procure goods through him. Now that He-san was dead, while he was pleased that the upper echelons had directly approached him to sell goods, He-san's demise still left him somewhat apprehensive, fearing that these two might meet the same fate. Yet, the tantalizing temptation of the transaction was right before him, and he could not bear to let this opportunity slip away. After all, this was the latest firearm model designed by the master of machinery. If he could secure this batch of weapons, his prospects for the future would be boundless. Thus, he had made a request to bring his men along for safety during the transaction, and it seemed that his reputation in the underworld was solid enough for the other party to agree. With that thought, Yang Er looked eagerly at Damao, a flattering expression on his face. Damao brother, rest assured. I am not as blind as He-san. My reputation in the underworld is something you can verify. I am the most loyal of friends. As long as you do not betray me, I, Yang Er, will harbor no ill intentions. I offer 500 million star coins for this batch of goods. And as a gesture of friendship, Damao brother, feel free to come to me for future transactions. What do you say? Let us see how this collaboration unfolds first, Damao replied, his face still clouded with irritation. He turned and picked up 2 large leather cases at his feet, deftly entering a combination on them. The contents of the cases were revealed to young heir and his entourage. The cases were specially designed, lined with the latest mechanical firearms in neat rows of various sizes. Though they had yet to be handled, the streamlined curves and materials of these weapons indicated their premium quality. To facilitate the other party's inspection, Damao stepped back a short distance, signaling that he would make no sudden moves. Young heir was immediately captivated by the contents of the cases, gesturing to his underlings to come over for inspection and payment. The underlings wasted no time, striding forward to examine the firearms one by one, and soon one of them picked up a finely crafted handgun and began pulling the trigger to test the sound. But it was at that moment, bang! Young heir, who had been eagerly observing, suddenly fell to the ground. A bullet lodged in his head, blood pooling around him. The assailant was none other than the very underling who had just been inspecting the goods, his newly acquired firearm still emitting wisps of smoke from the muzzle. The abrupt turn of events left everyone in shocked awe. In the next moment, the circle of men surrounding young heir was swiftly mowed down by the gunfire from the outer circle of beastmen. While a dozen beastmen at the outermost perimeter aimed their ASK-48 rifles squarely at Rongya and Damao in the center. In an instant, numerous red laser dots appeared on the chests and foreheads of Rongya and Damao. Meanwhile, the instigator of the chaos, the underling, slowly turned aside, allowing his men to respectfully light a cigarette for him. With the most extravagant smoke in his mouth, the man's gaze fell slowly upon the handgun he had just tested, satisfaction gleaming in his beastly eyes. The master of machinery truly delivers. Even a mere handgun possesses such formidable power. Just consider, with that single shot, young heir's head is no more, showcasing the weapon's might. In the abandoned factory, Damao stood at the other end, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. What the hell? What in the world is happening? Is this a betrayal? Are we turning on our own? Despite the blood flowing like a river around his feet, the man, still puffing on his cigarette, raised his eyes to regard Rongya and Damao, smirking mockingly. Only a fool would offer 500 million to collaborate with you. But I, Baru, am different. I will keep the guns. I will take the money. And I will keep the people. The firearms and explosives designed by the master of machinery are extremely valuable in the black market. Organizations like theirs must always purchase goods through intermediaries, which not only costs a fortune but also requires them to curry favor with the middlemen, as the supply is limited if you don't play nice. There are plenty of others who will, but now, Baru intends to shatter this stalemate. He had skillfully convinced the naive young heir that He-san had perished at the hands of this man, ensuring they were fully prepared. Young heir, without a hint of doubt, allowed him to set things in motion, and he planned to seize this opportunity to place all his men within and then, at the opportune moment, eliminate young heir to take his place, all while also controlling the master of machinery's most valued subordinate. Given the brutal death of He-san, Baru prepared meticulously for this ambush. In addition to the 4 to 5 dozen fully armed men currently present in the factory, he had also positioned 30 to 40 of his brothers outside as a contingency. Moreover, the goods for the transaction were now in his hands. He, at this moment, was in a position of power with both goods and manpower. He could not fathom how, with 100 men and these 2 leather cases containing the most advanced firearms, he could not subdue just these 2 individuals. The person before him was a subordinate of the master of machinery who had maintained external communications over the years, highlighting the level of importance attributed to him. As long as he could control this individual, he had no doubt that the master of machinery would be forced to negotiate. Baru, vexed as he was, found himself ensnared in his own schemes. While Damao questioned him unpretentiously, "What do you mean by this? Can't you tell?" Baru tucked the firearm back into his waistband, raised his hand to flick the cigarette from his mouth, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke with a wicked grin. "I am merely replicating the actions of He-san. However, I am not so foolish as to confront you with only 5 men. To demonstrate my sincerity towards you, I have brought all of my men. As for the pale-faced, frail wretch beside me, who occasionally coughs, he is hardly worth my concern." Chapter 14. He was unexpectedly ambushed by a female. Upon hearing this, Damao squinted slightly. "Are you in cahoots with He-san?" The news of He-san's demise had not been deliberately concealed, thus it was not surprising that the underworld was aware of the matter. However, the fact that the person before him could accurately recount the number of individuals He-san had brought along indicated a familiarity that went beyond mere acquaintance. It suggested a profound bond, for how else could one possess such intricate details? That brainless fool does not merit being in my company. Yet you, Baloo's gaze fell upon Demao, a smirk playing on his lips. So, what do you say? Join me? I, Baloo, have always placed great value on talent, and you would not be treated poorly as my subordinate. Demao, upon hearing this, wore a complex expression, his beastly eyes glinting as if he were regarding a simpleton. Baloo, you truly do deserve to be associated with He San. You both share the same ordinary yet confident demeanor. Baloo narrowed his beastly eyes slightly, remaining silent for a moment. After a pause, he let out a cold laugh. I know you won't agree, but I must adhere to protocol and ask nonetheless. As the saying goes, one must show courtesy before hostility, yes? In that case, do not blame me for not providing you an opportunity. As he spoke, Baloo gestured with his hand, and in that instant, the red dots that had been scattered across Demao and Rongyi converged entirely upon Rongyi. Subsequently, Baloo retrieved an object from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground before Demao. Today's transaction is no trivial matter. You brought this coughing wretch along, which indicates he holds significant importance to you, Baloo said with a lewd grin, gesturing towards the object on the ground. If you wish for him to live, then you must obediently administer the injection. This is a quality product, MX7, developed at great expense. It is exhilarating. He had previously sent a dose to He San, but to his dismay, the wastrel had failed to make use of it, and now he had to redo the arrangement himself. With a loud crash, something suddenly fell from a dilapidated window in the factory. At that moment, the unexpected noise drew the attention of everyone in the quiet factory, and the armed beasts instinctively aimed their weapons at the source of the sound. Below the shattered window, the newly arrived Chuxian, who had just noticed the multitude of red dots now focused on her, blinked in confusion as she sat on the ground. Wow, so compared to that group of useless individuals outside, this is where the excitement truly lies. Her inky eyes darted between the astonished Rongyi and Demao on her left and the unfamiliar beasts on her right, before finally locking onto Baloo, who stood at the forefront. A flicker of dark light crossed her gaze. In the next moment, Chuxian innocently extended her soft, white hands towards Baloo, exclaiming, "Hug!" The sweet, timid voice of the girl echoed softly in the expansive factory. It must be said that Chuxian's appearance was exceedingly deceptive. Firstly, her frail exterior gave the impression that she was merely a recently unwrapped cub from a blind box. Secondly, such genetically engineered females typically possessed low intelligence. Even the finest A-grade females, after extensive training, would not surpass the intellect of a 12-year-old. Thus, the question arises, what would be the natural reaction to a female cub whose intelligence was perhaps only a few years old? Especially one as exquisitely beautiful and adorable as she? Naturally, it would be an utter lack of vigilance. Hence, when Chuxian sweetly called for a hug, Baloo's immediate reaction was to step forward and embrace her. How could an A-grade female be here? The crowd began to murmur in hushed tones. Indeed, and she is so adorable. Oh my, her earlier plea for a hug melted my heart. This is the first time I've seen an A-grade female up close. She is far more beautiful than those on television. Absolutely. She is even more stunning than the live-born females on screen. How much is she worth? Yet, how could such a precious female be present in this place? Why had the brothers outside not stopped her? Stop her from what? Just look at her sitting on the ground calling for a hug. It's evident she is just a child. Would you stop a little girl? True. I certainly wouldn't. She is simply too cute. In an instant, the factory was filled with whispers of astonishment, the faces of the crowd glowing with admiration, save for the complex expressions of Rongyi and Demao. Little female, whose child are you? How did you end up here? Baloo took a swift step, squatting before the exquisitely beautiful Chuxian, his intense gaze fixated upon her, filled with wonder. This little female was undoubtedly the most beautiful he had ever seen, especially her pair of dark, intelligent eyes that sparkled with life, devoid of the dullness typical of genetically engineered females. And that soft, milk-like skin was a testament to her A-grade quality. Without a moment's hesitation or wariness, Baloo reached out to embrace the girl before him. Suddenly, a slender syringe appeared at Baloo's neck. With no time for hesitation, a pale blue liquid was forcefully injected into the man's neck from the syringe. It was only then that Baloo realized the pain, his fervent obsession transforming into furious wrath. He swung his hand towards the girl who had ambushed him. However, she seemed to have anticipated this, nimbly rolling away to evade his strike, leaving behind a deep handprint on the ground where he had hit. Unfortunately, the syringe lodged in his neck was not secure, and with his vigorous movements, it fell to the ground, leaving 2/3 of the liquid still inside. Damnable female! How dare you ambush me? Baloo clutched his neck, rising to his feet, his eyes burning with rage, the ferocity in his beastly gaze directed at the fleeing Chuxian. Baring his teeth as he charged at her, he had been ambushed by a female. He must kill her. Kill her. Yet, just as Baloo regained his footing, a wave of dizziness washed over him, an indescribable sensation of comfort spreading through his body, making him wish to hum in delight. Realizing this was the effect of the injection he had just received from the little female, Baloo's expression shifted drastically. What did you inject me with? In stark contrast to Baloo's fury, Chuxian stood leisurely a short distance away, seemingly with no intention of fleeing. Rongyi, standing nearby, furrowed his brows, preparing to protect her, only to be frozen in place by the spectacle before him. He watched as the girl in the center of the factory slowly pulled an object from her coat pocket, casually tossing it in the air, catching it, and tossing it again. In that moment, not only did Rongyi stare in disbelief, but even the furious Baloo halted in his tracks, his face paling. The crowd instinctively stepped back several paces, their eyes filled with terror at what the girl was juggling, a hand grenade. The latest model with the most terrifying power. Rongyi. Da Mao. Baloo. Everyone. Chapter 15. I must tear this little female apart. Baloo was instantly stunned, clutching his neck, entirely forgetting the injection he had received. His body frozen in place, his rage morphing into palpable fear. Little female, please, don't move, don't sway that thing. Ah, what the hell is going on right now? How could this little female have the latest hand grenade? Baloo panicked. Be good. Little female, please, don't sway it. That's a bomb. Do you know what a bomb is? It goes boom boom, understand? It's far more terrifying than thunder. Please, don't sway it. Assuming the little female was completely ignorant of what a grenade was, Baloo clumsily resorted to exaggerated comparisons with thunder. After his elaborate description, the girl indeed ceased her movements with the grenade, standing quietly in place, her dark eyes blinking innocently. Come, give it to me, won't you? Seeing her calm demeanor, Baloo felt a slight sense of relief, forcing a smile as he gradually approached her. Once you hand it over, I'll take you to have some little cakes. All right, they are delicious. With strawberry flavor, vanilla flavor, and milk flavor. Come on, slowly hand it to me. No response. The girl suddenly spoke, her beautiful brow furrowing into a tight knot. What? Attention still lingered on the bomb nestled within Chumian's palm. And Baloo's response could only be described as being led by the nose, as he instinctively retorted, What do you mean no reaction? The injection, of course. Chumian gestured toward her neck, indicating that the individual had claimed the efficacy of the serum was remarkable. At this point, Chumian earnestly recalled the information she had gathered, reciting it verbatim. MX7, specially developed, with a 100 addiction rate. Once injected, one would turn into a dog, tail wagging in a plea for mercy. That individual had introduced it in such a manner. The serum she had just used was obtained a couple of days prior from an orc named Hyzen. She had always been curious whether the serum's effects were truly as potent as claimed. But regrettably, her 3 beasts at home were not suitable test subjects. After all, if they died during the experiment, she would be left without any beasts to serve her. Thus, the serum remained at her side. Just now, having heard this orc boast about the serum's effects, she could not let this opportunity for experimentation slip by. Yet at present, it appeared the serum had little effect. Wasn't it supposed to make one beg like a dog? Upon hearing the words from the petite female before him, Baloo suddenly felt a whirlwind of confusion, momentarily unsure whether to be astonished that she could communicate with him normally or to be shocked by her casual mention of MX7. Did she just say MX7? Baloo stood frozen in place. His form that had been stealthily approaching Chumian abruptly halted. A few seconds later, Baloo turned stiffly to glance at the shattered syringe tube he had just sent flying with a swift blow. And upon recognizing the unique markings on it, he incredulously turned back to Chumian, his beastly eyes wide with disbelief. The injection you just gave me was MX7? Indeed, the young girl responded obediently, nodding her head, feigning a serious inquisition. So, how does it feel, Baloo? Damn you. His fury ignited, Baloo raised his foot, ready to kick this weak yet infuriating little female to death. Tap, tap, tap. The bomb in the girl's hand was suddenly tossed up, falling gently back into her soft, white palm, creating a light sound upon impact. Baloo's form stilled once more, and as he processed the situation, he fell silent for a few seconds, allowing his overwhelming rage to be suppressed. Replaced by a facade of feigned gentleness. Little female, listen closely, hand that over to me, be a good girl. Battling against his surging wrath, Baloo forced himself to adopt a soothing tone once more. Once he secured the bomb, he would definitely tear this little female apart with his own hands. So, it really has no effect. Chumian persistently followed up, a hint of disappointment crossing her small face. Could it be that the dosage of the serum was insufficient? After all, she had wasted quite a bit. Baloo. Damn it. What did that infuriatingly dissatisfied expression mean? If MX7 hadn't been developed at his command, and if the finished product hadn't been deemed sufficient, he would truly be in a panic. However, it seemed the dosage he had just received was not particularly high, which somewhat steadied his nerves. But that was a matter for later. The immediate priority was to retrieve the bomb from the little female's hands. Of course, it's effective, but first, you must give me the bomb, and then I will explain the effects to you, all right? Although the little female could communicate with him normally, her intellect seemed to be at the level of a mere child, which ultimately posed little threat. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so foolish as to wave a bomb around in her hands. Really? Chumian's eyes brightened at his words, and she eagerly nodded, yes, yes, without the slightest hesitation. She raised her small hand toward Baloo and directly rolled the bomb into his calloused palm. In that moment, Baloo's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled down, and he quickly glanced at the bomb in his hand, wishing to confirm that the safety latch remained closed. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a slender needle once again appeared at Baloo's neck, and a vial of blue liquid was injected into his body at lightning speed. Unlike the previous injection, this time, the girl seemed anxious that the syringe might fall to the ground, so she pressed it in with great force, causing 2/3 of the needle to pierce deeply into Baloo's soft throat. Ah, cough, cough, cough. Blood began to seep from Baloo's throat, choking him, and aside from the terror in his eyes, he could only emit strangled coughs, each one accompanied by a spurt of blood. Charming Chumian observed Baloo's every expression with disdain. How can you cough so grotesquely? It's revolting. Beside them, the expressionless Ronya, the already stunned Demao, the crowd, now frozen in fear. Chapter 16. Little Chumian, are you serious? Realizing that his throat had been severely injured and he might not survive, a fierce glint flickered in Baloo's crimson eyes. As he gurgled in his throat, he suddenly released the safety latch on the bomb in his hand and, baring his bloodied teeth, burst into wild laughter. Damn it! If I'm going to die, then everyone here will accompany me to the grave, especially that detestable female. Witnessing Baloo's manic actions, everyone except Chumian was engulfed in terror. In that instant, all began to scream and flee in all directions. Forgetting entirely about any negotiation, in the blink of an eye, the vast factory was left with only Chumian, Ronya, and Demao standing calmly in place. The entire scene unfolded like a farcical and surreal spectacle. In the open space, Ronya coughed lightly, quietly observing the bomb that had rolled away to the distance, a hint of pink blooming on his pale face from the cough, yet he said nothing. Glancing at the crowd that was howling and fleeing, Demao stood to the side, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Little Chumian, impressive. That was quite intimidating. Did you find that empty shell at home? Now, not only is no one stopping them, but they could practically swagger out. Chumian slowly turned her head toward Demao, her expression one of confusion. Ha 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 ha, still pretending. Ha ha ha, little Chumian, your act was quite convincing. When you were waving that bomb around just now, you really scared me. Ha 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 ha. It was only when Chumian obediently handed the bomb over to Baloo that he finally realized she had been pretending all along. After all, who would actually hand over a real weapon to their enemy? Right? He had thought to himself, how could a normal person toss a real bomb about? Little Chumian was no ordinary female. She was a highly intelligent little female, After all, Chumian remained silent, her gaze steady. Ha 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 ha, Damao's smile gradually stiffened, and the next moment, he held his breath, his expression becoming numb. Little Chumian, are you serious? Chumian dazedly nodded, taking her time to respond. I am serious, Damao felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Pausing for a moment in silence, so, the bomb you just gave Baloo was real? Chumian again obediently nodded. Yes, Damao's expression became increasingly rigid. 2 seconds later, he struggled to swallow. So, how much time do we have left? As soon as he spoke, Chumian's face lit up with a bright smile, showing her pearly white teeth, and she even raised her hand to make an adorably cute gesture. There are 30 seconds left. Damao had always believed himself to be battle-hardened. After all, he had repeatedly danced on the brink of death and had survived countless times. His heart had long since grown numb. But he had weathered many storms and would not be easily frightened. But now, he just wanted to pop open a bottle of emergency heart medication. Boss, confirming that the seemingly soft and adorable little female before him was not joking. Damao turned to Rongya with a face of despair, preparing to utter his last words. After all, with that new type grenade bomb in play, running away was futile. The explosion's power could cover nearly a 2-kilometer radius. If they hadn't even escaped the blast zone, they would likely be blown away by the bomb, so rather than spend their final moments fleeing, it would be better to calmly reflect on what regrets they had in life. But just as Damao turned his head, he saw his boss walk past him without a glance and stride toward little Chumian, then pulled out 5 or 6 compressed life-saving membranes from her cute pocket. In that moment, the lifelessness in Damao's eyes was instantly replaced by a glimmer of hope. Is that really compressed life-saving membranes? To her astonishment, Xiao Chumian had brought along a compressed life-saving membrane. If only she had known that such a device was at her disposal, she wouldn't have fretted over a thing. The so-called compressed life-saving membrane was specifically developed by the leader to shield against explosions, fierce flames, and radiation. Given its life-saving nature, the leader invested considerable effort into its creation, and it was scarcely available for sale to the public. At first glance, the compressed life-saving membrane appeared to be a mere small pill. Yet once opened and exposed to air, it would expand rapidly within a brief span, transforming into a compact chamber filled with air, akin to a small oxygen pod. Furthermore, the expanded chamber was filled with a certain quantity of soft, yet firm, small oxygen balloons that would secure a person inside, allowing them to withstand immense explosions and vibrations. One could assert that possessing such a device during an explosion would result in a survival rate of an astonishing 99. Without waiting for Damao to take action, Rongyi tossed a compressed life-saving membrane to him, while deftly activating another one for herself, promptly securing Xiao Chumian within the now expanded translucent chamber. Do not be afraid, she hastily reassured. As she secured Xiao Chumian's form within the chamber, her expression of concern seemingly oblivious to the fact that the catalyst for their current predicament was the very girl before her. Xiao Chumian lazily lifted her gaze, unfazed. In truth, she was not afraid at all. Having been afflicted with a rare congenital insensitivity to pain since birth, she lacked the capacity to perceive fear. It was precisely this innate advantage that had led her to join the National Wormhole Research Project, embarking on one temporal journey after another, ultimately becoming the sole female member of the entire traversal team. While other team members returned from their missions mentally shaken, requiring extensive psychological counseling to barely recuperate, and even then, only managing to cope with daily life rather than undertake further temporal tasks, her experience was markedly different. Due to her insensitivity to pain, her perception of danger was significantly dulled. At times, she would even exhibit a delayed response to fear, often realizing it days or even months later. Consequently, many critical research projects were entrusted to her. After spending several days in this beastman world, she had gained a general understanding of their considerable martial prowess, realizing that ordinary handguns could not subdue them. Thus, before venturing out, she had thoroughly examined all the weaponry and equipment in the basement, taking the time to study the manuals of the items that piqued her interest before ultimately deciding to take along grenades and compressed anti-radiation pills. Contemplating their potential utility, it was this spirit of bold experimentation that had allowed her to maintain her calm demeanor earlier. Perhaps noticing the absence of even a hint of panic in Xiao Chumian's eyes, A flicker of concern passed through Rong Ye's beastly gaze. After a deep look at Xiao Chumian, he turned and dove into another already expanded chamber. 2 seconds later, a blinding flash of light and a wave of heat erupted in the underground black market. The beastmen who had fled from the factory and had not yet escaped the blast radius were engulfed by flames. In an instant, the sound of the crumbling abandoned factory and the wails of the fleeing beastmen echoed, even shaking the entire underground black market violently, sending bricks and rubble tumbling to the ground. Chapter 17. Oh no, she was blown away. Why is the survival rate after using the anti-radiation pill in an explosion stated as 99 rather than 100? It is because there remains a 1 chance of being swept away by the heat wave generated by the explosion. Indeed, Xiao Chumian had the dubious honor of becoming the subject of this minuscule probability. Thus, when she laboriously crawled out from the deflated chamber, what greeted her was a vast mountain of refuse. Staring at the unfamiliar surroundings and inhaling the pungent, fermenting stench, the cleanliness-loving Xiao Chumian momentarily found herself bewildered amidst the heap of garbage. Lacking any sense of direction, she randomly chose a direction she fancied and began to walk. Despite this path causing her to tumble into the trash pit numerous times, leaving her filthy and reeking, she resolved to continue on her knees, as it was her own choice as she walked. She soon found herself beneath the setting sun. It must be said that without sunlight, the temperature around her plummeted sharply. Having resigned herself to spending the night amidst this boundless refuse mountain, she began to gather any usable old blankets and thick cloths to drape over herself for warmth. At this moment, cleanliness had become irrelevant. What mattered was keeping warm. Just as she prepared to nestle into a corner of a rock she had chosen and close her eyes for a much-needed rest, a rustling noise abruptly roused her. I say, are you certain there's scrap iron here that we need? Of course. If we don't look here, where else can we go? Do we have the money to buy new? Do you have any money? I'm just worried that we won't find any here. There must be. I saw old Huang drive in with a truckload of scrap iron just a couple of days ago. Hurry, look for it, quickly. Damn it. What bad luck. This is just like divine beings fighting, and the innocent suffer. Why do those people have to fight and then collapse our house? Sure, keep your voice down. Haven't you heard that Yang Er and his gang were all blown to bits? What kind of force must they have provoked to annihilate them all? I heard that it was Balor's Nest that revolted, collaborating with outsiders to kill Yang Er, but unexpectedly, in a case of black eating black. He too was taken out by that group. What? It's that terrifying. The black eat black master must be quite formidable. Yang Er's gang was no ordinary force. How could they wipe them all out? Hey, don't forget, in our eyes, Yang Er's gang is the boss, but out there, they might just be seen as a little pawn that wouldn't dare to retaliate against a mere slap. And no one even glances at them. All right, enough of that. And no matter how cowardly he is, he's still better than us. Keep your eyes peeled. Hey, shine the flashlight over here. The two lowered their voices and quickly began to rummage through another section of the refuse pile. Beneath the rocky cave, hidden in the shadows, Xiao Chumian thoughtfully stroked her chin. After a moment, a faint sound broke the silence of the night. The two beastmen searching for scrap iron were suddenly startled. Who's there? The flashlight in the beastman's hand began to flail in a panic, scanning the surroundings, while he bellowed angrily, "Who is it? Come out! Come out!" As the words fell, a small, filthy female figure trembled as she slowly emerged from the darkness. Her tear-filled eyes wide with terror, exuding an indescribable vulnerability. Both beastmen froze simultaneously. How can there be a little female here? The two beastmen were utterly taken aback, realizing they were amidst a dark, rancid refuse pile. The presence of a little female here was astonishing, and judging by her reaction, she seemed to possess some intelligence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out in fear upon hearing their shouts. Time stood still in that moment. Xiao Chumian, clutching the tattered cloth she had salvaged from the refuse, maintained her body heat against the cold night wind, her eyes glistening and slightly red as she gazed at the two grotesque beastmen before her. Embodying a pitiful, delicate flower. Simultaneously, the expressions on the faces of the two beastmen shifted from shock to astonishment, and finally to a heated intensity, their emotions a vivid tableau. Why heavens, it's a little female. There's actually a little female here. The tall beast man exclaimed in disbelief, his gaze hurriedly darting around the refuse pile, searching for the one who might have discarded her. Was her owner nearby? You fool! The stout beast man, without a second thought, slapped the tall one on the head, exasperated. This little female doesn't look like a defective product at all. How could she have been thrown away? And besides, didn't you see the dress she's wearing? That's the latest from DC. Only the wealthy can afford such expensive items. How could she possibly have been abandoned here? The tall beast man, struck by the slap, wore an expression of disbelief. If she wasn't discarded, how could she possibly be here? This is a garbage dump. It's filthy and stinky. You. The stout beast man stared at the tall one, feeling utterly helpless. When will that thick skull of yours finally wake up? Didn't we just say that there was a massive explosion in the black market this afternoon? The entire market shook from that blast. Many houses collapsed, and everyone was scared out of their wits. I see it perfectly normal for this little female to run out in panic. The tall beast man, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Oh, so that's how it is." Meanwhile, Xiao Chumian, attentively listening, also had a moment of realization. Oh, so it could be like that. Upon realizing the situation, the tall orc hastily raised the flashlight in his hand and began to scan the surroundings with an expression of panic. Surely her master must be nearby, right? We must leave. We need to escape. In this day and age, only the affluent can afford a healthy female. Judging by the appearance of that young female, though her face was obscured by dirt, making it difficult to discern her features, her reaction suggested a degree of intelligence. Such quality could only belong to females of at least D grade, indicating that the master behind this young female must possess a fortune of several 100,000. Moreover, to be able to keep a female of at least D grade quality in this underground black market implies that her master wields considerable power. Otherwise, she would have long been snatched away. Thus, from any perspective, the master behind this young female is undoubtedly someone formidable. If they linger here and her master arrives, thinking they have abducted her, it could spell disaster. They were all too familiar with the consequences of being unjustly beaten, with others requiring no reason to attack them, just a whim or a bad mood would suffice. Hence, upon realizing the complexity of the situation regarding the young female's master, the tall orc's instinctive reaction was to leave quickly to avoid another baseless beating. Leave? Why should we leave? The stout orc retorted vehemently. The tall orc's eyes widened in shock at the response. If we don't go now, what if someone comes and we get beaten again? I'm truly terrified of being beaten. Beaten for what? The stout orc suddenly erupted, as if a long-suppressed anger had found an outlet. He pointed excitedly at Chu Xian, who stood silently to the side. Can't you see our opportunity? If we sell her to the arena, we'll have the money to leave this place. Having been bullied by thugs due to their inherent disabilities and unattractive appearances, they had to sneak around at night just to scavenge for scrap metal. He was tired of living such a humiliated life. Previously, he had been unable to escape the underground black market, but now that an opportunity lay before him, if he chose to ignore it, he would truly be pitiful. The tall orc, taken aback by the rebuttal, stammered, Sell? Sell her to the arena? Yes, to the arena. But why the arena? Will there be buyers there? Why not sell the young female to a blind box store? The tall orc's confusion was evident. Do you even have a brain? Selling her to a store would lead her master straight to us. We have to sell her to the arena. Though the payment there is not substantial, it is safer than a store. After all, once she dies, her master will have no way of finding her, and thus no way to trace us. Furthermore, the arena buys discarded females every day without questioning their origins. We can exchange her for cash and leave immediately. No one will know about this. This? The tall orc stammered, struggling to comprehend the stout orc's clear logic, his attention fixated on the word "did" in the dim light of the night. The tall orc cast a glance at Chu Xian, who stood motionless not far away, his face betraying a hint of hesitation. But this young female seemed healthy. If he sold her to the arena, she would not survive. The underground black market's arena was one of the orc's favorite forms of entertainment. To pique the interest of patrons, the arena owner continually devised various innovative and thrilling competitions. Among them, the Beast Fighter vs. Starved Beast event was the most popular. Initially, The beast fighters were robust orcs who would mercilessly thrash the starved beasts. But the audience's excitement waned. Thus, the arena owner began to feature frail orcs with disabilities as beast fighters, allowing the audience to revel in their terror and anguish before the starved beasts pounced upon them, leading to a gruesome demise. The audience flocked to witness the spectacle. However, as time passed, the ordinary sickly orcs no longer captivated the crowd, prompting some more radical underground arenas to feature weak females as beast fighters. The quality of females available at blind box stores varied. Particularly, E and F grade females had become tiresome, yet the subpar females that were less likely to perish immediately became the favored prey of the arena owners. Thus, when the stout orc spoke of selling to the arena, he meant to sell the young female to become a beast fighter, ultimately leading to her tragic death under the watchful gaze of the audience. Of course, that's the point. If we reveal ourselves, do you think we'll have a way out? The stout orc scolded. The tall orc, typically indecisive, was swayed by the stout orc's explanation and reprimand. Though he still felt a pang of remorse for the sudden appearance of the young female, the vision of a future life away from the underground black market, as described by the stout orc, ultimately silenced his objections. Therefore, under the stout orc's command, the tall orc took on the role of a human chauffeur, swiftly carrying Chuxian to the back door of the largest arena in the underground black market. As the moon hung high, the underground black market grew increasingly lively. Observing his companion bargaining with the arena staff while obscured by tattered cloth, the tall orc glanced at the young female standing before him. Ah, this, he thought, gazing at the obediently standing young female, oblivious to the impending fate awaiting her. I'm sorry, young female. We are compelled by our circumstances to, realizing that his words were futile, the tall orc halted mid-sentence. His expression filled with guilt, he swiftly retrieved an item from his waist and discreetly placed a small blade in the young female's dirty hand. This is for you. Try to survive as long as you can. Although the young female before him appeared frail and the arena was notorious for its bloodshed, there existed an unwritten rule. The last being standing would be spared out of course. Survival was always reserved for the strong. And in the female combat arena, the ferocious starved beasts typically emerged victorious. Given her diminutive stature, her chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Yet, this did not negate the faint glimmer of hope, right? What if? Just perhaps, this young female possessed enough luck? The tall orc could only comfort himself with such thoughts, initially intending to say a few more words of solace, but was startled to see the stout orc approaching. He quickly concealed his expression of guilt and hurried to meet the stout orc, not wanting to be berated as a useless burden. Excellent, 30,000 star coins. That means we each get 15,000. Though the sum was not substantial, it was sufficient to facilitate their escape from the underground black market, freeing them from their previous humiliations. Only 30,000? The tall orc exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled that not long ago, a D-grade female was priced around 100,000 star coins. Despite the young female before him being dirty and smelly, her dark, clear eyes suggested that after a good wash, she would not be lacking. How could she only fetch 30,000? Is that too little? Should we sell her to the store instead? Intentionally leaving a trail for others to follow, and then we be hunted down? The tall orc stiffened at the suggestion, glancing at the arena owner in the distance, who was watching them intently while smoking. His expression fell. Then it's the arena. After all, no matter how much she sells for, she's still a windfall for us. I feel sorry for this young female. In a moment, let someone tidy up and change into a more presentable outfit. Undoubtedly, tonight's star will be none other than this little female. Oh, enough already. Sensing the impatience of the buyers, the rotund orc hurriedly turned around and waved his hand in acknowledgement. The next moment, he bent down towards Chuxian, adopting a facade of amiable benevolence. Little female. Are you hungry? Do you see that uncle over there? He has delicious food. Go on, don't be afraid. Just go over there. Chuxian raised her gaze to meet the rotund orc's eyes, her expression as tranquil as a still pond. Taken aback by her demeanor, the orc felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. Was it merely his imagination? Why did he feel as if this little female had transformed completely? Just moments ago, her eyes were filled with fear. Trembling with trepidation, now, she appeared, how should he put it? Perhaps overly calm. or even slightly disdainful. The whole situation struck him as distinctly odd. Take, for instance, the way she looked at him now, utterly serene, yet inexplicably, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if a venomous snake was fixating on him, ready to strike fatally at any moment. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chu Xian glanced at the rotund orc, then slowly turned her head away, wrapping herself in her tattered blanket and walking steadily towards the distant ORC, the back entrance of the arena. Observing the filthy little female approaching, Lao Dong couldn't help but furrow his brows, especially when she halted just 2 steps away from him, gazing at him in silence, leaving him momentarily stunned. Why did this little female exude such composure, so unlike the weeping females he was accustomed to? Yet, in the blink of an eye, his peculiar feeling was overshadowed by the booming announcement from the arena's loudspeakers. Lao Dong's expression shifted instantly. He could no longer afford to scrutinize the obedient little female before him. Without uttering a word, he seized her frail arm and hastened towards the back entrance. Damn it! Why has the time moved up? Wasn't the show supposed to start at 10:30? It's only 10 now. Do those fools even know how to keep track of time? Displeased with the little female's frailty and slow pace, Lao Dong unceremoniously hoisted her onto his shoulder and sprinted towards the underground arena's 3rd level. Time was indeed of the essence. Before each match, the host would introduce the prey one by one to heighten the guests' excitement. If any guests found the prey appealing, they would promptly call their companions to join in, leading to various betting activities. This directly impacted the arena's revenue, especially on a night like this. Following the sudden explosion in the underground black market that had left many houses in ruins, numerous orcs were forced to spend the night outside, awaiting daylight to rebuild their homes. Staying in a hotel was too extravagant, and sleeping on the streets was perilous. Thus, the best way to spend the night was to come to the arena for the evening fights, reveling until dawn. Tonight, not only would their arena be bustling, but likely all the arenas in the underground black market would be pulling out all the stops to attract customers. It was precisely for this reason that he had spent 30,000 star coins to purchase a fine female as a spectacle. Currently, most of the female prey in the arena were mere F grade, barely clinging to life, with only a few slightly better ones reaching E grade at most. The individual who sold him this little female claimed that she was of D grade quality. After a cursory inspection, he confirmed her classification, and from her obedient demeanor and the shine in her eyes, she seemed to possess a measure of intelligence. Perhaps she was even better than D grade. He had no interest in where those two had procured such a female. What mattered to him was that this pricey acquisition would enhance tonight's business, allowing him to recoup the losses of the past few months. Wait! Catching sight of the large iron cages filled with whimpering females about to close, Lao Dong quickened his pace, realizing that the automatic mechanism would not halt for his calls. With a furrowed brow and a determined heart, he unhesitatingly tossed the little female towards the cage's opening. Given the distance between him and the cage, along with the cushioning of the other females inside, he figured this little female would only suffer minor scrapes, nothing of great concern. After all, she was destined for a grim fate eventually. A few injuries now would be inconsequential. Whoosh! He had to admit, the little female was surprisingly light. He effortlessly hurled her into the closing cage. He braced himself for the anticipated thud of her landing, followed by her whimpering. However, the ensuing scene left him frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. To his astonishment, the little female he had just thrown landed gracefully in the center of the cage, then slowly stood upright as the cage began to rise. She looked down at him through the bars, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 20. For peculiar Miss Rabbits standing within the cage. Chu Xian felt quite pleased, as the unfolding events aligned perfectly with her plans. As a person who had been blown away and rendered missing, her immediate goal was to reunite with Rong Yi and the others. However, she was in unfamiliar territory, and relying solely on her abilities to locate them seemed utterly futile. Moreover, the garbage mountain was astoundingly vast. After wandering for quite some time without seeing an end in sight, she realized that if she attempted to walk out on her own, it would likely exhaust her completely, and she could very well faint from hunger amidst the refuse. Thus, conserving her strength became imperative. Having encountered those two orcs, she could conveniently use them as her human chariots, which was an opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. Furthermore, she was currently masquerading as a feeble little female. If she remained silent, she would be whisked away without a word. Conversely, if she spoke normally, it might attract the unwarranted attention of unfamiliar orcs, potentially leading to danger. After much contemplation, it seemed more prudent to go along with the plan of those two orcs. Allowing herself to be sold to this arena, and then, in her own way, draw Rongyi to her. Perfect. As she scanned the surroundings of the bustling arena, assessing the number of attendees, she contemplated how to attract the attention of those outside in the shortest time possible. She had overheard the orcs mention that the arena would broadcast the fights live to draw in more customers. If that were the case, all she needed was to perform exceptionally well. And it would only be a matter of time before Rongyi and the others discovered her through the broadcast. This could work to her advantage, since she couldn't search for them. Why not place herself in the spotlight and let them come to her? With this thought in mind, Chuxian began to meticulously plan her next steps. However, just as she diverted her attention from the cage, she was met with a long line of eyes staring back at her from within on the other side of the cage. For girls with Orcish features. No, they were referred to as females, stared wide-eyed at her. Their expressions a mix of fear and curiosity. Chuxian? After a moment of silence, she blinked at them and finally managed to utter, "Are you all rabbits?" This was her first encounter with the so-called females in real life. Gazing at the four before her, each adorned with long rabbit ears and noticeable fur on their faces, particularly their bright red eyes, their animal traits were unmistakable. The only difference was the color of their ears. Some were cream, some gray, some pitch black, and others patterned. Inside the cage, the four rabbit girl hybrids remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Chuxian's words. Yet, their collective gaze fixated on her, as if they had made a silent agreement to stare intently. Unblinking, Chuxian felt a bit taken aback. You don't understand?" After 2 seconds of silence, she curiously inquired again. Standing before the iron bars, the four rabbit girls remained motionless, their red eyes sparkling as they fixated on Chuxian, as though they were looking at a rare treasure. Chuxian. Another 2 seconds of silence followed. Chuxian slowly began to move to the left side of the cage. The four rabbits' gazes shifted in unison to follow her. Chuxian. She then cautiously stepped to the right side of the cage. The four rabbits' eyes followed her movements once more. Chuxian. Very well that in all her life, this was the first time she felt a shiver run down her spine from being stared at by rabbits. "Keep staring, and I'll pluck your eyes out." In the confines of the cage, the displeased voice of the young girl suddenly fell to a low growl in that instant, as if sensing the girl's wrath. The four rabbits, though still unable to comprehend her words, instinctively averted their gazes and lowered their heads, trembling slightly as they curled closer to the iron bars. Yet, despite their evident fear, after a brief moment of silence, the rabbits, upon realizing that the girl had ceased her reprimand, cautiously stole glances at her from the corners of their eyes brimming with tiny hearts of red. Chuxian. Hey, is this never-ending? Within the arena, the neon lights flickered erratically. With the booming voice of the host announcing the commencement, the large iron cage began its slow progression into a pitch-black opening, clattering along. Half a minute later, as Chuxian's field of vision gradually widened, she found herself no longer in the elevated position from before, but rather standing on the blood-stained platform of the arena, listening to the sporadic cheers that echoed around her. A look of disdain crept across Chuxian's face. Isn't this arena supposed to be the largest underground fighting pit in the area? Why are there only a handful of oddball spectators? With such a pitiful turnout, and considering the arena's underground location, how could it possibly attract attention from the outside world? Chuxian furrowed her brow. As the surrounding lights shifted, the gate of the iron cage began to rise slowly, the immense sound abruptly pulling Chuxian back from her reverie. Fixing her gaze on the now fully opened entrance, she stepped forward, aware that the beasts awaiting her in the arena would likely be a pack of ferocious carnivores, such as wolves or lions, so she needed to take a moment to thoroughly examine the arena's layout. Noticing the dark red stains on the ground, which were already starting to blacken, and inhaling the peculiar scent of disinfectant mixed with blood that lingered in the air, Chuxian couldn't help but frown. All right, while the conditions may be lacking, I must admit that the organizers have put considerable thought into the arena's setup. Unlike the barren and flat ordinary venues, the organizers had transformed the arena into a miniature playground, albeit with rather simplistic and uninteresting attractions, which nonetheless heightened the enjoyment of the combat for the spectators. After all, for those twisted orcs who relished bloody spectacles, a prey being brutally killed on stage was far less entertaining than being toyed with before meeting a gruesome end. Thus, these attractions served not to end the show swiftly, but rather to provide hiding spots for the prey, prolonging their inevitable demise. Realizing this, Chu Xian turned her gaze back toward the large iron cage, contemplating how long the 4 rabbits might survive. However, just as she turned to look, she was met once again by a row of bright, shiny rabbit eyes. Chu Xian, what are you all doing following me? The cage is the safest place. To her astonishment, the previously timid rabbits, who had huddled close to the bars, now appeared in unison just 3 meters behind her. Strangely, they seemed to be holding onto one another's clothing, forming a neat line as they trailed behind her, unintentionally becoming the leading rabbit. Chu Xian. Chapter 21. Is this a group offering themselves up? In the stands, Yi Chi watched the situation in the arena with disdain. Having long grown weary of such prey lineups, what of female beasts? E-grade, F-grade females were hardly worth anything. After all, they were merely a few timid females who couldn't even speak, spending the entire time sobbing and clumsily attempting to flee, only to meet a tragic end in various ways. It was particularly dull, however, considering that he was the atmosphere coordinator specifically hired by the organizers. He resigned himself to the lackluster show. The only headache was that more than half of the dozen or so people in the stands were his colleagues, with only 5 or 6 being actual guests. This was a disaster. It seemed that in a few days, he would once again find himself unemployed. Hey, why does today's lineup seem so peculiar? Aren't those the most timid of the rabbits? They actually ventured out of their cage. Interesting. Normally, they would only dare to emerge with the aid of electric shocks, so what was different today? A voice nearby suddenly remarked in surprise. Hearing this, Yi Chi lifted his gaze to the enormous electronic holographic screen in the stands, and the next moment, his expression mirrored astonishment. Wait, it really is. Those rabbits, who usually just huddle and cry, are actually coming out of the cage in droves today, and they're pulling at each other's clothing. The sight is utterly comical. Is this a group offering themselves up? They must be a family, dying in perfect unison. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Yi Chi's eyes as he quickly shifted his gaze to the forefront of the rabbit procession. Wait, who is the female beast leading the charge? She doesn't look like a rabbit? A question arose from another side of the stands. Too dirty, wrapped in rags. Who can tell what beast she is? While they couldn't discern her species, she seemed entirely unafraid. These females lacked intelligence. Unless a fierce beast appeared before them, how could they possibly recognize danger? Indeed, it was typically only after one of them perished that the others realized the beast would devour them, leading to their delayed reactions. Yet, this was all so strange, particularly the filthy female at the forefront. Why did it seem as if she were surveying her surroundings? It was almost as if, how should one put it? She appeared to possess a hint of intelligence. I think she does exhibit some intelligence. Just look at how her reactions differ entirely from the other 4 rabbits. By the way, didn't the host mention a surprise in today's lineup? Could she be the one? A female with intelligence? My goodness. Surely not. A female with intelligence would at least be of D-grade quality, starting from 100,000 star coins. Has the organizer lost his mind? Impossible. It's merely an arena performance. Why would they employ a D-grade female? That would require an astronomical investment. She's picking up a knife from the ground. Look, she's actually picking up a knife. She recognizes knives. She truly possesses intelligence. My heavens, it seems she's speaking to those 4 rabbits. She can actually talk? She undoubtedly has intelligence. A D-grade female is no doubt. I have to take a photo and ask my friend who on earth sold a D-grade female to this place. What a waste of talent. I don't care anymore. Today's event is absolutely worth it. I'll call my friend to come see. Completely unaware that her mere appearance had sparked a surge in business, Chu Xian stood in the arena, once more exchanging wide-eyed glances with the 4 rabbits before her. Why are you following me? The cage is the safest place. Gazing at the row of rabbits standing before her, Chu Xian felt a twinge of headache. Yet, as anticipated, the 4 rabbit ladies exhibited no reaction, continuing to look at her with those sparkling, expectant eyes, as if she were genuinely guiding them through an amusement park. Chu Xian, after a prolonged staring contest, she ultimately yielded. After surveying her surroundings, she picked up a dagger from the ground and offered it to the nearest rabbit lady. Xiaobai, take this for protection. The closest rabbit lady had ears of a creamy hue. Not knowing her name, Chu Xian gave her a temporary moniker. Xiaobai gazed at the dagger with a bewildered expression, and in the blink of an eye, she eagerly reached out and reverently accepted the dagger. Then, tucked it into her clothing. Chu Xian watched in confusion, her mind reeling as she met Xiaobai's startlingly bright red eyes, momentarily taken aback by the intensity of her gaze. Chu Xian, please, it's just an ordinary dagger. And one I picked up from the ground at that. Is it really necessary to be this excited? Chu Xian was utterly flabbergasted by the scene before her, remaining silent for a considerable time before managing to regain her composure. That dagger is meant for self-defense. You should hold it, all right? Keeping it in your clothing could easily lead to injury. How foolish of me to think of giving her a dagger for protection. Now it is settled. That foolish rabbit has carelessly tucked the dagger into her clothing. What if an accidental bump causes the dagger to pierce through the fabric? She certainly does not wish to harm the rabbit. Chu Xian made an effort to speak slowly, believing that Bai would at least react a little, yet what met her gaze was still Bai's fervent and radiant eyes. The air fell into an awkward silence for a few seconds. Chu Xian, feeling exasperated, thought, well, I shall retrieve it myself. Damn it, she must be out of her mind. Knowing full well that the other party could not comprehend her words, she still attempted to explain. Why not simply take back the dagger herself? However, to Chu Xian's surprise, as her hand reached towards Bai's clothing, Bai's pupils suddenly constricted, as if she had realized something, and hurriedly recoiled, clutching the dagger inside her garment, her expression one of grievance in that instant. The rabbit ears that had been perked up drooped dejectedly behind her head, and the once sparkling rabbit eyes turned glistening with tears, which soon began to fall. Chu Xian. Goodness, this rabbit is quite the dramatist. Isn't she? Chapter 22. She actually managed to effortlessly turn the tables on the rodent wolf. Chu Xian decisively extinguished the thought of reclaiming the dagger. Aside from Bai's unwillingness to cooperate, the current situation did not permit her to squander time on trivial matters. Fine, if she insists on holding onto it, so be it. If she ends up cutting herself, she will naturally take it out once she feels the pain. Chu Xian resolved to set the rabbit ladies aside for the moment. As there were more pressing matters awaiting her attention, she turned to search the ground for suitable weapons, such as daggers or iron rods. It was evident that this arena had witnessed numerous bloody slaughters. With dulled daggers, bent and rusted iron rods, and dust-covered arrows scattered about. The blackish-red stains upon them told tales of their previous wielders' grim experiences. After some deliberation, Chu Xian finally chose a small crossbow and had just picked up a few scattered arrows when a thunderous clanking sound of chains echoed from above, followed by the booming voice of the announcer. Now, let us welcome the other protagonist of today's Beast Arena, the rodent wolf. Wow! Awesome! A few cheers erupted from the stands, prompting Chu Xian to look up and realize that, in such a short time, the audience had seemingly increased in number, all wearing excited expressions as they scrutinized her. Initially taken aback by their gaze, Chu Xian soon had an epiphany. Oh, they are here to see her? Her thoughts raced as she glanced at the small sickle in her hand, her eyes glinting momentarily, before suddenly turning to the rabbit ladies trailing behind her with a sweet smile that was both charming and mischievous. The rabbit ladies. In the arena, a massive rodent wolf, dripping with rancid saliva, stealthily approached its target, for rabbit girl maidens standing several meters away. The wolf, drawn by the tantalizing scent of their snowy necks, could not help but swallow hard, its eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Creeping closer, the wolf moved with deliberate slowness, drool dripping more profusely from its jaws. Boom, fixing its eyes on its first prey. The rodent wolf lunged at the nearest rabbit girl, claws extended and sharp. However, at that moment, a cold, glimmering arrow suddenly shot through the air and struck the wolf squarely in the left eye, piercing through to the back of its head. With a resounding thud, the enormous creature collapsed, lifeless and unblinking. In that instant, the entire arena fell silent, everyone stunned by the abrupt turn of events. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Holy moly! My heavens! I knew she was intelligent. I knew it. She effortlessly turned the tables on the rodent wolf. This is definitely beyond D-class quality. Isn't it? Goodness, can I buy her? She is so clever. Ah, I must have her. I absolutely must purchase her. Ah, she is simply too brilliant. 5 minutes earlier, the small female who had been gathering defensive weapons suddenly climbed up a nearby amusement tower. The 4 rabbit girls behind her obediently followed. Albeit unable to ascend as high, so they could only stand beneath the tower, gazing up in silence, not making a fuss but not leaving either. They were bewildered, pondering if the intelligent little female had understood the danger posed by the rodent wolf and thus decided to leave her companions behind to seek refuge above. What they did not anticipate, however, was that the little female was setting a trap. She had deliberately left the 4 rabbit girls on the ground to attract the rodent wolf's attention. Then, at the moment the wolf was most relaxed, she struck from above. The recently launched arrow had managed a perfect shot to the wolf's head, achieving a clean kill, showcasing the small female's precise and lethal archery skills. Oh my goodness! They had initially thought that the highlight of this beast arena would be the appearance of an intelligent D-class female, but to their astonishment, this little female was clearly not just D-class. She was evidently a high-quality female with combat training, intelligence, and strategy. How exhilarating is this? Click, click. The sound of flashing cameras filled the stands, followed by the rush of messages, among which were various exclamations of awe. When will you arrive? My heavens, you just missed the moment when that little D made her kill. It was absolutely spectacular. I want to buy her. Although everyone recognized that the little female's quality far exceeded D-class, the official designation given by the arena remained D-class, so they spontaneously referred to her as Little D. Bro. When will you get here? Remember to bring your star coin card. Oh, and check if you have enough money in your star coin card to buy her. In just this short time, everyone around me is clamoring to purchase that little D. Hurry up. Boss, did you see the picture of the little female I sent you? Oh my goodness, she is incredible. Get here fast. I've already secured the best seat for you, hurry. Dad, do you know the owner of the largest black market beast arena? Is his surname Dong? Is he the one who brought us gifts last time? Could you use your connections to get me a little female from him? Her name is Little D, and I want to buy her. Please introduce me to the owner, quickly. Sis, how well do you know old Dong? Yes, the one from the beast arena. Are you familiar? I want to buy a little female from his place. Money is not an issue. Just give me his contact information quickly. Listening to the excited voices of the audience and their various invitations to friends, the owner of the beast arena, standing in the corner, was initially taken aback, but soon he began to stomp his feet and laugh joyfully. Ha ha ha! He knew he made the right purchase. He was certain that his 30,000 star coins were not spent in vain. That D-class female truly brought him good fortune. Chapter 23. She is like a clay doll in the arena. After dispatching the first rodent wolf, Chu Xian stood atop the amusement tower, observing the other 2 rodent wolves attracted by the scent of blood and commotion. Her brows raised slightly in intrigue. Well, it seems I shall employ the same tactic to deal with the remaining rodent wolves, for only from this elevated position can I protect the 4 troublesome rabbit ladies below. I hope nothing unexpected occurs, but just as this thought crossed her mind, she was bewildered by the scene that unfolded before her. The 4 rabbit ladies, who had been obediently gazing up at her from below, suddenly marched in unison toward the fallen rodent wolf, each grasping one of its legs and lifting it towards the base of the tower. Chu Xian? Taken aback, Chu Xian stared, her dark eyes betraying her confusion, wondering, what on earth are they doing? Unfortunately, from her elevated vantage point, all she could see was the 4 rabbit ladies huddled together, their ears occasionally twitching, as if they were having a little meeting. Upon realizing this, Chu Xian's expression turned exceedingly peculiar. After all, those 4 rabbit ladies had no idea how to communicate verbally. How could they possibly convey their thoughts? Alas, let it be, a small meeting it shall be. Although these Miss Rabbits may not comprehend her words, they seem to communicate effortlessly among themselves. As long as they do not cause trouble, it suffices. After all, her focus must now shift to the remaining 2 rodent wolves. The quietude of the Miss Rabbits is indeed advantageous for her endeavors. Just as Chu Xian decided to relinquish her attention, the subsequent scene nearly caused her to tumble from the tower in shock. For rabbits huddled together in discussion, only to encircle the lifeless rodent wolf, and then 3 of the Miss Rabbits extended their hands to tug at the wolf's 4 legs. Meanwhile, another rabbit, oh, that would be Xiaobai, brandished a dagger she had cherished like a treasure in her bosom. Chuxian was left utterly bewildered. What on earth are they planning? Before she could even utter the word what, she witnessed Xiaobai directing the gleaming tip of the dagger towards the wolf's neck and plunging it down with force. In an instant, blood erupted in a crimson spray. Chuxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness gracious! One must admit, the 4 Miss Rabbits left Chuxian with an impression that could only be described as strange. If they were timid, how could they dare to dissect a wolf, meticulously peeling away its hide piece by piece? Indeed, she was not mistaken. They were truly, bit by bit, methodically stripping the wolf's skin. The thick, scarlet blood pooled beneath the wolf, so vivid that even from her perch in the amusement tower, it was blinding, not to mention the nauseating stench wafting into the air. Yet, in such an alarming scenario, the 4 Miss Rabbits continued to bury their heads into their grisly task as if nothing were amiss. What they intended to accomplish was utterly perplexing, but to say they were bold? Earlier, they trembled like leaves at a mere sharp word from her. When she merely sought to reclaim her dagger, they instantly reddened with fear. The words timid and frail were magnified infinitely, weren't they? But now, Chuxian felt a wave of exasperation wash over her as she suppressed her chaotic thoughts, redirecting her gaze to the other 2 rodent wolves in the arena. Perhaps due to the intensely bloody scent of the dismembered wolf, the 2 rodent wolves, previously lingering at the edge of the arena, were now advancing with uncanny precision towards the tower. Given the presence of amusement attractions in the arena, Chuxian hesitated to shoot from a distance. Fearing her arrows might be obstructed, wasting precious projectiles she had painstakingly acquired. The 2 rodent wolves approached from different angles, their eyes fixated on the Miss Rabbits working below. One of the wolves stealthily stalked closer. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed once more. The rodent wolf, poised to ambush its prey, fell to the ground without a hint of suspense. This time, the arrow struck its neck. A vital spot, but not fatal in one blow. Thus, as the wolf collapsed, a mournful howl reverberated throughout the arena, its body convulsing violently. Ignoring the thunderous applause from the stands, Chuxian hastily shifted her attention to the 3rd rodent wolf, only to find it had vanished from sight. How peculiar, it had hidden itself away. Chuxian furrowed her brow, realizing that in the presence of multiple prey, a hunter could never escape the possibility of startling them. It seemed she could only wait patiently for the elusive rodent wolf to reappear. However, the vantage point from her amusement tower allowed her to oversee the entire scene, and waiting was merely a test of patience. One she believed she could endure. Perhaps, while she waited, those 3 imbeciles would return? Regrettably, the arena's proprietor, Lao Dong, had no intention of waiting. Observing the growing number of newly arrived spectators, including several noble young gentlemen he recognized, he was unwilling to let the hard-won excitement of the arena dwindle once more. Watching the last remaining rodent wolf cower in the shadows, refusing to emerge, Lao Dong swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie to contact the operations room. Atop the amusement tower, Chuxian toyed with a rusted arrow as she searched for the concealed rodent wolf while surveying the increasing crowd. She couldn't help but mentally calculate the time since her disappearance. Where was Rongya? His speed was utterly unacceptable. She had just been cooperating with the spectators, posing for numerous photos and videos. Could it be that her face was so dirty that they failed to recognize her? Lowering her gaze, she caught sight of her appearance, grimacing at the sight. Indeed, she resembled a mud-stained doll, her hair tangled with dirt, leaving her to wonder just how filthy her face must be. A sudden roar of a tiger erupted from the amusement park, jolting Chuxian back to reality. Her expression shifted instantly. As the sound reached her ears, she sprang to her feet atop the tower, her sharp gaze scanning for the source of the noise. A tiger? Had she truly heard the roar of a tiger? Recalling the sound she had just heard, Chuxian focused her attention precisely in the 11 o'clock direction ahead of her. Sure enough, mere moments later, a large creature emerged from behind a seesaw, its coat a deep black, both resembling a tiger yet not quite, akin to a leopard yet distinctly different. Chuxian froze in shock, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What on earth was this creature? Chapter 24. Its prey smells utterly delectable. Goodness, is that a black tiger leopard? A wealthy young gentleman seated in the VIP area gasped in astonishment. I knew this would happen. An equally affluent young heir sitting beside him, draped in designer labels, became visibly excited. Just imagine, that little female had been perched atop the amusement tower, the rodent wolves unable to approach, constantly falling prey to her arrows. There was no spectacle to behold. Thus, they must release a beast capable of climbing high to break the stalemate, or else what would the audience watch? But that is a black tiger leopard. Wouldn't Zayed be doomed? A shadow of worry crossed the wealthy young gentleman's face. The emergence of the black tiger leopard assured death for Zayed. Even if by some stroke of luck she survived, she would undoubtedly be left crippled. If you truly desire one, I could procure a little female for you later. This one is merely D-grade quality, but I could find you an A-grade instead. How does that sound? The wealthy young gentleman fell silent, his soft, pink lips pressed into a thin line, his bright eyes glued to the arena. Within the arena, witnessing her last arrow miss its mark yet again, Chu Xian wore a sullen expression. This black tiger was undeniably far more cunning than the previous rodent wolves, its movements agile. Despite being within her shooting range, it always managed to shift just before she released her arrow. The black tiger merely glanced at her warily before stealthily approaching the 4 Miss Rabbits below. Chu Xian's heart raced. She was out of arrows. Watching the Miss Rabbits now working on the second rodent wolf's pelt, she furrowed her brow, pausing for a few moments before leaping swiftly from the tower. The black tiger leopard seemed unprepared for its dinner to consist of 4 seemingly frail rabbit females. Its orange eyes widened in surprise. After all, it was accustomed to hunting the tough-skinned, meaty male beasts. Sensing the sweet aroma of the female beasts amidst the blood, the black tiger leopard could not help but let out a low growl, drool uncontrollably dripping from its mouth. Fixating its gaze on the nearest rabbit female, who had her back turned, the black tiger leopard cautiously advanced toward her. Suddenly, a rush of wind pierced the air, startling the black tiger leopard into a swift, evasive maneuver. Upon realizing the source of the disturbance, it found a slender young girl standing 3 meters away, inhaling the scent that was exponentially sweeter than before. The black tiger leopard's pupils constricted, fixating on her. From that moment on, it no longer cast even a fleeting glance at the 4 rabbit females. Delicious it had never encountered such a delectable prey. It was already yearning to sink its teeth into her neck and savor the sweet, succulent flesh. Perhaps it recalled the girl who had previously shot at it from the tower. The black tiger leopard's mouth watered. Yet its gaze remained vigilant, as it calculated how to capture her. With a low growl, the black tiger leopard crouched momentarily before launching itself at the girl with lightning speed. Prepared, Chu Xian swiftly dodged, her dark eyes widening in astonishment. How could this creature be so incredibly fast? Despite having been forewarned and prepared, the sheer swiftness of the black tiger's movements in combat still took her by surprise. How perilous! The wealthy young master in the stands was so anxious that his palms were slick with sweat, while the second-generation heir beside him raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Ah, this little D is quite impressive. It actually managed to evade that recent strike. Truly intriguing." It is worth noting that the genetic makeup of the black tiger leopard combines that of the Siberian mountain tiger and the leopard bird, inheriting not only the ferocity of the Siberian tiger, but also the extraordinary speed of the leopard bird. Particularly when pouncing on its prey, the black tiger leopard can accelerate alarmingly in midair, catching many unsuspecting victims off guard. Yet, astonishingly, this little D managed to dodge it in the stands. Chu Xian fixated on the black tiger before her, not daring to let her attention waver for even a moment. She had to admit that the opponent's speed was genuinely astounding, especially during that moment when it lunged toward her, as if it had suddenly been propelled into hyperspeed. Had she not been on guard already, she might have found herself on the ground beneath the black tiger's weight. Chu Xian's expression darkened as she contemplated the implications of her opponent's size. Should she be overpowered, her chances of survival would be grim. After all, she was acutely aware of her own petite stature, and once subjected to the opponent's physical dominance, she would have no opportunity to retaliate. Chu Xian couldn't help but reassess the formidable beast before her. Earlier, due to the distance and the creature's inky blackness, she had presumed it to be merely a black tiger or leopard. However, now that she was closer, coupled with the recent brush with danger. She noticed a layer of feather-like defensive bristles adorning its skin. The dark color rendered them less conspicuous. Oh, a sudden haze of confusion washed over Chuxian. How could a tiger possess feathers? These two species were fundamentally different organisms. At that moment, she recalled information she had gleaned online about this world, and a flicker of realization danced in her ink-black eyes. She finally understood that this black tiger was likely a hybrid of tiger and avian genes. Alas, it seemed she was facing a rather troublesome adversary. Casting a glance at the four rabbit ladies in the distance, still engrossed in peeling wolf pelts, Chuxian confirmed their safety before promptly darting toward the 7 o'clock direction behind her. The slender young girl, though unable to match the black tiger leopard's speed, found solace in the multitude of amusement facilities surrounding her. Each time the black tiger leopard lunged, she adeptly concealed herself within the structures to evade the onslaught. Moreover, her innate agility allowed her to swiftly reappear before another amusement tower. As she encountered an impasse, witnessing the black tiger steadily closing in, amidst the rising gasps from the crowd, the girl resolutely began to ascend the towering structure before her. This tower was significantly taller than the previous one, appearing almost like a death tower, with its rusted iron and dilapidated panels exuding a sense of age. The black tiger leopard's predatory gaze remained fixed upon her as it adeptly leapt onto the amusement tower. Searching for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 25. A delicate white hand suddenly emerged from the water. Atop the crumbling tower, the rusty railings trembled and clinked ominously. The girl climbed higher and higher, while the black tiger leopard followed suit. Ultimately, she reached the pinnacle of the tower, where the ascent ceased. Glancing down at the dizzying heights below and then back at the black tiger looming closely behind her, she hesitated for merely 2 seconds before moving toward a long steel plate extending from the tower's edge. In an instant, the entire audience erupted in gasps, all eyes fixed on the magnified holographic imagery, particularly when they beheld the corroded steel plate beneath the girl's feet. Many spectators leapt from their seats, holding their breath. What now? Little D has no way out. What should we do? The wealthy young master, who had been vigilantly watching the young female, felt his voice tremble, his bright eyes wide with trepidation. The second-generation heir beside him was equally astounded, his mind blank as he gazed at the distant figure, unsure how to console his friend. After all, anyone with eyes could see that the little female was doomed, either to plummet from the tower to her demise or to be devoured by the black tiger leopard. Either way, it was a dead end, merely differing in the manner of death. Alas, what a pity! On the flimsy, worn steel plate, the girl stood utterly still. The black tiger leopard's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it realized it had found its opportunity. All it needed to do was continue to press the girl backward until she fell from the tower, and then it could return to feast on the flesh below. The thought of savoring fresh blood sent drool cascading from its maw, and its throat emitted greedy gurgles. Step by step, the black tiger leopard advanced toward the girl, who instinctively stepped back, causing the steel plate to tremble precariously. Perhaps sensing its imminent feast, the drooling creature grew bolder, its pace quickening. How delectable! Its prey truly smelled divine. Just then, the girl, who had maintained a stoic expression, suddenly broke into a peculiar smile, her dark eyes fixated upon it, her brow slightly arched. The black tiger leopard halted in its tracks, perplexed by the sudden grin from its quarry. Yet, its instinctive awareness of danger flared, prompting it to instinctively retreat back into the tower. However, at that moment, the girl, standing at the edge of the steel plate, executed a swift and powerful stomp. In that instant, the thin steel plate beneath them snapped like a seesaw. Caught off guard, the black tiger leopard, which had already turned to flee, found itself propelled skyward by the sudden break. The realization struck. Was this what they referred to as mutual destruction? Before it could ponder further, it felt a pair of hands grip it tightly, halting its backward trajectory. The black tiger leopard's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? It had assumed the girl was merely trying to take them both down, but the next moment, as it soared into the air, it found itself pinned beneath her, suspended nearly 100 meters above the ground. The realization hit it like a bolt. It had become the girl's makeshift cushion for the fall. In that fleeting moment, the creature's eyes nearly bulged out of its sockets. Both girl and beast plummeted from the heights without a shred of doubt. Moments later, with a resounding splash, they vanished into the depths of the pool below the tower, sending waves soaring high before disappearing from sight. In that instant, the entire audience leaped to their feet, their gazes darting between the holographic display above and the deep pool at the arena's edge, their faces alight with excitement and curiosity. The atmosphere among the spectators reached a fever pitch, and the entire arena fell into a hush, save for the faint sound of breath rising and falling. The O-shaped deep pool was specifically designed as a barrier within the arena, intended to prevent either humans or beasts from escaping. It also served to isolate the arena from the stands, ensuring the safety of the guests present. In arenas with the means, the O-shaped pool often housed koi fish, providing the front-row VIP patrons with a picturesque view. And now, it had become the sole sanctuary for the girl and the beast. However, given the height from which they had fallen, the likelihood of survival seemed slim. Even if they did survive, they would likely suffer fractures or worse. Little D, witnessing the little female vanish into the tranquil waters, the wealthy young master in the VIP section's expression shifted dramatically. He rushed to the railing, peering anxiously into the depths of the pool. Little D, he murmured desperately, fixated on the calm surface of the water. Come out. Please come out. Achoo. The second-generation heir, having somehow joined him at the railing, sighed helplessly. If you truly want her, we can simply buy a little female later. All right. I should have known better than to bring someone here for thrills. Now, despite witnessing an exhilarating battle, we find ourselves in quite the predicament. No. I want this one. The wealthy young master, known as Achoo, furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze fixed upon the tranquil surface of the water, scanning the surroundings with a stubborn glint in his eyes. Very well, he had made up his mind. As long as Xiao Di was not dead, as long as Xiao Di resurfaced, even if she were to be left crippled, he would immediately purchase her from the arena owner and bring her home. Come out, Xiao Di, please come out. Is this the one you desire? At these words, the second-generation heiress lips twitched. Achoo, you are putting me in a difficult position. That little female had clearly perished in the pool. You saw it too. How could she possibly survive a fall from such a height? She has no wings. Splash. Suddenly, a delicate white hand broke through the water's surface, grasping tightly onto the railing before the second-generation heir and the wealthy young master. In the next moment, a stunningly beautiful young girl, drenched from head to toe, emerged from the depths. Chapter 26. Apologies. It seems he was worrying unnecessarily. Luo Chu swore. As a scion of an aristocratic family, he had encountered countless females of all kinds throughout his life, many of whom were even S-grade-born females. Yet, only this particular little female captivated him so profoundly. If his initial attraction stemmed from her reactions, intelligence, and skills showcased in the arena, now it was solely due to her beauty. The little female before him was simply too gorgeous. Previously, she had been covered in mud, her face smudged with dark grime, and aside from her slender figure, her beauty was utterly obscured. But now, perhaps due to her time submerged in the pool, although she appeared quite disheveled, the dirt on her face and body had been washed away, revealing her originally jade-like fair skin. Particularly, the moment their eyes met, her long, delicately curled lashes framed eyes as dark as ink, sparkling glistening with moisture that made his heart race uncontrollably. She is too adorable. She is simply too beautiful. Having never been so close to an unfamiliar female, although a railing separated them, it did nothing to quell Luo Chu's wildly beating heart. Even the tips of his ears flushed crimson. Staring dazedly at the little female, he felt as if time itself had momentarily halted in sheer astonishment. In that instant, as they locked eyes across the railing, a holographic image of the little female appeared, causing the audience in the stands to erupt into cheers after a brief moment of stunned silence. Some cheered for her miraculous survival, but many more were exhilarated by her breathtaking beauty upon emerging from the water. Almost simultaneously, a singular thought occupied the minds of everyone in the arena. This little female was undoubtedly of A-grade quality, absolutely A-grade. Were it not for their current location within the arena, they might even suspect that this little female was an S-grade offspring. However, that seemed improbable, as the rarity of an S-grade born female was common knowledge throughout the entire star system. Yet, it was truly astonishing that the arena owner would use an A-grade female as prey. It left them speechless with shock. Business was indeed not easy these days. Drawn by the raucous cheers from the stands, the noble youth, Chi Mian, quickly redirected his gaze from the little female before him. Hastening to search for an escape route, he swiftly climbed over the railing into the spectator area, and due to his rapid and abrupt movements, the excited crowd remained oblivious, completely forgetting to stop him. Or perhaps, they simply had no intention of intervening. After all, the little female belonged to the arena owner. They could only watch from a distance, applauding. If anyone wished to take her away, a considerable sum of money would surely be required. And given the current circumstances, the little female was A-grade quality, possessing a certain level of intelligence and agility, not to mention her stunning beauty. It was likely the arena owner would never part with her at any price. But if the little female managed to escape the arena, well, they could hardly blame them. After all, whoever found her would naturally claim her as their own, wouldn't they? Thus, amidst the crowd's deliberate ignorance and indulgence, Chi Mian made his way toward the arena's exit with little obstruction, his departure overshadowed by the cheers of the audience behind him. Ah, that was the arena owner's heart-wrenching voice. With an unobstructed path, the drenched Chi Mian had barely exited the arena when a large hand suddenly yanked him into a warm embrace, followed by his body being lifted off the ground. Chi Mian's pupils dilated, ready to retaliate, when a familiar voice echoed from above, "I'm sorry, I'm late." When Rongyi returned to the underground base, holding the soaked Chi Mian, Demao and Ermao, who followed closely behind, wore expressions of exhilaration as if they had survived a calamity. They were well aware of the panic that flooded them upon learning that Xiao Chi Mian had been sold to the arena and was engaged in combat. Ermao cursed profusely, wishing to capture the despicable person who sold Xiao Chi Mian and inflict 100 wounds upon him. Though the boss remained silent throughout, the chilling aura emanating from him clearly indicated he was on the verge of fury. Thankfully, Xiao Chi Mian was unharmed, though they worried about the psychological impact this ordeal might have on her, especially after facing the rodent wolves and subsequently being forced to fall from such a height by a black leopard. Woe betide him. Their little Chi Mian, though technically belonging to the boss, she could be considered part of the family, was truly too pitiful. What if this left her with psychological scars? What would they do then, Demao? Where's the cake you bought for me? The drenched Chi Mian suddenly broke the silence. Perched on Rongyi's shoulder, Demao, still consumed with worry, was taken aback. Huh? Didn't Ermao say you were going to buy me a cake? Where's my cake? Chi Mian's gaze fell on Demao, scrutinizing him with an unhappy expression. Earlier, at the abandoned factory, she had noticed Demao had no cake in hand, and now, several hours later, he still had none. Had he forgotten to buy her a cake? Demao stood frozen, bewildered. Huh? I'm sorry, it seems I was worrying too much. Demao's face displayed a complicated expression as he paused. How about, I go buy it now? Indeed, he had been reminded by Ermao that morning to buy a cake for Xiao Chi Mian. But after everything that happened at the abandoned factory and the subsequent disappearance of Xiao Chi Mian, the thought of buying a cake had completely slipped his mind. Then hurry up. Chi Mian raised her voice, glaring at him. If I get sick from hunger, are you responsible? Besides the cake, I want to eat braised pork knuckle, marinated chicken legs, fried skewers, dry mixed rice noodles. Oh, right. And that lemon-flavored fried melon seeds Ermao bought last time. And also those boiled chicken pieces, both sour spicy and spicy. And don't forget the fried potato strips. I want them sweet and sour, spicy but not too sweet. Chapter 27. I have always been waiting for you. Bang! The bathroom door was slammed shut, cutting off Chi Mian's litany of food requests, leaving Demao and Ermao, who had almost been knocked over, standing outside in bewilderment. Reflecting on the sight of Xiao Chi Mian drooling over her food orders just before the door closed, Demao thought, well, rather than concern myself with whether Xiao Chi Mian might have psychological scars, it would be more prudent to worry about whether I could actually find the food she just requested at this late hour. After all, if Xiao Chi Mian were to starve, not only would she be furious, but the boss would undoubtedly give him a thorough beating. Demao turned to leave, only to notice Ermao squatting on the ground beside him, his shoulders trembling slightly. Confused, Demao approached and kicked him lightly. What's wrong with you? Ermao slowly lifted his head from his knees, his beast-like eyes red from crying, a large bubble of snot escaping his nose. Wurwa, I keep thinking about it, and I'm terrified. Woo-woo, Demao. Who exactly here has psychological scars, for heaven's sake? In the bathroom, Chu Xian was unceremoniously tossed into the warm bath, and due to her lack of preparation, she swallowed a mouthful of bathwater. With a splutter reminiscent of a small seal, she expelled the water from her mouth, barely having time to voice her surprise before Rongya, standing by the bath, extended his long, bony fingers towards her, checking for any injuries. Noticing this, Chu Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly retreated to the center of the bath to evade his grasp, cheerfully asserting, I am unhurt, as she recalled the black tiger that had met its demise in the water. Chu Xian, despite her congenital insensitivity to pain, felt a wave of gratitude for her remarkable fortune. After all, had she fallen just a bit differently, she could have met a similar fate as that unfortunate tiger. Why didn't you wait for me? The man before her, clearly intelligent and agile, had fallen prey to deceit and ended up in the beast arena. The reason was simple. He had willingly followed others. So, why? Why didn't he wait for him? When Chu Xian raised her gaze, she belatedly realized how grim the expression on Rongya's face was, a stark contrast to his usual indulgence towards her. Chu Xian blinked. I have always been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Rongya furrowed his brow in disbelief. Then why did you end up in the beast arena? It was hard for him to fathom that someone with her combat prowess could be coerced, ultimately reduced to being sold into such a place. Chu Xian pouted slightly. I was blown to a garbage mountain and wandered around for ages without finding a way out, stumbling several times along the way. The mountain was enormous, and I was starving, exhausted, and thirsty, with no idea which direction to go to reunite with you. It just so happened that those two beast men came to scavenge, and I had no choice but to seize the opportunity to have them take me away. Rongya's frown deepened. So you knew from the start that they would sell you to the underground beast arena? Of course, she replied. I stood right there listening when they sold me. I could have helped count the money. Hearing her response, Rongya's frown tightened further, and his tone grew cold. Do you not understand what the underground beast arena is? That place is perilous. How could you? Before he could finish, he suddenly froze beside the bath. The expression on his face becoming more distressed, it dawned on him that since Chu Xian emerged from the blind box, she had never encountered the outside world. Every aspect of her daily needs was provided by others, and even her online learning consisted solely of uplifting content, far removed from the blood-soaked dangers of the underground beast arena. Thus, it was no wonder she was oblivious to the horrors concealed within such a place. Noticing the concern woven into Rongya's words, Chu Xian, in an uncharacteristic display of patience, explained, but I needed to create a commotion for you to find me. If I hadn't made a scene, how could you have located me? Upon hearing this, the man beside the bath appeared momentarily stunned. You did all this so I could find you? The usually composed man's voice now held an unmistakable note of astonishment. He never anticipated that she would undertake such perilous actions merely to capture his attention and ensure he found her swiftly. Chu Xian, hands on her hips in the water, retorted confidently, otherwise, do you think I enjoy playing games with those ferocious beasts? She was merely bold, not foolish. Rongya's gaze flickered. So you were certain I would come to find you? At that, Chu Xian's expression soured, her eyes widening indignantly. How could you not? I am so intelligent, adorable, and considerate. Being your benefactor, why wouldn't you come looking for me? Rongya. Her logic was so compelling that he found himself at a loss for words. What nonsense! While she was indeed a benefactor, and he had no objections to her being clever and adorable, the part about being considerate was utterly unfounded. In the brief span of less than half a month of their acquaintance, she had first eliminated the group known as the Black Three, then blown up a group at an abandoned factory, and now she was making waves in the beast arena, each incident more astounding than the last. The term considerate hardly applied to her at all. Late at night, within a lavish and opulent villa, a young man sat forlornly in the rear garden, his gaze fixed upon the twinkling stars above, his thoughts wandering far away. Has Chu been like this for the past few days? Chusikyu asked in a low voice, furrowing his brows at the elderly butler beside him. The elderly butler, his face etched with concern and barely concealing his anger, replied, Ever since you took him out last weekend? He has returned in this state. He won't tell me what happened. From last Sunday until today, he has been missing during the day and returning late at night, and when he does come back, he just sits in the garden, lost in thought. I bring him food, but he has no appetite, and he has visibly lost weight. Oh dear, what on earth did you do to my young master? Though the other party was a noble young master, and he was merely a humble servant, he could not concern himself with etiquette when it came to his own master. Chapter 28. Do you really like that little female? After receiving a stern reprimand from the elder, Shisekiyu felt an unusual embarrassment wash over him, especially as his gaze returned to the desolate figure in the garden. His eyes softening with a hint of regret, he then lowered his voice, mumbling, "Well, I couldn't have known that I would encounter such a little female in that wretched place." Reflecting on the events of that night in the Beast Arena still left him in shock. Who would have thought that the arena owner would use an A-grade female as prey? And such a beautiful one at that. The owner must have been utterly insane. More importantly, that little female had managed to escape from right under everyone's noses, nearly causing a stampede in the arena as everyone scrambled to capture her for themselves. By the time they chased her out, she was nowhere to be found. What surprised him more was that Achu had genuinely taken a liking to that little female. No wonder, when he tried to contact Achu in the past few days, Achu always claimed to be busy, and when he attempted to inquire further, Achu would hastily hang up the communicator. Had he not come tonight? He might still be unaware that Achu had become infatuated. Well, even he, who was accustomed to encountering beautiful females and frequently mingled with viviparous females, had to admit that the little female from that night in the Beast Arena was indeed exceptional. In terms of intelligence, skill, and beauty, each quality could easily surpass others, and to possess all three in a single female was simply a rarity. Not to mention that even the wealthy elite who had only seen her through a screen were inquiring about her whereabouts. From the information he had gathered, it seemed that the entire upper-class society was fixated on that little female, secretly sending people to search for her. In the black market, the bounty on her had soared to an astronomical 2 billion, far exceeding that of an S-grade viviparous female. What did you say? What little female? Hearing Shisekiyu mutter to himself, the elderly butler leaned in urgently, straining to catch a clearer sound. Nothing. No little female. Cough. Linbo. Don't worry, I will go talk to Achu. The elder's eyes brightened. Good, good, good. Hurry and go. Hurry and go. Young Master Chu was Achu's close friend since childhood. With his personal intervention, Achu would surely return to normal soon. In the rear garden, Luo Chu sat dejectedly, gazing at the scattered stars in the sky, when suddenly, he heard the soft sound of footsteps. His thoughts snapped back to reality as he turned to see Shisekiyu approaching. Sichio? Luo Chu was taken aback, surprised that his friend had chosen to appear before him rather than indulge in nocturnal escapades. What's wrong? Have you been searching for someone? Shisekiyu asked without a hint of formality. Plopping down beside Luo Chu, arching an eyebrow. Have you received any news? Luo Chu's expression faltered, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as he replied, Yes, by the looks of it. You haven't found anything? Under the moonlight, the boy sitting on the stone bench spoke in a subdued tone. Many people are searching for Xiao Di, but most of the information is false. It's been a waste of time. There hasn't been a shred of good news. I even spent a good deal of money on leads, only to discover they were all lies. As his words faded, the rear garden fell into a heavy silence. After a long pause, Shisekiyu tentatively asked, Do you really like that little female? Chiyo could no longer suppress the curiosity that had taken root in his heart. He understood his dear friend all too well. From childhood to the present, Achu had never been one to mingle among the elite ladies of high society. It was not that he lacked affection for the fairer sex. Rather, opportunities for interaction were scarce. Could it be that his previous suppression of feelings had led to an infatuation with that little female, an overwhelming obsession? Yet, to be fair, the creature known as Xiao Di indeed possessed a charm that could captivate anyone at first glance. In the garden, Luo Chu cast his gaze downward and refrained from responding. Instead, a look of dejection crossed his face as he spoke of something else. During the arena event, I had a chance to rescue her. But I hesitated, I feel. I feel as though I have brought her harm. Acquiring Xiao Di to halt the fight had been merely a matter of spending a small sum for him. However, he had been completely entranced by Xiao Di, preoccupied with watching her escape, thinking that he could bring her home once she survived. Little did he know, His indecision had cost him that opportunity. The thought of so many eyes in the arena coveting Xiao Di, particularly those of lowly, uncouth beastmen, filled him with dread about her fate, fearing that Xiao Di might fall into the hands of those brutes and suffer inhumane treatment. Although Xiao Di was quite agile, she was still up against creatures of limited intellect. The beastmen were a different matter altogether. How could Xiao Di possibly contend with them? Upon hearing this, Chu Ziqiu's eyes widened in realization. So you feel guilty? That makes sense. After all, a Chu had always been of a kind disposition, rather like an innocent lamb. The first time he had taken a Chu to witness the underground fighting arena, the intent had been to broaden his horizons. Yet, he had overlooked a Chu's inherently good nature. Reflecting on it now, even if the female in the arena had not been Xiao Di, a Chu would likely have reacted similarly. Well, it seems I have worried unnecessarily. If that is the case, I can assist you without concern. After all, as the young master of a prestigious noble family and a rare, precious offspring, if a Chu were to fall for a genetic female, it would surely bring ridicule upon the entire Luo family. Then it's settled. I will help you find her. Once Chu Ziqiu confirmed that his friend was not entangled in a relationship of mismatched status, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He patted his chest confidently, determined not to let his friend's heart be burdened by what had happened at the arena, especially after hearing the alarming details described by Butler Lin. What if something went wrong? You. Luo Chu looked up in shock, his face a mask of skepticism. What, do you underestimate me, Chu Ziqiu? Chu Ziqiu raised his brows, annoyed by the implication. I have been navigating these circles for years. Do you really think I have been idly spending my time with those superficial friends? Let me confide in you. I already have some leads. Initially, I intended to sell the information for a tidy profit. But now, who could resist helping out my ironclad buddy? Really? Luo Chu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with excitement. Of course it's true. Chu Ziqiu stood up from the stone bench, brimming with pride as he faced Luo Chu's gleaming eyes. Come, let us go see the good news right away. Chapter 29. A sight so fierce it was hard to bear. Half an hour later, when Luo Chu laid eyes on the 4 unfamiliar rabbit beast females in the private villa of the Chuzi family, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. He slowly turned to Chu Ziqiu beside him. What? Don't they look familiar to you? Chu Ziqiu pressed eagerly. What? You don't recognize them? Luo Chu hesitated, then turned back to observe them closely. After a prolonged scrutiny, his gaze suddenly brightened, and he became visibly excited. ITS them? It's actually them? The 4 rabbit ladies who were with Xiao Di that day. How about that? Was I quick enough? Chu Ziqiu boasted. When Xiao Di ran outside that day, I immediately approached the owner to buy them. Without hesitation, the owner sold them to me. I then settled them here. Luo Chu was momentarily stunned. But then the realization struck him. But what does this have to do with Xiao Di? Chu Ziqiu looked at him disdainfully. Didn't you even pay attention to them? Luo Chu was taken aback by the retort. Of course I did. They are just the 4 rabbit ladies who were with Xiao Di. Aren't they? And then? Chu Ziqiu pressed, urgency creeping into his voice. Did you not notice anything else? Luo Chu fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze back to the rabbit ladies in the room, mumbling in confusion. Something else? Aren't they just rabbit beasts? They seem a bit better dressed than that day? A bit cleaner? Wait, what are they doing? Since they had entered the room, the 4 rabbit ladies had been focused on their own tasks, not even glancing in their direction, their ears remaining perfectly still as if they were entirely oblivious to their presence. Now, as Luo Chu looked closer at what the rabbit ladies were holding, he discovered they were each busy with scissors, knives, and needles, diligently crafting. They are making clothes? Luo Chu exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, but not entirely, Chu Ziqiu corrected. They are doing more than just making clothes. Let me think. Last night they crafted a pair of shoes, the day before that a small handbag, and the day before that, a little leather jacket. Believe it or not, their craftsmanship is quite remarkable, much more exquisite than those high-end items in the stores. It's a pity they won't let me near them. As soon as I approach the finished leather goods, all 4 will glare at me in unison with a look that could kill. Wherein they considered low-level females. I recall they were introduced as E-grade rabbit beasts at the arena. Luo Chu finally recognized the discrepancy. E-grade females can do this? I thought they couldn't even speak back then. In the midst of his musings, Luo Chu took a step closer to the rabbit ladies. wanting to examine the little trinkets in their hands more closely. Yet, just at that moment, the rabbit ladies, who had been ignoring them, suddenly turned their heads in unison to glare at him, their red eyes brimming with wariness and ferocity. They even began to bare their teeth, revealing sharp, orderly rabbit fangs, their throats emitting low, menacing growls. Luo Chu, startled, quickly stepped back, his face a mask of shock, as he looked again at the 4 rabbit ladies before him. A realization dawned upon him, and he turned to Chu Ziqiu with a look of disbelief. They are Everski battle rabbits? Everski battle rabbits have long been extinct, so I suspect they carry Everski battle rabbit genes. Unfortunately, these 4 rabbit ladies are exceptionally vigilant and do not exhibit the same docility they displayed in front of Xiao Di at the arena. I couldn't even approach their leather goods, let alone them themselves. Oh no, I did get close once. When I bought them at the arena, I must have interrupted their crafting, and wow, they went absolutely berserk, nearly taking down the arena staff. We had to use tranquilizers to safely transport the rabbits here. It was precisely this incident that had alerted him to the unusual nature of the rabbit ladies. They were far from the fragile creatures they appeared to be. In fact, judging by the severity of the beating inflicted on the arena personnel, the combat prowess of these 4 rabbit ladies was nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, the ladies exhibited an impressive level of teamwork in their crafting. Every glance and subtle gesture conveyed their understanding of one another's intentions, deepening his suspicions. Thus, although he had yet to conduct genetic testing on the 4 rabbit ladies for confirmation, he had already formed a judgment regarding their genetic composition. Luo Chu was left puzzled, wondering if there had been some misunderstanding. If they truly possessed Everski battle rabbit genes, how could they have ended up sold to the arena? He understood that Everski battle rabbits were known for their formidable strength and valor, having once served in the royal guard during the peak of their clan's honor. During that glorious era, Everski battle rabbits had been the top candidates for the royal guard. However, that was a tale for another time, as the old royal system had been overthrown, leading to the demise of the entire Everski battle rabbit clan due to their loyalty. But how could such powerful beasts be sold into the arena? Therefore, I assert that they possess only a fraction of Everski battle rabbit genes, not the entirety. Over the past few days, I have conducted numerous experiments and found that they seem utterly indifferent to their surroundings. Regardless of the quality of food provided, they do not discriminate. Their living conditions are of no concern to them. They exhibit an extraordinary submissiveness. However, the moment you dare approach them with the intent to take what they possess, they transform entirely. The sudden outburst was utterly terrifying. At this moment, Chu Ziqiu shrugged her shoulders with an expression of helplessness. Consequently, now, whenever anyone approaches them even slightly, they instinctively assume you are attempting to take their belongings. And then, as she spoke, Chu Ziqiu stepped forward towards Miss Rabbit, and sure enough, in the next instant, all 4 Miss Rabbits turned their heads in unison, baring their teeth and growling at him. Look, did you see that? Just this ghastly appearance. It's absolutely ferocious. Chu Ziqiu hurriedly retreated. Luo Chu, so what does this have to do with finding Xiao Di? Luo Chu appeared utterly perplexed. Of course, it's related, Chu Ziqiu exclaimed with excitement, hastily pointing at the Miss Rabbits, who were engrossed in crafting leather goods. Don't they possess the genes of battle rabbits? Besides having exceptionally high combat power, their tracking skills are also top-notch. We can utilize them to locate Xiao Di. Chapter 30. Is this old snail mocking her? In Zone E, at a dilapidated building overgrown with vines on North 499 Street, Chu Xian sat at the testing table, staring blankly at the 6 snail antennae pointing skyward. Wow! In her eyes, Demao and Ermao had grown beyond her comprehension. Both of them had fluffy tails behind them, and their ears had taken on a beastly shape. Also fluffy, however, upon seeing the 3 elderly snails across the table with antennae protruding from their foreheads, she realized her perspective was still rather limited. Little female, do you know your name? The elderly snail Ada, adorned with a white beard, kindly inquired, initiating the long-prepared intelligence test. Chu Xian blinked, her gaze landing on the personal information form filled out by Demao, which was brimming with details. She paused momentarily, then replied, Chu Xian. Do I know my gender? Excellent. The elderly snail Ada, seated in the middle position, nodded approvingly, noting how clever little Chu Xian was. Next time, she could be a bit more assertive in her tone. Do you know your gender? Chu Xian. After a brief moment, Her lips twitched. Female, little female? Very good. Dada nodded in approval again. Little Chuxian was quite intelligent. Next time, her tone could be a bit more definitive. Chuxian? Is this old snail mocking her? Perhaps Chuxian's reaction was too dazed, prompting the elderly snail san, seated to the right, to gently reassure her. Little Chuxian, don't be nervous. Just answer according to your understanding. Rest assured, to your master. You are special. Regardless of your test results, your master will never despise you. Upon hearing this, Chuxian was momentarily stunned, then slowly turned to gaze at Demao and Ermao, who sat in the glass observation room. Their expressions incredibly complicated. Despise. Chuxian narrowed her eyes silently and inquired. Demao and Ermao stiffened. Haha, who on earth would dare to despise this little lady? It's a blessing that she doesn't despise them. However, was the content of this intelligence test really so absurd? Also, can that old snail even speak? If not, could it kindly keep quiet? Is this how one comforts another? And despise? Is this not bullying a little female who doesn't comprehend sarcasm? But the issue is, little Chuxian is no ordinary little female. Look, a cold glare was immediately cast in their direction. They were innocent bystanders, for goodness sake. Is the testing facility you chose reliable? In the glass room? Demao lowered his voice to inquire of Ermao, skepticism evident on his face. Reliable, right? Ermao replied, his confidence noticeably wavering. After all, they possessed institutional qualifications. Demao's brow twitched with disbelief. What, bro? I really tried my best. Ermao replied, looking distressed. With the commotion little Chuxian caused at the Beast Arena, the entire planet was abuzz, and everyone was on the hunt for her. I checked numerous intelligence testing institutions, and these three old snails, being hermits, are ancient, don't surf the internet, nor read the news. If I didn't come here, where else could I go? We already spent 6,000 star coins on this dilapidated place. Typically, those testing institutions only charge a little over 1,000 star coins. Initially, they had planned to sneak little Chuxian away to Valna planet, but unexpectedly, the ruckus she caused at the Beast Arena attracted not only the attention of those noble families, but also the interest of government officials. Perhaps anticipating someone would attempt to sneak little Chuxian off the planet, those officials promptly ordered increased scrutiny of starship traffic, meticulously checking the ID identities of every outgoing individual. Those without identity IDs were outright forbidden from leaving. In truth, escaping from Blue Planet with someone isn't particularly challenging. The difficulty lies in landing on a new planet, where every visitor's ID information is rigorously scrutinized. Since little Chuxian emerged from the blind box, her intelligence had never been tested, and thus her ID identity had not been established. Now, wanting to head to Valna planet, little Chuxian's ID identity became the biggest hurdle to In summary, the current procedure is, first, test intelligence, then, examine genetic composition, next, use the test report to establish a new ID identity, finally, leave this place. The process is straightforward, direct, and brutally efficient. Thus, the leader and the others split up. They took little Chuxian for intelligence testing, while the leader remained at the base to quickly hack into the Civil Affairs Bureau system to handle the ID identity matter, and then everyone would gather directly at the starship docking area. Hermits? Don't surf the internet? Don't read the news. Are you certain they possess the capacity to conduct intelligence testing? And at their age, Demao seized upon the crux of the matter. But they must be competent, right? Ermao began to waver in his certainty. Although he had never visited an intelligence testing institution, he had seen advertisements featuring testing specialists on television who were either elegant, graceful women or composed, wise men. This was his first encounter with testing specialists who were three old men. Ermao hastily attempted to justify himself, however. I am quite certain they have the qualification certificates for intelligence testing. Valid until the end of this month. The end of this month? Demao was instantly shocked, subsequently casting an incredulous glance at Ermao, and in the next moment, his expression morphed into one of clenched teeth and barely contained fury as he exclaimed, "Do you know what day it is today?" Ermao was taken aback. Today is the 28th. Well, the end of the month is at least the 30th, so there are still 2 days left. Right? Demao felt as if his teeth might shatter. What month is it now? Ermao scratched his head, pondering seriously. February? Holy crap. He had completely forgotten they were on Blue Planet, which adhered to the ancient pure human calendar. With a thud, Air Mao was forcefully kicked against the wall, and several patches of fluff seemed to have been stripped from his tail. The dull sound of his collision with the wall caught Chu Xian's attention in the testing room. However, the next second, when she turned to glance at the observation room, she saw Demao and Air Mao grinning foolishly at her from within the glass enclosure. Chu Xian cast a fleeting glance, her face reflecting profound disdain, before turning back to continue her testing. Demao, Air Mao. At the long table, the three elderly snails continued their inquiries. Little Chu Xian, can you count? The snail Air, seated to the left, slowly posed a new question. I can. Chu Xian replied, her expression once again one of numbness. Then, little Chu Xian, could you count how many antennae your grandpa has? Chu Xian, with an expression of utter disbelief. She lifted her gaze to the antennae swaying slowly atop the snail elder's head, gritting her teeth. 2. Now, how many grandpas are there in front of little Chu Xian? 3. Taking a deep breath, remaining composed. How many antennae do the grandpas have altogether? 6. Once more, she took a deep breath, steadying herself. What are the 6 antennae? Again, she took a deep breath. Perseverance leads to victory. Excellent. Although little Chu Xian's responses are becoming increasingly strenuous, all her answers are correct. Little Chu Xian is truly remarkable. Chu Xian. What to do? She felt a growing urge to eliminate the 3 snails before her. Chapter 31. Just a minor unexpected incident. The starship docking area, when Demao and Air Mao, carrying a large suitcase, boarded a small private starship to meet Rongyi. He had already set the starship to intelligent control mode. Boss, we're here, Air Mao exclaimed, wagging his tail joyfully as he bounded up to Rongyi. Heaven knows what he had just been through. Only upon seeing his boss did he feel a sense of stability. Unfortunately, Rongyi walked right past him, his gaze and attention fixated on the large suitcase in Demao's hands, which he gently took and placed on the ground. Mao. In the next moment, as the suitcase lay flat on the ground, a password was entered, and a petite girl emerged from within. Lazily sitting up, she yawned and, with bleary eyes, surveyed her surroundings for a while before her gaze finally settled on Rongyi, who was crouched in front of her, with a slight tilt of her head. Chu Mian, still heavy with sleep, greeted, long time no see. One must admit, this large suitcase, designed by Rongyi, was extraordinarily comfortable. Not only was it warm, but the soft foam padding at the bottom also added to her comfort. More importantly, the suitcase was equipped with an oxygen generator, allowing her to safely remain inside for 5 hours, indulging in a peaceful slumber. Truly delightful. Long time no see. Upon hearing Chu Mian's languid greeting, a hint of amusement flickered in Rongyi's golden beast-like eyes. Indeed, it had been 6 or 7 hours since they last met, a considerable span of time. Beside them, Air Mao was momentarily taken aback before hastily chiming in. Boss, long time no see. However, before he could finish, Demao turned away in exasperation, muttering, why are you everywhere? Could this fool not discern the obvious? Rongyi's attention was solely on little Chu Mian, yet this simpleton still dared to intrude? Long time no see. Did he not realize that Rongyi currently wished to see no one but Chu Mian? Kicking the bothersome Air Mao away towards the starship kitchen, Demao finally turned to Rongyi, commencing his report on the events since their separation. Boss, we have received the intelligence assessment report for little Chu Mian. Our journey was smooth, with no one tailing us. Everything went well during the security check. No one discovered little Chu Mian. The commotion surrounding the beast arena was too great, making little Chu Mian's outings quite problematic. Fortunately, our boss is a genius mechanical designer. The large suitcase he crafted not only concealed little Chu Mian, but also countered all scanning devices, allowing them to pass through rigorous inspections and board the starship. Now, they awaited notification from the starship command tower for takeoff, destined for Varna Planet. Varna Planet was their territory, and once they arrived, little Chu Mian's safety would be assured, deterring anyone from daring to lay a hand on their precious treasure. Upon hearing that Chu Mian's intelligence assessment report had been received, Rongyi promptly inserted the chip handed to him by Demao into the port of his wrist-mounted Starbrain terminal for review. However, when the virtual screen displayed the intelligence assessment results, Rongyi froze in place. The screen boldly proclaimed, Intelligence Assessment Score, E-E-. Rongyi, in disbelief, turned to Demao. His little female was so clever, even if she did not achieve an A. Surely she could not have earned an E-. The intelligence assessment had only 5 levels, and yet his little female was at the very bottom. Not only at the bottom, but an E-. This was the absolute lowest of the low. I can explain, boss, Demao stammered, scratching his head sheepishly, his gaze instinctively darting away. It's just that the assessment center we chose. It's a bit special. Damn it. Why did he kick Mao away? That assessment center was clearly the fool's choice. Such a life-altering issue should have been left for Mao, the thick-skinned simpleton, to face. Under the immense pressure of Rong Yi's icy glare, Demao steeled himself to continue. Additionally, during the entire assessment process, there was a minor incident. So, speak clearly or lose your tongue, Rong Yi warned, his brow furrowing deeper. Demao stiffened at the reprimand, quickly responding, I will speak clearly. The crux of the matter is that little Chu Mian insisted that the 3 assessment teachers were frauds and even attempted to smash their assessment center. If it weren't for Mao and me persuading her, she would have taken them on single-handedly. We only managed to obtain this report after considerable effort. Demao finished relaying the highlights of the intelligence assessment in one breath and immediately turned to flee. Terrified that lingering even a moment longer would result in his boss's wrath in an instant, the main cabin was left with only Rong Yi and Chu Mian, who remained seated in the suitcase. Staring at one another, they exchanged glances for a while, Rong Yi's face a mask of silent inquiry, while Chu Mian appeared innocent and bewildered. Why did you call the assessment teachers frauds? Rong Yi finally broke the silence. Though he had not attended in person, Mao had shown him the detailed information after finding that assessment center, and their credentials were undoubtedly legitimate. Even the 3 teachers had considerable authority in their qualifications. Chu Mian blinked, her expression resolute. How dare they say I'm stupid? Rong Yi was taken aback. What? The girl before him was undoubtedly the brightest little female he had ever encountered. If she were deemed foolish, it would imply that no one in the world possessed intelligence. That old snail wanted me to access something called star brain wisdom, but I had no idea what that was. Chu Mian fumed at the recollection. Upon hearing the term star brain, she had assumed it referred to the operation of the star brain terminal on her wrist and instinctively began to log in. However, when the old snail insisted she access star brain wisdom, she was momentarily dumbfounded. In that instant, she surmised that star brain wisdom might not be the star brain terminal she understood, but rather an interstellar product she had yet to encounter. After all, her knowledge of this enigmatic interstellar world was scant, if not negligible. Thus, she found herself dazed, staring blankly at the 3 old snails. Upon hearing Chu Mian mention star brain wisdom, Rong Yi was momentarily taken aback as well. And then I beat them up. Chu Mian's dark eyes narrowed menacingly, her face a mask of fury. She was oblivious to what star brain wisdom entailed or why it mattered. Who were those 3 old snails to declare her foolish? And to label her as having a cognitive disability? Was it her fault she had not yet encountered that contraption upon her arrival? They looked at her with such pity. It was as if they were branding her with the label of idiot. Damn it, if she didn't beat them, she would be letting herself down. Rong Yi, Chapter 32. Everyone is haunted by less than pleasant memories. Upon hearing Chu Mian's irate yet succinct explanation, Rong Yi's expression grew complicated. Well, he finally understood why little Chu Mian had received an A score. The so-called star brain wisdom was a vast electronic holographic branch of the star brain system, an open virtual scene application available to all citizens. Each ID user within star brain wisdom possessed a virtual projection, allowing them to shop, watch movies, attend classes, and more through this electronic holographic platform. In a sense, star brain wisdom was akin to another electronic virtual world. To ensure the smooth operation of this realm, the security regulations for star brain wisdom explicitly stated that the basic requirement for users was to be an individual with normal intelligence, capable of rational thought, communication, and behavior. Thus, those unable to access star brain wisdom would be deemed cognitively impaired, a marginalized group entirely excluded by the intelligence system, lacking even the qualification for intelligence assessment. In other words, star brain wisdom represented the threshold for intelligence assessment institutions to determine a female's cognitive abilities. If a female could not even log into star brain wisdom, it indicated that her intelligence was nearly zero, completely barred from entry by the system. There is no longer a necessity for any further intelligence assessments. Therefore, To be precise, Xiaochu Mian's score of E was, in fact, the result of leniency from the three intelligence evaluators. As for why Xiaochu Mian was unable to log into the Starbrain intelligence system, Rongya immediately fell silent, his gaze evading much like that of Demao earlier. Well, this was his first experience raising a female, and he truly had no understanding that the intelligence assessment would pertain to the Starbrain intelligence. Furthermore, ever since bringing Xiaochu Mian home, unforeseen troubles had been incessant. He simply lacked the time and energy to consider other matters, which is why he had never mentioned the Starbrain intelligence to her, let alone instruct her on its usage. Feeling guilty, Rongya fell into silence. Xiaochu Mian had a rather irritable temperament, and if he attempted to explain himself at this moment, it was obvious she might very well retaliate against him. After all, once the results of the intelligence assessment were published, they would be permanently recorded. Even if her scores improved in subsequent tests, the prior record would remain. It could be said that the humiliation of an E would forever be etched into Xiaochu Mian's personal dossier, leading to various forms of disdain from those unaware of the circumstances. The thought that his clever and proud little female would be perceived as intellectually deficient due to his own negligence weighed heavily on Rongya. After a moment of awkwardness, he quietly lifted the girl, who was still seated on the suitcase, and settled her into a chair, handing her the snacks he had prepared in advance and starting a cartoon for her. After confirming that Xiaochu Mian bore no ill will towards him, he returned to the control panel of the Starbrain to hack into the civil affairs system and establish her identity ID profile. However, while creating the profile, Rongya encountered a new dilemma. The chip information provided by Demao was exceedingly peculiar. He quickly summoned Demao and Ermao for further inquiry. Xiaochu Mian possessed genes from a rabbit beast? Rabbit beast genes are known to be timid and cowardly. Was Xiaochu Mian timid? Just moments ago, he had mentioned how she had single-handedly defeated 3 old snails. Demao was once again left speechless, his body hair standing on end in surprise. Fortunately, Ermao was beside him, and after a brief moment of paralysis, Demao cleverly turned to him for assistance. Ermao, caught off guard by his elder brother's gaze, blinked and then earnestly looked at Rongya. Could it be so hard to see? Xiaochu Mian resembled an adorable little rabbit. She appeared soft and cute, much like a bunny. How fitting! Seemingly eager for validation from the two, Ermao pointed directly at Xiaochu Mian, who was seated nearby, munching on snacks. Look, isn't Xiaochu Mian adorable? Rongya, speechless. Demao, speechless one. And there are hamster genes as well? Rongya furrowed his brow and asked again. Ermao nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, yes. When Xiaochu Mian eats, she resembles a hamster, with her cheeks all puffed up. So incredibly cute. Look at her. Doesn't she look just like one? Both Rongya and Demao turned to follow Ermao's pointing finger, and there sat Xiaochu Mian, nibbling on nut snacks, her soft, pale cheeks round and plump. She seemed surprised by their sudden attention, her big, dark eyes wide with curiosity, indeed bearing a striking resemblance to a cute, dazed hamster. Rongya, once more, speechless. Demao, again, speechless one. Then why do we have cat genes? Rongya's expression had become exceedingly complex. Xiaochu Mian is as lazy as a cat. She can sleep for an entire afternoon without moving. If anyone dares to disturb her, she shows her claws in annoyance. See, doesn't that sound just like her? I've been threatened by her claws before. Xiaochu Mian can be quite fearsome, equally threatened by her claws. Rongya, equally threatened by her claws. Demao. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was oppressively silent, as if everyone were haunted by unpleasant memories. After a lengthy pause, Rongya smirked, half amused, and asked for confirmation. So, you discerned all these genes by observing rather than through a genetic testing machine? Not wanting his foolish younger brother to speak further, Demao quickly interjected, Indeed, boss. The situation was extremely urgent at that time. When Xiaochu Mian was beating those 3 intelligence evaluators, they were left sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Thus, I had to simultaneously mediate and calm everyone down while asking Ermao to handle the genetic testing. After all, we were pressed for time, and everything had to proceed concurrently. Rongya's expression darkened as he turned to Ermao. So, the results of Xiaochu Mian's genetic testing were filled in at your discretion? Of course, not just filled in randomly, Ermao protested, a look of indignation on his face. I meticulously selected each one. Little rabbit, little hamster, little kitty. All were carefully chosen. The genetic testing machine had been quite laborious to use, but fortunately, he was exceptionally clever, which ultimately allowed him to secure the genetic testing results. Rongye narrowed his eyes. Well, that must have been quite an endeavor for you. No need to be so polite, boss. It was just a little bit of hard work. Mao's tail wagged enthusiastically behind him, his face beaming with pride. Rongye, de Mao. Chapter 33. His little female is truly quite peculiar. Having learned the full story, Rongye waved his hand in disdain, urging the two to leave immediately before resuming his next task. This was not his first encounter with such matters, and with Xiaochu Mian's intelligence assessment results at hand, Rongye hacked into the civil affairs system with remarkable speed. After promptly uploading the relevant information, he selected a photo of Xiaochu Mian, and with a cheerful beep, the Star Brain interface displayed a green registration successful notification. Soon after, Rongye retrieved a beautifully crafted box and extracted a Star Brain terminal resembling a wristwatch, delicately placing it on Xiaochu Mian's slender, pale wrist. Watching the system installation progress on the terminal's interface, Xiaochu Mian's eyes brightened. Is this my terminal? Due to her previous status as an unregistered citizen, the Star Brain accounts she had accessed were either Rongye's or de Mao's and Mao's. Now, she finally had her own terminal account. Sensing Xiaochu Mian's elation, Rongye's demeanor softened, his usually pale face taking on a healthy glow. Once the installation and initialization are complete, you will be able to use it normally, adding friends, making Star Coin payments, browsing information, and more. The virtual printer connected to the Star Brain sprang to life, emitting a series of translucent beams of light that formed a radiant circle. Inside the circle, specially designed carbon ion particles began to spin and float at high speed, and soon enough, a corner of the ID card materialized within the luminous circle. Xiaochu Mian, engrossed in the animation, was suddenly captivated by the dazzling light, momentarily forgetting the show she had been following and even the nut snacks in her hand. She slowly hopped off her chair and stepped closer to the glowing circle, her eyes wide with astonishment. Xiaochu Mian was utterly mesmerized. Having witnessed 3D printing in the 21st century, she was amazed to discover that this advanced future world had evolved 3D printing to such a remarkable level. Setting aside the functionality itself, the visual aesthetics of the printing process reached an unparalleled height. How many generations must have passed for such a breathtaking scene to come to fruition? Don't stare too long. It's not good for your eyes. A large hand gently covered Xiaochu Mian's eyes, and she realized Rongye had mysteriously appeared beside her. Taking a step back, she turned to Rongye, exclaiming, "This is so beautiful." Rongye was taken aback, glancing at the seemingly ordinary virtual printer on the control panel, and couldn't help but chuckle. Just this? He reached out to wipe away the snack crumbs from the corner of Xiaochu Mian's mouth, his voice gentle as he suggested, "There's a great deal more fascinating and beautiful things on the planet Valna. I'll be sure to take you to see them." It must be said, his little female was indeed quite peculiar. While she was impressively intelligent in many respects, she could also be adorably naive in certain common knowledge areas. Ultimately, it was his oversight in not providing her with proper education that had led to the fiasco of the intelligence assessment. Yet, upon further reflection, he had never taught her about firearms or martial arts, so how was it that she was adept in those areas? It was this very lack of understanding that fueled his curiosity about the components of her genetic makeup. Wondering if there was something particularly special about her genes, perhaps an innate aptitude for martial arts or firearms. However, it appeared everything had now been muddled, and it seemed they would have to wait until they reached the planet Valna to find answers. Since the Star Brain terminal already contained my information, why is there still a need for a physical card? Observing the numerous ID entity cards already printed on the console, Chu Xian turned back with a hint of confusion to inquire. Rongye, with a slight smile in her eyes, explained that once the ID electronic information is established, it remains in a semi-frozen state. It requires the initial use through the Star Brain terminal to be fully activated. However, given the current circumstances, it would be wise for your ID information to remain unactivated. Once activated, government personnel would be able to access Chu Xian's information, leading to potential complications. After all, from the information he had received, several high-ranking officials within the government were keenly interested in Chu Xian. "Oh, I see." Chu Xian nodded hastily, understanding the gravity of the situation. Observing Chu Xian's sudden realization, Rongye couldn't help but smile, her lips curving upwards. "We currently find ourselves on planet Brulu, a civilization where technology is considered advanced among the advanced. Thus, under normal circumstances, one can simply scan their identity via the star brain terminal. However, on other planets with slightly lagging technology, such as Varna, Choway, and Lebulus, the process still necessitates the use of physical cards for identity verification. Utilizing physical cards for identity checks is often more convenient, as it does not leave behind electronic records. For your current situation, this is most suitable as long as your electronic identity remains unactivated. Chuxian will remain an illegitimate identity without any searchable information in the ID database semi-frozen state, ensuring safety as long as no one searches for her. Chuxian's eyes widened in surprise. So, Varna is actually a technologically lagging planet? Over the past few days, Ermau had frequently mentioned Varna, suggesting that her safety would be greatly assured there, almost elevating Varna to a status above Brulu. Thus, she had always perceived Varna as a more advanced place, only to discover it was, in fact, a backward planet. Varna is a colonial planet with a strictly hierarchical system. Every piece of land is owned by a landowner, also known as a lord. The scope of land varies, with larger territories referred to as major lords and smaller ones as minor lords. Although the class system on Varna is apparent, it allows each lord to wield concentrated power within their domain, permitting them to do as they please and easily protect those they wish to shield. Seizing the rare opportunity to enlighten his little female companion, Rongya patiently began to impart basic knowledge about planet Varna. Suddenly, a piercing electronic alarm resonated throughout the high-altitude chamber. Rongya, caught off guard while explaining, paused, and both individuals in the cabin looked up towards the porthole. Damao and Ermau, startled by the deafening noise, rushed in from the corridor, exchanging bewildered glances before simultaneously turning to Rongya, their faces a picture of confusion. Rongya furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before suggesting, "Let's go outside and take a look." Damao nodded in agreement and promptly dashed towards the exit. In no time, Damao returned, exclaiming, "Boss, I found out that the owner of this base has just been robbed, and they're currently in pursuit of the thief." "Robbed? There are thieves here?" Ermau could hardly believe it. What could have been stolen to cause such a commotion? Damao shook his head, withholding further information. But judging by the alarm, whatever was taken must be quite valuable. Otherwise, they wouldn't trigger the alarm throughout the entire flight center. Delaying all starship departures, it is worth noting that those who dock their private starships here are either exceptionally wealthy or influential. To halt these affluent individuals' departures, while coordinating the search for the stolen item incurs significant costs, possibly necessitating an apology gift amounting to millions of star coins, highlighting the owner's immense wealth and the high value of the stolen item. So, what's the plan now? Does that mean they will search the starships? Ermau asked, utterly perplexed. Damao pointed towards the direction outside the cabin, indicating that everyone was instructed to gather at the center of Area A of the flight center, where a hover vehicle awaited them. With that, Damao glanced at Chuxian and then at Rongya, awaiting further instructions. Rongya furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Chuxian. "All right." Noting that everyone's attention was directed towards her, Chuxian shrugged with understanding. "I might as well take a nap in my suitcase." Since the flight base was conducting checks, it was prudent for her, as someone who had not entered through the proper channels, to avoid detection. Although she was uncertain how the base would conduct its inspections, it was safest to remain hidden in her suitcase, which could effectively block all infrared detection, making it exceedingly easy to evade scrutiny. "We won't be long," Rongya assured apologetically. Chuxian waved her hand dismissively. "You all can return without disturbing me if I'm still asleep. When I wake up, I want roasted chicken legs, grilled lamb, and fried potatoes." As she lazily ambled towards the large suitcase, she counted off the delicacies she desired. Rongya's eyes softened with affection, a tender glow emanating from his beastly gaze. "All right. Honestly, I believe our little Chuxian has quite a good nature," Ermau remarked suddenly while walking towards the hover vehicle. Damao looked at him in surprise. Raising an eyebrow. "I'm serious," Ermau insisted, scratching his head sheepishly. "When we first adopted Chuxian, I asked many friends for advice, and each one told me that the smarter the female, the more delicate and haughty she would be, making them difficult to care for. But upon reflection, it seems Chuxian isn't hard to please at all. In fact, in certain aspects, she is quite agreeable, which contradicts everything they said. Though you remember how she punched you?" Damao countered with curiosity. "Well, that was just us being too foolish," Ermau admitted, looking somewhat sheepish. Damao sighed. "Can we drop the we and just focus on you being the one in trouble?" not wishing to dwell on his brother's foolishness. Damao continued, after all, Chuxian is a product of genetic engineering, not as delicate as the naturally born females. Big brother, if Chuxian is so clever as a genetic product, wouldn't the naturally born females be even smarter? Ermao asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Damao retorted, not necessarily. Who says naturally born females are always smarter than genetic products? Aside from her slightly quirky personality, Chuxian excels in every regard compared to naturally born females. Damao began to enumerate his points, arguing that in terms of appearance and beauty, none of the starlets in films could compare to Chuxian. As for skill and strategy, if Chuxian lacked those traits even a little, she would have perished in the beast arena long ago. Just think about her archery skills and that daring leap from a height. Many online claim it was merely luck, but that is nonsense. They are just outsiders watching a spectacle. Chuxian had managed to control all aspects of her situation, surviving in the arena, even using that black leopard as leverage for her daring jump, showcasing her intelligence. Reflecting on that day, it was clear that Chuxian had skillfully delayed until they arrived, or rather, even if she hadn't waited for them, she could have escaped unscathed. Given these circumstances, would a naturally born female be able to compare? They would likely have fainted from fear and been devoured by ferocious beasts. Ermao nodded vigorously. Exactly. Naturally born females can't compare to our little Chuxian. If you ask me, genetic products are just as good as naturally born ones. Look at our boss. Isn't he a genetic product too? And yet he has become the most brilliant mechanic, creating weapons that everyone clamors for. Those people always assume that someone capable of inventing so many weapons must be an old man. But who would have thought the master of machinery would be so young? Alas, the notion that genetic offspring are inferior to naturally born ones has become deeply ingrained in people's minds. Seemingly reminded of a painful topic, Damao's mood noticeably dampened, especially for those like them, who were mediocre genetic offspring, facing discrimination from naturally born individuals. And no matter how exceptional, capable, or loyal they were, in the eyes of those born naturally, they remained inferior, unworthy of respect. Cough, cough, coughed. As Rongyi walked ahead, he suddenly broke into a low cough, then slightly turned his head to glance at the figures of Damao and Ermao behind him. Damao and Ermao immediately raised their eyes in response, and when their gaze fell upon the well-dressed, suited beastman standing outside the hovering vehicle in the distance, they simultaneously fell silent. Inside the hovering vehicle, the scenery outside swiftly rushed by. Rongyi sat in the spacious back seat, eyes closed in a meditative state. Beside him, Damao, brimming with curiosity, directed a question towards the suited bodyguard in the passenger seat. Brother, what exactly was stolen that caused your master to create such a commotion? The bodyguard turned his head, and after his gaze quickly swept over Damao and the others, he smiled and explained. Esteemed guests, it is not that something was stolen. This reason is merely a facade for official matters, intended to avoid alarming some timid guests. Upon hearing this, Rongyi, who had been resting with his eyes shut, slowly opened them. Chapter 35. His chances of finding Xiao Di were far greater than others. Mao, astonished, widened his eyes. So nothing was stolen? What is the reason then? The suited bodyguard pondered for a moment before responding. In fact, a mutated genetic beastman has appeared in the shipyard, having already severely injured more than one staff member. To ensure the safety of all guests within the shipyard, the master has ordered all guests to be gathered in the main hall until that mutated beastman is captured, after which the flight procedures will resume. A mutated genetic beastman? Damao's heart sank at once. Indeed, that beastman appeared completely normal upon entering the shipyard, but just 10 minutes before takeoff, his body suddenly underwent a transformation, injuring 3 staff members, 2 dead, 1 wounded, before fleeing and going missing. Sudden mutation? Ermao asked curiously. What kind of mutation? The suited bodyguard did not hold back, based on the bloodstains left at the scene. We initially suspect it was caused by excessive cellular division due to a genetic mutation, resulting in a sudden physical transformation. That beastman is a lion beast priest, a regular guest at our shipyard. Previously, there was no indication of any abnormalities during our interactions, but it seems he has recently entered a metamorphic phase and coincidentally failed, which triggered the genetic mutation. Seeing Ermao's curious expression, the suited bodyguard continued with a hint of gossip. From the blood analysis, the genetic composition of that priest is primarily that of an antelope and a sika deer. However, after the mutation, he surprisingly grew fangs and sharp spines. Had there not been surveillance footage capturing his violent act, it would have been hard for anyone to believe that such a gentle genetic lineage could transform into something so ferocious. Thus, the metamorphic phase is indeed terrifying, and no wonder so many genetic beastmen place such importance on it. It is essentially a life and death hurdle. If one can pass through, all is well. If not, he coughed lightly, seemingly realizing that the three esteemed guests before him were all genetic beastmen, particularly one who appeared rather unwell, having been resting with closed eyes since boarding the vehicle. The suited bodyguard quickly regained his composure, awkwardly clearing his throat and changing the topic. The reason for gathering everyone is also out of a protective concern. After all, each of you is a distinguished guest of the shipyard, and we cannot allow any harm to come to you. Once all guests are assembled, the shipyard will initiate a high-altitude infrared live scanning procedure to locate the target, and then proceed with the capture. High-altitude infrared live scanning. Demau's heart immediately relaxed upon hearing this. Fortunately, they had the foresight to have Xiao Chuxian hide inside the suitcase before leaving. As long as that suitcase was with them, infrared scanning would pose no issue. At the VIP room of the Starship Dock Management Center, a Tiger Beast supervisor stood rigidly in the lounge, his respectful demeanor unable to mask the anxiety in his eyes. Little master, what brings you here today? Oh dear, his little ancestor rarely made an appearance. Why today of all days? What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come? Luo Chuxian naturally did not miss the fleeting look of distress on the Tiger Beast supervisor's face and retorted in surprise. No, no, no. The Tiger Beast supervisor quickly waved his hands in denial. It's just that, well, today's situation? Seeing his reaction, Luo Chuxian furrowed his brows. What happened? Well, cough. There's been a minor incident at the shipyard. A genetic beast man experienced an issue during his metamorphic phase, resulting in a genetic mutation that caused him to lose his sanity and injure people. We are currently in the process of capturing him. This is the 5th incident of this nature in a short period. Although the previous 4 were somewhat troublesome, they were resolved quickly, but this time it is the most serious. Then just capture him, and my presence here is not an inconvenience to you, Luo Chuxian said with evident dissatisfaction. Teach, if it weren't for pressing matters, he wouldn't have come to this wretched place at all. No, 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 little master, please don't misunderstand. The Tiger Beast supervisor became anxious. Your visit is a rare honor that I could scarcely ask for, but during this capture operation, I fear for your safety. Who doesn't know that this little ancestor is the only heir of the Luo family? The future successor of the Luo group, doted on by old Master Luo like a precious jewel. If he were to be startled here, his career would likely come to a halt. What could possibly happen to me? I'm not made of paper, Luo Chuxian replied defiantly. Li supervisor, you should attend to your duties without worrying about me. While our Luo family is indeed prosperous, we cannot afford to be careless regarding our responsibilities. Hurry and capture that fleeing genetic beast man. We cannot afford to frighten the guests of the shipyard. Yes, understood, little master. Please remain safe here. There are bodyguards in the corridor outside. Just call upon them if you need anything. In times past, Li's supervisor would have eagerly remained to attend to him, but now, given the unforeseen situation at the shipyard, which directly affected its reputation and his livelihood, he truly could not afford to waste a moment. Li's supervisor quickly departed, leaving Luo Chuxian alone in the spacious SVIP lounge. After a few seconds of silence, Luo Chuxian stealthily approached the door, listening for any sounds in the corridor. Confirming that there was no commotion outside, he hastily locked the door, then swiftly made his way to the large bedroom within, where he deftly pushed open the wardrobe to reveal a hidden door in the wall. This SVIP room was an exclusive area for the Luo family, accessible only to him and his grandfather. No one else was permitted entry. Even the regular weekly cleaning could only be performed by the old steward. For security reasons, his grandfather had designed a secret passage that led directly to the parking garage below, facilitating a quick evacuation in case of danger. Now, it was the perfect time to put it to use. Based on various analyses circulating online, he too believed that Xiao Di had likely been captured. Given the lack of any trace thus far, presently, the attention of the entire city, nay, the entire planet of Blue, was focused on Xiao Di, and whoever had captured Xiao Di must be anxious to deal with the situation. Thus, the online analyses suggested that one possibility was that the person who captured Xiao Di would take him off the Blue planet to hide on another planet. Of course, There were many possibilities. However, in recent days, he had explored numerous scenarios, so upon discovering this possibility, he immediately decided to take action. After all, the Luo family owned dozens of private starship docks on the Blue Planet. Upon further reflection, his chances of finding Xiao Di were far greater than others, especially now that he had 4 rabbit ladies to assist him. Luo Chuxian quickly took the hidden passage elevator down to the bottom of the management center building, gazing at the vacant, dimly lit parking garage before hastily making his way towards his luxurious hovering vehicle. With a soft click, the vehicle's door unlocked, and the doors slid open. Immediately, 4 rabbit beast ladies bounced out in a line, their ears swiveling like radar, noses twitching eagerly, their crimson eyes gleaming with excitement. Seeing the 4 neatly lined up rabbit ladies in front of the vehicle, Luo Chuxian's eyes curved into a smile. All right, let us begin. Chapter 36. The rabbit lady's perspectives are even more twisted than hers. Shipyard, docking area. A blood-soaked beast man wandered aimlessly across the ground, his steps unsteady and erratic, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. Clad in a black priest robe, now stained with blood, the garment hung askew, trailing on the ground, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. Sharp claws dripped with glaring blood, leaving splatters on the ground as he walked by. Indeed, he was the deranged beast man currently wanted by the shipyard. Hey, who is there? Who is there? A security lion beast man, clad in the shipyard uniform, suddenly called out from not far behind. Strange, didn't the group leader say that everyone should immediately gather in the main hall? He had just been afflicted with a bout of diarrhea and lingered in the restroom for quite some time. By the moment he finally emerged, feeling relieved, his colleagues had already departed. Left with no choice, he hastened to the assembly point, just as preparations for departure were underway. Suddenly, he noticed an individual entering his line of sight, and upon closer inspection, it appeared that this person was not a member of the staff at the spaceport. Ah, the lion beast man's eyes gleamed with surprise. Could it be a guest? How curious. What could bring a guest to this area? Hello, this is the staff office area, which is not open to the public. Are you lost, esteemed guest? The presence of someone who was neither a staff member nor a dignified guest set off alarm bells in the lion beast man's mind, prompting him to hastily approach and inquire. Little did he know, at the very moment he spoke, the staggering priest abruptly halted, swaying as he prepared to turn around. As the priest slowly pivoted to face him, the lion beast man quickly donned a respectful smile. However, it was at this moment that he belatedly realized the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. The lion beast man's demeanor shifted instantly. He stepped forward 2 paces and urgently asked, "Are you injured? Do you require me to summon a medic?" When Luo Chu finally appeared, he was met with the shocking sight of a beast man clad in priestly robes, kneeling on the ground, gnawing at something. The pungent aroma of blood permeated the air, and the ground was littered with torn flesh, pools of thick, crimson blood cascading across the floor. Stumbling upon this gruesome scene, which coincided with the moment he had lost sight of the 4 Miss Rabbits, Luo Chu felt a rush of blood surge to his head, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with shock. It seemed the priest beast man sensed someone else's approach, abruptly turning his head to gaze at Luo Chu. His blood-stained face revealing a frenzied glint in his eyes. A piece of flesh dangled from his gaping maw, dripping onto his robe. The priest's gaze fixated on Luo Chu, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply. His form gradually shifting from the corpse on the ground toward Luo Chu, excitement brimming in his beastly eyes at the sight of a new prey. As the priest turned fully, Luo Chu finally discerned the identity of the corpse sprawled on the floor. And in that instant, his heart plummeted. The lifeless body was none other than that of a lion beast security guard. What the hell? A lion beast security guard? How could a priest have so mercilessly torn one apart? It suddenly dawned on Luo Chu that he had previously heard Supervisor Li mention an incident involving injuries. Luo Chu exclaimed in disbelief. What did that supervisor say again? Oh right, Supervisor Li mentioned something about losing control and injuring someone? Is this what he meant by injuring someone? Is Supervisor Li out of his mind? Meanwhile, in the docking area of a certain private starship, Chu Xian was enjoying a deep slumber, in his hazy state. He felt the lid of his trunk being lifted. Moments later, a flurry of exuberant sounds erupted around him, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of tiny feet. Chu Xian thought to himself, what the hell? Wasn't it agreed upon that I wouldn't be disturbed? Were those two rascals, De Mao and Air Mao, getting a little too mischievous? Awakened from his sweet dreams, Chu Xian opened his eyes with a dark expression. Before he could even voice his irritation, he was greeted by the sight of 4 rabbit heads eagerly peering into his face, their bright red eyes fixated on him. Chu Xian exclaimed, Miss Rabbits, what are you doing here? He quickly sat up in his trunk, astonished, and began to scrutinize the unexpectedly appearing Miss Rabbits from left to right. Perhaps his astonishment was too apparent, for the 4 Miss Rabbits sitting around the trunk suddenly froze in place, blinking their large rabbit eyes as they allowed Chu Xian to observe them. How did you end up here? After confirming that they were indeed the 4 Miss Rabbits he knew, Chu Xian questioned them in disbelief. Turning his head towards the door of the cabin, his eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth is going on? Why are the Miss Rabbits here? Wasn't she on the ship? How did they manage to get in? Did Rong Yi and the others forget to close the door when they left? A torrent of questions raced through Chu Xian's mind, his gaze landing on one of the Miss Rabbits. Xiaobai, how did you get in? Unfortunately, the 4 Miss Rabbits seemed to remain mute. When Xiaobai was asked, she merely pointed toward the door, then looked back at Chu Xian with wide, innocent eyes, sparkling with curiosity. Feeling exasperated by their unwavering gaze, Chu Xian sighed and rose from the trunk to seek answers. The 4 Miss Rabbits likely hadn't come here on their own. They must have been brought by someone. Could that person still be outside the ship? Chu Xian felt a bit dazed and instinctively glanced at the Starbrain terminal on his wrist, only to find the screen still shrouded in darkness. The system initialization progress stuck at 56. He stood up, brushed off his wrinkled clothing, and remained silent for several seconds before striding towards the ship's entrance. Sure enough, the door to the cabin was ajar. However, upon observing the lock mechanism, which bore clear signs of having been tampered with, Chu Xian stood frozen in disbelief for a while before glancing back at the 4 Miss Rabbits behind him, incredulous. Did you do this? Good heavens! This was a blatant act of breaking and entering. They must have had some audacity. Hearing Chu Xian's words, the 4 Miss Rabbits nodded vigorously in unison, their faces alight with anticipation of praise. Chu Xian thought, well, it seems I've discerned that these 4 rabbits' moral compass is even more skewed than mine. Who brought you here? Chu Xian surveyed the empty docking area, his expression filled with confusion. The 4 rabbits paused, seemingly realizing that the person who had guided them here was now nowhere to be found. Momentarily, they exchanged glances, their rabbit ears swiveling like radar antennas, but in the next instant, their eyes met briefly before they all lowered their ears, adopting a collective expression that conveyed, that person is important, as they turned their gaze back to Chu Xian. Chu Xian thought. Chapter 37. The Miss Rabbits had been persistently obstructing her. Chu Xian surprisingly understood their reaction, feeling a mixture of sympathy for the unknown individual while hesitating over whether to remain aboard the starship or venture outside. He recalled that Rong Yi and the others had left because something had been stolen from here, right? Coupled with the earlier display of the Miss Rabbit's lockpicking skills, an ominous premonition washed over Chu Xian. Have you taken anything that doesn't belong to you? He immediately inquired. As soon as he voiced the question, the 4 Miss Rabbits froze, then promptly lowered their heads to rummage through their satchels. Chu Xian furrowed his brow, astonished. He had merely asked casually, yet the 4 Miss Rabbits truly had taken something. In the next moment, he was met with an array of soft, luxurious leather coats, gleaming, genuine leather boots, exquisitely crafted leather gloves, and a charming, handcrafted leather pouch, all neatly displayed before him. The Miss Rabbits excitedly showcased their findings, their fluffy ears brimming with joy as they jiggled from side to side. Chu Xian thought. He rubbed his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a headache brewing from this lack of boundaries and trust. Well, it appears the stolen items from the starship truly were taken by the Miss Rabbits. If someone were to discover them on Rong Yi's ship, and they recognized her, the consequences would be without further ado. Chu Xian decisively made his way toward the exit of the starship. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted in the empty docking area, causing Chu Xian to halt in his tracks. In that instant, the 4 Miss Rabbits' expressions shifted dramatically. They quickly stashed their belongings back into their satchels. The once orderly line of rabbits that had been hopping behind Chu Xian immediately formed a protective circle around him, their backs against each other as they stood guard, their ears perked up in vigilance. fully prepared to defend against any threats. Chu Xian, caught off guard by their sudden protection, thought. Meanwhile, Luo Chu was sprinting forward in a state of panic, only to find the docking area utterly deserted. Save for a few private starships still glowing with lights. The 4 Miss Rabbits he had brought along had vanished in the brief moment he bent down to tie his shoelaces. And he now had no idea where they had gone. Hiding cautiously in the stairwell of a private starship, Luo Chu struggled to calm his rapid breaths, concealing himself in the shadows, hoping that the completely deranged priest beastman would abandon his pursuit. Good heavens, that beastman was terrifying. He was actually gnawing on a corpse, and it appeared he was relishing it. Were it not for his sudden interruption, he would have almost felt that the priest could gnaw the security guard's corpse down to the bone. More importantly, that security guard was a lion beastman. Even if his combat prowess was not at the peak, he certainly was not someone an ordinary person could easily defeat. Yet, despite this, he had been torn apart by that diminutive priest, which spoke volumes about the latter's terrifying strength. The echoes of Orcish roars reverberated through the desolate shipyard. The blood-soaked priest staggered about the docking area, his blood-red beastly eyes devoid of consciousness as they scanned the surroundings. His nose twitching incessantly, seemingly driven solely by the primal thirst for flesh and blood. Suddenly, the priest seemed to catch a scent, and his previously staggering form abruptly halted. Then, with fervent sniffs, he began to probe in a specific direction. Step by step, he drew closer to the small stairwell where Luo Chu was concealed. In the shadowy recesses of the stairwell, Luo Chu was startled by the priest's reaction. He quickly lowered his gaze to his clothing, only to realize that his usual attire had been perfumed with a faint scent. Luo Chu's pupils constricted sharply, his complexion turning ashen. This is bad. He hastily looked down at the pitch-black star brain on his wrist. Damn it, still no signal? As he watched the priest pace back and forth at the stairwell entrance, just a slight bend forward would reveal his hiding place. Cold sweat drenched Luo Chu's forehead as he hesitated, contemplating whether to make a run for it while the priest was unsuspecting or to wait until he was discovered before attempting to escape. Excuse me, are you the one who brought the lady rabbits here? Just as Luo Chu was caught in his indecision, a soft, melodious voice suddenly rang out from a distance, followed by the appearance of a petite figure within his line of sight. That voice sounds familiar. Luo Chu quickly turned in the darkness, trying to locate the source of the voice. The moment he glimpsed the other person's face, a gleam of light flickered in his bright, beastly eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. Due to the eerie emergence of the 4 lady rabbits, Chu Xian had to prioritize addressing their situation. With the commotion at the shipyard escalating and uncertainty surrounding the lady rabbit's involvement, she dared not leave anyone aboard Rongye's starship. Furthermore, given that the lady rabbits could not speak, if she neglected them, they might end up sold to a beast arena by nefarious individuals. However, the quality of the clothing worn by the lady rabbits appeared quite good, and their spirits seemed high, indicating they had been well cared for during this time. Thus, she concluded that the best course of action was to help the lady rabbits find their kind benefactor and resolve the matter seamlessly. Hence, when she heard the howls, it was only natural that she would seek them out. Sure enough, after passing a fork in the path, she spotted a figure walking 100 meters ahead. The individual appeared to have some difficulty with their legs, limping significantly, and their clothing was askew, suggesting they had taken quite a fall. Upon noticing that the figure was clad in a priest's robe, her eyes sparkled with recognition. Oh, it's actually a priest? I've heard that priests are generally kind-hearted. Could he be the one who took in the lady rabbits? Xiaobai, is he the one who brought you here? Chu Xian turned to the nearest Xiaobai, pointing towards the limping priest in the distance. Regrettably, her inquiry received no response. Instead, the lady rabbits had been obstructing her path since she began her journey, seemingly intent on preventing her from approaching. Even now, the hem of her clothing was firmly grasped by Xiaobai, who appeared to want to stop her yet was hesitant to disobey her wishes. Chapter 38. Can a beast man actually look this terrible? Chu Xian did not dwell on it too much, aware of how clingy the lady rabbits could be. It was understandable that they would not want to let her go upon finally seeing her, yet she had her own matters to attend to and truly lacked the time and energy to settle the lady rabbit situation. At this point, all she could do was hurry to find their guardian and ensure they would be taken care of properly. Unable to extract an answer from the lady rabbits, Chu Xian opted to approach the distant figure once more. This time, She raised her voice a notch. "Excuse me, sir, are you the one who brought the lady rabbits here?" Indeed. As soon as her words left her lips, the man in the distance abruptly halted. Chu Xian's eyes brightened at this, and she rushed forward. However, just then, she caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent, seemingly emanating from the man's direction. In that instant, a flicker of alarm crossed her gaze, and her steps faltered as she regarded the figure ahead with newfound caution. The scent of blood? This priest is emanating a potent smell of blood? In the expansive docking area of the starship, the young girl stood silently, her starry eyes fixed intently on the man in the distance, her brow furrowed. Meanwhile, the priest began to slowly turn, his movements unnaturally sluggish, stiff, and eerie. Half a minute later, when Chu Xian finally beheld the man's fully turned face, her pupils widened in shocked, this is exceptionally grotesque. Accustomed to Rongye's beauty, she had not anticipated that the beastmen here could appear so disfigured, with blood-red, dripping eyes, a contorted, greenish visage, absurdly protruding fangs still smeared with bits of flesh, and a mouth that gaped wide open, the corners of which were torn asunder. It looked as if it might split further at any moment. To make matters worse, due to the inability to close his mouth, bloodied saliva continually dripped from between his teeth, pooling on the ground below. Chu Xian instinctively bent over, feeling nauseated. Ugh! While she did not feel fear, the disgust was undeniable. In her desire for cleanliness, tears of revulsion welled in her eyes as her first reaction was to flee from the repulsive creature. "I'm sorry, Lady Rabbits, but I simply cannot engage in conversation with something so revolting. You all can fend for yourselves." Having delivered the individuals to the vicinity, they could simply follow along. As Chu Xian turned to return to the starship, she waved goodbye to the Lady Rabbits while internally lamenting her fortune in meeting Rongye and his companions. After all, those three were relatively pleasing to the eye, especially Rongye, whose appearance was beyond reproach. Save for his frail health, it seemed that the beastmen here were indeed a mixed bag in terms of looks. Some were stunningly beautiful, while others were simply not worth a second glance. As she continued to muse, an unexpected rustling sound of hurried footsteps reached her ears. The revolting man in the distance seemed to be approaching her. Chu Xian frowned at the sound. "Hey, why is this disgusting creature coming towards me?" Just then, a startled voice rang out from afar. "Xiao Di, watch out." Huh? Chu Xian froze momentarily. Xiao Di? That name sounds oddly familiar. Before she could recall, the next scene left her utterly stunned. Xiao Bai, seemingly acting before her, dashed toward the priest with incredible speed. Not granting Chu Xian a chance to intervene, in an instant, Xiao Bai leapt into the air, raising a still beastly rabbit leg to strike the priest squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, the priest was sent sprawling dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into a small stairwell. The entire incident unfolded with such swiftness and violence that Chu Xian could only stare in disbelief at Xiao Bai. Her expression one of utter astonishment. My goodness, is this a real-life instance of a violent takedown of a benefactor? This lady rabbit dares to strike her own benefactor? Before she could process Xiao Bai's actions, her gaze shifted towards the small stairwell, where a figure emerged, pale and frantically waving his hands. Xiao Di, run. He has mutated due to a failed transformation. It's dangerous. Run. Dangerous? Chu Xian looked on, momentarily dumbfounded, upon recognizing the figure in the distance. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, it's him? No wonder he called me Xiao Di. This is the charming young master I encountered when I emerged from the water in the underground beast arena. But what does failed transformation mean? So, the beastman didn't originally look like that. He mutated. Xiao Di, run. Quickly. In the distance, the handsome young boy dashed towards her with remarkable speed, closely followed by that repugnant priest. Indeed, just as the handsome young boy called out for her to seek safety, the loathsome priest, who had been kicked into the stairwell by Xiao Bai, scrambled out and turned to pursue the nearest hansom boy. It was evident that the handsome young boy was accustomed to a life of luxury. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength to flee, his speed was rather lackluster. In stark contrast, the priest behind him, driven by an insatiable hunger, surged forward with astonishing swiftness, closing the gap between them at an alarming rate. Xiao Mian furrowed her brow, and in the next moment, Her figure moved with a ghostly agility. Xiao Di, what are you doing? Hurry, run, dash over there, quickly. In the throes of his escape, Luo Chu was acutely aware of the priest's relentless pursuit. His forehead slick with cold sweat, however, when he spotted a girl in the distance who not only remained but was rushing toward him. His pupils widened in astonishment as soon as he uttered a breathless warning. Luo Chu felt a hand reaching for his shoulder from behind. In that instant, terror coursed through him. Awe, the instinct for survival propelled him forward with greater urgency, narrowly avoiding the priest's claw-like grasp, which merely brushed against his back, leaving the scene fraught with peril. Yet, no matter how fierce the will to survive, the limits of human endurance were soon reached, as the priest's hand missed him for the first time. The distance between them closed once more. This time, with a frenzied glint in his bloodshot eyes, the priest savored the sight of his prey within grasp. The stench of blood and the agonizing cries grew ever closer. Though Luo Chu continued to run, despair flickered in his eyes as he recalled his beloved grandfather, tears forming in their depths. I'm so sorry, Grandpa. But in that moment of utter hopelessness, he suddenly felt a soft yet firm hand at his waist. Thrusting him forward with great force, in an instant, a delicate figure brushed past him. Chapter 39. Halt! One more kick and he'll be nothing but pulp. Luo Chu felt himself spun around by a powerful force. And when he regained his senses, he heard a loud thud as the foul stench that had pursued him began to dissipate. The pressure at his back vanished, and he looked down in surprise at the small hand that had swiftly withdrawn from him. When he raised his gaze, he beheld the exquisite profile of the girl who had just passed him. Due to the disparity in strength, Xiao Mian's kick had only pushed the priest back a few steps. Yet, just as she was about to retreat with Luo Chu, four swift figures suddenly emerged from behind her, launching a coordinated assault on the priest. Thud, thud, thud. 4 rabbit feet struck the priest's chest with precision, akin to a well-choreographed performance. Unlike Xiao Mian's relatively gentle kick, the force behind the 4 rabbit girls was formidable, sending the priest sprawling to the ground in a fit of rage. Not yet satisfied, they continued to rain down kicks upon the fallen figure, each impact producing a sharp, satisfying crack that resonated in the air. The priest's wails gradually faded, and after half a minute, silence ensued. Xiao Mian stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend that the seemingly innocent rabbit girls, whom she had observed in the arena, possessed such a savage side. How on earth had these 4 rabbits ended up in the arena? It defied all logic. Overwhelmed by the shocking scene, Xiao Mian momentarily forgot that she was still holding Luo Chu's hand, and thus overlooked the closeness of their positions, missing the way Luo Chu gazed at her with bright, admiring eyes. After half a minute, witnessing the priest reduced to a pitiful state, Xiao Mian cleared her throat and said, Xiao Bai, you all should stop. If you keep kicking, he'll turn into mush. Initially, she thought her light-hearted comment would go unnoticed by the rabbits, who were caught up in their frenzy. However, to her surprise, the moment her words left her mouth, the 4 rabbits ceased their assault, altering their fierce demeanor. They bounded over to her, forming a neat line, their ruby-red eyes sparkling with expectation as if eagerly awaiting praise. Xiao Mian. Caught off guard, Xiao Mian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Quickly recovering, she coughed lightly into her hand and said, Well done, everyone. The instant her words were spoken, the rabbits' eyes sparkled with delight. Their fluffy ears perked up even more before they dispersed in perfect harmony, encircling the girl protectively as they remained vigilant against their surroundings. Having dealt with the troublesome priest, Xiao Mian turned her attention to Luo Chu, regarding him with newfound seriousness. Did you bring the rabbit girls here? Initially, she had assumed that the repugnant priest was their captor. But now she realized her misunderstanding. The attire worn by the rabbit girls bore the same logo as Luo Chu's, and the color schemes were identical. It seemed that the noble young master was their true protector. Ah? Startled by the sudden question, Luo Chu blinked in confusion before rapidly nodding, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Mian. Yes, I purchased the rabbit girls from a friend and brought them here to find you. Do you remember me? I was the one standing by the railing. We met before. Do you remember? Luo Chu's enthusiasm was palpable, and fearing that she might not recall him, he hurriedly recounted every detail. His heart raced with exhilaration. It was unbelievable that Xiao Di could communicate with him so naturally and rationally. This was utterly astonishing. I remember, Xiao Mian replied, nodding graciously before inquiring, but why were you looking for me? I don't believe we had any direct interaction. Perhaps he was seeking her out because she had inadvertently hurt him when she climbed over the railing. Of course, it's to help you, Luo Chu exclaimed eagerly. I know you escaped from that underground arena. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared from above in the docking area. The conversation was abruptly interrupted, as both Luo Chu and the four rabbits turned their heads toward the source of the sound. This is bad. The special police have been deployed. Luo Chu's expression changed dramatically as he quickly turned to Xiao Mian. Xiao Di, we need to leave immediately. Right to the monitoring room. We must secure all visual data from here, or your presence will be exposed, quickly. If news of Xiao Di's location within the docking area were to leak, the consequences could be dire for her, given her lack of allies. As Luo Chu pulled her toward a secret passage, Xiao Mian did not protest. After all, when the noble young master had been speaking moments ago, she had noticed two cameras flashing in their vicinity. From the moment she left the starship, she had been selectively navigating through the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. And whenever she encountered unavoidable monitoring, she had done her best to conceal her face with her hood. However, in her haste to rush toward Luo Chu, the wind had blown her hat off, likely exposing her features at that moment. If there was a chance to erase the footage, that would be ideal. Otherwise, it would only bring her trouble. After all, her worth was currently estimated in the hundreds of millions. As they hurried along, Luo Chu wasted no time explaining the bizarre incident of the beasts inexplicably going berserk that had occurred at the docking area, and he mentioned that the supervisor had gathered everyone under the pretense of something being thrown. Thus, everything that had just transpired would undoubtedly have been captured by the staff in the monitoring room. Our immediate goal is to reach the monitoring room, delete the relevant videos, and silence the staff to prevent any leaks. Luo Chu calmly outlined their next steps, his logic clear and precise. As they entered a VIP exclusive elevator, Xiao Mian cast a curious glance at Luo Chu's confident demeanor. You seem quite familiar with this place? Yes, I come here often. With a swift press of the button for the floor of the room, Luo Chu wore a look of urgency on his face. Although erasing the surveillance footage seemed trivial to him, the current situation involved the frantic search for that deranged orc. The monitoring room was likely filled with individuals scrutinizing the footage from the battlefield, and they probably had already discovered the presence of Xiao Di. Therefore, the most pressing matter at hand was to hasten to the monitoring room and delete all footage related to Xiao Di, while simultaneously instructing his subordinates to maintain silence. The affair concerning Xiao Di in the battlefield must not be disclosed. Luo Chu continued to explain, I am Luo Chu, the young proprietor here. This entire battlefield belongs to the Luo family. Regarding Chu Xian, Luo Chu seemed to harbor no desire to conceal his identity. Rest assured. Xiao Di, I will certainly assist you. Chu Xian, hearing this, appeared utterly bewildered. But why do you want to help me? And certainly help. It seemed they were merely acquaintances, having met only once. You just saved me, so of course I want to help you. Luo Chu declared earnestly, his eyes sparkling with sincerity, not less so than the Miss Rabbits standing beside them. Chu Xian thought to herself, it appears this noble young man lacks a solid grasp of logic. I saved him just now, but that was only because he had warned me of the danger. Then why did you bring the Miss Rabbits to find me? Chu Xian inquired, adopting a different approach. Luo Chu suddenly faltered, his gaze beginning to evade. After a brief silence, he shyly glanced at the girl before him, who was observing him intently. Actually, it was because on that day at the Beast Arena, I had the capacity to help you, but I did not. So. Luo Chu's words stumbled, yet Chu Xian comprehended his intent, her face lighting up with realization. Oh, so you feel guilty towards me? You wish to make amends? It dawned on her that his remorse for not assisting her at the Beast Arena had compelled him to offer his help now. It made sense. After all, to others, she was merely a wandering D-class female beast with nowhere to go. Only by locating her could he provide better assistance. But the question lingered. Were there truly such naive individuals among the orcs? This thought crossed Chu Xian's mind. Upon hearing her blunt retort, Luo Chu's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly nodded. I just want to help you. Luo Chu, you are undoubtedly the kindest and most compassionate person I have ever encountered. Thank you. In contrast to Luo Chu's bashfulness, Chu Xian blinked her bright eyes and earnestly concurred. Ha, I can't believe I'm actually trusting you. Throughout the entire dialogue, Chu Xian had not once believed Luo Chu's claims of wanting to help. After all, why would a mere stranger, whom she had only met once, be so eager to assist her, citing guilt as the reason? Was he not attempting to insult her intelligence? They were not related, so why would he feel guilty enough to compensate? Such unsolicited enthusiasm seemed too good to be true. She was no fool to be deceived by a few flattering words. Moreover, he hadn't even offered her a lollipop. How audacious! The monitoring room was located on the 23rd floor of the building. As soon as they exited the VIP elevator, Luo Chu hurriedly led Chu Xian down the corridor, closely followed by the 4 Miss Rabbits, who were remarkably well behaved. Observing the signs for machine room and monitoring room, Chu Xian couldn't help but express her surprise. Oh, so this truly is the direction of the monitoring room. This naive fellow wasn't just putting on a show. He genuinely intends to assist me in deleting the relevant videos? Who is in charge here? Upon pushing open the door to the monitoring room, Luo Chu immediately got to the point, calling for someone. Luo Xiao, I'm right here. A bald man in a suit responded with a smile. Due to the need to capture the out-of-control orc, their entire department had been diligently monitoring every inch of the battlefield, eager to locate the priest as swiftly as possible to minimize losses. Consequently, they had not missed the scene that had unfolded in the docking area. Seeing that the currently popular Xiao Di was in their battlefield and had saved the young heir of the Luo family during a critical moment, it was no surprise that the young heir had personally taken her hand and rushed into the VIP elevator, pressing the button for the floor of the monitoring room. It was obvious to anyone that the young heir's next plan was to immediately seal off the surveillance footage and conceal Xiao Di's presence in the battlefield. Only in doing so could Xiao Di become the young heir's possession. Luo Xiao, rest assured, I have instructed everyone here not to speak out of turn. They will not utter a word. The footage from earlier has been set to private storage. Everything is under your control, the bald man hurriedly reported, then gestured towards his independent office. Luo Xiao, this way, please. Nodding, Luo Chu took Chu Xian and proceeded to the large office at the end of the corridor, while the 4 Miss Rabbits quietly followed behind. Upon closing the office door, Luo Chu, with the bald man's assistance, sat before the workstation and examined the recorded footage. Luo Xiao, this is the master copy. Once deleted, it will not be archived again, the bald man explained, wearing a flattering expression. Luo Chu nodded, unwaveringly deleting the master copy. Chu Xian remained silent, but her peripheral vision frequently darted towards Luo Chu, her gaze subtly shifting. Hey, it seems this naive fellow is genuinely helping me? Xiao Di, rest assured, I have deleted all footage related to you. After confirming that the workstation would not restore deleted files, Luo Chu turned to Chu Xian with a proud expression, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. At that very moment, Chu Xian had already curved her lips upwards, revealing a sincere and sweet smile, radiating gratitude. Luo Chu, you are truly wonderful. Done. The threat has been eliminated. I can leave now. With that, Chu Xian raised her hand, pointing towards the 4 Miss Rabbits at the door, and earnestly instructed, please take good care of the Miss Rabbits, Luo Chu. They seem to possess a natural talent for being bodyguards. If conditions permit, you should nurture them in that direction. Having some value is better than none at all. Compared to merely being seen as breeding machines, having a legitimate career as bodyguards seems to better safeguard their interests. Upon seeing Chu Xian make her way towards the door, seemingly ready to leave, Luo Chu was taken aback and immediately rose from his seat, his voice filled with urgency. Xiao Di, where are you going? Chapter 41. This little female is truly irresistible. Where am I going? Chu Xian replied, a fleeting shadow passing through her eyes. Yet when she turned to face Luo Chu, her gaze was filled with innocent bewilderment, and her face broke into an unassuming, sweet smile. I need to go home. Go? Home? Xiao Di, you have a home? Luo Chu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the wandering Xiao Di to actually have a home. Chu Xian appeared puzzled. What do you mean? Are you implying that she doesn't deserve one? Luo Chu was caught off guard by her retort, his embarrassment evident. Then, where do you live? I can take you back. No need. Weren't you all busy capturing that frenzied orc? There must be a lot to attend to now. I can go back by myself. Chu Xian maintained her sweet tone, appearing considerate and attentive. Her wrist terminal had already initialized to 92, and she would soon be able to contact Rongyi and the others. Calculating the time, They should be on their way back to the starship by now. If possible, she preferred to return to the large suitcase before they arrived, ensuring no one would know she had ventured out. She was indeed a clever and resourceful little one. However, if this naive young master dared to obstruct her return, she would not hesitate to be ruthless. But Luo Chu, desperate to prevent Chuxian from leaving, was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of the terminal on the desk. Beep, beep. Luo Chu was reluctant to answer, but the terminal's level office phone connected automatically. Before he could react, the call was already underway, and a frantic, urgent voice erupted from the speaker. Director, is Luo Xiao with you? You must keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't get into trouble. A horde of media hounds have suddenly swarmed the battlefield, insisting that Xiao Di is here and claiming that Luo Xiao is hiding her, demanding an interview with him. Do you have any idea what's going on? Is Xiao Di really in our battlefield? I saw the footage they displayed, and it appears to be that very Xiao Di. They are going absolutely wild. I can barely hold them back. To capture that deranged genetic orc, we already dispatched a significant number of personnel, and now these few can't contain those paparazzi. Hurry and send reinforcements. Wait, what are you doing? Who allowed you to come for interviews? Get out of here. Bang! The sudden interruption of the call was accompanied by a harsh, piercing sound of static, suggesting that the speaker had been disrupted by the throng of people surrounding them. In an instant, the office fell into an eerie silence. Even Chuxian, who was about to step outside, halted in disbelief, her dark eyes widening in shock as she turned slowly to look at Luo Chu beside the desk. Is this what you meant when you said the surveillance footage concerning me had been deleted? Luo Chu was momentarily taken aback by the silent accusation in Chuxian's gaze, and then, with a measured tilt of her head, she silently inquired of the balding beast man on the other side. Is this what you referred to as the only master copy? The balding supervisor, suddenly under immense pressure, stammered, Luo Xiao. It seems someone released the video before I could give any instructions. It was hardly surprising. How many wealthy individuals had spent fortunes seeking information about Xiao Di? More than once, it had been proclaimed that whoever managed to locate Xiao Di would be generously rewarded, and the temptation was undeniably great. Xiao Di, it is perilous for you to leave now. You should stay here for the time being. Luo Chu immediately turned to Chuxian, her concern palpable in her expression. At the office entrance, Chuxian furrowed her brows in silence for a moment, contemplating her options before reluctantly nodding in agreement. She had initially intended to return to the starship and hide within her large suitcase unnoticed, but given the recent phone call, it was likely that numerous paparazzi were already searching for her at the starport. The thought of encountering them outside was daunting. Upon reflection, this office had become the safest haven. Complying, Chuxian returned to a nearby sofa and quietly seated herself. Just then, the office door was abruptly kicked open, and a beast man with blood-red eyes stormed in, panting heavily. The balding man was momentarily startled, then scowled angrily. Navy? How did you get in here? Who permitted your entry? Get out. Unfortunately, the beast man referred to as Navy paid no heed to the balding man's admonitions. His crimson gaze roamed the room until it landed on the young woman on the sofa, his eyes brimming with madness and insatiable desire as a foolish grin spread across his face. So fragrant. So incredibly fragrant. As he spoke, the beast man approached the girl on the sofa with an infatuated gaze, slowly raising his hands as if to seize her. Chuxian raised an eyebrow. Fragrant? Before the beast man could take another step, the four silent rabbit ladies, who had been leaning against the wall, sprang into action. Indeed, their response to this impudent intruder, who dared to approach what they considered a star-like presence, was both swift and brutal. In a flash, the beast man found himself on the ground, overwhelmed by a flurry of violent kicks. In mere moments, the beast man, who had moments ago worn a lewd smile, was now sprawled on the floor, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth, convulsing uncontrollably. The balding man looked on in terror, while Luo Chu stared in shock, and Chuxian wore a satisfied expression. Forgive me. I apologize, Luo Xiao. The balding man stammered, shaken by the astonishing display of the rabbit ladies. He quickly regained his composure to explain, wiping the sweat from his brow as he bowed apologetically to the equally astonished Luo Chu. This Navy is our department's maintenance engineer. He has been feeling unwell recently, and his behavior has been quite erratic. I had no idea how he managed to get in here. I remember him. He greeted me in the hall once, and I thought he was quite polite and well-mannered. I never imagined he could behave like this. Luo Chu expressed her disdain. Based on the recent encounter, it was clear just how lecherous he could be. Fortunately, Xiao Di did not seem to mind. Otherwise, it could have been quite problematic. With that thought, Luo Chu instinctively glanced at Chu Xian, and upon confirming that she bore no ill will towards him, he let out a long sigh of relief. No, 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 the balding man quickly refuted. He is usually very polite, diligent in his work, and well-liked among the staff. He is known as a good-natured person. It's just that he has been ill lately, and his demeanor has changed drastically. I even suggested he take a leave of absence, but he refused. Just now, faced with the recent incident, the balding man struggled to find the words to explain, as even he found the situation unsettling. Is it really that strange? Luo Chu pondered, her thoughts racing until she suddenly realized, wait, did he fail the transformation phase? She recalled that his reaction bore a striking resemblance to that of the frenzied priest they had encountered earlier, with similarly bloodshot eyes and a wild demeanor. Was he also experiencing a failed transformation phase? Chu Xian, hearing this familiar term, turned to Luo Chu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It was precisely this transformation phase that had created a rift between her and Rongyi. Later, to clarify this so-called misunderstanding, De Mao and Air Mao had sought every opportunity to inform her about the Beastman transformation phase. The crux of the matter was that for genetic beastmen, this phase was a matter of life and death. Successfully navigating it would enhance their physical prowess, but failure could lead to debilitating conditions or even death. She had scoured the internet for information about the transformation phase. But since Rong Yi had only granted her child-level access to the star brain, many links were inaccessible. Even the few images she managed to find were heavily censored, leaving her with only vague notions. Thus, her understanding was limited to the fact that the transformation phase was crucial for genetic beastmen, with severe consequences for failure, yet she had no concept of how dire those consequences could be. Now, hearing Luo Chu mention the transformation phase and recalling the deranged priest's fate, she finally connected the dots. Was that truly the result of failing the transformation phase? Reflecting on the grotesque visage of the half-beast priest, reeking of blood and decay, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. So, that was the manifestation of a failed transformation. A look of astonishment and realization flickered in her eyes. It was no wonder Rongyi had gone to such lengths to acquire her at the blind box store. She understood now that she would have done the same in his position. After all, she could hardly bear the thought of transforming into such a revolting form. However, Rongyi had later clarified that his intention in acquiring her was not driven by primitive desires, but rather to use her blood to assist him in navigating the transformation phase more smoothly. The transformation phase? The balding man suddenly recalled, his eyes lighting up with understanding. Oh, yes. He mentioned a month ago that it was approaching, and he even asked me where to purchase female genetic material with a warranty. Could it be he has failed the transformation phase? Bang! The office door was forcefully kicked open once more. This time, the door and its frame crashed to the ground, and the entrance was instantly filled with a throng of agitated individuals, all clamoring to peer into the office, ready to rush in, shouting phrases like "she's inside," and "we must not let her escape." Simultaneously, the four rabbit ladies stood resolutely at the doorway, blocking the intruders and mercilessly kicking the two beastmen at the front back into the crowd. With two agonized cries, the remaining onlookers, although still fervent, hesitated to charge forward, instead remaining clustered at the entrance. Meanwhile, Luo Chu swiftly moved to the sofa, pulling Chu Xian behind the desk, her expression vigilant as she watched the crowd outside. The balding man rushed to the door, his face a mix of shock and anger. "What are you doing? Are you staging a coup? The prince is right here." Despite the chaos, the crowd pressed forward. Heedless of the danger, IS-1 Navy not enough? Have you all also failed the transformation phase? Manager Yang, do you realize how much she is worth now? The latest market price has soared to 2 billion. 2 billion, one attendant exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement, his voice rising to a pitch of fervor. Manager Yang, we should hand her over. We have just calculated outside, and with you included, there are a total of 10 of us. If we manage to secure the 2 billion, each of us can equally share 200 million. 200 million. That's 200 million for every single person. Manager Yang, let us collaborate, shall we? With this sum, We shall no longer have to fret about the transitional period. We could even purchase a viviparous female. We could possess our own viviparous offspring. We could even retire immediately, the group leader, fervently urging from outside the office, raised his voice in excitement while those around him vigorously nodded in agreement. Yes, Manager Young, that is indeed 200 million. Each person would receive 200 million. This fortune is enough for us to live comfortably without the need for labor. Yes, indeed. I have already contacted the buyer. You know him, Manager Young. It's Mr. Q. You are well aware of his character. If he dares to quote this price, he will undoubtedly pay. We have all discussed it. We only await your decision, Manager Young. Manager Young, your transitional period must be approaching soon, right? With this money, you can buy as many females as you desire. Join us. Outside the office, the crowd fervently voiced their excitement with the balding man. Oh, I mean Manager Young, standing inside, his mind buzzing as he momentarily froze, forgetting how to respond. What? Is it true that Xiao Di's bid has already reached 2 billion? 2 billion? Inside the office, upon hearing the voices rising outside, Luo Chu, who was shielding the slumbering Chu Mian from behind the desk, displayed a flicker of panic in his eyes and hurriedly expressed his stance. Someone has offered 2 billion to buy Xiao Di, right? Well then, I shall offer 2 billion. No, I shall offer 3 billion. How about 3 billion? You need not do anything but return to work obediently. How does that sound? At this moment, he was the only one guarding Xiao Di. If the people outside were truly determined to rush in and snatch her away, he, a pampered young master, would be no match for them. Indeed, as soon as Luo Chu's words left his mouth, the crowd outside gasped in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances, their previously heightened excitement beginning to wane. Chapter 43. It's over. Everything is over. 3 billion? My heavens, 3 billion? Then, wouldn't that mean we each end up with 300 million? I could never earn 200 million in my lifetime. So, what do we do now? To receive 30 billion without lifting a finger seems possible, but what about Mr. Q's side? Didn't they already send someone over? What does it matter about Mr. Q? Luo Xiao is offering 3 billion. Don't be fooled by him. He is the young master of the Luo family. Everyone knows how much the elder of the Luo family dotes on this grandson. If he discovers that we threatened his grandson today, what do you think will be our fate? In the crowd, the group leader, who had been silent for some time, suddenly spoke up. Have you all forgotten about that incident with young Master Wang? He merely insulted Luo Xiao a few times, and what happened? The entire Wang family enterprise was acquired by the Luo family. Young Master Wang had quite a formidable background. One could say he was a minor tyrant. Yet in the end, he was sent to prison for a few months by the old master of the Luo family and then fled to another planet in disgrace. The tone of the small leader was exceedingly loud, his eyes gleaming with a feral intensity. 3 billion. Do you really believe you can obtain this sum? I'll tell you, not a single penny will you see. Not only will you not receive anything, but every single one of us here will end up in prison. Yes, the elder of the Luo family will not let us off the hook. No, I don't want to go to prison. My transitional period is approaching. If I go to prison now, I'm doomed. Among the crowd, panic began to spread. Yes, others chimed in. We are all genetic beasts. Mere words hold no weight. If this escalates to court, the judge will only heed the viviparous beastman's testimony, and we are finished, right? Seeing that everyone began to rally behind him again, the group leader's confidence soared. His voice raised high. Therefore, selling to Mr. Q is our safest option. Mr. Q has stated that as long as we hand over the individuals to him, he will immediately transfer the star coins to us. With this money, we can leave here at once. I've already looked into it. We can settle on the planet Puangdas. With the money in our hands, we can live like landlords there. Moreover, once we leave, even if the Luo family attempts to pursue us later, it would be impossible. More importantly, the group leader, brimming with enthusiasm, continued to boost morale. Mr. Q has already sent someone over. I have informed him that Xiao Di is with us, and his people will be here with the money shortly. Yes, I know Puangdas. That planet is perfect for us. Yes, it's Mr. Q. Let us go with Mr. Q. This way, we shall have no concerns. Yes, Mr. Q. I agree to go with Mr. Q. I concur. Outside, a group of fence-sitters made their final decision. once again coalescing into a fervent blockade at the office door. Inside the office, having grasped the general situation, Chu Mian curiously inquired of Luo Chu. I don't quite understand. Why are they so concerned about whether Manager Yang will join them? Is Manager Yang really that impressive? The crowd was barred from entering by 4 Miss Bunnies. Yet they placed their hopes on Manager Yang, which left her genuinely perplexed. Although Manager Yang was in the office, he was quite solitary. Why did those people care so much about his involvement? HM? Luo Chu suddenly froze for a moment, his peripheral vision darting to the figure of Manager Yang standing at the door, his expression momentarily blank as if he had realized something in that instant. Luo Chu's pupils constricted sharply, his demeanor darkening as he seemed to, Manager Yang, don't say my brothers have wronged you. Before Luo Chu could elaborate, the voices outside rose once more. If you do not stand with us today, I will immediately expose your embezzlement of public funds. What do you think will happen to you then, given the Luo family's influence? The group leader's eyes gleamed with madness as he could no longer contain his threats. Hey, Li Ming, what nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, upon hearing the group leader's words, Manager Yang, who had already been stunned by the 2 billion price, instantly changed countenance, his gaze instinctively darting to Luo Chu behind the desk. Do not think I am unaware of your dealings with those collaborators for kickbacks. Previously, I couldn't be bothered with your petty matters, but now it concerns the future of all the brothers. If you dare obstruct our path to wealth, I will cut off your escape route. Over the years, you must have embezzled at least a few million, right? With your level of greed, think carefully about your fate. The group leader spat out his threats, his face a mask of ferocity, sweat pouring from his forehead, face, and neck in a frenzy, his eyes growing increasingly bloodshot. You? Manager Yang was clearly cornered. No one understood better than he how severe embezzlement was within the Luo family. Despite his department merely overseeing the monitoring of the shipyard, the cost of the surveillance equipment was astronomical, leading many monitoring companies to privately seek collaboration with him. He had shamelessly demanded exorbitant kickbacks over the years, amassing at least several million, if not more. If the Luo family discovered this, it must be said that the group leader's words not only stunned Manager Yang but also left Luo Chu frozen in place. The words he had prepared to comfort Manager Yang were caught in his throat. After all, even if he said the Luo family would not mind, no one would believe it. Malfeasance, embezzlement, these accusations cannot be dismissed with mere promises. It's over. Everything is over. Manager Yang is definitely going to defect. Indeed, merely half a minute later, the Manager Yang who had been standing at the door trying to persuade the crowd slowly turned to look at Luo Chu. His brows furrowed, his eyes evasive. Yes, I'm sorry, Luo Xiao. You might as well hand over the individuals, right? Luo Chu, wisely choosing not to speak further. Luo Chu continued to shield the slumbering Chu Mian behind him, but he began to subtly retreat. He had witnessed the prowess of the 4 Miss Bunnies. It should not be difficult for them to block the crowd outside, so he only needed to deal with Manager Yang. However, a problem arose. From his previous chats with Manager Yang, he vaguely remembered that Manager Yang was an enthusiast of Muay Thai. Luo Chu quickly glanced at the desk before him, and indeed, when his gaze fell upon a photograph of a Muay Thai gold medal, his heart sank once more. No wonder those outside were so eager to sway Manager Yang. They must have already known that once Manager Yang turned against them, their victory would be assured. After all, he was merely a pampered young master with no combat skills. What should he do? What could he do? Chapter 44. This is so thrilling, Luo Xiao. Please hand over the person. This matter does not concern you significantly. If you relinquish them, I will ensure your safe departure from this place. What do you say? Having made his decision, Manager Yang slowly approached the 2 individuals at the table, his demeanor friendly as he began to persuade them. After all, he was the beloved young master of the Luo family, and he dared not truly harm anyone. The verbal threats directed at the young prince carried the worst consequence of him never setting foot on Blue Star again. However, should he genuinely injure the other party, even if he were to wander on another planet, the venerable patriarch of the Luo family, who cherished his grandson dearly, would likely send someone to pursue him relentlessly for the rest of his life. He was capable of weighing the gravity of the situation. Manager Yang, do not be swayed by them. Luo Chu hastily promised, I assure you, regardless of what you have done to the Luo family in the past, I guarantee you will not face any repercussions. The Luo family will not hold you accountable for anything. Although he sensed that his words might not be believed, Luo Chu still wished to take a gamble at this juncture. Unfortunately, upon hearing this, Manager Yang bitterly shook his head. Luo Xiao, do not deceive me. I am well aware of the Luo family's methods. If I miss this singular opportunity today, all that awaits me is a lifetime of imprisonment. You should hand over the person. Do not force my hand. The money he had embezzled was insignificant compared to the Luo family's wealth, yet the repercussions of his actions were monumental. He could not trust that the Luo family would genuinely let him go. After all, some matters could not be disclosed. Once they were, management would inevitably suffer from lapses and lose its binding power. He understood this fundamental principle of management. Upon further reflection, it might be better to take the 200 million from Director Q and swiftly depart from here. Never to return to this planet again. Crack, crack, crack. Just then, the orc who had been knocked to the floor by the Form's rabbit suddenly emitted an eerie sound, and then his body began to convulse violently on the ground. Everyone turned to look. The orc struggled to stand up, his neck appearing as if it had lost all bone structure, his head drooping in an unnatural manner that obscured his features. Naval officer? The team leader outside the door became visibly excited upon seeing this. Excellent, there were now 2 of their people in the office. With their combined assault, the 4 powerful rabbits at the door would pose no threat. With this thought, the team leader raised his voice again, calling out to the staggering naval officer with uncontainable excitement. Naval officer, get up quickly. Manager Yang has already joined us. You must assist him. Hurry. Crack, 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 crack. The man, still struggling to rise from the ground, continued to emit strange sounds, and the once drooping neck began to swell visibly. Crack, crack, The man known as the naval officer began to scream in agony, his previously weak neck uncontrollably lifting, the veins beneath his skin becoming increasingly pronounced, even exhibiting the appearance of bulging blue veins. In the next moment, the man suddenly raised his previously lowered face, revealing a terrifying visage that sent chills through everyone present. It was a face that had completely transformed, with a severely protruding mouth, bulging eyes covered in a thick layer of white film, and a face adorned with beastly fur. Even his teeth had become sharp and densely packed, and the mass that had swelled at his neck had birthed a bloodied, fish fin-like appendage in an instant. The man was drenched in blood, an indescribable stench of fish permeating the air, causing the entire office to be engulfed in a foul and nauseating odor. The 2 orcs standing closest to the door were immediately overwhelmed. Retreating from the crowd and rushing outside to vomit. From his place behind the desk, Chu Mian quickly covered his nose, instinctively rushing to the glass window behind him, thrusting his head out to gulp in fresh air. My goodness, this is suffocating. At the entrance, the team leader, who had been positioned toward the back of the crowd, observed his colleagues suddenly retreating and, in his excitement, failed to notice anything amiss. Without a second thought, he continued to push toward the door, shouting, Naval officer, hurry, help Manager Yang. If we can subdue Xiao Di, each of us will receive 200 million. Quickly, you must. In his fervor, the team leader struggled to reach the doorway, only to find that the once boisterous crowd had fallen silent, everyone perplexed as to why the sudden quiet had enveloped them. It was only then that the team leader noticed the ghastly appearance of the naval officer. Slowly rising from the ground in that moment, the team leader was rooted to the spot, stunned into silence, completely forgetting to react, staring blankly at the beastified naval officer before him, too terrified to move. The next instant, the team leader snapped back to reality, his face paling instantly as he desperately sought to retreat, panic written all over his features. How could this happen? He was just like the priest. Run quickly. He has beastified. He is undergoing a failed transformation just like that priest. Run. The team leader began to struggle backward, but alas, the crowd at the entrance was too slow to react, paralyzed by fear and failing to escape. The throng of bodies made it impossible for the team leader to extricate himself. It was at that moment that the fully transformed naval officer was drawn to the team leader's scream, his milky white beastly eyes locking onto him. The next second, he shook his head and charged toward the team leader. Almost simultaneously, the Form's rabbit, who had been blocking the entrance, swiftly retreated, forming a protective half-circle around the girl by the window. ready to fend off any threats. At the entrance, the naval officer accurately sank his teeth into the team leader's face, viciously tearing at it. Amidst the team leader's anguished cries, he forcibly ripped the skin from the team leader's face, exposing the raw, bloody flesh beneath. Following this, the naval officer thrust his elongated, beastly mouth decisively into the team leader's neck, and the sound of frantic swallowing echoed through the air, a grotesque and ravenous noise. Impatient and utterly satisfied, he continued to gulp down the warm blood. Gulp, 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 gulp. The entire scene seemed frozen in time. Aside from the naval officer voraciously consuming blood on the ground, all others stood in shock. Even Chu Mian, who was catching his breath by the window, unable to tear his gaze away. Oh my, this is exhilarating. Chapter 45. Did he just imagine that? At the office entrance, on the floor, the naval officer's neck sprouted a grotesque fish fin, gradually changing color, from a pale pink to a bright red, and then darkening to a deep crimson. Before the astonished eyes of all, it began to spray forth bright red blood, akin to a whale spouting water in the ocean. In an instant, half the wall in the office was splattered with the foul-smelling blood. Run! A piercing scream suddenly erupted at the entrance, jolting the onlookers from their stupor, and they began to turn and flee. The monitoring department erupted into chaos once more. The naval officer, still hunched over and eagerly swallowing blood, immediately lifted his head in response to the commotion, his dull, cloudy eyes devoid of light, tilting his head as if listening for something. The next moment, drenched in blood, the naval officer surged forward like an arrow, swiftly pouncing on another loud individual, and once again, he sank his mutated, protruding mouth into the person's neck, greedily gulping down their blood. Almost immediately, the grotesque fish fin on his neck began to spray forth blood once more, and the office, Luo Chu, who had been watching the unfolding chaos from behind the desk with horror, seemed to comprehend something, his eyes widening as he pointed toward the person being attacked outside. But just as he began to speak, a soft, pale hand clamped tightly over his mouth. Then, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Do not make a sound." The gaze fell upon the frenzied orc outside, who was desperately quenching its thirst for blood. It was then that Chushin, unbeknownst to him, had silently approached Luo Chushin's side, gently placing a hand over his mouth to offer a hushed warning. Startled, Luo Chushin felt a chill creep down his spine and slowly nodded in understanding. Clearly, Manager Yang, standing in the office, had also sensed the gravity of the situation. He cautiously shifted his posture, preparing to stealthily slip out the door. However, as he passed by the body of the team leader, he was unexpectedly yanked back by the leader's hand gripping his pant leg tightly. The sudden tug caused Manager Yang, whose heart was already lodged in his throat, to instinctively let out a shriek. In that very moment, he quickly covered his mouth, only to look up and find a pair of foggy, bulging eyes staring back at him from just a few centimeters away. The nauseating stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of fish surged towards him, particularly when the creature began to open its gaping maw. Slick with blood and mucus, unable to contain himself any longer, Manager Yang screamed in terror. "Ah!" In the next heartbeat, a familiar sound echoed through the office, gurgling followed by a splashing noise. Observing the gruesome spectacle unfolding before him, it was evident that Luo Chushin was the most uncomfortable in the entire office. At the desk, Chushin wore a detached expression, his emotions transitioning from initial excitement to calmness and eventually to boredom. As he let his eyelids droop, feeling a twinge of drowsiness, the four Miss Rabbits displayed a similar lack of emotion, their only concern seeming to be the lethargic girl yawning beside them. Thus, when Luo Chushin witnessed this scene, his previously tense and fearful heart inexplicably began to relax, replaced by an inexplicable sense of absurdity. There was something distinctly amiss. Why? In stark contrast to the panicked screams outside the office, were they, the individuals closest to the carnage, so unfazed, so composed? It was utterly ridiculous. Due to the unusual calmness of Chushin and his companions, the bloodied creature crouching beside the corpse chose not to linger any longer. Instead, it dashed towards the cacophony of screams and chaotic footsteps outside, in search of its next victim, leaving behind pools of blood in its wake. Meanwhile, raucous voices echoed from the hallway, interspersed with cries for help. Shouts of alarm and the sound of cameras clicking. Little D, it seems the reporters have arrived. Hearing the commotion outside, Luo Chushin's expression shifted abruptly as he glanced at Chushin. Yes, I can hear it, Chushin replied lazily, stifling a yawn. She could faintly make out the sounds of a scuffle and attempts to restrain someone. It appeared that the group of reporters had coincidentally encountered the fleeing creature. Indeed, anyone witnessing the half-beastly form of the creature would be utterly astonished. How could the reporters possibly miss such a thrilling story? They would undoubtedly seize every opportunity to document it. Ding-donged at a sudden, melodious electronic sound rang from her wrist. Chushin turned her gaze to see her star-brain terminal, which had been dark, finally powering on. The interface was set to a simple and charming design, clearly meant for children. That moment, a profile picture began to flash, requesting to add her as a friend. Chushin raised an eyebrow slightly. I must take my leave. Please take care of the Miss Rabbits. A flicker of interest sparked in her otherwise bored demeanor. Leave? Luo Chushin was taken aback, glancing towards the source of the ruckus outside. But those people were all out there. It's fine. I'll exit through the window. Earlier, while taking a breath by the window, she had noticed that the floor she was on was adjacent to the neighboring building. If she could just climb outside and traverse along the narrow ledge to the adjacent building, she could slip in through an open window and escape that way. The window? Luo Chushin gasped. Seemingly surprised that this could be an exit route, he hurriedly approached the window to take a look, but just that glance left him stunned, disbelief etched across his face. You mean to say we can go out from here? Exactly, Chushin stretched her limbs, her determination evident as she casually described. This is the safest route. At that moment, the office was swarming with paparazzi, and there was no telling if Q Dong had sent someone to capture her. In contrast, this small path outside was both secure and quiet. Although it was a bit high, it was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for her at present. Moreover, she had carefully observed that while the ledge jutted out only about 50 centimeters and had a slight incline, it was more than enough for her. The safest route? The most safe? Upon hearing Chushin's words, Luo Chushin turned to look at the protruding ledge outside again, his entire being seemingly frozen in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did he just hear that correctly? This was the 23rd floor. Chapter 46. Shouldn't you listen to what you're saying? But the edge of the ledge outside is barely wide enough. Aren't you afraid? Luo Chushin retorted, wide-eyed. Goodness, this was the 23rd floor. Not to mention the strong winds at such heights, even just peering down made him dizzy. One misstep, and he could plummet to a gruesome fate. Huh? What's there to be afraid of? This time, Chushin looked at him with a puzzled expression. As her words fell, the four Miss Rabbits behind her also blinked in unison, their expressions mirroring confusion, as if they were collectively thinking, what's there to fear? Luo Chushin. My apologies for the interruption. Chushin swiftly tapped on her star-brain terminal a few times before moving to the window, ready to make her escape. Luo Chushin, in a state of panic, hurriedly followed her. Little D, how will I find you later? Add me as a friend. Having discerned that this seemingly naive girl genuinely wished to assist her, and considering that she had not abandoned her when threatened, Luo Chushin felt no reason to refuse the offer of friendship. All right. Upon receiving Chushin's approval, Luo Chushin, who had been eyeing Chushin's star-brain terminal for some time but had not dared to speak up, excitedly raised her hand and pressed her terminal against Chushin's. The connection was established. A pulsating avatar appeared on Chushin's terminal. Chushin quickly accepted the friend request and, without hesitation, leaped onto the windowsill. Goodbye, Luo Chushin. It was a pleasure to meet you. Although she had caused quite the commotion throughout the day, her surveillance footage had still leaked, revealing her whereabouts. She had at least made a friend, thus not entirely wasting her venture out of the starship. In the following moments, Chushin successfully traversed the ledge to the other building's room. However, just as she was about to open the door to leave, a rhythmic banging sound suddenly echoed from behind her. Surprised, Chushin turned around to see the four Miss Rabbits, who should have remained obediently beside Luo Chushin, one by one leaping through the window and filing into the room behind her. Then, forming a row and gazing at her intently, Chushin? How did you all follow me? Chushin exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, why didn't Luo Chushin stop you? Ding. The leader, a petite white rabbit, let out a small sound. Her fluffy white ears drooping behind her head, her bright red eyes brimming with a sense of grievance, as if accusing Chushin of being a heartless girl for wanting to abandon them. Ing, ing, ing. The remaining 3 rabbits echoed, their eyes mirroring the same bright red hue filled with sorrow. Feeling inexplicably labeled as a heartless villain, Chushin. Well, it's not that I don't want to help you. Faced with their pleading gazes, Chushin could only confess, but I'm also temporarily staying at someone else's place, and I lack the means to care for you. She herself was a freeloader. How could she take in 4 Miss Rabbits? Moreover, considering the societal status of females in this world, she was unable to find work to earn money. Otherwise, why would she rely on Rongyi as a long-term ticket for meals? As her words fell, the petite white rabbit's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly pulled out a pair of diamond earrings from her backpack, presenting them to Chushin. The other 3 Miss Rabbits quickly followed suit, revealing diamond rings, diamond necklaces, and diamond hairpins from their own bags. Chushin, are the Miss Rabbits trying to support her instead? 15 minutes later, when Damao and Air Mouse saw 4 unfamiliar yet familiar Miss Rabbits suddenly appear on their starship. Their expressions were incredibly complex. Beside them, Rongyi raised an eyebrow slightly, turning to look at Chushin, who stood nearby. Chushin flashed a sweet smile and quickly spoke up, hands clasped in front of her chest in a gesture of goodwill. Rongyi, this is Xiao Bai, Xiao Hui, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hei.my dear friend. Good, friend? Rongyi stifled a laugh within. Is there something amiss here? Initially, he intended to inquire why the person before them had vanished upon their return. But before he could utter a word, this little rascal had already brought back 4 rabbits. What is this good friend nonsense? I see the foundation of friendship being established a tad too swiftly. Chusien hurriedly nodded her head, affirming, yes, good friend. The kind that is exceptionally wonderful. The diamond jewelry gifted to her by the 4 rabbits was indeed splendid. Upon hearing this, Rongyi raised the corners of his mouth and elongated his tone. So, Chusien eagerly chimed in, her watery black eyes blinking, so good friends should be together. Rongyi, you have no idea. They are so pitiful, having no family or friends. Ever since we parted at the Beast Arena, they have been homeless, evading capture every day, foraging through garbage for food. Soon as the words left her mouth, both Damao and Ermao were momentarily taken aback. The gazes of the 3 nearly converged on the 4 rabbits at the same instant. Observing the oddly silent creatures adorned in the latest limited edition clothing and shoes, they forage for food. Damao's face was one of disbelief. Come on, little Chusien, do you even hear what you're saying? These 4 rabbits are dressed better than he is. Moreover, each of them sported the latest model of the Starbrain terminal on their wrists, indicating just how wealthy their owner must be. Indeed, Chusien sighed dramatically. Foraging for food, it's truly tragic. After all, I have shared life and death experiences with them. Now, after surviving calamity, to see them living in such misery, how can I possibly ignore them? I would be tormented by nightmares every night. Ermao turned to look, his eyes wide as if he had heard something unbelievable, troubled by the thought nightmares. Has little Chusien lost her memory? Has she forgotten how she single-handedly challenged Black San and the entire underground gang? Yes. If she were left with any psychological scars, that would be a lifelong burden. This is serious. Chusien quickly nodded her head, then turned back to Rongyi. But they are not freeloaders. They are diligent and clever, and their skills are quite impressive. Aren't we about to set off for the planet Varna? Bringing them along would bolster our presence, and we wouldn't need to worry about being bullied anymore. Plus, we could help them out. Isn't that a win-win situation? Chapter 47. She truly is a kind-hearted person. No, we don't need to bolster our presence, Damao hastily countered. Who knows where these 4 rabbits came from? And judging by their attire, their owner must be extraordinarily wealthy. The spaceport is already in chaos, with journalists, bodyguards, and security all arriving. For safety's sake, let us avoid any additional troubles. Yes, we are already quite formidable. Ermao hurriedly agreed. These 4 rabbits are clearly clingy. In just a short time, their gaze has shifted from little Chusien. If they accompany us to the planet Varna, he can forget about getting close to little Chusien to seek compliments. Chusien shot a cold glance. Needing my help to be formidable? Twice. Even, Damao. Ermao. Rongyi couldn't help but smile at their words. What will Damao and Ermao do after they've done their part? Let us discard useless things, Chusien said coldly. Damn, I told you two to keep quiet. Damao. Ermao. No, no, boss. I'm very useful, Damao exclaimed in a panic, quickly explaining to Renjie in the past. He wouldn't have doubted the absurd notion of the boss not wanting him. But the situation is different now. He has seen how much the boss dotes on little Chuxian. If little Chuxian truly told him, to leave, where would he go to cry? Exactly. Ermao suddenly panicked as well. We are very useful, moreover. This has been proven over time. But they may not be. Little Chuxian's word alone hasn't been tested through practice. Boss, you can't trust her. They are also very useful. On the way back, to avoid revealing my route, Xiaobai and the others dismantled all the surveillance cameras along the way, demonstrating exceptional agility and speed. Reflecting on the rabbit's extraordinary sharpness and jumping ability, Chu Xian stood proudly, hands on her hips, and winked at Xiaobai and the others' eye in that moment. The four rabbits' eyes sparkled, standing straighter, their ears obediently flattening against their heads as their fluffy tails swayed back and forth. Seeing this, Rongya's eyes glimmered with surprise, then let them stay. After a moment of silence, Rongya made a decisive statement. As time passed, more and more journalists and security personnel flooded the spaceport. The flight qualifications of Rongya's group, which was already in line for takeoff, were unexpectedly revoked. What's more, due to extensive media coverage, many local residents arrived to witness the spectacle. Simultaneously, a serious injury and fatality incident occurred at the spaceport. To investigate whether the assailant had accomplices, the entire area was forcibly closed, and all personnel were immediately dispersed. Since they could not continue their journey, Rongya decisively ordered a retreat. Chuxian obediently climbed back into her suitcase, isolating herself, and was personally escorted out of the spaceport by Rongya. Damao and Ermao followed suit, while the four rabbits left separately, regrouping outside the spaceport. Oh, you mean to say, today at the spaceport, there was more than one person undergoing a transformation? You encountered it in the office as well? At the new base, Ermao, clutching a pillow, mimicked Chuxian's posture, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, his curiosity piqued. Chuxian, with a gossiping expression, vigorously nodded her head, her dark eyes sparkling. Yes, not just me. All five of us saw it. Nestled on the sofa, Chuxian pointed at the rabbits beside her, earnestly recalling the events that had transpired. Exclaiming in surprise, who would have thought that was the appearance of a failed transformation? It was truly revolting so. As if making a decision, Chuxian suddenly released the small pillow in her embrace. Sitting upright on the sofa, her hands placed in front of her, her expression serious, I have decided to forgive you. Upon hearing this, Rongya, who had been sipping coffee beside her, froze momentarily. The next second, he looked at Chuxian in astonishment, only to find himself meeting her gaze. Chuxian raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of a queen bestowing grace, her tone light. You heard correctly. I have forgiven you. Indeed, only by witnessing the severity of a failed transformation firsthand can one truly grasp its impact. The thought of those two transformed beastmen still made her feel somewhat queasy. Rongya, after all, was a frail individual, appearing weak on the surface. One could only imagine the extent of his internal degradation. The transformation period was challenging even for robust beastmen, let alone someone like Rongya. He is her long-term support. She cannot let anything happen to him. Really? Ermao suddenly became animated. He was well aware of the source of little Chuxian's hostility towards them. It all stemmed from their careless words earlier, directly mentioning the matter of female beastmen, soothing the transformation period. It was no wonder little Chuxian harbored ill feelings towards them. Upon reflection, who wouldn't he be furious to learn that their existence is merely as a tool? You should be thankful that you did not inflict any substantial harm on me. Otherwise, I would not have forgiven you. Observing Ermao's jubilant expression, Chuxian shot him a displeased glare. She is not a saint, ready to forgive at every turn. Ultimately, this group before her has not caused her any real harm. Rather, they have treated her well during this time, lavishing her with care, almost pampering her like a little princess. Bringing the four rabbits back was, in her view, somewhat audacious, yet Rongya consented. This clearly demonstrated his indulgence towards her. Now that she has witnessed the severity of a failed transformation, her grievances towards Rongya naturally dissipated. Well, in the end, she truly is magnanimous. A Prime Minister's heart can accommodate a boat. She is indeed a kind-hearted person. Exactly. We really haven't done anything wrong. Ermao hurriedly nodded in agreement. Oh, they wouldn't dare do anything. He firmly believed that if they had attempted anything at that moment, little Chuxian would have made them disappear without hesitation. At this point, Ermao suddenly glanced at the 4 rabbits nearby, lowering his voice. Moreover, now that you have 4 helpers, we wouldn't dare do anything to you, right? Oh, suddenly realizing that allowing the rabbits to stay was a good idea, at least it would give little Chuxian some support, making her less wary of them, which could, in turn, enhance their mutual feelings. With this thought, Ermao felt a sudden shock and swiftly turned to look at his boss. Hey, could it be that the boss is considering this as well? Chapter 48. The boss is clearly angry upon hearing Ermao's soft agreement. Chuxian couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, lifting her chin high in the air. How triumphant she felt, indeed, from now on. She would have allies at her side. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would face the wrath of the Miss Rabbit Brigade. Well, truth be told, she herself was uncertain as to why the Miss Rabbits were so protective of her. Their determination to guard her seemed as if they had resolved to risk their lives for her safety. After much contemplation, she could only surmise that it was due to the assistance she had offered them in the arena, leading them to feel compelled to repay her kindness. Truly, it was a case of a small favor returned by 4 rabbits. Boss, there are no missing person notices for Xiaobai and the others online. At the small coffee table, Damao, who had been diligently typing away, paused to report to Rongya, who was lounging on the sofa, due to the sudden acquisition of 4 Miss Rabbits at the base. The boss was concerned that their owner might be searching for them online. Thus, as soon as they arrived at the new base, he had instructed Damao to look for any information, wanting to be prepared for any eventuality. Moreover, for safety's sake, they had required the 4 Miss Rabbits to surrender their star brain terminals prior to entering the base, destroying them to ensure that their group couldn't be tracked or located. However, to their surprise, after half a day had passed, there were no missing person reports regarding the Miss Rabbits. Instead, the news was dominated by a violent murder incident that had occurred earlier at the Starship Arena. Alongside reports of Chuxian's inexplicable disappearance after appearing there, it seemed their worries had been in vain. Rest assured, Luo Chuxian was the one who led them here, and there's no way she would have posted any missing person notices. Besides, if she truly wanted to find them, contacting me would be the most straightforward approach, Chuxian declared, waving her terminal confidently. You added each other as friends? Rongya suddenly inquired. Yes, I did, Chuxian admitted generously. He's quite a nice person. As she reflected on her interactions with the naive and sweet fellow, a hint of amusement flickered within her. Did he genuinely feel guilty for not being able to help her promptly during the arena incident? It struck her as rather unbelievable. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed that since their reunion, he had indeed been quite protective of her, albeit with little to show for it in the end. Nevertheless, having someone stand by her side during critical moments brought her a sliver of joy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to add him as a friend on her star brain. Upon hearing the girl openly praise another man with a smile gracing her lips, Rongya's eyes briefly widened in surprise, only to furrow his brow slightly in silence thereafter. On the sofa, the girl continued her narrative. You have no idea. That priest, when he attempted to ambush me, he was hiding far away, yet still revealed his position to warn me. Later, in the office, when everyone was clamoring to hand me over, he stood right in front of me, even willing to pay them off. While it was a bit foolish, you could tell he was genuinely good-hearted. Just like me, kind, righteous, and brave. As her praises echoed, the man on the sofa remained silent, yet his expression darkened visibly. And he seems quite wealthy too. Look, he gifted the Miss Rabbits diamond jewelry, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, all of it. Truly generous. It's a shame the Miss Rabbits have forsaken their opulent lives to live under my roof. It's quite perplexing. Dio, you like it? Observing the girl craning her neck toward the diamond jewelry on the coffee table, her eyes sparkling with excitement, Rongya couldn't help but ask after a brief silence. Chuxian looked perplexed. Who wouldn't like it? It's all money, and right now, money is precisely what I lack. In an instant, the entire hall of the base fell silent. Damao and Ermao exchanged furtive glances at their boss, afraid to breathe a word. Hey, where's my lunch? Completely unaware of the tense atmosphere, Chuxian suddenly straightened up on the sofa, astonished as she glanced toward the dining table. Aren't you all hungry? Who was supposed to cook today? As a mere mortal lost in the future, she had to take care of herself, adhering strictly to her meal schedule of 4 meals a day. Yet, it was already past noon, and her companions, no, her housemates had yet to bring her food. This was a gross dereliction of duty. The moment Chu Xian's haughty voice echoed, the hall fell silent once more. Particularly Damao and Ermao, who seemed frozen in place, their eyes darting toward their boss without daring to blink. Well, all right, the boss did specifically say yesterday that from now on, Xiaocuxian's 4 daily meals would be handled personally by him. So they didn't dare interfere. But at this moment, it's evident that the boss was clearly angered by Xiaocuxian's earlier praise of another, and there's no way he would be cooking for her now. However, it was indeed the first time they had heard Xiaocuxian give someone compliments. After all, she was always filled with disdain and dissatisfaction when facing them. In comparison, it was no wonder the boss felt uncomfortable. Even they felt a twinge of loss at hearing her praise someone else. Sigh. They too wished to be complimented. Perhaps Damao and Ermao's glances were too obvious, as Chu Xian followed their gaze towards Rongya. Is it your turn to cook for me? I mean for everyone today? Before Chu Xian could confirm her inquiry, Rongya, who had been seated on the sofa, rose first, his face shadowed with a palpable low pressure that sent a shiver down the spines of both Damao and Ermao, making even the Miss Rabbits stand rigidly in place, too afraid to move. It was a pity. Unaware of the oppressive atmosphere, the girl began issuing commands. You better hurry up. I'm starving. I want 2 pieces of pan-seared steak. Make sure to add extra cheese, medium rare, and please cut it into small pieces. I'm too lazy to do it myself. As Rongya took a few steps away, he froze in place upon hearing her request. After a brief moment of silence, he turned and headed towards the kitchen. Moments later, the sound of pots and pans clattering echoed from the kitchen. In that instant, the tense atmosphere in the hall dissipated like mist. Damao remarked, as expected of Xiaocuxian, who stands at the pinnacle of the food chain. Ermao sighed. Sigh. I too wish to eat the steak personally prepared by the boss. The 4 Miss Rabbits chirped in delight. Gigi, the master is amazing. Chapter 49. Will your transformation be difficult too? Bang. Clang clang. Thud thud thud. In the small garden, amidst a sea of flowers, Chu Xian swung on a swing chair, munching on fries while intently watching a distant passionate combat. Due to her exposure at the arena, the entire network had erupted into a second wave of missing person searches. Coupled with the gruesome murder incident at the Starship Arena, her popularity soared, prompting Rongya to issue a travel ban for her in search of amusement. And with Damao and Ermao having pilfered her snacks, Chu Xian organized a showdown between the 4 Miss Rabbits and Damao and Ermao. Officially, it was to see which side was more skilled, but in reality, it was a personal vendetta. Indeed, during the arena incident, she had noticed the Miss Rabbits' impressive abilities, particularly their keen awareness of their surroundings, which left her astounded. Their boundless energy allowed them to easily topple even a robust beastman. Now that she had 2 fools to use as free punching bags, she couldn't let this opportunity to test their skills slip away. As expected, upon her command, the previously occupied Miss Rabbits threw themselves into the fray, quickly leaving Ermao with a bruised and battered visage, only to be slightly subdued once Damao entered the fray. Yet, even in this situation, neither side could claim a decisive victory over the other. They were quite adept. There must be some fighting rabbit genes in their DNA. Just as Chu Xian was engrossed in the spectacle, Rongya appeared beside her, his beastly gaze scrutinizing the unfolding battle, as if he had been observing for some time. He was fully aware of Damao and Ermao's capabilities. Initially, they had been cautious, fearing they might injure the Miss Rabbits. But as the battle progressed, they had completely unleashed their strength. Yet, despite the escalating intensity, the Miss Rabbits showed no signs of capitulation. Rather, they appeared to thrive under pressure. A thoughtful glimmer crossed Rongya's dark golden eyes. Chu Xian looked up at him, her curiosity piqued. Fighting rabbits? Can rabbits really fight? I thought rabbits were the most timid creatures among all beast species. Fighting rabbits, formerly known as Zevasaki fighting rabbits, were once the top choice for the Imperial Royal Guards. Regardless of gender, they excel in tracking, close-quarters combat, and defense. Rongyi succinctly introduced information regarding the combat rabbits, his gaze fixed upon the distant, stalemated battlefield. The color of his beastly eyes scrutinized the scene, revealing that these 4 rabbits had not undergone any formal combat training. Yet, even in such circumstances, Their innate instincts and reflexes had already led to a deadlock in the skirmish, indicating their potential as formidable fighters. Moreover, it is worth noting that these rabbits are all female. In this era, it is rare to find a female capable of engaging in close combat with formidable opponents like Demao and Ermao. He could count them on one hand. Now, he is fortunate enough to have a complete hand at his disposal, proficient in tracking. Upon hearing Rong Ye's introduction, Chu Mian was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Luo Chu had chosen to employ the lady rabbits to seek her out. It turned out there was this underlying reason. Furthermore, combat rabbits are renowned for their loyalty. Once they recognize a master, they will follow for a lifetime. At this juncture, Rong Yi turned to look at Chu Mian. Seated upon the swing, which also elucidated why they were so insistent on accompanying her. Chu Mian's eyes widened in astonishment. It was no wonder they were so clingy. She had been puzzled by why the lady rabbits were so attached to her. Even foregoing the comfortable life at Luo Chu's place to follow her. Now, they were diligently sweeping, mopping, and wiping down tables, performing a series of household chores while wearing expressions of utter satisfaction. Well, now she had finally discovered the root cause. Stay indoors for the time being, Rong Yi suddenly instructed from beside the swing. I understand. Chu Mian nodded her head, continuing to munch on her snacks. Rest assured, I am very well behaved and won't sneak out to cause trouble. She wasn't foolish. News of the search for her was rampant outside, and she had no intention of courting disaster. Realizing that the young girl had misunderstood his intent, Rong Yi cast a sidelong glance at her. Recently, there had been numerous cases of beast men failing their transformation, leading to varying degrees of anomalies on the streets, injuring countless individuals. The outside was perilous. Upon hearing Rong Ye's words, Chu Mian paused mid-bite of her potato chips. Her expression one of disbelief. So many have failed. How serious is this? It seemed the situation was even more dire than she had imagined. The likelihood of failing the transformation was alarmingly high. Indeed, there has been an uptick in such incidents. Rong Yi, upon mentioning the transformation, appeared troubled, his brow furrowing. As incidents of anomalous injuries continued to occur, protocols for entering and exiting the planet had become more stringent. Everyone was required to present a gene examination report issued by a hospital, certifying that there would be no signs of transformation within the preceding 15 days before being granted access to the spacecraft. Therefore, our plans to leave must be postponed for a few days. Is it difficult? Chu Mian leaned closer to Rong Yi, her expression grave. Rong Yi nodded seriously. Yes, the difficulty has increased significantly. Previously, you could hide in a suitcase to evade inspection, but now, due to the outbreaks of infections following incidents involving transformed beastmen, and the emergence of individuals purchasing the corpses of transformed beastmen at high prices for specimen purposes, strict scrutiny is now enforced on all departing personnel, particularly regarding personal luggage, which must be opened for inspection. Assuming that Chu Mian was inquiring about the difficulties of leaving the planet, Rong Yi took a seat on the swing and began to explain in detail. I meant to ask, will your transformation be difficult as well? A soft, melodious voice suddenly chimed in beside him. Rong Yi froze mid-sentence, slowly turning his head to gaze at the girl beside him. Astonished, the air momentarily stilled, as if even the gentle breeze in the yard had halted on the swing. Rong Yi silently regarded the girl, his beastly eyes wide with surprise. Difficult? Chu Mian furrowed her brow at his reaction. Oh my, you're actually speechless. It seems it must be quite challenging, then. After all, despite his striking appearance, he seemed rather frail, and enduring the transformation appeared unlikely. Rong Yi grappled with how to respond. A warm little hand gently pressed against his forehead. It's all right. Doesn't it just require blood? I can do that, Chu Mian declared earnestly, patting her chest with her other hand, pledging her commitment. Excuse me? Rong Yi was taken aback once more, and when he looked at the girl again, the astonishment in his eyes had transformed into sheer shock. Rest assured, I genuinely can, she insisted once more, observing Rong Ye's dazed expression. She feared he might doubt her sincerity, so she hurriedly reinforced her commitment. Demao and Mao have mentioned before that you brought me home primarily for blood. If this method truly works, I wouldn't mind assisting you. After all, it's a living beast's life, and it happens to be my long-term source of sustenance. I must lend a hand, that's my plan. Since we've arrived at this topic, Chu Mian continued without hesitation, setting aside her potato chips, I propose we establish a blood donation plan. Given my petite stature, I cannot endure a single large extraction. Therefore, let's agree that you will ensure my nutrition, and I will donate blood regularly without compromising my health. You can then store the blood bags properly and use them all at once when your transformation period arrives. What do you think? Oh wow, with this arrangement, I'll certainly secure my long-term sustenance. She mused. It wouldn't be suitable for her to remain a mere freeloader, but transforming into a valuable one was entirely different. She could continue to command her group of companions, housemates, and how delightful that would be. Listening to the girl's plan, Rongyi sat in silence on the swing for a considerable time, before finally, in a voice slightly hoarse, he asked, "You are not afraid?" "What is there to fear?" she retorted. Compared to that, she feared starving in this alien world. After all, this realm was not particularly friendly to women. Coupled with her current notoriety, countless individuals likely sought to capture her as a pet. With this in mind, staying with Rongyi seemed a prudent choice. At least Mao and Mao were two fools who would heed her commands. And now there were 4 lady rabbits protecting her. She could do as she pleased, enjoying a veritable princess's treatment. Seeing that Rongyi had no further objections, Chu Mian took it as an agreement to her proposal. Just as she was about to call out to the few mixed-gender individuals engaged in a lively brawl in the distance, she noticed from the corner of her eye that Rongyi still held a delicate small food box. Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she reached out to grab it, her face lighting up. "What is this? Did you make cookies?" Due to her purely human constitution, she had certain requirements regarding the texture of food. It could not be too soft or too hard, or else it would be unpalatable or difficult to digest. After experiencing indigestion once, Rongyi had taken it upon himself to manage her meals, ensuring that even the lady rabbits could not enter the kitchen, limiting their role to cleaning up afterward and disposing of trash. Especially after discovering her fondness for snacks, Rongyi abandoned the nutritionally void products found in stores and began crafting delectable cookies and cakes tailored to her digestive needs. Almost every few days, new creations emerged, and she presumed the box contained the latest treats. It must be said that Rongyi possessed a certain talent in the culinary arts. He prepared dishes that perfectly suited her palate. She couldn't help but wonder what flavor the latest pastries might be. Strawberry? Orange? Rushing to open the small food box, she prepared a plethora of compliments, only for her expression to freeze in disbelief as she laid eyes on its contents. "You don't like it?" Rongyi, seemingly bewildered by her reaction, glanced into the box to confirm its contents before returning her gaze, appearing even more innocent than she was. Chu Mian found herself at a loss for words. "This is a diamond?" No wonder it felt absurdly heavy when she first held it. She had thought this batch of cookies must be loaded with filling, otherwise it wouldn't be so weighty. Little did she know, the small food box was brimming with raw diamonds, each one a top-tier grade AGEM. In her world, a single piece could fetch millions, not to mention the rare red diamonds nestled within the box. Assuming that Chu Mian was unfamiliar with raw diamonds, Rongyi kindly reclaimed the heavy food box and gently placed a few pink diamonds into her palm. "You can mount them wherever you like in the future, on a watch, necklace, shoes, clothes, hats, anywhere as long as you like them. I will be generous, outshining anyone else. Especially that Luo Chu Mian. Wow, this little wealthy lady's rise to affluence is truly astonishing." Well, Chu Mian unexpectedly became a small heiress in a rather abrupt manner. Indeed, her fortune consists of that box filled with naked diamonds. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite the immense value of these jewels, when Rongyi so bluntly stored them in that box, she suddenly felt they were worthless. Particularly when Mao and Mao, in an attempt to amuse her, played with the diamonds as if they were marbles, she began to question whether that box contained anything more than mere glass. Alas, the truth was undeniable. It was indeed a box of genuine diamonds, worth a fortune. Rongyi did not immediately proceed with the blood extraction plan as Chu Mian had envisioned, but instead left after gifting her the box of diamonds. Reminding Mao and Mao repeatedly to serve her hot meals on time, it was Mao and Mao who, upon learning of the blood extraction plan, began to obstruct it fervently. "Little Chu Mian, you are still so young. Blood extraction is not suitable for you." Mao was the first to voice his dissent, his robust physique crouched before Chu Mian like a child, his face reflecting disapproval. Chu Mian was taken aback by the rebuttal, instinctively glancing down at her own chest, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How am I small? I know you are clever, little Chu Mian. But you are still a cub, having just emerged from the gene chamber. How can you undergo blood extraction like this? For the first time, Ermao began to feel dissatisfaction towards his leader. After all, little Chu Mian was still but a cub. How could the leader bear to subject her to blood extraction? Chu Mian. Hey, why have these fellows concluded that I am a genetic cub? Can a genetic cub possess my intelligence? I could very well be a pure human, indeed. We shall discuss the matter of blood extraction later. The leader's transformation period has not yet arrived. We will find alternative solutions. Demao concurred from the side. Isn't it merely blood extraction? At worst, they could procure additional females and conduct the extraction in batches. Why must they harm little Chu Mian? Moreover, little Chu Mian's physique was so slender. Her little arms as thin as bamboo skewers. They feared that applying any force might break them. How could they dare use a needle? What if it snapped? At that moment, Demao and Ermao completely forgot the terrifying visage of a certain individual when angered. Their minds filled only with vehement rejection of the blood extraction plan. Chapter 51. Surprises always occur abruptly, but I am now a part of this family. I have come to join you. Not to take advantage of you. How can I stand idly by while Rongyi faces hardship, enjoying my comforts guiltlessly? You all work hard, and I need to contribute as well. Unlike the overt rejection etched onto Mao and Ermao's faces, Chu Mian presented an air of righteous dedication. Yet, to the discerning observer, a subtle cunning spark flickered in her eyes. Were someone familiar with her present, they would undoubtedly be repulsed by her seemingly selfless declarations. Carefully scrutinizing the expressions of Demao and Ermao, wishing to gauge the sincerity behind their words, Chu Mian continued her performance of selfless devotion to the family, her voice imbued with newfound vibrancy. I cannot simply be a freeloader. It would weigh heavily on my conscience. Damn it, what conscience? She wished to enjoy herself guilt-free, yet after the diamond incident, she feared it would provoke discontent. After all, that box of diamonds was extraordinarily valuable. Wouldn't Demao and Ermao harbor some thoughts about it? However, upon closer inspection, it seemed Demao and Ermao truly did not mind. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Mian's words, Demao and Ermao were instantly struck as if by lightning. When they looked at Chu Mian again, their eyes brimmed with paternal affection and indulgence, completely forgetting the bruises they had incurred from the Miss Rabbit's beatings, which were a result of their own folly. How could that be? Little Chu Mian could never be a freeloader. Demao's voice rose in protest. Exactly. Little Chu Mian is the smartest and most capable. How could she be a freeloader? Ermao chimed in, his voice filled with innocence. Fearing that the girl might fall into unwarranted guilt, Demao and Ermao hurriedly reassured her. Please, when have they ever seen little Chu Mian in such a cute and wronged manner? Especially with that soft and adorable voice, it practically melted their hearts. What freeloader? Even if little Chu Mian were to squander their entire fortune, they would bear no grudge. Are you really not bothered by the fact that I am utterly useless? In the room, the girl's cautious voice rose again. This time, Chu Mian gazed into Demao and Ermao's inky eyes, filled with anticipation, her delicate white hands clasped nervously in front of her. Even her little mouth pouting slightly. No. Little Chu Mian's soft and adorable appearance is simply too cute. How could they possibly mind? Whoever dares to voice dissent will be dealt with severely. The two beasts' vehement denials rose again, completely unaware that in their frantic reassurances, they overlooked the subtle smile tugging at the corners of the girl's lips. Well then, the diamond debacle finally concluded without incident, confirming that her presence had not provoked Demao and Ermao's displeasure. Little heiress Chu Mian's days continued to be as peaceful and noble as ever. Thus, in the ensuing days, Chu Mian spent most of her time immersed in the virtual world of the star brain, beginning to explore this fascinating new cosmic realm, while also teaching the Miss Rabbits how to utilize the basic functions of the star brain. Despite the Miss Rabbits still being unable to speak, their innate cleverness shone through beneath their adorably foolish demeanor. They absorbed knowledge like sponges, undoubtedly top scholars if placed in a school setting. Demao and Ermao seemed to be spurred by the Miss Rabbit's prowess, seizing every opportunity to spar with them in the backyard whenever they had a moment to spare, reveling in the thrill of combat. Sometimes, Chu Mian couldn't resist jumping into the fray herself, but each time she barely found her footing in the combat zone, she was whisked away by Rongyi, who seemed to appear from nowhere. Chu Mian. This is, utterly speechless, because Rongyi completely forbade Chu Mian from participating in combat. Whenever he was present in the base, Demao and Air Mao dared not engage in battles with the Miss Rabbits, fearing it would incite Chu Mian's envy and desire to join them. Are you joking? Little Chu Mian is, in their eyes, the most precious cub. With her slender arms and legs, how could she partake in such violent games? Alas, unforeseen events always transpire unexpectedly. What should we do? Does it hurt? Should we go to the hospital, little Chu Mian? While Rongyi was out, Demao and Air Mao were honing their latest combat skills when Chu Mian happened to pass by and was inadvertently injured, dislocating her right arm. This panic ensued throughout the base. Everyone rushed over, their faces a mix of worry and guilt, nearly offering themselves as substitutes, especially the four Miss Rabbits, whose tear-filled eyes glimmered red as they each took turns punching Air Mao. The instigator, Air Mao, left battered and bruised, dared not utter a word, curling up in a ball, his wide eyes fixed anxiously on the injured Chu Mian, his expression a picture of guilt and remorse. What's a dislocation? I've dislocated before. It's no big deal. Don't worry. Don't worry. Compared to the collective anxiety, the injured Chu Mian appeared utterly unfazed. It must be said that due to her pain and sensitivity, had it not been for Demao noticing something amiss with her arm, she might not have realized her right arm was dislocated so quickly. How about we go to the hospital? Demao, usually calm, was now in a state of agitation. Though he was adept at bandaging wounds and knew how to treat a dislocation, the patient was little Chu Mian. With her delicate arms and fragile bones, he feared that if he didn't control his strength, he might cause further harm. Upon hearing the suggestion of going to the hospital, Chu Mian immediately refused. No, I can fix it myself, it's just a dislocation. Are they overreacting? What do you mean you can fix it? You've never learned how. Don't be ridiculous, Demao retorted loudly, his expression one of urgency. Having spent time with her, he had come to realize that little Chu Mian lacked any understanding of fear, and her pain receptors seemed to be significantly dulled compared to others. Take the present situation. Had he not discovered something odd about her right arm, she would have remained oblivious to her dislocation. Demao was undoubtedly anxious, for he was concerned not only about Chu Mian's dislocated arm but also about her abnormality regarding pain. This warranted a hospital visit for examination. Was there some invisible deficiency in her genes? Otherwise, how could a Class A female inexplicably end up in a black blind box? Chapter 52. You are not a D-class female? Seeing Demao's complete disbelief in her words, Chu Mian hurriedly refuted. I am not being foolish. I am speaking the truth. I can indeed fix it. I have always managed my dislocations on my own. If you dare to be reckless and try to fix it yourself, don't even think about us secretly buying you snacks in the future. Demao was so enraged that the fur on his body stood on end. Beside him, Air Mao, who had been beaten to a pulp, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Indeed, as soon as Demao spoke, Chu Mian, who had originally raised her left hand intending to set her bones, immediately lowered her hand and obediently sat in her chair, no longer showing any sign of resistance. Well, even though Rongyi had monopolized her snacks, how could the treats at home compare to the delectable junk food from outside? Thus, she often took advantage of Rongyi's absence from the base to have Demao and Air Mao secretly buy her various junk snacks. Now that Demao was using this to threaten her, she naturally had to comply. Seeing Demao's forehead glistening with sweat in his agitation, a perplexed expression surfaced on Chu Mian's face. What should she do? He wouldn't dare to set her bones, and her situation wasn't suitable for a hospital visit either. Let alone a hospital. Given her current notoriety, even finding a shabby clinic would be a challenge. I should contact the boss. He has been establishing new collaborations these days, and he must have a solution. No. Upon hearing that she would contact Rongyi, Chu Mian hurriedly interjected, Don't contact him. Goodness, Rongyi already disliked her involvement in combat, and he wouldn't even allow her to watch Demao and Air Mao spar. If he found out, she would never be able to watch them fight again. In truth, she wasn't particularly enthusiastic about watching combat. After all, she was a noble little princess. How could she indulge in violence and bloodshed? However, considering that she currently found herself in an unknown beastly world, she needed to possess the ability to protect herself whenever she ventured outside, where she encountered towering and muscular beastmen. Thus, she seized the opportunity to hone her skills by observing the sparring between Demao and Air Mao, subtly enhancing her combat proficiency for any future predicaments. Although Demao and Air Mao had been ordered by Rongyi not to let her learn combat, She had 4 obedient little rabbits at her disposal. Therefore, during her girl time, she often practiced secretly with Xiao Bai and the others behind Mao and Mao's backs. As a girl, one must ultimately rely on oneself in critical moments. Noticing the astonishment in Mao's eyes, Chu Mian quickly regained her composure, her face radiating a thoughtful concern. Rongyi is already quite busy. He has to take care of my meals and still finds time for his own affairs. I wouldn't want to disturb him with my trivial troubles. Who knows, he might be occupied with something significant right now. Her words successfully gave Mao pause. To his knowledge, the boss was indeed out today to handle a crucial matter. Discussions regarding collaboration with the newly selected partner from the Blue Star. If the negotiations went well, they would not have to return to Blue Star for a long time, entrusting all matters to the new partner. However, if he didn't notify the boss, Mao hesitated. If he didn't inform the boss, where would he find a reliable doctor for Xiao Chu Mian? Sensing Mao's concerns, Chu Mian blinked her sparkling, dark eyes and assured him, "Don't worry, it's just finding a doctor. And I have a way that I can guarantee that it will be a genuine physician. Yes, it absolutely won't be some quack from a clinic without a business license." Mao was taken aback. 20 minutes later, gazing at the solitary villa in the wilderness, Mao and Mao exchanged wary glances, their minds alert. In contrast, Chu Mian, upon witnessing the villa's opulence, couldn't help but exclaim in awe and prepared to approach the building. "Xiao Chu Mian, why don't you wait here for a moment while we check inside?" On their way, they had quickly researched that individual named Luo Chu. Although the young master of the Luo family had an impeccable reputation, and social media was filled with praises for him, they still harbored some doubts. Moreover, to maintain a low profile during their outing, they had not brought the little rabbits along, so they needed to be extra cautious. Xiao Di! Xiao Di! Just as Mao finished speaking, a figure dashed out from the villa, rushing toward Chu Mian and her companions. Following the sound, Chu Mian turned to see Luo Chu, her face lighting up with a wide smile. "Luo Chu, long time no see. Hurry, hurry. There's no time for pleasantries," Luo Chu exclaimed, pointing toward the villa. "The doctor is waiting inside." "Are you seriously injured?" "Don't worry, Xiao Di. The doctor I brought is our family physician. He's worked for us for decades and is very reliable. He won't leak your whereabouts." As Luo Chu jogged to stand before Chu Mian, his anxious expression rivaled that of Mao and Mao. The Luo family's family doctor? Is it the renowned Dr. Yin, who is highly sought after? Mao's eyes widened in surprise, unable to hide his astonishment. The doctor was a legendary figure throughout the entire star system, with countless nobles yearning for his services. Who would have thought that little Chu Mian would inadvertently cross paths with him? "Yes, that's him." Luo Chu nodded eagerly. "Dr. Yan's medical skills are exceptional. He will certainly be able to treat Xiao Di's injuries." Heaven knows how excited he was when he received Xiao Di's star brain message. Coincidentally, Dr. Yin was visiting his home, so without a second thought, he asked for his assistance. With repeated assurances that Dr. Yin must not disclose Xiao Di's whereabouts, he specifically chose this vacant villa for their meeting based on Dr. Yan's suggestion. Despite its remote location, the villa had a wide view, making it difficult to hide anyone. If any paparazzi were to follow, they would be easily spotted. More importantly, there was a sea behind the villa, so if they were indeed cornered like in a shipyard, he could take Xiao Di away on a yacht. Concerned about Chu Mian's injuries, Luo Chu led her and the other two hastily into the small villa. Upon entering the living room, they saw an elderly man in a white doctor's coat standing by the sofa, waiting for them. The old man's gaze immediately fell upon Chu Mian as she entered, and a look of profound astonishment appeared in his mud-gray, beastly eyes. "Dr. Yin, this is Xiao Di, the one I often mention to you." Luo Chu hurriedly introduced her as they approached the elderly man. As they spoke, they stood before the elder, and Chu Mian politely bowed her head first, saying, "Hello, Dr. Yin. My name is Chu Mian. I will be relying on you." The girl's soft and gentle voice made the already astonished elder widen his eyes even further. "You can speak? Aren't you a D-level female, Chu Mian?" Chapter 53. This is the existence of a fantastical tale. Perhaps aware of the reason behind the elder's astonishment, he recalled how shocked he had been the first time he spoke with Xiao Di, Chu Mian. After all, her demeanor and conduct did not resemble that of a D-level female at all. No, strictly speaking, she even surpassed the qualities of a viviparous female. Her meticulous logic, independent thinking, ability to discern right from wrong, and that agile prowess. She was simply more remarkable than the beast men, however. This was not the time to dwell on those details. Beside them, Luo Chu, wearing a worried expression, quickly interrupted, Dr. Yin, please examine Xiao Mian's arm first. Oh, right? Yes, let us treat her first. The elder seemed to recover and hurriedly gestured for Chu Mian to sit on the sofa, examining the girl's dislocated arm as she explained how she got injured. This dislocation seems quite severe. It doesn't appear to be your first time dislocating. The elderly doctor scrutinized Chu Mian's slightly swollen arm, carefully feeling the bone, his brow furrowed as he made a preliminary judgment. What? This isn't your first dislocation? Luo Chu exclaimed in shock, then turned to glare at Demao and Ermao with a look of accusation. Xiao Mian has been injured by dislocation before. What does this mean? Have these two been mistreating her all along? Demao and Ermao, suddenly burdened with an unearned guilt, exchanged bewildered glances, completely unaware of the implications. On the sofa, the elderly doctor continued his inquiries. Xiao Chu Mian, how old are you? The age of genetic females isn't determined by their appearance or body size, after all. Many genetic females appear as teenagers or adults while still in the genetic cultivation chamber. Some even emerge from the cultivation chamber looking like elderly people with deep wrinkles, which naturally indicates an F-level quality female. Just 45 days since emerging from the blind box, Demao quickly chimed in. Just emerged? What? Dr. Yin gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. You've only been out of the blind box for 45 days? And you can politely greet your elders already? Moreover, you survived in such a harsh environment as the Beast Arena? This is something even an A-level female could not achieve. In recent days, the online discourse surrounding Xiao Chuxian has been nothing short of overwhelming, aptly described by the phrase overwhelmingly pervasive. After all, the perception of genetically engineered females has long been overshadowed by notions of unattractiveness, physical deformity, and limited intellect. Thus, the sudden emergence of a genetically modified female, who is not only exquisitely beautiful, agile, and exceptionally intelligent, but also appears in the terrifying environment of an underground beast-fighting arena, is bound to incite excitement. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chuxian has become an internet sensation, maintaining an unprecedented level of popularity. Even an elder like myself, who typically pays little heed to entertainment gossip, found myself irresistibly drawn to several discussions about Xiao Chuxian. These discussions have speculated repeatedly about her age, and even I, a specialist in genetic medicine, found myself mentally estimating a range. Yet now, one must understand that even an A-grade genetically engineered female would only be capable of basic daily communication at such a young age. And yet, Xiao Chuxian managed to survive the beast arena. This is nothing short of a fantastical existence. What? Indeed, upon hearing Demao's words, Luo Chu, who has had some exposure to genetics, was equally astonished, standing frozen in disbelief, casting a gaze filled with skepticism towards Chuxian. Good heavens, this is simply outrageous. If we trace back in time, Xiao Chuxian must have been even younger when she first appeared in the arena. It seems that conventional bone-setting methods are no longer applicable. Suppressing the tumultuous shock within, the venerable Dr. Yin immediately furrowed his brows and shook his head. At Xiao Chuxian's age, her bones are still in a state of growth. Recklessly attempting to set the bone could easily result in joint damage, leading to secondary injuries and possibly even lasting repercussions. Genetically engineered females are produced through a conveyor belt operation within genetic cultivation facilities, which results in varying quality, hence the classification into 7 different grades from A to F. Many seemingly healthy females harbor numerous genetic defects. As long as they remain unproblematic, all is well, but should illness or injury occur, even something as minor as a cold, these dormant defective genes may activate, leading to severe complications that could swiftly culminate in heart failure and death for the genetically engineered female. Considering this, Dr. Yin pondered for a moment and suggested, I recommend using an infrared scanning device to examine the bone condition of Xiao Chuxian's arm before proceeding to the next step. As soon as he finished speaking, Demao quickly nodded in agreement, saying, We will follow your lead, Dr. Yin. Yes, let us proceed as you say, Grandpa Yin. Luo Chu chimed in promptly. Absolutely, let's scan first, echoed Ermao, joining in mindlessly. Only the subject of their discussion, upon hearing the elder's treatment plan, sat on the sofa, her eyes wide open in confusion. Good grief? Is it not merely a simple dislocation? Why does it feel as though in the blink of an eye, She has already strolled through the gates of the underworld? Xiao Chuxian quickly averted her gaze to her right arm, and after a moment of silence, could not help but wonder, it is just a dislocation. Right? Surely, right? Suddenly, she recalled the fishbone incident from her previous world. Back home, having a fishbone removed at the hospital is a straightforward affair, completed in under a minute. However, in Country M, it becomes a surgical procedure, requiring various scans and consultations, not only incurring enormous costs, but also stretching the treatment duration into hundreds of times longer. So, is she now facing a similar situation? Just as Xiao Chuxian's thoughts began to drift, everyone in the villa sprang into action. Dr. Yin began assigning clear roles to each person present and personally disinfected everyone with alcohol. Demao and Air Mao were exceptionally cooperative, fearful that any bacteria on their bodies might impact Xiao Chuxian's subsequent treatment. Even Luo Chu began pouring alcohol over himself, anxious to ensure thorough disinfection. Xiao Chuxian wore an expression akin to that of a subway elder squinting in disbelief. JPG? While she could tolerate the exaggerated necessity of using infrared scans for a simple arm dislocation, the collective disinfection was bewildering. She was not undergoing surgery. Moreover, the injured party is herself. Why, then, is this group, who are neither injured nor undergoing infrared scanning, the ones being disinfected? Is this a case of collective insanity? Chapter 54. The assailants had long been prepared to silence witnesses on the sofa in the villa. Xiao Chuxian had attempted several times to interrupt the grandiose disinfection ritual, wanting to explain that it was merely a minor dislocation. Had it not been for Demao's threat that she must not attempt to set her arm herself, lest she be excluded from future outings and denied treats, she would have already taken care of it herself. Why, then, all this fuss over infrared scans, bone conformations, and the cumbersome disinfection? Yet each time she opened her mouth, Luo Chu, sitting beside her, assumed she was seeking comfort, showering her with a flurry of reassuring words. Feeling as though she was surrounded by a swarm of buzzing mosquitoes, Xiao Chuxian thought. In the living room, as she listened to the group discussing her condition while disinfecting, and even contemplating calling in additional trusted nurses for assistance, her frown deepened. Damn it, could it be that the family Dr. Luo Chu found is a quack? How else could something so trivial be made so complex? One might think she was on the verge of death. On the sofa, listening to a gathering of individuals whose minds seemed to be in disarray absurdly analyze her condition, Xiao Chuxian rolled her eyes in exasperation, her gaze landing on her dislocated right arm. A myriad of emotions playing across her face. Bored, she began to survey her surroundings. Just as she contemplated whether she should excuse herself to the restroom and return claiming her arm had mysteriously healed, she suddenly noticed a peculiar reflection in a certain spot on the living room's floor-to-ceiling window. Focusing intently, she stared for several seconds, and then her eyes sharpened with keen awareness as she discreetly scanned the area outside the window. After a moment, Xiao Chuxian lowered her gaze, her peripheral vision subtly revealing no emotion as she glanced at Luo Chu beside her, her dark eyes narrowing with intrigue. The disinfection process soon concluded. Just as Demao and Air Mao prepared to follow Dr. Yan's division of labor and commence their tasks, a cacophony erupted from outside the villa. Moments later, they witnessed several helicopters descending onto the lawn outside the living room's window. One after another, as a cadre of well-trained, camouflaged individuals armed with weapons began sprinting towards the villa. Everyone in the living room was taken aback, with Demao being the first to react. Leaping over the lengthy coffee table to position himself protectively in front of Xiao Chuxian, his expression fierce as he turned to Luo Chu, who had yet to respond. "You bastard! How dare you betray us? Xiao Chuxian trusted you so much." As his words fell, Air Mao also reacted, rushing towards the sofa and drawing a sharp knife from his waist, pressing it against Luo Chu's throat, in his fit of rage. Air Mao failed to control the pressure on the blade correctly, and the sharp edge sliced into Luo Chu's neck, causing a visible line of blood to form, beads of crimson slowly oozing forth. "And no, it wasn't me, I swear. I didn't tell anyone. I would never harm Xiao Chuxian." Ignoring the stinging pain at his neck, Luo Chu's immediate reaction was to look desperately at Xiao Chuxian behind Demao. His eyes wide with urgency. "Xiao Chuxian, it truly wasn't me. You have to believe me. I only told Grandpa Yin. I didn't even inform the driver. I drove myself here." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chu suddenly had a revelation, quickly turning to the elder at the other end of the coffee table with a look of disbelief. Could it be? Eh, eh, eh? It wasn't me either. The elder, suddenly under the scrutiny of the group, waved his hands in a flustered manner, but the suddenness of the suspicion left him at a loss for how to explain himself. In the next moment, as if struck by an idea, the elder hurriedly pointed outside, exclaiming, "Ah, wait! Look! Their helicopters bear government insignia. They are government agents. Just think about it. Even if I wanted to betray you, I would report it to the paparazzi, right? How could I possibly inform the government? Besides, I have no channels to contact the government, do I?" Seemingly hitting the nail on the head, Demao and Air Mao's expressions transformed rapidly. Though their faces remained grave, their demeanor towards Luo Chu and the elder visibly softened. All right, they were careless. Their leader had warned them repeatedly that many individuals within the government were eager to obtain Xiao Chuxian, and they should exercise caution while out and about, remaining vigilant not only against underworld threats but also against potential governmental ones. However, they had overlooked the close ties between the affluent Luo family and the government. If their assumptions were correct, government agents had likely been monitoring Luo Chu for some time, especially considering that the last location Xiao Chuxian had been seen was at the Luo family's Starship Arena. Furthermore, Luo Chu had spent a considerable amount of time with Xiao Chuxian in the office building, making him a perfectly reasonable target for infiltration. They were solely focused on hastily treating the dislocated shoulder of Xiao Chumian, completely overlooking such a grave issue. More importantly, they could never have anticipated that government officials would audaciously resort to abduction. After all, if word got out, the government's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Unless Mao's pupils widened suddenly. Unless the intruders had already prepared to eliminate witnesses. At this thought, Mao's expression darkened significantly, his brows furrowing tightly in front of the sofa. Air Mao, retracting the sharp blade he had pressed against Luo Chu's neck, turned to Mao and said, "You take Xiao Chumian and leave first. I will hold them off." Mao shook his head, his demeanor serious. "It's too late. They were already prepared. The area outside is likely surrounded by now." They had only been at this villa for a mere 10 minutes, and the opposition had already deployed helicopters and military force, indicating they had been targeting them from the very beginning. Could it be that they are not here for Xiao Chumian? Observing the soldiers drawing closer to the villa, the elderly Dr. Yin voiced his suspicions. The government has dealings with the Luo family. Could they be here to find Xiao? We are definitely their target. Demao shook his head decisively, asserting, given their equipment, it's clear they have been watching this place for a while. You arrived before us, and they didn't act against you. Hence, you are not their target. So what do we do now? Air Mao urgently inquired. I will contact the boss. Initially, he had planned to take Xiao Chumian out to address her arm injury and then return discreetly, keeping the boss in the dark. However, it was evident that this plan was no longer feasible. If he did not reach out to the boss for help soon, Xiao Chumian might be in grave danger. Demao hurriedly glanced at his star brain terminal, but his expression changed alarmingly. This is bad. They have cut off the network. What? Air Mao quickly looked down at his own star brain terminal. And indeed, the previously functioning device now displayed a disconnected status, the screen entirely black. Damn it. This group has truly come prepared. Chapter 55. Do not overestimate your worth. Fukel was undoubtedly pleased. He had always known that the young master of the Luo family was linked to the female known as Xiao Di. Therefore, since the incident at the shipyard, he had been clandestinely monitoring all communications from the Luo family, leveraging his position within the government. His perseverance had finally borne fruit. Upon learning that Luo Chus had arranged to meet Xiao Di, he promptly dispatched mercenaries to secure the surrounding area of the villa, then moved to encircle and corner them as soon as he confirmed Xiao Di's presence. Ha ha ha. Xiao Di will undoubtedly find it impossible to escape this time. With a loud bang, the mercenary in front used a forced entry device to dismantle the villa's front door along with its frame, swiftly following one after another into the house to subdue those inside. Moments later, a whistle signaling safety echoed from within, and Fukel, standing outside, tossed aside his cigar with a smile as he strode inside. Greetings, gentlemen, my apologies for interrupting your gathering, but I have eagerly awaited this moment for far too long. I hope you all can forgive my impatience. Upon entering, Fukel exuded the charm of a diplomat, completely disregarding the anger emanating from Demao and Air Mao, his face adorned with a grand yet insincere smile. His gaze fell upon Xiao Chumian, seated in the center of the sofa, and a glimmer of awe flickered in his eyes. His smile became somewhat more genuine. Wow, Xiao Di is even more beautiful than I observed on the surveillance. What a charming young lady! In truth, she was even more exquisite than a typical female born through genetic means, justifying the patience he had invested in capturing her. Suddenly sensing something amiss in the living room, Fukel raised his hand, elegantly gesturing toward the medical kit on the coffee table, his brow furrowing. What is happening? Is someone injured? It's Xiao Di who is injured. We need to treat her immediately. You cannot take her. Luo Chus exclaimed loudly, immediately positioning himself in front of Xiao Chumian to shield her from Fukel's calculating gaze. He recognized this man named Fukel. Previously, he had always presented himself with utmost respect during his visits, merely seeking sponsorship from his grandfather for government projects. To witness such a repugnant face now was utterly unexpected. However, since this individual was evidently here for Xiao Chumian, he would naturally be disinclined to allow her harm. By highlighting her injury, it was hoped that Fukel might relent somewhat, thus granting them time to consider their escape while Grandpa Yin treated Xiao Chumian's ARM as anticipated. Upon hearing that Xiao Di was hurt, Fukel's expression shifted immediately, and he swiftly turned to the nearest mercenary beside him. The mercenary understood the cue and dashed outside, returning moments later with a doctor in a white coat. Upon seeing Xiao Chumian on the sofa, the doctor's eyes widened in astonishment as he prepared to approach her. Luo Chus, noticing this, immediately widened his eyes and interjected, "What are you doing? We have a doctor here. Fukel, get him out." Fukel, emboldened by the presence of mercenaries in his villa, had already crossed the line. But who was this person? Elder Dr. Yin quickly chimed in. "I have already examined Xiao Di. She has a dislocated shoulder and does not require further examination." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Dr. Yin turned to the incoming doctor with a questioning look. "Ross, are you doubting my diagnosis?" He had encountered this Ross at a genetic evolution seminar, where the latter had eagerly sought to join his research team, thus leaving him with a vague impression. Indeed, upon being questioned by the elder, the middle-aged doctor named Ross frowned and quietly whispered a few words to Fukel. Fukel's expression transformed into one of realization. And when he turned back to face Elder Dr. Yin, the earlier dismissiveness had vanished, replaced by a facade of respect. "Ah, it is the esteemed medical authority, Elder Yin. I have long admired your reputation. I am Fukel, currently serving as an A-level diplomat for the government." Pausing briefly, Fukel continued with a disingenuous smile. "Since you have already diagnosed Xiao Di, why not proceed with the treatment? I can wait." Taken aback by this sudden inquiry, Elder Dr. Yin glanced at Luo Chus and then began to share his findings. Xiao Di is a young cub with fragile bones, particularly her arm, which has shown signs of repeated dislocation, indicating poor bone condition. If we proceed with realignment without caution, it could easily lead to further injury and lasting consequences. I need to conduct an infrared scan to confirm the condition of the bones before proceeding with the alignment. She should minimize movement as much as possible. Fukel raised an eyebrow, turning to Ross beside him, silently inquiring. Ross nodded, indicating that the elder's assessment was indeed valid. Fukel, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned back to Elder Dr. Yin, his smile widening. "If that is the case, then Elder Yin, why not accompany us? I have the most advanced medical equipment and a multitude of doctors and nurses ready to follow your lead. With you overseeing Xiao Di's treatment, I would feel much more at ease. Xiao Di is a toy specifically requested by a certain individual, and I cannot afford to take any chances." Upon hearing this, Elder Dr. Yin furrowed his brow once more, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Chus, momentarily at a loss for words. The villa's living room fell into a profound silence. "Xiao Di is ours." "What do you mean by that?" Demao, standing protectively in front of Xiao Chumian, spoke up with a grave expression. Xiao Di?" Upon hearing Demao's new designation for her, Xiao Chumian's gaze momentarily flickered with surprise as she glanced at Demao. A hint of confusion in her eyes. "Oh? Is she yours? Do you have proof of purchase?" Fukel, seemingly prepared for this line of questioning, resumed his insincere smile. Demao furrowed his brow, opting for directness instead of beating around the bush. "Are you planning to steal her outright?" "Ha ha." Fukel could not help but chuckle at this, unable to restrain his amusement at the barbarity of the genetic products, even in their speech. "Xiao Di is currently a patient. I am merely being kind and inviting a doctor to tend to her." "How does it become theft in your words?" he continued, his voice growing increasingly impatient. You must not overestimate your importance. Chapter 56. Raising her was always for profit. He has admonished me more than once that, should I encounter danger, I must ensure your safety. Luo Chu's expression shifted dramatically. You are aware that old Master Luo has always treated me well. I, Fu Chier, am not one to be ungrateful. Thus, I must heed the old man's counsel. At this juncture, Fu Chier suddenly gestured toward the mercenary beside him. Whoosh! A tranquilizer dart struck Luo Chu's neck with precision. Hiss! What is this? Fu Chier, how dare you? Before he could utter another word, Luo Chu collapsed onto the sofa behind him. Xiao Chu! The sudden turn of events left Dr. Yin, the elder, in a flurry as he rushed toward the sofa. Yet, before he could take a step, his shoulder was firmly gripped by a nearby mercenary. The latest upgrade of G9 anesthetic, a military-grade product, could put an elephant to sleep for 2 hours with just 1 milliliter. It is absorbed entirely by the human body within 2 seconds, inducing sleep for 8 to 12 hours, depending on individual constitution, with no side effects. Valued at 10 million star coins per milliliter on the market, its rarity only adds to its allure. Fu Chier explained the situation to the elder with great care, filling the entire villa's living room with his detailed description of the drug. Look, doesn't this resolve the conflict? Clapping his hands in delight, Fu Chier turned his beaming smile toward the gathered crowd. An unmistakable sense of superiority etched on his face. Witnessing Luo Chu's plight, Demao, though filled with rage, seemed to grasp the precariousness of their situation. They could not afford a direct confrontation. His tone began to subtly yield. Where are you taking her? Upon hearing this, Mao, who was ready to charge forward, turned to Demao in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. The slumbering Chu Mian on the sofa cast a sidelong glance in their direction for a fleeting moment, only to return to her stoic observer's role, her gaze serene. Naturally, to a place with better conditions, as Fu Chier's eyes landed on Demao, clad in a tank top and oversized shorts, his disdain was barely concealed. Even raising his hand to cover his nose, his brow furrowed deeply, Fu Chier's voice continued, maintaining the polite demeanor expected of high society, patiently explaining any doubts that arose, if she is fortunate enough. She might even share a room with the live-born females, serving as their personal maid. This is a life that those like you, the gene descendants, yearn for yet cannot attain. After all, many gene beasts never lay eyes on a live-born female even until death. A personal maid? You son of a... Mao was instantly infuriated. It was one thing for this man to insult them as gene descendants, but to suggest taking Xiao Chu Mian as a maid for those live-born females was utterly intolerable. Xiao Chu Mian is their little princess. They cherish her like a delicate treasure, fearing any harm might come to her. They themselves felt they had not served her well enough, yet this arrogant scoundrel intended for their little princess to serve others. Damn it! He must eliminate this scoundrel. Then at least give us some compensation. We have taken good care of her. You can't expect us to suffer loss, can you? Demao intercepted the furious Mao, adopting a tone of business negotiation as he looked at Fu Chier. You are a person of high society. Surely you wouldn't want to escalate matters over a trifling sum? While speaking, Demao swiftly seized the dagger at Mao's waist, pointing it at the unconscious Chu Mian on the sofa, exuding an air of if you don't compensate, I'll end her right here. Mao was utterly stunned, staring incredulously at Demao, who was restraining him. What are you doing? Demao turned sharply, scolding, we have exerted such effort to care for her. We must recoup our investment. Do you intend to incur a loss? You? How could you? Mao was left aghast, momentarily speechless, but you can't give Xiao Chu Mian to him. Didn't you hear him say he would send Xiao Chu Mian to be? Raising her was merely a means to sell her for a high price. Did you genuinely intend to keep her? Demao hissed in a low voice. How could you think this way? I will not. Bang! Demao's fist landed heavily on Mao's face, his expression one of utter disappointment. I said sell, so we shall sell. If you dare obstruct my path to wealth, I will not hesitate to kill you, even if you are my brother. The sudden force of the punch knocked Mao out cold, his body crumpling to the ground like a rag doll. The room fell into stunned silence, everyone taken aback by this scene. Fu Chier stood by, relishing the chaos, his eyes filled with derision at he had originally intended to eliminate these two masters of Xiao Di. Considering how popular Xiao Di was at the moment and how exquisitely cute she appeared, it would be difficult for the owners to part with her. One must understand that transactions often become complicated when emotions are involved. Thus, silencing them had been his preferred plan. However, it now seemed unnecessary. The older brother among these two was clearly indifferent to Xiao Di. He had merely mentioned selling her after a few words, indicating he had long harbored intentions of profiting. Given this, there was no need for murder. After all, he had brought a considerable number of people with him today, and with so many eyes upon him, he needed to be cautious to avoid being bitten back. Acquiring Xiao Di through business would incur some losses, but would be the most prudent course. Fixing his gaze upon the unconscious Air Mao on the floor, Fu Chier pondered for a moment, then produced a check from the inner pocket of his suit, waving it before De Mao. 200,000 star coins, ample compensation for your care of Xiao Di these past few days. Chapter 57. Captured the Master of Machinery. Only 200,000? Rubbing his hand, which had grown sore from the earlier confrontation, De Mao stood before the sofa, his expression one of discontent as he retorted, "Ah, indeed." Fu Chier seemed to have been reminded, his face lighting up with realization. Considering Xiao Di's current worth, 200,000 star coins is merely a pittance. But do not forget, Xiao Di escaped from the beast arena. She is technically an ownerless female. You have cared for her for just a few days? And now you stand to gain 200,000 star coins without any effort. That is already quite commendable. One must learn to be content. With that, Fu Chier signaled to the mercenaries beside him, and in an instant, they all trained their weapons on De Mao, red laser dots converging on his forehead. Fu Chier smiled at De Mao once more, leisurely waving the check in his fingers, raising an eyebrow. De Mao's face darkened dramatically upon seeing this. After a prolonged silence, he clenched his teeth and growled, "Deal." De Mao, visibly enraged, strode toward Fu Chier, but just as he reached for the check, Fu Chier's fingers suddenly relaxed, letting the check flutter to the ground. De Mao froze in his tracks, his eyes blazing with fury as he looked back at Fu Chier. Fu Chier feigned innocence, shrugging, "You may choose not to accept it." De Mao remained silent for a moment, glancing at the armed mercenaries surrounding him, and ultimately, he had no choice but to suppress his anger, bending down to pick up the check from the floor. He then hoisted the unconscious Air Mao over his shoulder and stormed out of the villa without a backward glance. Watching De Mao's retreating figure, Fu Chier sneered, "Ha, it seems the Jin descendants are indeed nothing but lowly trash. A little money is all it takes to send them packing." With all obstacles in the villa dealt with, Fu Chier finally turned his attention to the ever-silent Chu Mian, who had remained seated on the sofa. Slowly approaching, Fu Chier scrutinized Chu Mian once more, a hint of genuine admiration breaking through his hypocritical facade. Tiske. Xiao Di, in terms of appearance alone, those live-born females cannot compare to you in the slightest. It is just a pity." As if recalling something, Fu Chier's expression turned regretful, "that your intelligence is merely and your genetic makeup consists entirely of low-grade beast genes, utterly unremarkable." He leveraged his governmental authority to extract Xiao Di's face from surveillance footage, acquiring her intelligence test report and gene test report from the Human Resources database. And the results were profoundly disappointing. Her primary genes turned out to be rabbit, hamster, and cat. Such humble genetic material is enough to bring one to tears. It seems the thrilling scene at the beast arena was merely a misunderstanding. This individual must have relied solely on her cat-like instinct to scale such heights, rather than any so-called design or calculations as suggested in the analysis. But it matters not. Your performance in the arena has undoubtedly piqued the interest of that esteemed individual, and he is unlikely to mind these flaws as if struck by a brilliant idea. Fu Chier wore a cunning grin, his gaze filled with a triumphant scheme as it fell upon Chu Xian. "My lord?" Chu Xian's innocent eyes flickered momentarily, realizing that this human trafficker had gone to great lengths to track her down, only to deliver her to someone else. Beep, beep. The intercom at Fu Chier's waist suddenly chimed, interrupting his appraisal of the new internet sensation. Zayed, a flicker of annoyance crossed his face as he hesitated for a moment before impatiently answering the call. Hadn't he stated that no matter how dire the circumstances, he was not to be disturbed today? "Fu Chier, my lord," came the fervent voice from the other end of the intercom. "We've captured the Master of Machinery. I don't care who you've caught. Even the Master of Machinery is not to disturb me." "Who? Who did you say? Fu Call froze, momentarily forgetting Chu Xian, his eyes widening in disbelief. The voice on the intercom grew increasingly excited. It's the master of machinery, our number one wanted criminal. As the words sank in, Fu Call stood in shock for a considerable time, speechless, while Chu Xian, upon hearing the term master of machinery, appeared momentarily stunned. Why did that name sound so familiar? In the villa's living room, Fu Call's face displayed clear hesitation. Are you certain? Absolutely certain it is him? The master of machinery had designed weapons of tremendous lethality, previously shocking the entire galaxy with a case where one nuclear bomb obliterated a desolate planet. Thus, he had become the government's top wanted criminal a decade ago, simultaneously a prime target for capture or recruitment across various planets. Fu Call had pursued him for many years, yet the elusive figure remained hidden, a phantom, making it impossible to gather any information on him. Tio put it plainly, after all these years, Fu Call knew nothing useful about the master of machinery, save for the fact that he was a man with two capable subordinates. Certain, absolutely certain. We found design blueprints signed by the master of machinery on him, featuring the most popular firearms in the black market. More importantly, it was reported by his partner. Initially, we feared it was false information, which is why we did not inform you. Only after confirming his identity did we dare to report it to you. Reported by a partner? Fu Call found that rather dubious. The master of machinery had not revealed his whereabouts in years, indicating a cautious and meticulous manner of operation. How could he have been betrayed by a partner? Sensing Fu Call's skepticism, the voice on the intercom hurriedly clarified. It is said that this partner is a newly appointed contact. His brother was killed by the master of machinery, which prompted him to sell out the master. Rest assured, my lord, we have verified the identity. It is undoubtedly the master of machinery. Excellent. Where are you now? Come meet me immediately, hurry, Fu Call exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Today was indeed his lucky day. First, news of Zayed, and now the capture of the master of machinery. If he could present both to that esteemed individual, how could he not ascend to greatness? Hanging up the communicator, Fu Call turned to Chu Xian on the sofa, his smile now far more genuine. Come, my little talisman, we shall soon meet your new master. Chapter 58. To utilize or not? Chu Xian had not anticipated that, despite Rong Ye's desperate attempts to take her away from Blue Star, it would now, inexplicably come to pass. Opportunities, indeed, arrive with an unexpected ferocity. Seated in the treatment chair, Chu Xian gazed out the window at the starship awaiting departure, her expression a tangle of emotions. However, the elderly Dr. Yin, observing her from the side, interpreted her countenance as fear and hurriedly offered words of comfort. Little Chu Xian, do not worry. Grandfather will protect you. You shall be safe. Females were inherently timid, and considering the girl before him was but a young cub, his heart ached for her. Look, after the recent harrowing experience. Little Chu Xian had not uttered a single word, clearly terrified. It was understandable. She had initially sought treatment for a dislocated arm, only to find herself caught in a kidnapping incident at the villa. Compounded by the loathsome remarks from that individual named Dam Aod, it was evident that Chu Xian had endured significant psychological trauma, causing the elderly man to feel a profound sympathy. Little Chu Xian, let grandfather first scan your arm to assess the condition of the dislocated bone. Shall we? Fear not, it will not hurt. Although he harbored discontent towards the diplomat named Fu Call, it was fortunate that this starship was equipped with a dedicated medical room, fully stocked with various treatment devices. Ensuring that Chu Xian's treatment would not be delayed, Dr. Yin raised his gaze to the others in the medical room, inquiring, is the infrared scanner ready? Adjust the thermal imaging to MC mode. Little Chu Xian has only been out of the incubator for 45 days. Even the slightest radiation could harm her. What? The internet sensation Zayed has only just emerged from the incubator 45 days ago. Understood, Dr. Yin. Suppressing his overwhelming shock, the trio of medical personnel led by Ross exchanged wide-eyed glances, each reflecting a profound astonishment. Only 45 days since emerging from the incubator. This was explosive news even within the female community, and Zayed was a genetically engineered female. This was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime research subject for them. Immediately, Ross and his team sprang into action, but at that moment, The tightly shut door to the medical room was abruptly opened by a towering mercenary. His gaze swiftly scanned the room before settling coldly on Dr. Yin. Devoid of any courtesy, a comatose criminal has arrived on the starship. Foucault demands you to attend immediately. Unlike the politeness displayed by the medical team towards the elderly man, the mercenary omitted any form of address, his demeanor lacking even a trace of respect. Dr. Yin hesitated momentarily, his gaze flickering to the mercenary's holstered firearm, recalling the earlier events at the villa. Though he felt a surge of indignation, he dared not voice it. Bending down once more to look at Chu Xian, the old man's expression softened with a gentle smile. Little Chu Xian, will you wait for grandfather to return? Chu Xian quietly regarded him, casting a sidelong glance at the other three beastly doctors in the room, and obediently nodded. The old man quickly departed. As the door to the medical room clicked shut, the previously silent space erupted with commotion. Oh my heavens, did I just hear that correctly? Dr. Yin said, just out of the nurturing room, right? I am just as shocked. Just out of the nurturing room, my goodness. Who would have thought Zayed has only just emerged from the incubator? Though Dr. Yin didn't specify the time, such a description is shocking enough. Yes, I must have watched that arena segment over 100 times. If the netizens found out Zayed has only just emerged from the incubator, wouldn't that cause an uproar? Indeed. If this news were to spread, I guarantee that the government's medical institutions would demand we hand her over at the first opportunity. Of course, that's impossible. We are about to depart for Mutai Star, and Zayed is to be delivered to that esteemed individual. There is no concern for the Blue Star government. Such a rare research subject will be missed. Indeed, it is a pity. Ross appeared to share this sentiment, his face etched with regret. However, in the next moment, he glanced at the closed door of the medical room and then at the quietly seated Chu Xian, a spark of inspiration igniting in his gaze as he swiftly made his way to the door. With a crisp click, the lock snapped shut. Ross turned to his two assistant doctors, who were staring blankly at him, and said, while Dr. Yin is away, we must draw her blood immediately. Draw blood? Absolutely. The assistant's eyes lit up, comprehending Ross's intent without delay. Ross nodded, assigning tasks. Doc Wong, you handle the infrared scanner and set the data to avoid any scolding from Dr. Yin upon his return. Doc Liu, you are in charge of drawing blood from Zayed. She is likely in shock right now, so take as much blood as you can, and don't forget to collect bone marrow cells. Additionally, since she is a female, make sure to obtain some egg cells as well. I will prepare an ovulation stimulant to assist you. Upon hearing Ross's arrangements, Doc Liu hesitated. Is that much really necessary? Can she withstand it? After all, she has just emerged from the incubator, and now we're drawing blood and bone marrow, plus collecting eggs. This, rest assured, I will prepare a stimulant. For a brief period, no one will suspect anything. Ross replied coldly, without a trace of hesitation. The stimulant would allow Zayed to temporarily regain her vitality after the procedures, ensuring that no one would notice what they had done to her. However, once the effects of the stimulant wore off, Zayed would likely. That could work. Doc Liu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, once she is delivered to that esteemed individual, she won't last long anyway. Whether she succumbs to heart failure from the stimulant or is tortured to death by that individual, no one will care. After all, far too many females have perished at the hands of that esteemed individual, and everyone has long grown accustomed to it. The two reached a swift consensus, and upon witnessing this, Document Wong suddenly appeared contemplative for a moment, then hesitantly extended his neck and spoke up, saying, should we not make full use of the situation? Make full use of it? What does that mean? Are they not already making full use of it? Both Ross and Document Liu cast their gazes simultaneously towards him, their eyes reflecting confusion. Document Wong promptly cleared his throat and elaborated. What I mean is, since she is destined to die anyway, should we not prolong our stay on Mutai Star for a few more days? After she passes, we could retrieve her body to create a specimen. That would truly be making full use of it. A specimen? Ross was taken aback, suddenly invigorated. What do you mean? Chapter 59. They never cared whether the money was much or little. Seeing Ross's interest piqued, Doc Liu's eyes also sparkled as he looked at himself. Document Wong immediately broke into a grin and explained, Leader, you immerse yourself in research daily and remain oblivious to how much little D is worth on the black market. A staggering 2.5 billion. Although we cannot acquire her alive, her corpse could fetch a handsome sum. I happen to know a few clients who have a penchant for the macabre, for the deceased. When the time comes, we can turn little D into a specimen for them. Though it may not be as valuable as a living being, a few 100 million star coins is still a guaranteed profit. What do you think, leader? Document Lou? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his tone rising, showing no intention of avoiding the sensitive subject of the party involved. A few 100 million? Are you certain? Ross was immediately astonished. A single specimen could indeed earn them over 100 million star coins. Even if they earned 300 million star coins, each of the three of them would be a millionaire. Exactly. Document Wong vigorously nodded, continuing with his analysis. Based on my experience, with little D's current popularity, we could easily earn 1 billion. If the specimen is crafted exquisitely, reaching 1.5 billion is not out of the question. Were it not for the fact that acquiring little D's corpse required authorization from the leader to remain on Mutai's star, he would not have wanted to share such a lucrative opportunity with those present, nor reveal his dealings in the trade of corpse specimens. After all, this was little D. A specimen of her would surpass the earnings of all the specimens he had created over the years. He truly did not want to miss out. If this deal went through, what need would he have for medical research anymore? Wouldn't it be better to revel in the life of a billionaire? Indulging in extravagance daily? Is your channel reliable? Ross furrowed his brow, his expression revealing hesitation. He held a modicum of renown in the medical field. Although not at the esteemed level of the venerable Dr. Yin, he still possessed some degree of notoriety. Should the outside world learn that they were clandestinely selling corpse specimens, he could forget about making a name for himself in the medical community. Yet, the prospect of 1 billion was indeed. As if anticipating Ross's concerns, Document Wong silently cursed him and hastily reassured. Rest assured, my channel is absolutely reliable. Besides, throughout the entire transaction, you won't need to show your face. I will take full responsibility. When the money arrives, we simply divide it, and you only need to collect your share. At this point, Document Wong glanced towards the door, mentally calculating the time since the elder's departure. Feeling a bit anxious and quickly added, moreover, the individuals I know are all affluent. As long as the goods meet their satisfaction, they never concern themselves with whether the price is high or low. I've collaborated with them several times before, and each instance was without issue. You can trust me completely, leader. Upon hearing Document Wong's words, Ross immediately shot him a sidelong glance, astonishment flickering in his eyes, followed by a slow, meaningful smile. You've collaborated several times? Impressive, little Wong. It seems you've been quite successful with this specimen work? Well, heh. It's just that academic research has been a bit tight financially, Document Wong replied, chuckling awkwardly. Medical research is a long-term endeavor, consuming both time and energy, and, more importantly, it often yields little financial reward. Furthermore, his current standing in the medical field was merely that of an assistant physician. Even if he were to discover something significant, the accolades would not belong to him. Most crucially, he lacked the technical expertise and experience that leader Ross possessed in academia, as well as the unwavering passion that Document Lou had for medical research over the past decade. He had long contemplated abandoning the monotonous life of research work. The meager salary that barely filled his pockets each month only sufficed to keep him afloat, if he did not seek alternative means to earn money. How could he sustain his luxurious lifestyle? Ross felt an urge stirring within him. It must be said that Document Wong's words resonated deeply with him. Although he worked under the esteemed Lord Fukel in medical research, he never had to worry about his basic needs. However, the matter of money was indeed scarce. Should Lord Fukel decide to disband their team one day, he would have no grounds for objection. At times, he pondered whether he should leave himself an escape route, yet opportunities had been lacking. All right, a rare opportunity to make money has arisen. Ross did not hesitate for long. I will request Lord Fukel for an extended stay on Mutai's star. After all, he would not be the one to create the specimen nor contact the buyers. He merely had to wait for his share of the profits. Why wouldn't he agree to such a favorable arrangement? Excellent. Let it be decided then. Upon receiving an affirmative response from his team leader, Document Wong's eyes immediately lit up. The thought of money soon filling his pockets made his smile widen, and his movements in operating the scanning equipment became noticeably more agile. All matters were settled in the shortest possible time. The three men in the room were suddenly invigorated, their spirits high as they began to contemplate new prospects for the future. Soon, having organized the blood-drawing syringe and blood bags, Doc? Lu hurried to the medical chair, preparing to lean down and inject a dose into Chu Xian's fair wrist. Seemingly worried that the venerable Dr. Yin might return unexpectedly, Document Lu even skipped the most basic step of disinfection and cleanliness. Directly aiming the needle at Chu Xian's delicate wrist, he remained completely oblivious to the seemingly amused expression on the girl seated in the medical chair as she looked up at him. On the other side of the medical room, Ross diligently mixed the appropriate amounts of stimulants and ovulation agents, shaking the liquid in the test tube while continuing their casual conversation. Document Wang, if such good fortune arises again, remember to include Document Lu and me. After all, we are a team. We have collaborated for at least 2 or 3 years. Yet, you only just revealed that you've always had a side business, and such a lucrative one at that. This feels rather exclusive. Ross was thinking long-term. He had multiple research projects in hand. If funding permitted, he even wished to initiate 2 or more projects simultaneously. However, that would significantly increase the demand for research funding. If he could fully leverage Document Wang's connection to the corpse specimen trade, his own projects would have no funding issues. Moreover, with the backing of the high-ranking official Lord Fukel, acquiring corpse sources discreetly would be a trivial matter. Indeed, Brother Wang, Document Lu chimed in, adjusting the infrared equipment with a serious demeanor. I was wondering, since we are all part of the same research team, and while the 2 of us are living frugally, you seem to indulge in luxury daily, driving sports cars and the like. I had even gossiped with the leader about how you managed to amass such wealth. Turns out, you are a person of great enterprise. Brother Wang, you must look out for us in the future. Cough, cough. Came a sudden choking sound from the direction of the medical chair. Chapter 60 clearly. This person is a sickly wretch. Ha! Document Wang felt embarrassed by their words. You need not feel bashful, Document Wang. We are genuinely praising you. Exactly. Ha 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 ha. Brother Wang, I truly admire you. If only I had your capabilities, I wouldn't be in such a financial bind. Cough, cough. The choking sounds continued from the direction of the medical chair. I believe that since we are a team, we can also support each other in our lives. Just think about it. We are in the medical field, and many things are our specialties. Perhaps this unexpected opportunity to make a fortune has arisen. Ross, usually serious, couldn't suppress his excitement any longer, completely oblivious to the unusual coughing sounds behind him. Moreover, with Lord Fukel around, we have an advantage in sourcing materials. In the future, we can collaborate. Bang! A sudden, resounding thud echoed from the direction of the medical chair, startling both Ross and his assistant, who were engaged in conversation in unison. They turned to investigate the source of the sound, only to be met with a scene that filled them with dread. There lay Xiao Wang, sprawled on the floor, drenched in blood, his hands clutching his throat as his wide, terrified eyes fixated on them. Blood oozed continuously from between his fingers, and he emitted a series of labored coughs. Ross and Dr. Lu stood frozen in shock, their gaze eventually shifting to the medical chair before Xiao Wang. There, they saw a frail figure, the previously silent Xiao Di, now covered in blood, staring back at them with an unsettling coldness in her clear, dark eyes that sent a chill down their spines. In the medical room, the delicate-looking young woman slowly rose from the medical chair, her blood-stained visage looming over the 2 men before her. Her icy gaze seemed to appraise them as if they were mere lifeless objects. She released the surgical knife from her grip. It clattered to the ground, and she raised her dislocated right arm with a casual grace. With a sharp crack, the sound of bones realigning echoed as her previously limp arm returned to its rightful place, the movement executed with astonishing precision. Ross, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him, stood pale and speechless, grappling with the impossibility that this genetically engineered female could perform such a feat of bone resetting with such deftness. Sensation returned to her right hand. Chu Xian began to flex her wrist, then squatted on one leg to retrieve the fallen surgical knife, spinning it effortlessly between her fingers, the silver blade glinting in the light. Suddenly, her hand darted towards the thigh of the still coughing Dr. Wang, the knife plunging into him with alarming speed. A piercing scream erupted from Dr. Wang's throat, his eyes rolling back as his body convulsed uncontrollably. It was a macabre twist of fate, as Chu Xian welcomed the splattering blood that painted her. A sinister smile revealing her white teeth, whispering, I too enjoy creating specimens. Time rewinds to half an hour earlier. Fukel stared at the pallid, emaciated man in the wheelchair, struggling to process the reality that this was the infamous Mechanical Lord, the figure whose name resonated throughout the galaxy and who had been evading capture for a decade, yet appeared so youthful. Perhaps sensing Fukel's astonishment, the man in the wheelchair briefly lifted his eyes before allowing them to droop again, as if even the effort of scrutinizing another was beyond him. "Indeed, it is him," exclaimed Lu Hai, his face alight with excitement. "On our way back, we were ambushed by two beast men. Although they remained hidden, their physiques resembled the notorious Mao brothers we have been pursuing. They wielded the latest sniper rifles and referred to one another as boss. Fortunately, I had prepared by reinforcing our escort, allowing us to return safely." "What is the situation with him?" Fukel pondered aloud, observing the frail figure in the wheelchair. The man's ashen complexion, labored breathing, and gaunt frame suggested a severe illness. How could the Mechanical Lord be in such a state? Realizing the gravity of his question, Lu Hai's expression shifted to one of complexity. "I, too, only learned today that the Mechanical Lord is a patient." What he had anticipated would require significant effort to subdue was surprisingly resolved with a mere sedative, leaving him incredulous at having captured the renowned Mechanical Lord so effortlessly, one whom the government had failed to apprehend for a decade. Is there any other evidence beyond the two suspected Mao brothers? Everything unfolded too suddenly, too unexpectedly, causing him to struggle with the notion that the frail man in the wheelchair was indeed the Mechanical Lord. Yes, Lu Hai quickly produced a long USB drive from his military uniform. This was found on him. I examined it immediately. It's a common disposable terminal USB that can only be accessed once and is set to self-destruct 30 seconds after being opened. As he spoke, Lu Hai promptly handed the USB drive to Fukel. Fukel scrutinized it for a moment, then glanced at the man in the wheelchair before proceeding to the nearby long table. Without hesitation, authorizing the activation of the virtual computer on the control desk, the USB was swiftly inserted, revealing its contents on the semi-transparent virtual screen. Upon seeing the information displayed, Fukel was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, realizing that the USB contained the latest weapon designs, including two models yet unseen in the market. In an instant, Fukel's priorities shifted. He hastily began to extract and save the data onto the virtual computer. In the starship's control room, Fukel could hardly contain his excitement. Good heavens, with this information, how could I possibly fear for my standing in the government? Just a glance at those design blueprints. If I provide them to the military's upper echelon, I could forge invaluable connections that would elevate my political status. His elation surged as he reflected on his incredible fortune. First capturing the viral sensation Xiao Di, then the illustrious Mechanical Lord, and now acquiring the latest weapon design schematics. His luck was simply unstoppable, confirming that the frail man in the wheelchair was indeed the renowned Mechanical Lord. Fukel's spirit soared. Even his demeanor towards Rongyi softened. However, his next words were far less gracious. "What? He's a cripple. Is that why he's confined to a wheelchair?" "Oh no," Lu Hai interjected hastily. "I initially underestimated his frail condition, so I administered a sedative to incapacitate him temporarily. I never anticipated he would be so weak that one injection would leave him unable to rise, hence the wheelchair. Such frailty," Fukel sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. "It seems all his advantages lie in his intellect." After a pause, Fukel commanded, "What are you still doing here? Go find a doctor immediately. We must ensure he does not suffer any complications." The doctor arrived promptly, none other than the elderly physician who had been coerced from the medical room. Upon seeing the pale Rongyi, whose hands were bound to the wheelchair's armrests, the doctor's brow furrowed in alarm. Ignoring his earlier grievances, he rushed forward to examine Rongye's condition closely. Rongyi struggled to lift his gaze, a thin sheen of cold sweat covering his ashen face, appearing too weak to speak, allowing the elderly man to assess him in silence. Standing beside the wheelchair, Lu Hai mentioned the sedative casually, prompting the doctor to frown deeply. "You administered a sedative to a patient who is already pale and struggling for breath. Are you trying to hasten his demise? Look at him. He's drenched in sweat. His body is cold, and his breathing is labored. This is a clear allergic reaction to the medication. We need to untie him and conduct a blood test immediately. Is it that serious?" Fukel's expression shifted to one of alarm, his earlier confidence shaken. "You must examine him immediately. We cannot afford any complications, especially not today. His starship is about to embark on its journey, set to arrive at the Mute planet in 6 hours. Once the passengers are handed over, he couldn't care less about their fates. As he spoke, the starship suddenly shook violently. Fukel stumbled, nearly thrown off balance, and the moment he sensed the intense tremors beneath him, his expression changed dramatically. Oh no! The starship has launched. Damn it. He had been so focused on confirming the identity of the frail man that he completely forgot his subordinates had reported the imminent departure of the starship. Hurry! Steady yourself. Quickly! Fukel frantically secured the safety belt around himself in the chair. It must be noted that the force of the starship's ignition is formidable, and a 360-degree rotation of the cabin is not uncommon. Without proper safety measures in place, one could easily be thrown to their demise within the ship. At the same moment, the cabin began to shake. Lu Hai also reacted immediately, completely disregarding the man in the wheelchair beside him. Dashing toward the empty chair at the control panel as if fleeing for his life, and quickly fastening himself into the seat. In contrast, the elderly Dr. Yin, who was unbinding Rongyi, appeared sluggish in his response. Before he could rise to save himself, the entire starship suddenly tilted sharply to the left, causing the old man to lose his balance and roll backward helplessly. Coincidentally, Rongyi in the wheelchair also began to slide rapidly to one side, on the verge of colliding with the protruding triangular tea table at the corner. In that critical moment, a slender figure dashed out from the corridor with an uncanny speed, racing toward Rongyi. As he caught sight of the suddenly appearing girl, a glimmer lit up in Rongyi's dark golden beast-like eyes. However, upon noticing the bloodstains on her face, his demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Blood? The girl was reeking of a strong metallic scent. No longer appearing feeble, Rongyi's expression tightened as he began to examine the girl's condition with utmost seriousness, his voice laced with anger. What have they done to you? Heaven knows how agitated he became upon receiving the news from Damao that Xiao Chu Mian had been taken by government agents. At that moment, he was in discussions with new partners regarding upcoming business, and upon hearing the news, he immediately urged his new associates to discreetly inform the military of his whereabouts, as the master of machinery. He usually acted with utmost caution and discretion, yet this time, he willingly exposed his identity to the government, which had been pursuing him fruitlessly for over a decade, all in a desperate attempt to locate Xiao Chu Mian as swiftly as possible. Though Xiao Chu Mian appeared soft and adorable, after spending time together, it became evident that she was utterly fearless. Once provoked by government agents, it was highly likely they would resort to brutal measures. After all, those individuals held a disdainful attitude toward genetic beast men. In their eyes, no matter how extraordinary Xiao Chu Mian might appear, she would ultimately be regarded as merely a genetic product. If angered or offended, they might eliminate her with little more than a shrug of regret, perceiving no substantial loss. Moreover, even if Xiao Chu Mian complied and behaved, the remarkable actions she displayed online could easily lead to her being taken for genetic testing at a laboratory the moment she was apprehended. Chapter 62. Why does he feel that something is amiss? The mere thought of Xiao Chu Mian undergoing various blood tests, suffering alone with tears in her eyes, made him feel as if he were about to erupt with anxiety. Especially after hearing Ermao mention that Xiao Chu Mian had been taken by government agents, Damao had previously uttered some rather outrageous words, intensifying his desire to appear before Xiao Chu Mian and explain everything. Just as he finished speaking, the starship seemed to accelerate once more. This time, the entire vessel rotated 270 degrees, and without a moment's hesitation, Rongyi swept Xiao Chu Mian into his arms, then, with an uncanny speed, grabbed the fallen elderly Dr. Yin and swiftly ducked under a hollow long table in the corridor to stabilize their positions. He placed the unconscious old man against the corner of the table and hurriedly leaned down to check on Xiao Chu Mian. His tone urgent. We didn't abandon you. Damao was merely improvising. Had it been otherwise, Fukel might have silenced them. If they were silenced, without any network signal at the time, Damao and Ermao would have been unable to inform me of what transpired before their demise. Such a disastrous outcome was never Damao's intention. After succinctly elucidating the critical points, Rongyi promptly inquired again, "What have they done to you? Are you all right? Were you hurt?" Xiao Chu Mian was unlike other young ones. If he failed to dispel her grievances, her temperament would likely lead her to ignore him altogether. I know. Startled by Rongyi's sudden explanation, Xiao Chu Mian quickly extended her hands, allowing him to inspect her body. Assuring him, Don't worry, I'm unhurt. Unhurt? Then what about the blood on you? Rongyi frowned, and as the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized what he had just heard, his expression turning incredulous. What? Wait, you said, you know? Xiao Chu Mian widened her eyes and explained, of course, I'm not as foolish as Air Mao. I certainly understand that Demao was improvising. That moment, the entire villa was surrounded by Fukel's men, each armed with guns, leaving them at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, Fukel didn't hesitate to incapacitate someone of Luo Chu's status, let alone someone like Demao or Air Mao, who are genetic beasts. Most importantly, when they discovered that the Star Brain terminal was blocked and they could no longer communicate with the outside world, Fukel's intent to silence them peaked. Demao's actions were undoubtedly clever. He quickly distanced himself from me, conveying to Fukel that our relationship was merely one of financial interest. This allowed Fukel to set aside his concerns. As for someone fixated on wealth, bribing the other party is the simplest solution. In contrast, the most challenging situation arises with those who develop genuine feelings, for even if money is offered, they may regret it afterward. It would be better to eliminate them immediately. Demao is well aware of this, which is why he uttered such heartless words. In my past time-traveling experiences across various dynasties, I have grown accustomed to such theatrics, so I understand this all too well. The only exception was Air Mao, that foolish boy, who took it seriously and ended up receiving a punch from Demao that knocked him out. Nevertheless, it was evident that Demao was also agitated. If he didn't silence Air Mao immediately, the words meant to deceive Fukel would surely be exposed. Beneath the long table, upon seeing Xiao Chu Mian wearing a look that questioned, is this really so simple that it requires explanation? Are you really that foolish? Rongyi, who had risked exposing his identity to clarify matters, thought, damn, that was hasty. By the way, why did you reveal your identity? Rongyi inquired, didn't Demao say that your identity must remain a secret? Don't you realize that exposing your identity so carelessly could bring us significant trouble? You truly do not make it easy for us. The girl, who had already become a considerable trouble, showed no awareness of her predicament and instead questioned the man before her with discontent. Rongyi, bring trouble? Not easy to deal with. Why does he feel that something is amiss when these words are directed at him? Observing the momentary stiffness in Rongye's expression, Xiao Chu Mian suddenly shifted her tone, her questioning transforming into a comforting tone. But don't be too hard on yourself. I know this is to your fault. The core of the issue lies with me. It's my problem. Hearing this, Rongyi was taken aback, somewhat surprised that the girl could understand self-reflection, and for a moment felt a slight sense of relief. However, the next moment, after all, how could anyone bear to abandon someone as adorable, beautiful, intelligent, and understanding as me? It's only natural that you would feel compelled to seek me out. I can understand that. The girl beneath the table shook her head with a sigh, her bloodied face adorned with an air of lament. Alas, it's only to be expected that my charm is simply too great. Rongyi? Huh? Although he felt something was off at this moment, it seemed he should say thank you for understanding. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, you should go into the room and hide for a bit. Leave the rest to me. The reason he took the risk to come here was not only to ensure the safety of this narcissistic individual, but also to execute another plan. That was to use Fukel's starship to escape from the Blue Star and then hijack the starship to change its destination to the Varna planet. Hide. Xiao Chu Mian, taken aback by Rongye's words, clearly appeared puzzled. Hide? Why would I need to hide? She had just resolved the situation with the individuals in the medical room and was preparing to step out for some fresh air. Furthermore, if she were to hide, how would the person before her manage the individuals outside? Damao and Ermao were not present, and the individual in front was but a frail figure. Had it not been for her quick reflexes moments ago, he might have collided with the sharp edge of the table and sustained serious injuries. With such a sickly appearance, how could she possibly contemplate acting independently? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Well, regardless of what transpires outside shortly, you must remain in this room and amuse yourself. Damao and Ermao had already stealthily infiltrated the starship, and at this moment, they must have subdued the remaining crew members with drugs. Now, he merely awaited the opportunity to seize control of the starship. However, to commandeer the starship would necessitate confronting Fukel and Lu Hai, who were presently at the control console. Should Xiao Chu Mian witness him committing murder, it would undoubtedly leave her with an adverse psychological scar, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to isolate Xiaochu Mian for the time being, allowing him to rectify all complications before retrieving her. With this thought in mind, Rongya promptly glanced at the rooms lining the corridor, the nearest being a medical room. A medical room? How perfectly suitable. Chapter 63. How could Xiaochu Mian be so cruel? The soundproofing in the medical room has always been exceptional, ensuring that any actions he undertakes outside would remain unheard by Xiaochu Mian. Furthermore, with all that blood on Xiaochu Mian, it was uncertain whether she had any external injuries. He would first usher her inside to clean up the blood stains, and then let her rest on the medical chair. Perhaps she would doze off while waiting, and by the time she awakened, he would have completed his tasks. With this decision made, Rongya cast a final glance at the elderly man slumped against the corner of the table, still heavily unconscious, before tightly cradling the girl in his arms and making his way toward the medical room. Noticing Rongya's actions, Xiaochu Mian momentarily froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had sensed something amiss moments ago, but Rongya's inquiries about her injuries had interrupted her thoughts. Yet now, that peculiar feeling returned, prompting her to be taken aback once more. It was worth noting that the starship had been continuously tilting and swaying, yet Rongya managed to navigate it with remarkable composure, even standing up while maintaining his balance with her in his arms amid the ship's instability. How was this even possible? Wait, was Rongya heading toward the medical room? Xiaochu Mian snapped back to reality, her eyes widening in refusal. No, don't. Unfortunately, her reaction came a moment too late. By the time her words were spoken, Rongya had already swung open the medical room door. Rongya looked down. What do you mean by that? In that instant, an overwhelming stench of blood surged from the room, causing Rongya to freeze momentarily at the doorway. The next second, he abruptly lifted his gaze to peer inside the medical room. The entire space could be described in but one hue, an alarming, vivid red. The floor, walls, ceiling, and every piece of furniture within, cabinets, tables, chairs, were all drenched in this chilling crimson. Thick, scarlet blood quietly pooled on the floor, while in the center of the room lay three orcs clad in white, draped in white coats now soaked in blood, lying in a gruesome tableau, teetering on the brink of death. The suffocating stench filled the air, evoking a wave of nausea in those who dared to breathe it in. More unsettling was the peculiar position in which the three orcs lay, inciting an eerie sensation in the viewer. One orc's chest had been brutally opened, its stiffened form inexplicably reminiscent of a butterfly specimen. Another orc had its limbs contorted in a grotesque manner, yet bizarrely appeared to be laughing, its empty gaze fixed on the ceiling while the muscles of its face twitched uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this orc was riddled with numerous syringes, suggesting it had been injected with a significant quantity of stimulants. However, compared to these two, the orc seated in the medical chair was the most pitiable of all, its belongings strewn aside, surrounded by containers bubbling ominously as if filled with sulfuric acid. A thick tube had been violently inserted into its wound, the other end connected to an elevated bag, from which a steady stream of liquid was being administered into the orc's body. The bag bore the chilling label of ovulation liquid. Caught off guard by this hellish scene, Rongya, who had been reassuring the girl to await his return in the medical room, stood frozen at the entrance, his face pale with unutterable shock. What was happening? Why did the medical room resemble such a nightmare? Instinctively, he glanced down at the girl in his arms, seeking answers, only to find her expression even more bewildered than his own. In the next moment, she clutched his arm, trembling in terror. It's so terrifying. I told you not to open someone else's door. Damn it. I almost let it slip. As if worried her reaction was insufficiently genuine, Xiaochu Mian buried her head into Rongya's embrace, feigning a frightful demeanor, her voice brimming with helplessness and fear. Oh heavens, why is there so much blood? And why are those three lying there without moving? Are they asleep? Rongya. An unsettling silence enveloped the AT this moment. Rongya's feelings were undoubtedly complex. He stood rigidly at the medical room's threshold, his expression a captivating mix of confusion and disbelief. Asleep? Asleep? How could he possibly entertain the notion of them asleep? Had it not been for the blood smeared across the girl in his arms, her face, her body, her clothing, he might have genuinely believed her. Moreover, Did she harbor some misunderstanding of him? The very individual capable of slaying a black tiger leopard from a height in the beast arena, the one who had decimated an entire underground gang in a dilapidated factory, was now being cradled by him. Displaying such an expression of fear, was this performance not a tad too far-fetched? After a bizarre moment of silence, Rongya furrowed his brow, attempting to speak. Be quiet. The girl's cold voice rang out from his embrace. Rongya understood. Indeed, such a frigid tone seemed far more appropriate. He turned to exit and seek another room when he caught sight of the elderly Dr. Yin, who had previously been unconscious, now struggling to crawl towards him. Using the wall for support, one hand clutched the slanted doorframe of the medical room as he endeavored to stretch his neck toward Rongya, seemingly attempting to speak. Xiaoyi, what are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Dr. Yin abruptly caught a whiff of the overwhelming stench of blood, causing him to freeze momentarily. The next second, he reflexively turned to look in the direction of the source of the odor. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked scene in the medical room, Dr. Yan's words instantly shifted. What is going on here? What happened? Why are those three in such a state? Disregarding Rongya beside him, Dr. Yin hurriedly directed his attention to Xiaochu Mian, his tone turning frantic. Hey, Xiaochu Mian, are you injured? Why is there so much blood on you? Damn it. Did those three bastards take advantage of my absence to bully you? Rongya, Xiaochu Mian. The sudden awkwardness filled the air, leading both Rongya and Xiaochu Mian to fall silent in unison. Yet, Dr. Yan's voice continued to rise. Hey, Xiaochu Mian, is your hand better? Can you hold things now? What happened? Did they realign your bones? Then why? Did someone else enter the medical room after I left? Chapter 64. How could the master of machines be a frail figure? The sudden awkwardness filled the air, leading both Rongya and Xiaochu Mian to fall silent in unison. Yet, Dr. Yan's voice continued to rise. Hey, Xiaochu Mian, is your hand better? Can you hold things now? What happened? Did they realign your bones? Then why? Did someone else enter the medical room after I left? Noticing that Chuxian's hands were currently wrapped around Rongya, the elderly man instinctively felt compelled to step forward and assess the effectiveness of the bone setting. However, at that moment, the starship was still in the midst of a turbulent acceleration, and he clung tightly to the door, too afraid to let go. Upon hearing the old man's words, Rongya immediately realized that he had overlooked something significant. Indeed, Dama had mentioned in his message that Chuxian had dislocated her arm, but due to the incident moments ago when Chuxian had restrained him with her hands while he slipped in the wheelchair, he had naturally assumed that her dislocated arm had been healed. Yet now it appeared. The three doctors in the medical room had perished, and the only remaining Dr. Yin seemed unaware of the treatment. As for Chuxian's dislocated arm, a fleeting look of contemplation passed through Rongya's dark golden beast-like eyes as he gazed at the girl nestled in his embrace, once again falling into silence. An eerie silence continued to pervade the air. Fortunately, the starship did not permit such an awkward situation to persist for long, as the violent turbulence began to subside and the angle of inclination gradually stabilized. Rongya raised an eyebrow, casting a deep glance at the motionless girl in his arms before turning and striding toward the corridor. He opened the door to a lounge, gently placing her on the soft, sunken sofa chair before turning back to escort the elderly Dr. Yin, who was still gripping the door to the medical room tightly, into the lounge. Dr. Yin, it has been a long time. I must entrust Chuxian to your care for now. Once I have resolved matters outside, I shall return to apologize to you. With polite words, he assisted the unsteady elderly man into another sofa chair, yet unlike the gentle smile on his face, his eyes were filled with detachment. Very well. The elderly man's eyes flashed with surprise at being asked for help by someone so seemingly formidable. After a brief moment of astonishment, he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Thank you, Grandpa. Rongya's gaze softened slightly when he lifted his eyes to glance at the girl beside him, who stubbornly refused to meet his gaze. A glimmer of contemplation surfaced in his dark golden beast-like pupils. Rongya quickly assessed his surroundings, and when he reappeared before Chuxian, he held a thin rope in his hand. Moments later, Chuxian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Rongya, incredulous at his actions. Are you seriously going to tie me up with that rope? The audacity of the man to bind her to the sofa with a rope was utterly shocking. The starship continued to jolt, and he declared, consider this rope your safety belt. Stay put on the sofa and await my return. Listen to Dr. Yin and do not wander off. Otherwise, there will be no snacks for you in the future. Rather than binding a person, it was more akin to securing the sofa, ensuring that she remained safely confined without the risk of the rope harming her skin. Swiftly tying the knot, Rongye met Chu Xian's furious glare with a gentle touch on her head, his expression brimming with affection. All right, be good. When I return, I shall make you some potato cakes. How does that sound? Upon hearing the mention of the potato cakes, a treat she had longed for but never had, Chu Xian's anger momentarily faltered. Yet, before she could fully regain her composure, Rongye had already stepped out of the lounge, shutting the door behind them. Humph, fine. For the sake of the potato cakes, I shall behave, after all. She had expended considerable effort punishing those 3 perverted beastmen earlier. Now, sitting on such a plush sofa, she found herself feeling rather drowsy. Rongye quickly returned to the starship's main hall, when his gaze fell upon Fukel and Rahai. Both tightly strapped into their seats with safety belts, the warmth and indulgence he had shown Chu Xian vanished, replaced by an intense killing intent. How could he? Fukel, observing Rongye's reappearance, clutched the safety belt binding him and turned to Rahai with a face full of terror. What on earth is happening? The starship was currently in a rapid flight phase, experiencing its most tumultuous stage. Even they, the robust beastmen, dared not stand unrestrained under such conditions, let alone someone who appeared gravely ill. Fraud. Fukel realized that the man was indeed a fraud. The fact that he could walk effortlessly on such a turbulent starship indicated a physical prowess that surpassed theirs. Even the strongest of his mercenaries would struggle to maintain such composure. Fraud. Rahai, equally astonished, quickly grasped the situation. He-s faking it. He-s intentionally pretending to be sick. He had always suspected that the infamous mechanical lord could not possibly be an invalid. How could a sickly person stand so steadily on an operational starship without any assistance? How could a sick individual suddenly exude such a powerful aura that sent chills down their spines? Moreover, he had personally administered a sedative to the man, yet he appeared utterly unaffected. Where was the frail figure that had been seated in a wheelchair moments ago? Damn it! Fukel muttered a curse under his breath, momentarily forsaking the ship's turbulence as he reached for his safety belt, intent on freeing himself. Considering the time, the starship's acceleration phase should soon conclude, and he could feel the turbulence diminishing. The spatial rotation was not as severe as before. If he unfastened the belts now, he might only suffer a few bruises rather than be slaughtered by the other party. Unfortunately, in the chaos of the starship's sudden acceleration, he had strapped himself in with all 3 safety belts. Now, faced with the urgency of the moment and his trembling hands, he found himself unable to unfasten the final belt. The frustration was maddening. Meanwhile, Rongye walked steadily across the still tilting floor, striding towards the man in the control chair. With a swift motion, he raised his elbow and flipped his palm, a glimmer of silver flashing between the man's fingers. In the blink of an eye, Rahai's pupils constricted in fear as he froze. His hands that had been struggling to free themselves from the safety belt suddenly stilled. Chapter 65. Enveloped in a strange silence, blood sprayed everywhere. Cascading like shaken soda, gushing forth relentlessly. Rahai's head fell to the ground like a ball, rolling to rest at Fukel's feet, his eyes wide and lifeless, gazing up at Fukel with a grotesque expression on his pale face. Fukel, caught off guard, met his gaze, only to be seized by terror and scream. But before he could fully open his mouth, a warm, viscous liquid shot into it. Stunned, Fukel fell silent, his eyes widening in disbelief as the blood sprayed onto his face, obscuring his vision and soaking his neck and chest. Realizing what the liquid was, he nearly popped his eyes out in horror, and the next moment, his shrill screams rose to an even higher pitch. Ignoring Fukel's cries, Rongye stood at the control console, calmly and rapidly tapping commands on the control panel. Meanwhile, the content on the virtual electronic screen continuously updated. All the data was changing, particularly the starship destination, which shifted from Mute Planet to Pending. After confirming that the altered code on the screen was accurate, Rongye stepped in front of Fukel, forcefully moving him and his chair to the control console, then firmly pressing Fukel's hand onto the authorization platform for a live vein scan. Such an effortless act of lifting heavy objects bore no resemblance to the frail persona he usually displayed. After all, That chair was welded to the starship's floor. Beep. Authorization successful. The destination for this voyage has been successfully changed. The control console emitted a final confirmation sound. Having completed all of this, a glimmer of silver appeared once more in Rongye's hand. Thud! In an instant, Fukel, who had been screaming just moments before, fell silent, his head dropping to the ground, eyes wide open, much like Rahai, who lay lifeless at that moment, on the other side of the starship corridor. Two robust beastmen dressed in mercenary attire and wearing combat helmets entered point. One of them, while walking, removed his heavy helmet, revealing a pair of bruised, anxious eyes darting around. Where is Chuxian? Is she all right? Has her dislocated arm been treated? Has that scoundrel Fukel bullied her? Is she scared? The speaker was Ermao, who had been knocked unconscious by Dama's sudden punch back at the villa. Upon awakening, the very first thing he did was to engage in a fierce confrontation with Damao. Only ceasing when Damao divulged the boss's planned IT was then that he belatedly realized Damao's actions in the villa were a strategic maneuver for a covert rescue. According to the boss's directives, after leaving the villa, they did not make a direct escape, but instead concealed themselves in the shadows, secretly observing the movements of Fu Chao and his entourage. Seizing the opportunity, they ambushed two mercenaries of similar stature, donned their combat helmets, and infiltrated Fu Chao's mercenary group. Ultimately, they intended to use a specially formulated high-concentration gas powder crafted by the boss to incapacitate everyone during the starship's tumultuous launch, followed by systematically eliminating them one by one. Having just dealt with the mercenaries aboard the starship, he and Damao hurriedly rushed to regroup, eager to comfort Xiao Chuxian, his beloved little one. Have you been bullied? Are you afraid? Upon hearing Mao's anxious inquiries, Rongyi fell into an unprecedented moment of peculiar silence, his heart swirling with complexities that could only be described as exceedingly intricate. Raising his gaze to Mao, he selectively responded, reassuringly, rest assured, her hand has healed, and she is currently in the lounge with Dr. Yin. Fully aware that the concerns of the two before him mirrored his own, particularly the previously feigning Damao, Rongyi glanced at the anxious Damao, who was searching for someone yet hesitated to inquire aloud. You need not worry. Chuxian mentioned she understood your intentions were deliberate. She holds no resentment against you. Really? Upon hearing Rongye's words, the once anxious Damao's eyes brightened, and he became visibly agitated. Xiao Chuxian truly knew? Aha! He had known all along. Xiao Chuxian was so intelligent. How could she not discern that he was merely acting? Indeed, the only foolish one was his unreliable second brother, who had woken up to wail, fuss, and even fight with him, nearly severing their brotherly bond. He had almost driven him to the brink of madness. Rongyi smiled lightly and nodded, then lowered his head to resume managing the commands on the main control virtual computer. Though he had successfully seized control of the starship, he could not directly alter the destination to Varna Planet for safety reasons. After all, this starship belonged to the official government of Blue Planet, and he had to ensure all loose ends were tied up, leaving no evidence pointing to Varna Planet. Fortunately, this starship was of a defensive type, and it undoubtedly housed more than one small escape pod within its lower compartments. Thus, according to his subsequent plan, they would board a small escape pod when the starship was approximately 100,000 kilometers away from Varna Planet, completing their final leg of the journey. Simultaneously, he would allow the starship to navigate autonomously toward other planets, programmed to detonate at a designated time, erasing the fact that Fu Chao and his group had long since perished aboard. By then, news of the starship's mishap in space would reach Blue Planet. And even if the government sensed something amiss and sought to investigate, they would find no trace whatsoever, as the boss, who cherished Xiao Chuxian above all, busied himself at the main console. Damao and Mao, who had come to regroup, felt hesitant to voice their desire to see Xiao Chuxian. After all, their plan had them posing as the mechanical master's aides, who were subsequently betrayed and brought back to the starship by Fu Chao. However, the boss did not consent to this. He insisted on exposing himself to danger, wishing to weigh in heavily to ensure he could be brought before Fu Chao in the shortest time possible, thereby seizing the opportunity to locate Xiao Chuxian. Thus, compared to their undercover roles, the boss was the one making the greatest sacrifice, as a slight misstep could cost him his life. Determined not to let any unforeseen complications arise in the subsequent journey, Damao and Mao promptly stepped forward to assist Rongye.as for Xiao Chuxian. Well, the boss had mentioned that she was under the care of Dr. Yin. right? During their time at the villa, they had witnessed Dr. Yan's concern for Xiao Chuxian, so they were naturally at ease. Moreover, there were two headless corpses lying in the hall. What if Xiao Chuxian saw them and developed a psychological trauma? Chapter 66. That old bastard is highly suspicious. At the main console, just as Rongyi prepared to continue his work, he suddenly noticed Demao and Ermao approaching him, seemingly intent on keeping watch over his tasks. Rongyi was taken aback. Why are you guarding me? Did I not say? Chuxian is in the lounge. These two usually preferred to remain by Chuxian's side. Why were they now intent on watching over him? Ermao paused momentarily before responding. Can we go? Won't we be scolded for not knowing our place? After all, we are currently hijacking a starship. Although they had dealt with the mercenaries aboard, and the boss appeared to be on track, it was prudent to remain vigilant against unexpected circumstances, wasn't it? Beside him, Demao quickly shook his head. No, since Xiao Chuxian has Dr. Yin with her, we can rest easy. We will stay here. If any emergencies arise, we can assist. To be honest, he was somewhat apprehensive about seeing Xiao Chuxian, especially after the harsh words he had spoken in the villa. Although the boss had reassured him that Xiao Chuxian bore no ill will, he still felt a twinge of fear. He needed to take it slow. Yes, slow. Seemingly sensing Demao's trepidation, Rongyi contemplated for a moment, then turned to Ermao. You go keep watch, Demao will stay. Upon hearing this, Ermao's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. All right, I'll go now. Ah, he gets to see Xiao Chuxian. The boss is so kind to him. Ermao dashed off in the direction of the corridor. Rummaging through his pocket for snacks, his face alight with joy. Noticing Ermao's figure vanish around the corner, perceptive Demao immediately turned to Rongyi with a puzzled expression. Boss, are you not concerned about that Dr. Yin? Otherwise, why would you specifically send Ermao to keep watch? Rongyi nodded. I am acquainted with Dr. Yin. He has saved me before. Then, Demao was taken aback. He understood his boss's character well. The phrase a drop of water shall be returned with a burst of spring was perfectly fitting in this context. After all, he and Ermao had assisted Dr. Yin during his time of need, which was why they had been taken under his wing. Why, then, did the boss seem so unsettled now that he was faced with a life-saving debt? Rongyi fell into rare silence, seemingly contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts. I found his behavior rather strange. Demao was puzzled. Strange? What do you mean? Boss, are you certain Xiao Chuxian is in the lounge? I searched all 3 lounges and didn't see her. Ermao's voice suddenly echoed from the far end of the corridor, prompting both to look over. They found Ermao staring at them. Confusion etched across his face, his hands full of snacks. Rongyi's expression shifted instantaneously. What do you mean? She's not in the lounge? The next moment, a sudden realization dawned on him, and he hurriedly strode toward Ermao, urgently inquiring, what about Yinsong? Is he also missing? Yinsong? Ermao blinked, momentarily processing Rongyi's words. No, Dr. Yin is also not here. I searched every room. I only found 3 dead doctors in the medical room. Xiao Chuxian wasn't there. Ugh, the scene in that medical room was a bloodbath. It nearly scared me to death. Thankfully the door was closed. Otherwise, if Xiao Chuxian saw it, she would surely have nightmares. As Ermao spoke, Rongyi had already dashed into the lounge, finding it vacant save for an empty sofa, with the ropes he had personally tied lying discarded nearby. Rongyi's expression darkened immediately. Demao, following closely behind, sensed the unusual atmosphere and voiced his uncertainty. That Dr. Yin, he can't be in trouble, right? Just a moment ago, the boss mentioned he found Dr. Yan's behavior strange, and now both Xiao Chuxian and Dr. Yin have inexplicably vanished. Damn it. Rongyi turned on his heel and raced back to the main control console, swiftly calling up the resource inventory data of the starship. Sure enough, at the bottom of the resource inventory, where the entry for small escape pods should have indicated a quantity of 10, it now displayed 9. He took Xiao Chuxian away? As his gaze fell upon the virtual screen, Demao's brows knitted in shock. Taken away? What does that mean? Ermao, still confused, interjected. Why would Dr. Yin take Xiao Chuxian? Isn't he a very upright doctor? Setting aside the earlier instances of Dr. Yan's concern for Xiao Chuxian, Demao recalled having discreetly mentioned that Dr. Yin was highly reputable in the medical field. Renowned for both his exceptional skills and ethical standards, truly a figure of great respect in medicine. Why would such a principled individual secretly abduct Xiao Chuxian? The words of Ermao seemed to touch upon a critical point. And for a moment, both Rongya and Damao fell into silence. Suddenly, Damao turned to Rongya, asking, "Boss, when you said you find Dr. Yin strange, what did you mean?" Rongya lifted his gaze, pausing briefly before recounting. "During my first delivery, I was inexperienced and unaware of the need to be cautious. As a result, I fell into a trap set by the buyer and was ensnared for several days. Although I eventually managed to escape, I collapsed on the road due to my injuries. When I regained consciousness, he was the one taking care of me. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, when I first laid eyes on him after waking, I was seized by an uncontrollable tremor. It was a profound sense of fear, as if I were recalling some traumatic event." Rongya's expression darkened. "I initially thought it was a remnant of the trauma inflicted by those who had harmed me. Back then, I was still too young and naive, lacking the calmness I possess now when faced with adversity. To avoid lingering psychological scars, I stealthily ventured out shortly after regaining consciousness and killed all those who had hurt me. Strangely, when confronting them, I felt no fear whatsoever. Only the fury of betrayal surged within me. I believed I had recovered. At that moment, I was elated and eager to share this news with Yin Song. However, when I excitedly sought him out, I found myself ensnared in the dark memories of the past, and for a time, Rongya could not fathom the origin of that peculiar sensation. Could it be that? The feeling of dread had returned. Damao, taken aback, quickly inquired. Without a hint of hesitation, Rongya nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was so. How could this be? Damao exclaimed in shock. It is well known that beastmen possess an acute sensitivity to their surroundings, especially those like the boss, who have special genetic traits. Time and again, before they could sense impending danger, the boss would already alert them. Over the years, he had never encountered anyone with a sharper intuition than the boss. Could it be that Yin Song truly harbored ill intentions? Yet, he had clearly saved the boss. This was all too strange. Chapter 67. She is not an ordinary genetic female. This is precisely why I have refrained from mentioning him in your presence all these years. My subconscious has always regarded Yin Song as a threat, and although there is no substantial evidence, I have been reluctant to allow those close to me to interact with him. My instincts have always proven accurate, especially when it comes to sensing unknown dangers. This seems to be an innate talent of mine, which has served as my greatest asset in evading numerous enemies over the years. However, the fact remains that the old man saved me. So while I do not grow close to him, I still make a solitary visit to express my gratitude each year. Previously, Damao and Ermao had been preoccupied with matters aboard the starship, and I urgently needed to gain control over this vessel, which is why I had requested the old man's assistance in keeping watch. Moreover, although Chuxian appeared to be a delicate and fragile female, her audacity was astounding. Just from what I witnessed in the medical room moments ago, her usual gentleness had completely fooled even me. Yin Song, after all, was an elderly man nearing 70. If he truly intended to engage in any dangerous activities, Chuxian could not possibly be his match. At this point, Rongya suddenly had a thought and hurriedly began typing on the virtual keyboard. Moments later, a series of surveillance videos appeared on the virtual screen. Rongya immediately retrieved the footage that met the time criteria and magnified it in one segment. The door to the break room was suddenly opened from the inside, and a figure cautiously peeked out into the corridor. It was Yin Song. Ermao pointed in astonishment. Rongya's expression turned grave as he continued to observe intently on the surveillance. After peering out, the old man quickly retreated back inside. During this interval, the break room door remained firmly shut. And since there were no cameras inside the room, no one knew what the old man had been doing there. Minutes later, the old man appeared at the door once more, cradling something wrapped in soft fabric. And after confirming that the corridor was clear, he hastily made his way to the other side. It was evident that he was holding Chuxian. Bastard! It really was him. Ermao exclaimed, seething with rage. That old man, with his kind and gentle demeanor, had even defended little Chuxian back at the villa. Who would have thought he was a hypocritical scoundrel? Taking advantage of their inattention, he had directly abducted little Chuxian. Boss, what do we do now? Can we track them? Damao asked urgently. There's no way to track them, Rongya replied, his face darkening. Just moments ago, in order to ensure a smoother retreat for the group without being pursued, he had dismantled the tracking function of the small escape pod, inadvertently aiding Yin Song. Moreover, according to the timestamps in the surveillance, Yin Song had taken little Chuxian and left for a full 23 minutes. Given the time and speed of travel, even if he turned the starship around to pursue them immediately, it would likely be too late, not to mention that he had no idea which planet Yin Song had taken little Chuxian to, or in which direction they were heading. The vastness of the starry expanse rendered it nearly impossible to track their movements without specific coordinates. Damn it. Da Mao slammed his fist on the table, his anger palpable. What about the star brain? Little Chuxian's star brain terminal can locate her, can it? Ermao exclaimed hastily as soon as the words left his mouth. Da Mao's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope as he turned to his wrist-mounted star brain terminal and began to tap away. But moments later, Da Mao's expression fell in defeat. It's no use. Little Chuxian is already offline. It was to be expected. How could Yin Song possibly allow Chuxian to continue wearing the star brain terminal? He had probably removed it and discarded it long ago. The command console. Rongya pondered for a moment. The maximum travel distance of the small escape pod is 200,000 kilometers. We simply need to calculate the position of the starship in the system when they departed, and then radiate outward for a range of 200,000 kilometers to trace their path. Though this approach resembled searching for a needle in a haystack, they could not afford to do nothing at all. That's all we can do. Da Mao and Ermao nodded in agreement, their hearts in turmoil. Yet they remained composed. Little Chuxian, please wait for us. You mustn't come to any harm. On the planet Mutai, in the Grand Palace of the Buddha Royal Residence, Yin Song, you truly live up to your reputation. The fool Fukel failed to accomplish what you managed to seize for yourself. Rest assured, I will not treat you poorly for delivering the person to me. Seated on a lavish golden throne adorned with jewels was a rotund, corpulent frog beast man, his bulging eyes reflecting a sickly gleam, a clear testament to his indulgence in earthly pleasures. Yin Song regarded the corpulent figure on the throne with a polite smile. Lord Lanzhao, if I may be so bold, I cannot hand over the person to you, at least. Not yet. Yin Song, what do you mean by this? Upon witnessing the old man's refusal, the previously excited Lanzhao's expression soured, and he glared furiously. Do you dare to defy me? My lord, I understand your proclivities. With your preferences, any female in your possession would not survive more than 3 days. This little D is someone I have painstakingly acquired, and her medical research value far exceeds her worth in your bedchamber. Yin Song explained with a gentle smile, his demeanor calm and unyielding, seemingly unperturbed by the man's growing anger. Lanzhao was momentarily taken aback. She is merely a genetic female. How could you, a distinguished medical expert, be interested in her? Didn't you always focus on studying viviparous beastmen? Why are you suddenly so intrigued by a frail genetic female? She's not just any genetic female. Which female could survive the harsh conditions of an underground beast-fighting arena at merely a few months old? Which one could politely thank him and introduce herself at such a tender age? Little D, or rather, little Chuxian's genetic makeup must hold significant secrets. Oh, she's not an ordinary female? Lanzhao's interest piqued immediately, his hefty form straightening in his seat, his bulging frog-like eyes widening with intense curiosity. It is no wonder she has captured his attention. She is indeed extraordinary. Having collaborated with the old man for decades, Lanzhao well understood that any target who caught the old man's eye was certainly no ordinary individual. How delightful! A special female makes for an intriguing plaything. Chapter 68. Is this not a deliberate disturbance? My Lord Lanzhao, please do not be impatient. Once my research is complete, I shall deliver her to you. However, at this moment, you must not lay a hand on her. The old man spoke with a gentle smile, yet a glint of sharpness flickered in his beastly eyes, sending a shiver down one's spine. As if intimidated by the old man's aura, Lanzhao quickly relented. Rest assured, if you insist, I shall await your decision. Lanzhao was all too familiar with the temperament of his longtime associate. The other party has dedicated decades to the study of genetics. And in his eyes, nothing holds greater significance than medical research. He firmly believes that if he were to interfere with the small d and disrupt the ongoing genetic research, the person before him could undoubtedly devise 100 ways to ensure his demise without a trace. Pausing for a moment, Highland Zhou shifted the topic. But, since you, Elder Yin, are not here to deliver a person to me, what is the purpose of your visit? You neither offer him to me nor refrain from bringing someone to meet me. Does this not seem like an intentional ploy to induce chaos? Disc, something to admire but not possess. What a jest! An unexpected turn of events occurred. He initially thought that Futcher could safely escort the individual, only to discover that he was utterly incompetent, having been unexpectedly killed instead. Thus, he had to personally bring the person, which compromised his identity. Given his understanding of Rongyi, that young man would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Therefore, the most perilous place is, paradoxically, the safest. He would never suspect that he ultimately brought the individual to Mu Tai Star. I need to restart the genetic deep research laboratory, Yan Ming stated succinctly. Restart the genetic deep research laboratory? Hailan Zhou exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes reflecting shock as he glanced at the elder. Is it truly because of her? She has the power to compel you to restart the genetic deep research laboratory? It is no wonder Hailan Zhou reacted so fervently. Ever since the elder's most prized experimental subject vanished 15 years ago, he had closed the lavishly constructed genetic deep research laboratory. He had felt a sense of loss at the time and had even sought out several promising research subjects to offer the elder, only to be dismissed as worthless, unworthy of entering that esteemed laboratory. But now, the elder intends to reopen that laboratory for a genetically engineered female? What? Do you doubt my judgment? With his extensive experience in genetic research, he is utterly convinced that Xiao Chumian represents a new breakthrough in genetics. It is worth noting that the project he has been working on has been at a standstill for quite some time, and the sudden prospect of hope is not something he would allow to slip away. A genetically engineered female, merely a few months old, displaying such extraordinary intelligence and physical prowess throughout his entire research career. Only his experiment number 001 could rival her. No, no, no. Hailan Zhou became increasingly agitated, waving his hands in denial. You are a venerable figure in genetic research. Had it not been for your invention of the genetic sustenance agent, countless genetic beasts would have perished long ago. I have never questioned your capabilities. For genetic beasts, the metamorphosis phase is a life-threatening and terrifying ordeal, and the genetic sustenance agent he developed can effectively delay this transformation, allowing them to circumvent the dangers of repeated metamorphoses. However, this agent is exorbitantly priced, costing tens of millions of star coins for just a single vial, and to avoid multiple transformations, each dose must be compounded with double the previous quantity. Yet, despite its steep cost, many genetic beasts are still eager to purchase it. Thanks to his association with the elder's pharmaceutical invention, he has amassed an impressive income. Consequently, even as the most powerful ruler on this planet, he must tread carefully in the elder's presence. Reflecting on this, Hailan Zhou felt a spark of inspiration. Elder Yan, I have heard that you have been working on new pharmaceuticals in recent years, but progress has been sluggish. Could this small D be the key to your breakthrough? Yin Song raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What? Ah ha ha ha! Hailan Zhou suddenly burst into laughter, excitement radiating from him. Elder, I have always supported your new project and will continue to do so. I will immediately dispatch personnel to assist you in reopening the Genetic Deep Research Laboratory, and I will ensure a steady supply of test subjects. Whatever quantity you require, I shall provide. However, we must establish clear terms beforehand, once your new drug is finalized. You must keep me in mind for profits. Rest assured, it will be the same as before, 50-50. The elder readily agreed. For him, monetary gain was never his pursuit. The innovation and exploration of medical research constituted his lifelong ambition. Moreover, Hailan Zhou is indeed a partner who aligns perfectly with his aspirations, consistently satisfying him in terms of experimental materials and investment in research costs. More importantly, the other party is the supreme authority on this planet. Should he desire, Hailan Zhou can ensure a continuous supply of various types of test subjects without him needing to worry about any repercussions. Truly his ideal collaborator. Upon hearing the elder's promise, Hailan Zhou's eyes gleamed with anticipation. So, how much can we potentially earn this time? The profit from the previous genetic sustenance agent was a staggering 100 billion star coins per kilogram. I wonder if the new drug will yield a similar return? The elder smiled. 10 billion star coins. Only 10 billion star coins? Hailan Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, disappointment evident in his gaze. It seemed unexpected that the new drug's profit would be merely 1/10 of that from the genetic sustenance agent. Well, it's not a problem. Profit margins can be thin, but selling in volume is better than not earning at all in the grand hall. sensing the disappointment on the man's face seated upon the throne. The elder's smile widened even more as he slowly added, per milliliter. Chapter 69. A bunch of useless people who don't let her rest easy. When Chumian regained consciousness, she found herself in a stark white room filled with the scent of disinfectant. Feeling a lingering dizziness in her head, she slowly sat up, her eyes icy and cold. Ha! That half-baked old fool indeed harbors ulterior motives. First, he made a simple dislocation unnecessarily complicated, and then he took advantage of her drowsiness to drug her. No wonder she suddenly caught a whiff of that pungent medicinal aroma, which made her head spin before she lost consciousness. Damn it, she had been schemed against, and by a man in his 50s. No less. How utterly humiliating. Ultimately, it was all due to that sickly Rong Ye's meddling. It was clear to anyone that the sickly boy was acquainted with the old rogue. Otherwise, how could the old man have referred to him as Little Yi? Subsequently, the sickly boy had the old man look after her, which naturally led her to let down her guard and fall asleep on the sofa. Little did she expect that the sickly boy would also misjudge the situation. Now look where it has gotten her. Lost and without her star brain. She has no means of contacting the sickly boy. This some sort of daily test on how to find her way home. Is she a tadpole searching for its mother, or a bee seeking its father? Someone tell her how she is supposed to navigate this predicament again. Truly, a bunch of useless people who won't let her have a moment's peace. Humph. The young girl sat on the edge of the bed, cheeks puffed in frustration, arms crossed over her chest, her ink-black eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway. Chumian glanced sideways, and in the next moment, she lay straight back down, pulled the covers over herself, and closed her eyes, all in one fluid motion. The door creaked open slowly. The newcomer moved with extreme caution. Hey, be careful not to wake her. If Elder Yin finds out I let you in, I'm done for. A man's voice whispered from the doorway. Got it. I'm moving quickly. Just don't make a fuss. A woman's voice grew increasingly excited as she approached the bed. Where's the money? Give it to me first. Hurry. The man's tone was less than amiable. How can I give it to you now? You know there's no signal here. The cash is outside. We'll settle up once the task is done. The woman snapped back fiercely. The man's impatience was palpable. Then hurry up. I only have a temporary access card, and it'll expire soon. We'll both be stuck here. I know. Why are you still standing there? Go keep watch outside. Hey, let us be clear. If we get discovered, you must say you're Elder Yan's assistant. Do you understand? Why do you have to say so much? Just go keep watch outside. And remember not to leave anything behind when you come out. Having said that, the man quietly closed the door, as if he were on guard. The woman who had stealthily entered the room soon busied herself. She reached into the pocket of her doctor's white coat and pulled out a medical box. In a hurry, she extracted a blood collection needle and 3 empty tubes, laying them beside her. After completing these preparations, she swiftly turned to glance at the person on the bed, eager to draw blood. However, to her surprise, as she turned, she found the individual who should have been peacefully slumbering was instead propped up on the headboard, one hand supporting their chin, blinking their dark eyes at her, while a pair of small feet kicked playfully behind them. Hello, the girl said, her brows arching in delight, revealing a set of neat white teeth. Her demeanor charmingly innocent as she greeted her. 5 minutes later, the door creaked open slowly. The beast man stationed outside wore an expression of impatience, turning to scold, why is it taking so long? What if? Bang! With that, the beast man collapsed heavily to the ground. Half a minute later, Chuxian appeared at the corridor's entrance, lightly waving the temporary pass she had obtained from the beast man. The corridor was long and quiet, suffused with a gray and white palette, the air carrying a subtle scent of disinfectant. Numerous rooms lined either side, each door marked with a number in the same muted tones. Chuxian paused momentarily, glancing back at the number 1 on her own door, and couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Hemph, discerning eyes indeed. This is worthy of me. Continuing forward, she reached the end of the corridor where a circular small hall branched into 3 paths. And there she faintly heard the sound of discussion. Chuxian's gaze flickered as she cautiously leaned towards the source of the voices, choosing not to advance further, but instead standing still to survey the environment of the other 2 paths. Where exactly should I insert this pass? 2 minutes later, After scrutinizing the entire intersection without successfully using her pass to unlock any doors, Chu Xian stood in front of a wall, her expression one of exasperation. Her gaze fell upon the words office area emblazoned on the white wall, and with a soft sigh, she resigned herself to walk towards the sound. After rounding a corner, she entered a spacious area filled with glass rooms. Through the pristine, bright glass, she could see various medical instruments displayed inside. Beyond a few familiar items from the Rongya base, there were many uniquely shaped devices, clearly professional medical tools. Not far ahead, the discussion grew louder. And as Chu Xian approached, she discovered 3 tall beastmen clad in white lab coats standing in the largest glass room to her right. The voices she had heard earlier must have originated from them. Inside the glass room, the 3 beastmen appeared to be of considerable age. Even the youngest among them was a middle-aged man with graying hair and thick glasses. The other 2, resembling venerable elder physicians, were both white-haired. They were idly chatting over coffee, speaking in a language distinct from that of the Blues planet, their faces displaying fatigue yet unable to mask the excitement in their eyes. I never expected I would have the chance to return here. You have no idea. I received the news yesterday evening and took off immediately. I was so thrilled I couldn't sleep a wink all night. Even now, I can hardly believe it. The tall elder, sporting antlers atop his head, was clearly a deer beast man, suggesting a significant genetic contribution from deer lineage. Who isn't? Chimed in the lion beast man beside him. His own face alight with enthusiasm, I received the news in the early morning and set off without delay. I couldn't afford to waste a moment. You know how strict Elder Yin is regarding research. I was worried I wouldn't make it in time. Chapter 70. Have you found a promising research subject? You two have truly worked hard. Coming from different planets, in comparison, I had it easy. I already work at the Mute Imperial Hospital, so I was here early this morning to tidy up. The slightly younger bespectacled doctor spoke humbly before the 2 elders. Xiaoyang, do tell us, what good research subject has Elder Yin discovered this time? The dear elder inquired eagerly. Yes, Elder Yin has always been exceptionally demanding regarding research subjects. What is the situation this time? Why was it so suddenly decided to reactivate the laboratory? Hurry, tell us, the lion elder echoed. Equally animated, the bespectacled doctor hesitated, scratching his disheveled hair. I think I heard something about a genetic female. As his words fell, silence enveloped the glass room. After several seconds, the dear elder broke the stillness, a frown creeping onto his face. Xiaoyang, we are asking you seriously. How could you jest about such matters? Wait, no, Elder Liu, I truly didn't. The bespectacled doctor seemed flustered by the scrutiny. Exactly. You know how stringent Elder Yin is regarding research work. If you had informed us of the subject's details in advance, we could have prepared. No, Elder Sure, please let me explain. You all have misunderstood me. I truly am not joking. The information I received was indeed about a genetic female. Sensing the elder's tone had turned serious, the honest doctor hurriedly clarified, and it was personally arranged by Elder Yin. Personally arranged by Elder Yin? Are you certain? Would Elder Yin personally arrange for a genetic female? The bespectacled doctor nodded vigorously. I am certain, and I also heard that Elder Yin specifically sought out Lord Lanzhou for her. She is currently in the palace. The 2 elders exchanged glances, as if they had heard something utterly absurd. Remaining speechless for a moment, a genetic female. Their research subject this time is actually a genetic female? This, the dear elder, perplexed, posed a crucial question. What could possibly be so worthy of research about a genetic female? Yes, they are all products of genetic engineering. Even if there were something to study, it would likely be issues of genetic mutation, and there would be no need to activate this deep research laboratory. Would there? The lion elder echoed his confusion. Activating this genetic deep research laboratory is not a trivial matter. Many promising research subjects they had previously supported had their requests for laboratory access denied by Elder Yin. Now, for a mere genetic female, this seems overly casual. Could it be that the genetic female's mutations are so severe that they have caused physical deformities? Much like those genetic beastmen who failed to transition? Hence, attracting Elder Yin's attention? The dear elder began to ponder seriously. Is it truly so special to study physical deformities caused by genetic mutations? There are countless genetic beastmen outside. Is there really a need for specialized research? This is a genetic deep research laboratory. How could it be used to study such commonplace cases? Just then, the glass door to the room was abruptly flung open. The three doctors, deep in speculation, turned in unison towards the sound. A strikingly beautiful young woman stood at the entrance, adorned in a white doctor's coat, beaming at them. "Greetings, esteemed professors. I look forward to your guidance." The girl spoke fluently in the native language of Mute, her voice soft and melodious, a delight to hear. Her breathtaking beauty left the three men momentarily speechless, particularly the youngest bespectacled doctor, whose eyes sparkled with awe. Yet, in the next instant, as if realizing his reaction, he hurriedly averted his gaze, embarrassed. "You are?" The dear elder was the first to express his confusion. "Elder Liu, I am a staff member sent by Elder Yin, here to assist you all with the latest project as an assistant. My name is Rong Yin. You may call me Xiao Rong." The girl at the door introduced herself with poise, her face adorned with a pleasant smile that naturally endeared her to those around her. "Ah, you even know his surname, Liu?" The dear elder was taken aback. "Oh, it seems you truly are Elder Yan's new assistant. But aren't all of Elder Yan's assistants male? The notion of a female serving as an assistant is indeed a novel occurrence." Upon contemplating this, the elder stag instinctively cast a glance at the elder lion beside him, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. The elder lion, too, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Though silent, his expression conveyed an agreement with the elder stag's thoughts. While it is well known that live-born females hold a prestigious position in society, their delicate nature typically confines them to artistic professions: pianists, dancers, painters, actors, and the like. Everyone is aware of the grim fate that awaits the lab mice used as experimental subjects by their research team. At times, the gruesome outcomes are too much for even the battle-hardened elders to bear, let alone the fragile females. Now, however, Elder Yin has inexplicably recruited a beautiful female to serve as their assistant, which is quite perplexing. Breaking the silence, the bespectacled doctor hurriedly stepped forward. "Hello, I am Yang Zijing, the operational physician for this project, primarily responsible for the coordination of personnel, equipment operation, and daily care. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me." "Thank you, Dr. Yang," Chuxian replied with a gentle smile, locking eyes with him. "I currently have a matter that requires your assistance." Caught off guard by the swift request for help, the bespectacled doctor pushed his thick glasses up his nose and inquired, "What is it?" Chuxian glanced at the two astonished elders beside her, tilted her head, and revealed her pearly white teeth. "Could you assist me in transporting this research subject?" 10 minutes later, in another glass chamber, the three doctors stood in shock as they beheld a woman clad in blood-stained garments, slumbering upon a mobile bed. The elder lion, abandoning his earlier composure, rushed forward to examine her. Is this truly the subject Elder Yin selected to reignite this deep genetic research facility? She appears to be merely an ordinary female. Her features are unremarkable, limbs intact, showing no signs of mutation. Could it be that the anomaly lies within her organs? Reignite? Deep genetic research facility? Chuxian's eyes glimmered as she silently noted these keywords. The emphasis on her significance was unmistakable. What peculiarities could this female possess? Externally, she showed no indications of alteration. After a prolonged scrutiny, the elder stag wore an expression of confusion. Let us not dwell on her appearance any longer, since we have time on our hands. Why not commence our work ahead of schedule? We shall adhere to our previous protocols and complete the preliminary preparations. This way, when Elder Yin returns to assign tasks, we can seamlessly transition into the main proceedings. What do you think? The elder lion proposed. His suggestion was pragmatic, for after observing for so long without deriving any conclusions, he deemed it more efficient to actively seek answers rather than waste time in idle speculation. The elder stag nodded in agreement. "I concur. Since we are wholly responsible for the preparatory work, there is no distinction between doing it now or later. In fact, early preparation may impress Elder Yin with our work ethic." In contrast to the elder lion's straightforwardness, the elder stag harbored some reservations. Elder Yan's approach to personnel selection in research projects typically favored seasoned clinical doctors, those with experience in their field, the youngest being well into their 30s, like young Yang. Yet, the sudden appointment of a young girl as their assistant raised suspicions about the underlying intentions. Was it an implication that their age rendered them incapable, thus necessitating a youthful overseer? If that were the case, he resolved to demonstrate his capabilities. Since both esteemed teachers have no objections, I too shall participate. Xiaorong and I will assist you. Observing the eagerness of his esteemed predecessors, the bespectacled doctor readily acquiesced. What shall we do now? Let us proceed with the usual preparatory procedures. Old Lu and I will change into scrubs in the sterilization room and prepare for disinfection. We shall commence extraction work in 10 minutes. Understood, old Sure. The bespectacled doctor quickly acknowledged. The two elders soon exited the glass chamber, entering a semi-closed glass room around the corner. Dr. Yang, what are you doing? Chu Xian asked, witnessing him swiftly inject a syringe into the arm of the unconscious woman on the mobile. Is it truly so urgent? She thought, feeling bewildered at the hasty action without prior examination. The realization that this syringe was originally intended for her sent a chill down her spine. We only have 10 minutes to prepare. We must act swiftly, the bespectacled doctor explained while administering the injection. Noticing Chu Xian's delicate demeanor, he refrained from asking for her assistance, rolling up his sleeves to busy himself instead. What exactly are you injecting her with? Won't it interfere with old Sure's extraction work? The doctor paused, a bemused expression crossing his face. Precisely because we cannot afford to disrupt old Sure's extraction, we must administer a neurosedative. Neurosedative? A sense of foreboding crept into Chu Xian's mind. A sedative is one thing, but why the inclusion of neuro? This is the neurosedative they have improved upon, a 9.0 optimized version, which is not comparable to the ones you encountered previously. This particular sedative minimizes side effects to an almost negligible level, with excellent clinical efficacy. Given the overwhelming number of test subjects, this neurosedative has undergone countless optimizations. Chu Xian felt a sense of dread. What specific enhancements did it entail compared to the past? The doctor blinked, pausing for a few moments before responding earnestly. There are numerous optimizations. This upgraded version induces neural paralysis within half a minute, rendering the subject motionless while still allowing for heightened sensory perception. Often even sharper than usual. In simpler terms, although she appears to be asleep with her eyes closed, she remains fully aware of our discussion, cognizant of our presence, and can deduce our movements from the sounds we make. Aside from her inability to move, she is indistinguishable from a normal person. More importantly, this medication carries no side effects. Once its effects wear off, the subject will experience no discomfort, and it poses no negative impact on the nervous system. In fact, it may even nourish the nerves, facilitating repeated extraction work. So, Chu Xian summarized, her gaze falling upon the tears slowly trickling from the corner of the woman's eye. She can feel pain, yet cannot resist? Indeed, the research direction initially remained uncertain, making repeated extraction a common procedure. The neurosedative plays a crucial role in this scenario, allowing the subject to stay alert yet unresisting, preventing any damage to the organ cells during extraction. The woman lying on that mobile bed is, after all, a research subject personally brought by Elder Yen. While they may still be grappling with the mystery of what capabilities a genetically born female possesses to warrant the revival of a deep genetic research facility, they place unwavering faith in Elder Yan's authority. Chu Xian gasped, her mind racing. What exactly will old Sure and the others extract? As an assistant, how can I be of assistance? Our tasks will consist of standard extractions, such as hair, nails, teeth, skin tissue, blood, bone marrow, and oocytes, among others. After these samples are analyzed, we will conduct deeper extractions based on the results. Deeper extractions? If blood, bone marrow, and oocytes are merely standard extractions, what lies beyond? Deeper extraction refers to procedures conducted under varying conditions, such as electric shocks to stimulate the secretion of various microsubstances, or the introduction of accelerants to provoke high-frequency expressions of latent genes within the genetic makeup. Ultimately, the specific extraction operations will depend on the research direction. As for your earlier inquiry regarding our roles, the bespectacled doctor chuckled ruefully. In the presence of our esteemed teachers, we can only perform simple injections or hand over scissors and scalpels, so rest assured. You are more than capable. Chu Xian nodded vigorously, glancing toward the direction in which the elders had vanished before turning back to the bespectacled doctor, lowering her voice in a demure manner. Brother Yang, what exactly does Elder Yin intend to study regarding this research subject? Are there any specific instructions from him? That venerable elder traveled a great distance to bring her here, seemingly unafraid of any retaliation from the frail ones, which clearly indicates the extraordinary importance he places upon her. Chapter 72. Then, I must extend my gratitude to my junior sister. Upon hearing such a beautiful young lady like Chu Xian refer to him as senior brother, the bespectacled doctor momentarily froze, feeling a wave of bashfulness wash over him. With a slightly flushed face, he continued speaking, Although Elder Yin has not explicitly stated it, I suspect it is related to the research he is currently overseeing. You were sent by Elder Yin, and you should be aware that his project has been stagnant for several years. If it were of no use to his research, he would not have revived this gene research laboratory, especially with such urgency. The bespectacled doctor was in high spirits, observing that Chu Xian, who appeared rather youthful, was likely hearing about the gene research laboratory for the very first time. Indeed, Chu Xian eagerly nodded, her head bobbing like a little chick. Her expression a portrait of admiration. I was utterly astonished when I first heard of it. Elder Yin mentioned that everyone who works here is exceptionally talented, and he urged me to learn diligently. Initially, I felt somewhat intimidated, but now that I have you, my senior brother, guiding me, I feel incredibly fortunate. Senior brother, I will need your guidance in the future. Oh, it's nothing, junior sister. The bespectacled doctor, flustered, adjusted his glasses, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Having crossed 40, with strands of gray peppering his hair, he was now being complimented by such a lovely young female, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He could not help but raise his gaze to observe the young lady before him. Her beastly eyes betraying a delicate modesty. It was evident that she hailed from an extraordinarily prestigious lineage of viviparous beastfolk. Her character so amiable and her beauty so striking that she must have attracted the attention of numerous noble beastfolk suitors. In truth, he also came from an esteemed background, yet he had devoted over a decade to research, burying himself in his work. Hey, what am I thinking? How could someone as beautiful as my junior sister possibly be interested in someone like me? He mused. Just senior brother will suffice. Senior brother? Yes, that seems quite nice. After all, she was the first female to willingly engage him in conversation. Senior brother, I brought a few small gifts with me, but I was worried that the teachers might not appreciate them, which could leave a poor first impression, so I dared not bring them in and instead left them at the entrance. Once we finish our tasks, would you be so kind as to help me retrieve them? I really want to thank you and present them to you, if that's all right. Earlier, at the junction, she had carefully examined the entrance and exit points, noting that each external door was equipped with an alarm and access control. Strangely, despite having tested every glass door with her access card, none would budge. This left her unable to exit on her own. Furthermore, her curiosity about the elder who had summoned her compelled her to infiltrate the trio's experimental group to gather information. However, now that she had acquired all necessary knowledge, it was time to devise an escape plan. Gifts? The bespectacled doctor's eyes brightened at a gift from his junior sister. He had never received a present from a female before. Yes, indeed. It's a gift I prepared with great care. Unfortunately, you're busy with work right now, so we can't go get them immediately. We'll have to wait until the teachers finish, Chu Xian expressed, her small face etched with concern. I really hope nothing will spoil while waiting there. Spoil? The bespectacled doctor paused, slightly taken aback. Yes. Chu Xian turned towards him, her dark eyes sparkling with innocence. I personally made a small cake, although it's being kept cool with ice. I can't help but worry. Upon hearing that the gift was a cake made by his junior sister, the bespectacled doctor's eyes gleamed even brighter. He glanced at the preparations he had nearly completed and pondered seriously. In that case, let's wait until Elder Shur and the others begin their work, and we can go retrieve it right away. The round trip won't take more than 3 or 4 minutes, and they likely won't notice. Having collaborated with Elder Shur on numerous occasions, he knew that once they entered the extraction phase, he would be merely a bystander, standing there for the duration without even the opportunity to hand over scissors. Chu Xian was astonished. Is that really okay? You want to get scolded, will you? I've heard that Elder Shur and the others are quite strict. I really don't want you to be reprimanded over something so trivial. Don't worry, he reassured her, feeling warmth spread in his heart at her concern for him. If we act swiftly, it'll all be fine, as if recalling something. The bespectacled doctor's expression dimmed slightly. You see? Even though I'm a member of the research group, I primarily perform assistant duties. To the teachers, my presence is somewhat dispensable. How could you be dispensable, senior brother? Chu Xian protested, her eyes wide with disbelief. You mustn't underestimate yourself, really. Being selected from so many medical students for this project means you've already succeeded. All you need is an opportunity. The bespectacled doctor stared blankly at her. An opportunity? Yes, senior brother. You truly only lack one opportunity. Rest assured, if there's a chance, I will certainly help you secure it. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Well then, I must thank you in advance. Junior sister, he was acutely aware that he merely lacked an opportunity, yet such chances were not easily attained, especially with two esteemed seniors looming over him. It was nearly impossible for him to emerge from the shadows. Though he was typically quiet, others often labeled him a fool, he understood the reason he was chosen among numerous medical students was precisely due to his reticence and lack of ambition, which allowed the teachers to feel comfortable in trusting him with a place in the research group. He knew everything. He simply chose not to voice it. Moreover, speaking of it seemed futile, as his thoughts trailed off. He caught sight of the two elders appearing in the corridor, engrossed in serious discussion as they approached the extraction room. The bespectacled doctor hastily accelerated his work, finally completing all tasks just as the elders stepped into the glass chamber. The elder deer glanced at the doctor's preparations, satisfaction evident on his face, before turning to the lion elder. "Shall we begin?" "Indeed." The lion elder nodded and promptly instructed the bespectacled doctor, Xiaoyang. "Activate the recording device. The extraction process is now commencing." "Understood, Elder Sure," the bespectacled doctor replied, quickly moving aside to deftly press a metallic button on the wall. At once, the room was filled with the intelligent voice indicating that the recording device was activated, and the glass walls began to change color, thoroughly obscuring the outside view. The brightness of the room doubled instantly, and hidden surveillance cameras gradually extended from their corners, commencing a full 360 operation. Chapter 73. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over him. "Xiaoyang, report your recent actions," commanded Elder Lu, methodically donning sterilized gloves. The bespectacled doctor promptly reported, "The subject's vital signs are normal, and 3 milliliters of a neurosedative have been injected into the arm's vein. The pulse monitor is activated, infrared scanning is underway, and all necessary instruments and surgical tools are prepared. Please instruct me, Elder Lu." "Very well. Commence the extraction." As the command was given, the two elders positioned themselves on either side of the mobile bed, initiating the orderly extraction process. Extracting hair with intact follicles, extracting eyelashes, extracting skin fuzz, extracting. The two elders worked in perfect harmony, one extracting while the other stored the samples. The room fell into a profound silence, the only sounds being the occasional clatter of metallic instruments, rendering even their breaths a sin. The bespectacled doctor glanced at Chu Xian, who stood beside him, and discreetly gestured an exit. Chu Xian shot him a sidelong glance, responding with a subtle okay gesture. Seeing this, the bespectacled doctor felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, as if he had made a friend to share whispered secrets with for the first time. They swiftly slipped out of the glass chamber, moving into the corridor. As they walked, Chu Xian glanced back. "Senior brother, let us move a bit faster. I'm worried that if we take too long, you might get scolded." "Fear not," he reassured her, adjusting his heavy glasses as he spoke. Once Elder Sure and Elder Lu enter their work mode, they won't notice anything else. By the time we return, they probably won't even realize we stepped out. While they conversed, the bespectacled doctor stood before a metallic door, pressing his hand against the scanning area. Beep. The metallic door opened. However, upon seeing what lay beyond the metallic door, Chu Xian was utterly taken aback. "What on earth? What is going on? There's an elevator behind this door." Suppressing her astonishment, Chu Xian followed the bespectacled doctor into the elevator. But when her gaze fell upon the floor buttons on the right side, her eyes widened once more in disbelief. Goodness gracious, someone please tell her what -22F means. So, she was underground? This research facility is actually beneath the surface? As the elevator ascended steadily, Chu Xian's gaze remained fixated on the display of floors, unyielding in its focus. Observing this, the bespectacled doctor beside her spoke up. "Did you not anticipate the depths of this place? I was equally taken aback during my initial visit. Here, the higher one's responsibilities, the lower the accessible floors became. Our authority here is indeed at its zenith, considering that entry to the deep research lab is not granted to just anyone. Even if someone were to gain access, it would only be through a temporary entry card, valid for a mere 10 minutes. Should that time elapse, unless authorized by someone from the deep research lab, the individual would remain trapped. Thus, there is no necessity for the other staff in this building to venture into our floors." "Not daring." Chu Xian keenly seized upon these words. The doctor nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "Previously, a doctor came to assist us in the deep research lab, and upon returning, he lost his sanity. Since then, others from different floors have been reluctant to return. What do the other floors entail? Chuxian inquired with curiosity. Huh? You are unaware? The doctor appeared astonished. Were you not employed here before? He had assumed the young lady before him had been transferred from another floor. I was not, Chuxian replied, her expression composed as she shook her head. I am brought here from planet Brulu by Elder Yen. This is my first visit. You hail from planet Brulu? Your proficiency in Mute language is impressive. The doctor expressed his astonishment. It was evident that she was of noble birth, having received the highest caliber of education, enabling her to master 2 languages simultaneously. Many individuals on this floor had immigrated from other planets and still relied on translation devices to communicate effectively with the locals. In truth, I have been studying for quite some time. Chuxian modestly averted her gaze. Oh? So, Mute language is akin to Japanese. She mused. It seems that in terms of language, it bears little difference from my original world. I wonder what the dominant language of planet Varna is. Meanwhile, within the glass chamber, 2 elderly men continued their meticulous extraction work. A long line of extraction bottles, filled with various substances, was neatly arranged on a nearby table. The bottles transitioned from transparent to stained with traces of blood, culminating in a complete covering of crimson. Clink. Another blood-stained extraction bottle was placed upon the glass table. The woman lying on the moving bed wept from the pain. Tears streaming from her eyes, her nose continuously running, and muffled groans escaping her lips as she endured excruciating agony. Long last. After laboring for an extensive period, Chief Shi paused, a look of puzzlement etched upon his face. Hey, old Lu, do you not feel something is amiss? Chief Shi scrutinized the woman on the moving bed, his old eyes brimming with skepticism. Indeed, something feels off. As it stands, this female shows no signs of bodily mutation. Moreover, the instruments indicate her organs are remarkably healthy. She does not resemble someone harboring any hidden ailments. So, what makes this research subject warrant Elder Yan's utmost attention? Why has he even reopened the highest-level genetic deep research lab for her? No. I mean, why does she seem so familiar? He had initially overlooked the woman's appearance, but due to her subtle convulsions from pain throughout the extraction process, he found himself glancing at her face more frequently, concerned that her nasal discharge might obstruct her breathing. Particularly when he extracted her teeth, he scrutinized her several times. For some reason, he felt an uncanny sense of recognition. Familiar? Old Lu leaned forward to examine the woman's face, pondering for a considerable time before his expression turned to one of confusion. Do you know her? Just? Chief Shi furrowed his brow at the inquiry, his gaze still fixed on the woman, whose face was smeared with mucus and blood. His expression grew increasingly peculiar. He sensed he had seen her somewhere before, yet could not recall where to. What does it matter? Once Elder Yen arrives, we can inquire, Old Lu remarked, placing another blood-filled extraction bottle on the table. What are you doing? A stern, aged voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. Chapter 74. An invaluable young female. The 2 elderly men turned towards the source of the voice, their expressions brightening upon recognizing the sudden arrival. Their previously hunched figures stood upright. Elder Yen, in order to avoid wasting time, we have commenced extraction work. Please provide guidance. Chief Shi reported excitedly. Old Lu, unwilling to be outdone, added, Elder Yen, the extraction process is nearing completion. Please instruct us. Instructions? What instructions? Elder Yen was taken aback, instinctively stepping forward to observe the woman on the moving bed, whose face was smeared with blood and mucus, confusion swirling within him. Extraction work? Did I give any such orders? After settling Chuxian in the rest area, he had hurried to meet Black Lanzhao, and he could not recall issuing any directives regarding the extraction work being conducted by the 2 men before him. Old Lu, caught off guard by the counter-question, stammered, Well, Elder Yen, your assistant brought the research subject to the extraction room in order to not delay the research time. Chief Shi and I proceeded with the extraction work ahead of schedule. My assistant? What assistant? Elder Yan's brow furrowed as he directed his gaze back to the woman on the moving bed, who was still convulsing slightly, inquiring with perplexity, Who is she? Your test subject? Completely bewildered by the conversation unfolding before him. Elder Yen assumed that the woman lying on the moving bed was merely a tool for the 2 elderly men to practice with. After all, the 2 had been idle for several years. And now that the Genetic Deep Research Lab had reopened for various studies, they were likely using another subject to refresh their skills before commencing formal research. Test subject? Chief Sure was equally confused. Glancing at old Liu, who mirrored his bewilderment. Regaining his composure, he stammered, no. Elder Yin, this female is our research subject for this project. Research subject? Elder Yin was taken aback. In the next instant, an unsettling premonition surged within him, prompting him to rush to the moving bed and wipe the blood and mucus from the woman's face with an alcohol-soaked cotton ball. Upon confirming that the woman was not Chu Xian, he finally exhaled, his expression darkening as he reprimanded the two elderly men. What research subject? Who told you she is a research subject? Is she not Xiao Lu from the 20th floor biochemical research lab? Have you both lost your sight? It's only been a few years, and you no longer recognize her? With such poor memory, I must seriously consider replacing you with a younger team. Xiao Lu? The lion beast elder hurriedly scrutinized the woman on the bed again, finally recalling her identity. Yes. It is Xiao Lu. The Xiao Lu from the 20th floor who loves to dress up. It has been several years since we last met. Her hair has grown long, and her appearance has changed slightly, which is why I did not recognize her. Xiao Lu, realizing that the woman on the moving bed was a colleague he knew, Chief Sure stumbled backward, falling to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he trembled, pointing at the woman on the bed. What is she doing here? Suddenly aware that the situation had far surpassed his expectations, Elder Yan's brow furrowed deeply as he demanded in a stern voice. You just mentioned my assistant? I do not have an assistant. Who is the person you saw? Who is spreading false information? That person. She is a young female, very, very beautiful. She claimed to be your assistant. Elder Yan. So we, a female? Beautiful? Elder Yan's expression shifted abruptly, as if realizing something yet hesitating to confirm it. Impossible. It cannot be Chu Xian, can it? She was rendered unconscious by the medication. According to the dosage, she would not awaken for at least 5 more hours. Moreover, Xiao Sure and Xiao Lu were conversing in Mute language. How could Chu Xian communicate normally? Not to mention, how could she have told Xiao Sure that she is my assistant? Check the recording device. We have a recording device. As Elder Yin and Chief Sure were conversing, old Liu, who had already realized the gravity of his mistake, hurriedly activated the recording device in the room, trembling hands broadcasting the footage. In the extraction room, the deer beast elder's bloodied hands, still uncleaned, trembled as he adjusted the timeline on the virtual keyboard. The virtual image immediately switched to the very beginning of the recording. Xiao Yang, please report your recent operations. In the imagery, within a pristine and luminous room, the elder of the deer-like beings lowered his head while donning sterilized gloves, issuing commands. The bespectacled beastman, stationed in the corner, hurried forward to report, the subject's vital signs are all normal. With intravenous injection in the arm, simultaneously, beside the bespectacled beastman in the footage, a young girl clad in a white doctor's coat gazed towards the monitoring camera, her bright, clear eyes sparkling with apparent delight. Yin Song was utterly mesmerized, his beastly eyes fixated on the girl in the image, embodying disbelief. It is she. Elder Yin, this little girl. She mentioned she is your assistant, and that little Liu is the one she asked Xiao Yang to help push from the resting area. She is the research subject you brought this time. It is her. It is indeed her. Upon seeing the girl appear in the footage, the elder Sure, overwhelmed by emotion, hurriedly rose from the ground, pointing excitedly, his fervor palpable. Yin Song slowly advanced towards the virtual image suspended in midair, his astonished eyes unblinking. Are you implying that she can communicate with you all normally? In Mute language? Indeed. She claimed to be your assistant, which is why we had no suspicions. Oh, by the way, she also mentioned her name is Rong. Rong Mian. Yes, Rong Mian, that is the name. In the extraction room, the elder lion was exceedingly agitated, his voice booming in intensity. In stark contrast, Yin Song, standing before the virtual image, wore an expression of profound tranquility. No, it was not tranquility. It was a facade of calm concealing tumultuous waves beneath the surface, as if the depths of the ocean were in chaotic upheaval. Thus, suppressing the overwhelming shock that churned within him, Yin Song continued to gaze at the girl in the virtual image, his voice barely a whisper, trembling slightly. She can actually speak Mute language. After awakening in an unfamiliar place, not only did she not panic immediately, but she also actively integrated with you all, deceiving you. My heavens! What a priceless little female creature has he discovered. Chapter 75. The female must not be allowed to leave. Yin Song hastily regained his composure, turning sharply to the two individuals behind him. Where is she? Where is she now? The elder deer stammered in response. We do not know. We have been busy. Xiaoyang is also missing. Xiaoyang must be with her. At this point, the elder deer's gaze suddenly fell upon the virtual image, and he excitedly pointed. Look, look. She went out with Xiaoyang. Immediately contact Xiaoyang. Inquire where they are now. Tell Xiaoyang, the female must not be allowed to leave. Yin Song commanded without delay. Understood. I will contact them right away. The elder lion responded promptly, turning to seek out his specialized communication device. The entire underground research facility was equipped only with an internal network, rendering the Starbrain terminal useless. He could only reach Xiaoyang through the specially designed communicator. Within the extraction room, Yin Song, utilizing his highest authority within the facility, swiftly logged into the base's surveillance platform, beginning to scrutinize each floor and room from the lowest level, his demeanor tense and anxious. The elder deer observed with confusion. Elder Yin, you need not be so anxious. The female should not have managed to steal anything while leaving. We were merely conducting extraction work, which holds no significance. Moreover, the extraction process had only commenced 2 minutes ago. She could not have acquired anything of value. Furthermore, regarding Xiaoyang, although he is a member of the research team, we simply assigned him some preparatory tasks. He has never been involved in the core aspects. So the female could not have extracted anything useful from him. Having known Elder Yin for so long, this was the first time the elder deer witnessed him in such a flustered state. Useless? What do you mean she didn't steal anything? What do you mean she couldn't extract anything useful? Let me tell you, if she goes missing, this genetic research facility will be shut down. You all will be finished. Yin Song erupted in furious exclamation, his white beard quivering uncontrollably at the corners of his lips due to the overwhelming rage.